Chapter 1. Flowerbird Island, a small isle nestled at the easternmost edge of the East Sea, experiences a perpetual spring, enveloped year-round by verdant trees. Its remoteness has rendered it somewhat isolated from the outside world. The original owner of Kuro's current body hails from a homeland ravaged by war, which compelled him to flee by sea with his parents. Tragically, they encountered pirates along the way in a desperate bid to save him. His parents confined him within a chest and cast it into the ocean. By sheer chance, the chest drifted to this island. Perhaps due to overwhelming fright or relentless hunger, Kuro found that the body had already succumbed to its fate before he assumed control. Upon taking over, a surge of identity and memories flooded his mind, and he promptly lost consciousness. Later, he was rescued by the island's fishermen. When he awoke, he discovered himself upon a wooden bed, and before him sat an elderly man, smoking a pipe and gazing intently. "Hey, young lad, what's your name?" The old man inquired, puffing on his pipe. "My name is Kuro," he replied. "Kuro, a fine name indeed. But how did you come to be adrift in a large chest?" "I was fleeing with my parents from pirates. They placed me in the chest to keep me safe and tossed it into the sea to escape." Kuro spoke, his voice quivering. "Is it true that you became an orphan at the hands of pirates?" The old man's expression turned somber as he set down his pipe, turned his back, and walked towards the door. As he reached the threshold, the old man turned back to Kuro, saying, "There's food on the table, you must be hungry. After you eat, clean the dishes, and for now, you can stay here with me." "Thank you so much, sir," Kuro expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Without further comment, the old man exited through the door. Kuro eagerly approached the table and devoured the food. Hunger gnawed at him relentlessly. He had initially suspected that the previous owner of this body had perished from fright, but now it seemed evident that starvation had claimed him instead. After satisfying his hunger, Kuro lay back on the bed, silently chanting, "System, Golden Finger, activate." He had hoped to possess a system akin to the many protagonists of transmigration tales, but alas, it appeared he was devoid of such fortune. It seems destiny does not favor me. Nonetheless, having watched One Piece for so many years, I am well aware of the treasures that might await me. Yet first, I must ascertain the year. If Luffy hasn't set sail yet, then I'll be in for a long wait of 18 years. With that thought in mind, Kuro leapt from the bed, pushed open the door, and stepped outside. Not far from the door, a cliff loomed, where the old man sat cross-legged, smoking and gazing at the horizon. Kuro approached him. Hearing the sounds of his footsteps, the old man turned. "Have you had your fill?" "Yes, thank you, grandfather, for saving me," Kuro replied. "It was not I who saved you. You were retrieved by the village fishermen who initially believed they had stumbled upon treasure. Upon opening the chest, they discovered a child instead, and thus brought you to me," the old man explained nonchalantly. "So what are your plans now?" "I am uncertain. War has erupted in my homeland, and while fleeing with my parents, we encountered pirates. I now find myself lost," Kuro replied as he sat beside the old man. "If you have nowhere to go, you may stay here for the time being. However, you must fend for yourself when it comes to food, young lad," the old man said, seemingly indifferent. "Really? I'm immensely grateful. I will work hard to find food." Kuro beamed at the old man, and thereafter spent his days accompanying him on fishing ventures. As time passed, Kuro began to piece together a timeline. It was now the year 1508 of the Sea Era, with Luffy expected to set sail around 1520, leaving him 12 years to prepare. Since I have arrived in this world, how can I not indulge in the adventures of the sea? With a newfound purpose, Kuro dedicated most of his time to training, initially running around the island, then gradually incorporating weighted exercises. While Kuro trained, the old man would sit nearby, smoking his pipe. One day, after completing a session of weighted training, the old man approached him. "Hey, young lad, what is the purpose of your daily workouts?" "I seek strength and power to protect myself and to ensure that I am never again a victim of circumstance. I do not wish to see my parents' tragedy repeat itself," Kuro stated earnestly. The old man listened in silence, then retreated into the house. After a short while, he emerged holding a standard-issue Navy sword. With one hand gripping the blade, the old man approached the shore, a surge of dark energy emanating from his arm, and enveloping the sword. Single sword style, tiger's roar. With a swift motion, he unleashed the sword, and a wave of energy manifested as a roaring tiger, hurtling towards a distant sea monster. Boom! The creature exploded upon impact. Oh my! A master of armament Haki. Kuro's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had always perceived the old man as a simple fisherman, yet he was, in fact, a swordsman of great renown. The old man sheathed his sword and, releasing the Haki, addressed Kuro. Do you wish to learn? If so, from today forth, wield this sword in practice, swinging it 1,000 times each day. I do wish to learn. I promise I won't slack off. Kuro eagerly accepted the sword and began to practice at the cliff's edge, while the old man observed, occasionally correcting Kuro's form. Thus, seasons changed and 10 years passed. On a small island in the East Sea, a bare-chested young man with white hair wielded a long sword. 9,998. 9,999. 10,000. Phew, mission accomplished. Kuro lowered the sword and grabbed a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow. Having spent a decade here, he had mastered the basics of armament Haki, learned to sense attacks with observation Haki, and even attained the level of a swordsman in his swordsmanship just a few days prior. As for his physical capabilities, he had initially assumed the old man was a retired Navy personnel who could impart knowledge on the six powers. However, he soon learned that the old man had once been a pirate who now chose to live in seclusion. The sword given to him was merely an old trophy from the old man's past. Fortunately, the old man later taught Kuro a unique set of martial arts techniques he had developed himself. Observing Kuro's training, the old man remarked on his exceptional physical talent and unique constitution. Yet Kuro himself felt no distinct difference. Save for his remarkable recovery during the early days of his training, he would exhaust himself to the point of collapse. However, as long as he had ample food and rest, he would awaken each day refreshed and invigorated. Over the years, both his strength and physique evolved dramatically. Now, he felt confident that he could survive in the new world, and it was time to prepare for his journey at sea. Kuro donned his clothes, hopped into a small boat, and paddled toward home. Upon reaching the shore, he spotted the old man smoking at the water's edge from a distance. "Grandfather, I have returned." "Oh, have you completed your training for today?" "Yes, grandfather, I am ready to set sail." The old man paused, setting down his pipe to regard Kuro. "Are you truly prepared?" "Yes, I have provisions in a boat that should carry me to Roguetown, where I plan to commandeer a pirate ship." Upon hearing this, the old man burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha! A young lad of the sea must venture forth. What reason could there be to hinder his steps? Go forth, Kuro, and cause a ruckus upon the ocean." "Ha ha!" With tears in his eyes, Kuro knelt, placing his hands on the ground and bowing his head. "Grandfather, I am eternally grateful for your care over the years. Without you, I would have perished in that wooden chest. Your kindness will forever remain in my heart. Wait for me, grandfather. I shall make a name for myself upon these seas." "Ha ha! Go forth, you rascal. I await the day of your triumph." Kuro bowed once more, rising to glance back at the old man before turning toward the shore where his boat was moored. He leapt onto his vessel, casting one last look at the island where he had lived for a decade. One Piece. Here I come. After a week of sailing, Kuro found himself aboard his ship, consuming the last of his provisions. I should have brought more food. It seems I must find a village to replenish my supplies." Grasping a piece of jerky, he muttered to himself. In truth, he had packed enough food. It was simply that his appetite had grown tremendously. In his youth, he ate slightly more than the average child, but as he began training and fishing daily, his consumption intensified. Once the old man introduced him to sword training and revamped his regimen, Kuro's hunger spiraled out of control. The more he trained, the more he needed to eat, and the more he consumed, the more energy he gained, which in turn made training easier, prompting the old man to continuously increase the intensity of Kuro's workouts. Initially, he wielded the sword 1,000 times a day, which gradually escalated to 5,000, then 10,000. His weighted training increased from 200 jin to a ton, eventually settling into a routine of 3 sets daily, leaving him with insufficient fish to satisfy his appetite. There was no alternative. The old man had no choice but to venture out each day to capture wild beasts for sustenance. and on fortunate occasions, he would even manage to bring back sea creatures. Thus, over the course of a decade, with a continuous supply of nourishment, Kuro evolved from a malnourished, emaciated boy into a well-proportioned man standing at a towering height of 2.5 meters, his physique brimming with muscle. As Kuro pondered which nearby village to visit in search of provisions, a series of thunderous booms erupted. Boom, boom, boom. Crash, crash, crash. With a sudden jolt, Kuro sprang to his feet. Someone is bombarding my ship. Emerging from a cabin, he gazed ahead to see a man resembling a grotesque pig standing atop a black pirate ship, a flag emblazoned with a skull and cross cannons fluttering ominously above. The man brandished a cannonball in his hand, laughing boisterously as he directed his gaze towards Kuro, while a throng of pirates nearby cheered and shouted in fervor. "Long live Captain Will." One shot, and he shattered the mast of that little vessel. Captain Will's aim is impeccable. Ha ha ha. What is this? Watch me fire another shot and obliterate that wretched ship. In an astonishing transformation, the man's arm morphed into a cannon barrel, loading the cannonball within and once more aiming it at Kira's ship. His arm has turned into a cannon? After traversing through time for so long, this was Kira's first encounter with a devil fruit user. Devil fruits, what extraordinary power! Ha ha ha. Seeing the cannon aimed at him, a smile crept onto Kira's face. Just when he was distressed over a lack of food, here came an unexpected supply. He took a few quick steps forward and leaped towards the pirate ship, drawing his long blade midair. One sword style, horizontal slash. The blade sliced through the air, creating a formidable arc that cleaved through the cannonball, the cannon, Will himself, and the two pirates standing behind him. The crew aboard the ship stood frozen in shock. Their captain had been slain in an instant. What manner of monster is this? Kuro was equally taken aback. What sort of being cannot withstand even a single blow? Regardless, he is a devil fruit user. How could he be so weak? As Kuro landed on the pirate ship, the remaining crew members, terrified, huddled together at the edge of the vessel. "Do not fear. I am a good person and shall not harm you." Ha ha ha. The pirates were even more frightened. This creature had just dispatched their devil fruit-empowered captain with a single stroke, and now he stood before them, wielding a blade and laughing, urging them not to be afraid. He must be plotting to lull us into a false sense of security before slaughtering us. Kuro observed the quivering crew, stroking his face. This is unusual. They should not react this way upon seeing my amiable countenance. Noticing their trembling escalating in frequency, Kuro realized that these scoundrels could not discern the kindness conveyed by his smile, leaving him no choice but to resort to intimidation. "Hey, stop quivering. Someone step forward to take charge. Otherwise, I shall slay you all." Kuro glared menacingly. The pirates exchanged anxious glances before pushing forth a towering figure, exceeding 3 meters in height, forcing Kuro to tilt his head back to meet his gaze. "Hey, what is your name?" Kuro inquired. "I am Ryan, Baratie Ryan," the hulking man replied, scratching his head. That is quite a fine name. How much is the bounty on your captain?" "Our captain has a bounty of 13 million berries." "You must be jesting. A devil fruit user with a mere 13 million? Do you take me for a fool?" Kuro thought to himself, how could this seemingly honest fellow turn out to be such a deceiver? To speak such blatant lies with wide-open eyes. Does he truly believe I am gullible? No. Our captain has only recently consumed the devil fruit. He intended to hone his abilities and happened upon your small vessel today. Ryan hesitated, realizing he could not admit they merely sought to use Kuro as a target for practice, lest he receive a blade of his own. I wonder how he could be so weak. Here I was, taking him seriously, believing he might be a formidable opponent, only to discover he could not withstand even my strike. Kuro lamented silently. Who among my kin can comprehend the effort I expended, only to be met with such utter defeat? What is your position aboard this ship? I have only recently joined and have not yet been assigned a role. Then why were you pushed forth to represent them? Oh, they cannot contend with me. I have been preparing to challenge the captain within the next few days, but unexpectedly, you have slain him today. Then it seems I have inadvertently obstructed your progress? No. In truth, I may not have triumphed regardless. Ha ha ha. Kuro regarded the simpleton before him, who scratched his head in an endearing manner, thinking he appeared rather honest. Kuro surveyed the remaining crew members. Then you shall join me. I am in the process of forming a pirate crew. You will serve as my helmsman, responsible for steering the ship. You're already familiar with them, so you may manage them as you see fit. Ryan was momentarily taken aback. Are you not a bounty hunter? A bounty hunter? Do I resemble one? You came aboard and killed Will, then inquired about his bounty. He fired upon me, so naturally I had to strike him down. With his demise, I can exchange him for a reward from the Navy, thus making efficient use of resources. Kuro understood at last why they were so fearful of him. They had mistaken him for a pirate hunter, believing he intended to slay them for a bounty. Will you join us or not? If not, then kindly disembark from my ship. Kuro declared, impatience creeping into his voice. I'm offering you an opportunity, yet you still inquire endlessly. Yes, of course, I will join in that case. I look forward to your guidance as captain. But do remember, should my strength surpass yours in the future, I may challenge you. Ryan hastily responded. If you can achieve that, then by all means, come forth. But until then, keep closely in step with me. Now, lads, bring forth the food. I am famished. Kuro, already hungry, felt his appetite grow even more after some exertion. Very well, we shall prepare it immediately. In no time, a bountiful spread of food was laid out before Kuro, who pounced upon it like a ravenous beast, with a bowl of noodles in one hand, a piece of bread in the other, and a chicken leg clenched between his teeth. After devouring the meal with astonishing speed, Kuro planned their next move, to replenish their supplies at a nearby village and arrange for the bounty on Will to be exchanged. A day later, they arrived at the coastal inlet, with Kuro leading Ryan and 2 lackeys off the ship. Upon reaching the village entrance, Kuro suddenly sensed an ominous presence, a feeling akin to hostility. Everyone, be cautious. There are unfamiliar presences nearby, and no sooner had he spoken than a barrage of marbles flew toward them, kicking up clouds of dust at Kuro's feet. This scene felt eerily familiar. Suddenly, a circle of pirate flags unfurled atop a cliff, and a boy with an elongated nose and an outrageous hairstyle emerged. I am the great pirate Usopp, the conqueror of this village. You may call me Captain Usopp. If you intend to attack this village, I advise you to reconsider. My 8 million subordinates will not spare you. After Usopp's declaration, he pointed a finger at Kuro. 8 million. Captain, we should flee. Ryan tugged at Kuro's sleeve. Indeed, Captain, we could procure supplies from another village. There's no need to confront such formidable pirates. The lackeys echoed in agreement. Oh, now I remember why you seem familiar. You're from Usopp's 8 million strong crew. Kuro laughed, brushing aside Ryan's grip and advancing toward Usopp. Hey, don't come any closer. My 8 million subordinates are not to be trifled with. Usopp exclaimed in a flurry of panic, recalling the towering figure he had just seen and feeling a mix of fear and delight that as Kuro approached. Usopp swayed nervously, trembling under the weight of his own bravado. You must be deceiving me, Usopp, Kuro accused. You see through me, Usopp replied, laughing nervously. Let me guess, you only have 3 subordinates, right? Kuro conjectured. How did you know? Usopp gasped at that moment. 3 children emerged from the bushes, each clutching a pirate flag, before turning and bolting away. Hey, it was a ruse. Ryan and the lackeys stared in disbelief. Hey, you lot, don't run away, Usopp cried, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. After all, pirates typically wield swords and guns. He had never heard of anyone using slingshots as weapons, which made Kuro burst into laughter as, oh, this is Usopp's village. Hey, you, don't underestimate me. I am a man of great pride, Usopp said, brandishing his slingshot at Kuro. As you saw, my slingshot skills surpass those of the average gunman, Usopp asserted, a hint of anger in his tone. Oh ho, is this a declaration of war, since you've drawn your weapon against me? Prepare to meet your demise. Kuro's expression turned serious, his voice chilling. Usopp panicked anew. Humph, I care not for your intentions. Since you've threatened our captain with a weapon, you shall face the consequences. Ryan brandished his weapon, a spiked club, glaring menacingly at Usopp. Usopp fell to his knees in terror. Ryan, spare him the fright. Kuro chuckled, patting Ryan's shoulder. Humph, he must be taught a lesson for deceiving us, Ryan replied, irritation evident in his tone. You must be feeling embarrassed for having believed a child's lie, aren't you? Kuro teased, eyeing Ryan with a smirk that Ryan's face turned visibly red. Ha! You are truly naive. Ryan. Ha! So easily deceived. Kuro and the lackeys laughed at Ryan. Silence. You all believed it too. Don't point fingers at me. Ryan shouted at the lackeys. Not at all. We were merely playing along with you, brother Ryan. They chimed in unison, laughing. All right. Enough of this. If we continue, our esteemed Captain Usopp will make his escape. Kuro chuckled, watching Usopp inch away stealthily. Hey. Captain Usopp, are you attempting to flee? No, I am not. I merely recalled some pressing matters to attend to. Usopp feigned composure. Enough jesting. We are merely here to procure supplies. Not to plunder your village, so rest assured. Kuro smiled at Usopp. Is that truly the case? Usopp asked, his skepticism palpable. Of course. Given our strength, it would be no trouble to sweep through this village. Kuro reassured him nonchalantly. Then, in light of your courtesy, I shall allow you to purchase some supplies. However, should you dare deceive me, I will not hesitate to retaliate. Usopp warned, his tone resolute. Rest easy. Lead us to the largest tavern. We shall dine heartily before gathering our provisions, Kuro instructed. Then follow me. Usopp beckoned, leading the way. As they passed, pedestrians glanced at them before hastily retreating, for Ryan hardly appeared to be a man of good intentions. As Usopp walked, he pointed out various shops in the village, while Kuro dispatched 2 lackeys to procure supplies. Eventually, they arrived at a tavern adorned with a sign reading Meshi. This is the largest tavern in our village. The cuisine is absolutely top-notch, Usopp proclaimed proudly. Kuro pushed the door open. Is that so? If it's not up to standard, I shan't pay. Upon hearing this, Usopp quickly summoned the proprietor, the owner, an elderly man with a ponytail and grizzled hair. Puffed on a pipe. What would you like to eat? Bring us your signature dishes, with plenty of meat, and some wine as well. Additionally, pack some jerky. I intend to take it with me. The proprietor nodded and retreated to the kitchen to prepare the order. Usopp, how old are you this year? Kuro inquired. I am 17. Usopp replied. Kuro calculated in his mind. Indeed, he had set sail 2 years before Luffy, allowing him ample time to contemplate that devil fruit before long. The proprietor returned with the food. I shall begin, Kuro announced, bringing his hands together in prayer before launching into the feast, stuffing his mouth with food. Ryan quickly joined in, knowing full well how voracious his captain could be. Usopp and the proprietor were left dumbfounded, watching Kuro devour the meal without chewing or swallowing, merely shoveling it into his belly. The proprietor exhaled a puff of smoke, contemplating unleashing his long-dormant prowess before disappearing into the kitchen. Hey, Usopp, you should eat too. Why are you just staring at us? Kuro asked, his mouth full. How long has it been since you last ate? Usopp worried, fearing Kuro might choke. I just ate before disembarking. What's the matter? Kuro replied nonchalantly. Is that why you're so ravenous? You've practically swallowed a plate whole. Usopp exclaimed, snatching a plate from Kuro's grasp. I have a natural inclination to eat and become hungry easily. So whenever food is available, I tend to indulge a bit more to stock up. That's not just indulging. You've consumed an entire sheep, Usopp remarked, his expression reflecting disbelief. A trivial matter. Kuro laughed heartily. After a whirlwind of consumption, Kuro poured himself a glass of wine when suddenly, the 2 lackeys burst through the door. Captain, we've returned. Oh, has the procurement been completed? You should eat something too. The proprietor here cooks far better than our ship as chef. We ought to bring him along to taste the fare. Kuro swirled his wine glass, voicing his complaints as 2 lackeys exchanged glances. One of them approached, saying, Captain, while we were out procuring supplies, we spotted someone. Who was it? You 2 seem rather secretive, Kuro replied. Captain, if we are not mistaken, it should be the captain of the Black Cat Pirates. Bucky Kuro. Suddenly, Kuro recalled something. Indeed, there is a bespectacled man from the Black Cat Pirates hiding in Usopp's village. Tired of being relentlessly pursued by government dogs and bounty hunters, he resolved to end his own life during an encounter with the Navy. His brother quietly boarded the Navy's ship, eliminating nearly all the sailors, leaving only the half-dead Navy officer Maka. Then, he found a lackey resembling him, using Zangao to hypnotize Maka and the lackey, making Maka believe the lackey was Kuro. Under the impression that he had captured Bucky Kuro, Monka was subsequently promoted to colonel. After departing from the Black Cat Pirates, he arrived in Syrup Village, disguising himself as a small-time crew member dismissed for a minor infraction, earning the trust of Kaya's parents, and staying in their household as a butler. For the subsequent 3 years, he dutifully cared for Kaya, and after her parents' passing, he devoted himself even more to her care and affection. Alas, this was all an act, merely a means to gain Kaya and the villagers' trust, ultimately leading to Kaya's demise and seizing her inheritance. However, with the arrival of Luffy and Usopp's efforts, he was ultimately defeated by Luffy. Thereafter, he vanished with the remnants of the Black Cat Pirates. Kuro recalled that their first mate, Zangao, had some intriguing skills, possessing a talent for hypnosis. After being defeated, he joined the Navy, but during the Marineford War, he was knocked unconscious by Luffy's conqueror's Haki. Hey, you two must have made a mistake. Wasn't Kuro executed by the Navy a year ago? Ryan inquired of the two lackeys. Absolutely not. Brother Ryan, you joined us later. You wouldn't know that a year and a half ago, we clashed with the Black Cat Pirates. That Kuro is a lunatic. Yes, brother, I still remember that battle vividly. He fought with Weir to the end, suddenly going berserk and attacking indiscriminately, even causing heavy casualties among the Black Cat crew. If the Navy hadn't intervened, we would have been completely annihilated. The two lackeys wore expressions of relief. How interesting. Ha! Where did you see him? Right at the clothing store down the street. He was following a little girl with blonde hair, who referred to him as Butler. If it weren't for his habitual adjustment of his glasses, we wouldn't have been able to confirm it was him. Upon hearing about the little girl with blonde hair and a butler, Usopp interjected, "Wait, is that girl about my age, with long hair down to her shoulders?" "Yes. Do you know her?" "Damn it," Usopp exclaimed, rushing out in haste. This left the two lackeys exchanging glances, eventually turning to Kuro. Kuro thought to himself, "Why are you looking at me? If your wife is followed by a ruthless pirate who kills without blinking, wouldn't you rush out too? Just think about it. Stop staring at me. Settle the bill with the boss. Then let's follow and find out." "Right, let's settle up, boss." The two lackeys handled the payment, and Kuro, accompanied by Ryan, stepped out of the restaurant, heading towards the adjacent street. "Clabatel, do you think this dress looks good?" Kaya asked, holding up a blue dress to her butler. "Miss Kaya, this dress you selected suits you splendidly," Kuro remarked, adjusting his glasses. "Then I'll take this one," she declared, heading to the owner to request it be wrapped up. Kuro, adjusting his glasses once more, gazed at Kaya, reminiscing about his grand scheme. He had been in this household for a year now. In another year, he planned to orchestrate an accident to eliminate the master and mistress of this house. Ultimately, he would have Zangao hypnotize Miss Kaya into writing a will to bequeath all her inheritance to Clabatel, and then proceed to kill Kaya at My Lord. There is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Things are about to get even more thrilling. This way, he could smoothly inherit the family's vast wealth. A chilling smile crept across Kuro's lips. Today was the day Zangao and the others were scheduled to come and finalize the plan, so it seemed wise to send Kaya home first. Just as Kuro took the shopping bag to escort Kaya back, the door burst open with a bang as Usopp rushed in. Usopp, panting heavily, glanced at Kaya and Kuro. Indeed, it is Kaya. So that Clabatel butler is that cold-blooded Captain Kuro? "Usopp, are you looking for me?" Kaya cheerfully approached Usopp. "Well, ha ha ha, my friends mentioned seeing a blonde beauty at the hat store, and I guessed it was you," Usopp replied, feigning nonchalance while scrutinizing Kuro. Kuro approached, looking at Usopp. "Usopp, is it? I've often heard of your exploits. You're quite the sensation in the village. Is that so?" Usopp replied, a hint of pride in his voice, "that I've heard of your father, a filthy pirate, and you, the son of a pirate. Should you not keep your distance from my lady? You and she inhabit entirely different worlds." Kuro adjusted his glasses, his tone dripping with derision as he regarded Usopp. "That you're infuriating." Usopp clenched his fists, his face a mask of fury. "Why are you so agitated? Shouldn't you be using your talent for deception at this moment? Tell us your father is merely out at sea for business. Or perhaps you have no blood relation to her at all," Kuro taunted, sensing Usopp's anger and growing bolder in his derision. "Shut up, you bastard," Usopp shouted, delivering a punch to Kuro's face, knocking him to the ground. "Aren't you a pirate too? Captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Bucky Kuro?" Kuro stood momentarily stunned, adjusting his glasses as he rose, his voice icy as he replied, "What are you talking about, you little brat?" "He says you are the pirate Bucky Kuro, sir," Ryan interjected, stepping into the scene alongside Usopp. Kuro turned at the sound of Ryan's voice, spotting a white-haired youth smiling at him. "Why your attire? You must be pirates as well. Have you come here to rob us?" Kuro's mouth opened to reveal 2 black teeth. It was apparent he was a cunning and treacherous individual. "Indeed, we are pirates," Ryan replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing Ryan readily admit their piracy, Kuro found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Was this acceptance too easy? His mind raced as the other patrons began to murmur. Did he just admit to being a pirate? One whispered. "Ah, he did say that. Will they kill us?" Another voiced in fear. After this statement, the onlookers erupted in panic that it's just a clothing purchase. It shouldn't be life-threatening. They anxiously watched Ryan, who remained unfazed, waving his hand to signal them to disperse. Instantly, the crowd felt a surge of relief, rushing toward the exit. Kuro, initially blocking half the entrance, quickly stepped aside to allow them passage. Bang, bang, bang. In their haste, 3 burly men collided with the door before they could push it open. The residents behind them surged forward, crashing into them. The shop's door could not withstand the pressure and collapsed, the doorframe crashing to the ground. What a fright. The initial 3 men became a makeshift mat on the ground. Kuro observed the trio, now trapped beneath the doorframe, covered in footprints and appearing quite pained. "This is all you're doing?" Usopp seethed, glaring at Kuro. "Do not slander me. They crashed the door, and it was they who trampled each other." "I did nothing to assist," Kuro replied, feigning innocence, his expression radiating an aura of righteous indignation. Kuro and Ryan continued to match their faces against the bounty posters, but after a prolonged search, they found no resemblance to either of them. Clearly, they were 2 fledgling pirates who had just set sail. That a surge of conviction coursed through Kuro's heart as a brazen smile once again graced his visage. "Are you 2 pirates acting on Usopp's orders to harm my lady?" Kuro exclaimed, brandishing a nearby coat hanger and pointing it menacingly at Kullo. Kullo regarded Kuro with a bemused expression, impressed that even in this dire moment, he had the audacity to cast blame. "Do shed your masquerade. Cunning Kuro, haven't you had your fill of theatrics?" Kullo retorted. "What are you saying? I can't comprehend." Kuro had scarcely finished his sentence when he was momentarily blinded. Kullo had swiftly sidestepped and delivered a powerful punch to Kuro's face. "Ugh!" Kuro cried out in agony, catapulting backward and crashing through a wooden wall. "Enough of your incessant prattle. I lack the patience for it," Kullo declared, his demeanor tinged with impatience. "Captain, are you here?" 2 crew members approached after settling their accounts. Eyeing the now dilapidated shop with uncertainty. "You 2 have arrived." Ryan peered out from within, recognizing them and beckoning them inside. "Captain, have you encountered the cunning Kuro?" "Indeed, he has just been flung outside," Ryan replied. "Flung outside?" The duo was puzzled, but Kaya, visibly distressed, interjected, "You pirates, if it's treasure you seek, I can provide it, but I implore you. Please do not harm Butler Clabbert." Kaya, momentarily lost in thought, stepped forward to beseech Kullo. Kullo scrutinized the golden-haired maiden before glancing at Usopp behind her. "You are truly unfortunate to wed such a wealthy and beautiful wife." "Hey, Kullo, what do you intend to do?" Usopp interposed, fearing for Kaya's safety, positioning himself protectively between her and Kullo. "What? You wish to defend her?" Kullo chuckled, his tone laced with mockery. "Kaya is my dear friend. I vowed to protect her for life," Usopp declared, his words deeply moving Kaya, nearly bringing her to tears. "Then I shall take your life first." Kullo abruptly retracted his grin, his voice dripping with murderous intent. Usopp was immediately drenched in sweat from fear, while Kaya cowered behind him. Usopp, infused with newfound determination despite his trembling form, proclaimed, "I am Captain Usopp. I will not retreat." Kullo remained silent, merely observing Usopp for a moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. "Heh, to stand firm in the face of danger to protect your beloved, commendable indeed." "Usopp," Kullo remarked, his murderous aura dissipating as he regarded Usopp with admiration. Kullo's sudden change in demeanor left Usopp bewildered. "Fear not, I do not wish to take a life. I merely desire to toy with you," Kullo explained, chuckling at Usopp's confusion. Usopp felt an immense wave of relief wash over him upon hearing Kullo's words. At that moment, Kullo's gaze shifted. Kuro, with his left cheek swollen, stood defiantly at the gaping hole he had created, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Kullo. "Tio still be standing after receiving my blow? I must admit, I underestimated you." He spat. I don't recall knowing you. Why do you intrude upon my affairs? Kuro seethed, nearly ready to explode with rage. For a year, he had lived a steady and tranquil life, entrusted with significant responsibilities by his lord and lady, earning the admiration of neighbors, and being treated like family by Miss Kaya. His plans had unfolded smoothly until this unknown brat arrived, brazenly calling him by his former alias, an alias that had been erased from existence. The public execution of cunning Kuro had been a sensational news story. Hearing his past name denied, this kid had the audacity to strike him. Kuro's thoughts ignited a fierce resolve. He would annihilate this pirate brat. He expanded the hole with a punch and strode forward, donning his pair of 10-blade cat claws. Since you have disrupted my plans, I shall claim your life, Kuro declared, vanishing from sight in an instant. Reappearing above Kuro, his claws poised to strike downward, die. Just as Kuro was about to land his blow, a spiked club materialized, intercepting his claws. Kuro looked up to see Ryan, his fighting spirit ablaze, glaring at him. You are not worthy to be our captain's opponent. Allow me to handle you, Ryan proclaimed, wielding the club with determination. You seek your own demise. Kuro retreated swiftly, disappearing once more into the air. Ryan, gripping the club tightly, surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, Kuro's claws reappeared behind Ryan, crossing his arms and launching a frenzied assault. Slash, slash, slash. Dozens of wounds erupted across Ryan's back. Ugh! Brother Ryan, the two cried out in alarm. Ryan, in pain, swiftly turned while spinning the club. A powerful force surged through, forcing Kuro to lean back and evade, retreating rapidly. This is getting intriguing. A battle of assassin against warrior. Despite Ryan's injuries, Kuro remained unperturbed. Such wounds were trivial for Ryan. Did he not see the excitement radiating from him? Are you afraid of me? Step forward and face me, Kuro taunted, materializing against the wall and using it to propel himself towards Ryan with incredible speed, leaving Usopp dizzy in his wake. Spotting Kuro's approach, Ryan remained vigilant. He thrust the 10 blades forward, but Ryan seized the opportunity, swiftly swinging the club. The spiked club collided with the blades, sending Kuro and his weapon flying. Boom! Kuro crashed against the wall and then fell to the ground. What tremendous strength! Kuro misjudged Ryan's prowess. Rising, he adjusted his shattered glasses, exclaiming, I underestimated you. Now tell me your name. Remember it well. I am Boscarno Ryan. Now, prepare for a move I can hardly control. Enjoy it, Ryan shouted. Launching into action, Kuro disappeared in an instant, and Ryan braced himself, gripping his club tightly. Suddenly, a sound of slicing air filled the space. Everywhere, the ground, the ceiling, the wardrobe, the chandelier, was under siege, closing in on Ryan. Clang! The club met the 10 blades with a jarring metallic clash. Yet Kuro's form remained elusive. Whoosh! Another slicing sound echoed, and Ryan felt a sharp pain as his right arm was grazed, blood streaming forth. Whoosh! His abdomen was cut. Slash! His thigh was wounded. In mere moments, Ryan's body was riddled with injuries. Blood dripping onto the floor. Impressive, Kuro, to battle against someone as formidable as you. This is the very reason I set sail, Ryan exclaimed, bloodied yet emboldened by the thrill of combat. Kuro, hearing Ryan's words, could not suppress a grin. Well done, Ryan, a natural-born warrior, much like that scoundrel Baratie. Ryan continued to defend himself with the club, absorbing blows while keeping his gaze fixed intently on a specific spot. In the next instant, Kuro appeared, using the ground to spring toward Ryan, claws aimed at his throat, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Found you. In a split second, Ryan sprang into action. As Kuro closed in, Ryan swung the club with incredible speed. The rapid motion left Kuro with no chance to evade, and he could only watch as the club struck his head directly. The immense pain rendered Kuro unconscious. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Kuro's upper body was embedded into the wooden floor, his form collapsing limply. Huff, huff, Ryan gasped, pale and breathless, yet smiling as he turned to Kuro. I have emerged victorious in this battle. Captain, I never imagined you would lose, Ryan. After all, you are my companion. Kuro smiled at Ryan, his words imbued with unwavering trust. Brother Ryan is truly formidable. The two crew members, witnessing Ryan's victory, could not help but cheer exuberantly. Kuro stood up and stretched, declaring that the battle had concluded and the supplies had been procured. It was time to set sail once more. Hey, you two, Bring him out, and let's head back to the ship. Kuro instructed his two subordinates, who approached only to find that Kuro's entire head was stuck in the wooden planks. After much effort, they finally managed to kick the planks apart and free him. At that moment, they realized Kuro's head resembled a blood-soaked gourd, had it not been for the rising and falling of his chest. One might have thought it suitable to bury him right there. Wait a moment, Kaya interjected, stepping in front of the two. What on earth happened? Why is the steward so formidable, and why did you come to blows? Hey, Usopp, I leave your girlfriend in your hands. You can explain it to her that we must be on our way. Kuro waved his hand dismissively, expressing that dealing with women was too troublesome, and left it to him. All right, Kuro, I'll take care of Kaya. Usopp nodded vigorously, blocking Kaya's path. Then we shall take our leave. Otherwise, the Navy will arrive shortly, Kuro said as he helped the injured Ryan while his subordinates dragged Kuro along. Pushing the door open to exit, they asked for how Usopp would explain things to Kaya. That was another matter. But let us focus on Kuro and his entourage. Upon exiting the clothing store and standing on the street, they found the once bustling avenue deserted. Oh, the villagers retire this early? Captain, it seems they are hiding out of fear that we might come to plunder their village, doesn't it? Oh, is that so? Are you mocking me? You shall meet your doom. No. Please, Captain. Ha, just joking. Kuro and his crew exchanged playful banter as they strolled toward the dock. When did our ship transform into the Black Cat ship? The two subordinates looked puzzled. Kuro gazed at the Black Cat prow before them and exclaimed, Are you two blind? This is the ship of the Black Cat pirates. Then where is our ship? Behind the Black Cat ship. Kuro suddenly had an epiphany and hurriedly dashed over, leaping onto the Black Cat vessel. Let us rewind time slightly. On the Black Cat ship, Zangao was addressing the feline crew, stating, Today I received word from Captain Kuro, summoning us to discuss how to proceed with last year's plan. Upon arrival, I will disembark to meet the captain, and you must ensure the ship's safety. Understood? Yes, Captain, there is a ship at the shore. What? Zangao and his crew rushed to see. Ignore it. It's not a treasure ship. Do not disrupt our previous plan, Zangao ordered. But Captain, that is the ship of the Wool Pirates. What? Zangao exclaimed, astonished. Could it be that the Wool Pirates have discovered Captain Kuro's south hiding place to seek revenge? Let us go check it out. Zangao led his group of little cats ashore, sneaking closer. Logically, the Black Cat pirate ship was significantly larger than Kuro's, and so long as there were watchmen on duty, they would certainly notice. However, the group left behind, being a bunch of dimwits, had gone to the storeroom for a meal after the brothers delivered supplies. As a result, Zangao and his crew boarded the ship unnoticed, managing to corner them inside, at which point they finally realized what was happening. Since the ones left behind were mere cannon fodder, they were swiftly dispatched by Zangao, returning to the present upon boarding. Kuro found his crew of cannon fodder bound, while several little cats surrounded them, kicking in a circle. The leader left to guard the ship was being hypnotically interrogated by Zangao. Now, pay close attention to this circle. I will count to 1, 2, Zangao said, shaking the circle in his hand, lowering his hat brim as he counted. Once I reach 2, you will answer whatever I ask. I inquire about your purpose in this village. And where is your captain? We came here to replenish supplies, and the captain has also gone ashore. Zangao pondered silently. It seemed the Wool Pirates' arrival was merely coincidental, merely here to gather supplies. Just as Zangao was about to continue down to meet Kuro, he turned around to see Kuro squatting atop a cat's head, observing him. Is there a young lad on our ship? Why is he standing on that cat's head? Hey, Kuro waved in greeting. Hello, you must be a new crew member. I don't believe I've seen you before. Zangao returned the greeting. No, I am the captain of the neighboring ship. My crew is absent, so I came to see if they were here. I see, you came to find your crew. Truly a responsible captain, Zangao praised him. Suddenly, Zangao froze. The captain of the neighboring ship was not Will, but this little brat. Just then, someone shouted from below. Hey, Captain, did you find Soul and the others? That guy Kuro seems to be in dire straits. Zangao hurriedly looked down the ship, where 2 pirate lackeys were supporting a tall man while another was dragging a bloodied man. Yet, the bloodied figure looked somewhat familiar. Wait, Captain Kuro. Zangao was utterly flabbergasted. What is happening? Wasn't I supposed to discuss the next plan? Oh, found them. They are currently being kicked around on this ship, looking quite miserable, Kuro remarked, relishing the moment. However, witnessing his crew in distress, as captain, I cannot remain idle, Kuro thought, his expression shifting to seriousness. With a sudden burst of speed, Kuro teleported to the center of the Black Cat Pirates crew, delivering a punch to one, then instantly moving to the next. In a flurry, all the Black Cats except Zangao lay sprawled on the deck. Stretching feels rather pleasant, Kuro said, shaking his joints. Zangao was sweating profusely, bewildered by the swift defeat of his crew. Oh, right. Your name is Zangao. I assent it. Your captain Kuro was defeated by my crew and is now gravely injured. You should bring him aboard to save him. After Kuro finished speaking, he turned to free his crew members. What on earth is happening? Zangao complied and obediently grabbed a medical kit to go ashore. After much effort, Zangao managed to staunch Kuro's bleeding and bandage his wounds. Then he turned to Ryan and asked, "May I inquire what exactly is happening?" Ryan, having finished bandaging his own wounds, remained below and did not board the ship. Our captain called him by name, which he denied, threatening our captain, who retaliated with a punch. He then dared to rise and counterattack, only to be knocked out by me, Ryan said nonchalantly, his face displaying disdain. In this day and age, is it such a grave offense to deny one's name? Zango's face was filled with confusion. Hey, Ryan, bring Kuro aboard while you're at it. We are setting sail, Kuro called out from the Black Cat ship. Ryan seized Kuro and leaped aboard, with Zangao following suit. Once aboard, Zangao observed Kuro admiring their Black Cat ship, exclaiming his approval. Apart from the Black Cat head not matching his image, everything else was quite suitable. This is splendid. Henceforth, we shall utilize this ship. In comparison, the previous vessel was far too rudimentary. This one truly complements my status, Kuro declared, thoroughly pleased. Previously, he had felt that the old ship was small, but he had not had the chance to change it. Initially planning to endure until they reached Roguetown to find a larger ship. In truth, he merely wished to commandeer another pirate cruise vessel. Yet now, that was no longer necessary. They're good friends. The Black Cat Pirates had graciously provided them with a ship. Truly, the renowned experience pack of the early Pirate King era, it was such a joy to utilize. With these thoughts, Kuro approached Zangao, patting him on the shoulder in gratitude for the pirate ship. Zangao was taken aback. Captain, what should we do with them? Ryan pointed at the unconscious Kuro and the group of feline lackeys. Throw them? Kill the men and spare the women, Kuro replied nonchalantly. Ryan glanced at the lackeys sprawled on the ground. There were no women, so he declared, then we shall eliminate them all. With that, Ryan drew his spiked club, ready to proceed with his grim task. Hey, wait a moment, Zangao hurriedly intervened. What's the rush? Are you in a hurry? If you are in a hurry, I can allow you to come first and watch over Zangao with the Wolf Fawn Club in hand. No. Captain, could you spare their lives? I assure you that I will never appear before you again. Zangao waved his hands in protest and addressed Kuro, saying, Oh, let us not even discuss the crimes of this dead cat. Let us talk about you. You sneaked onto my treasure ship, bound my beloved crew, and subjected them to inhumane beatings. Moreover, I had 1 billion berries aboard, and now there are only 10 million left. Where is my money? Where have you hidden it? Kuro lamented, one hand clutching his chest while the other pointed accusingly at Zangao. 8 billion berries. Where on earth is that? When we boarded the ship, we turned the rice jar upside down and barely found 3 million. That 10 million includes the 7 million from our ship. To say we've hidden it is slander. It's a frame-up. Does your ship even look like it could hold 1 billion? Zangao stared at Kuro, his mouth agape, yet no sound escaped. Ryan was equally baffled. Did we really have that much money on our ship? I had no idea. The lackeys exchanged glances, astonished that their captain was so wealthy. Speak up. You've opened your mouth for so long without uttering a word. Are you pretending to be mute? Look at you, acting like you're doomed, Ryan remarked, delivering 2 slaps to him. Ask him where our money has gone, Ryan said as he flexed his hands and approached Zangao. No, wait a moment, Captain, we truly did not see 1 billion. Oh, really? Still lying. Ryan struck him with a blow. No, we'll work it off. We'll stay and work until we repay the 1 billion. Zangao, alarmed by the Wolf Fawn Club before him, hastily dropped to the ground. Work? That is indeed a good idea, Kuro mused, stroking his chin. Here's what we'll do. Select the top 10 skilled individuals from your crew, and the rest will be tossed onto that garbage ship. You will serve as intern crew members on my ship, performing daily tasks, as my beloved crew needs time to recover. But we'll discuss wages once Kuro wakes up. Kuro decided to keep them for now. After all, there wasn't a single capable fighter on the ship previously, and getting captured like this was utterly useless. Zangao quickly agreed, and after selecting his men, Ryan tossed the remaining useless ones overboard, returning to awaken the crew member who had been knocked unconscious. "All right, everyone, we're setting sail?" "Oh." Ryan went to take the helm, and the crew raised the sails and weighed anchor. Kuro sat on a chair on the deck, watching the cat at the bow. It still doesn't suit me." Drawing his long knife, he swung it with one hand, sending a blade of air that severed the cat's head. "Now that looks much better." Impressive. No wonder he could defeat Kuro, Zangao thought, initially planning to escape with Kuro once he woke, but seeing this, all hope was dashed. Well, I might as well work obediently. However, following such a powerful captain, who knows what heights I might reach in the future. A day passed in silence as the ship sailed smoothly. The next day, Kuro woke up, sitting in a chair, lost in thought. Something felt off, as if he had forgotten something. What could it be? Kuro mused, resting his chin on his hand, deep in contemplation. Just then, Ryan approached. "Captain, we need to find a cook that we managed before, but ever since we tasted the food at the restaurant in Xylob Village, our cook feels like he's preparing pig slop." Xylob Village, right? I forgot to bring Usopp aboard. Kuro suddenly realized he had lost something. He had left Usopp behind. Oh dear, how could I forget at 18? Even though Usopp isn't strong, he's lucky. Bringing him back as a mascot would be splendid. Among all the pirates, only that clown Buggy could rival him in luck. One was the god Usopp, and the other the clown king Buggy. Their fortunes were no trifling matter. It's too late to go back now. Is this the world line? They stood right in front of me, and I didn't even remember, since Usopp is out of the question. I won't let Miss Robin slip away. Ha. Thinking of Robin lifted Kuro's spirits as he hummed a tune and went to check on Kuro, who had been beaten up but was recovering quite fast. Waking up that very night. Once awake, he immediately resisted, and Kuro promptly delivered a punch, strong enough to send him back into slumber. Just then, Zangao sent a lackey to report that Kuro had awakened. Entering the lounge, Kuro found Kuro and Zangao conversing. "Awake? Huh. You sure can sleep, having dozed for a whole day and night," Kuro remarked as he sat on an empty bed. "That's because of you. You woke me up in the middle of the night with a punch that knocked me out," Kuro retorted. "But under a roof, one must bow their head." "Kuro, what exactly is your purpose in keeping me?" "Purpose? Didn't Zangao tell you? He stole 10 billion from me. Don't joke around. You know this matter is utterly false," Kuro exclaimed, furious though. "So, you're refusing to acknowledge it now?" Kuro's expression darkened, his tone turning cold. Hey, Kuro, you can't defeat him. Captain Kuro just woke up, and his mind isn't clear yet. Please don't be angry. Zangao quickly interjected. In any case, you will work on my ship to repay the debt. Each of you will owe 100 million berries per year, with the lackeys being a bonus. You'll be free in 10 years. Kuro finished, looking at the two. What kind of joke is that? 10 years on a ship? No, it's work. You'll be responsible for cleaning and tidying up on the ship. You scoundrel, Kuro exclaimed, causing Kuro to explode in anger. Accepting the crew was one thing, but being assigned as a cleaner was intolerable. Of course, you could recruit new crew members and develop a network. That way, you can assign them work. Think it over. With that, Kuro left the lounge. After exiting, Kuro sat back down, and Ryan approached. "Captain, has that fellow awakened?" "Yes, that scoundrel woke up and immediately tried to shirk responsibility." "Captain, why are you keeping them around?" Ryan asked, somewhat curious since neither of them seemed particularly special. "Because we lack manpower, we only went ashore for supplies, and they ended up capturing both the ship and crew." Kuro lamented, contemplating murder. When he left, those guys had patted their chests, assuring him that the crew was safe. And yet, they truly did fulfill their promise. Darn it, they were all captured together, and both the ship and crew were indeed missing. If we don't find some capable fighters soon, relying solely on the two of us won't get us far in the Grand Line. We might not even survive the East Blue at that point. What kind of pirates would we be? You might as well return with me to fish. After Kuro's words, Ryan fell silent. The captain had a point. Relying solely on the two of them would be challenging for a long voyage. "Ryan, do you want to become stronger?" Kuro suddenly asked. "Of course, Captain. I set sail for that very reason." Ryan's eyes sparkled. He was eager to improve. "Great. Starting tomorrow, I'll teach you how to train in Haki." Kuro thought for a moment. He needed Ryan to master Haki, or else during their next encounter with a swift assassin like Kuro, he would just stand there and take the hits. Additionally, these guys were far too weak. From tomorrow onward, a unified training regimen would commence. I'll provide the training schedule, and you oversee them. Understood, Captain, Ryan agreed. While Kuro quietly observed the crew drinking and joking around on the ship, a cruel smile forming on his face. Drink up, laugh it off. If you don't cry tomorrow, I'll consider it a light beating. Having devised the training plan, the next morning, Kuro stood on the deck, summoning the crew. Captain, why are you waking us up so early? Indeed, Captain, is it not too early for this? A group of crew members yawned, still groggy. Kuro wasted no words. He lifted the water bucket behind him and splashed it directly over the crew member who had just yawned. A bucket of icy seawater doused him, instantly waking the crew, who let out pig-like wails. The surrounding crew members were startled, staring at Kuro in silence. You lot, look at you. Where is the semblance of a pirate? They exchanged glances, thinking, aren't we pirates just like this? We're seasoned pirates. A group of people failed to guard the ship, losing both crew and vessel. How embarrassing is that? I feel ashamed for you all. The crew members all bowed their heads in shame. Alas, it is not entirely your fault. Your previous captain was indeed lacking in strength, unable to care for himself, let alone train you. Upon hearing Luo's words, the crew felt a sense of understanding. Such is human nature. As soon as a scapegoat presents itself, the blame is swiftly transferred to him. Therefore, starting today, I shall train you diligently. Are you prepared? We are ready. Captain, please train us to our limits. Captain, let us begin. Captain, Luo observed the group with satisfaction, realizing that perhaps they were not beyond redemption. Ryan, here is today's training regimen. You shall lead them in their exercises. Very well. Ryan took the training schedule, studied it for a moment, and then commenced the training with the crew. First, they performed 100 squats for warm-up, followed by a 5-minute rest, then 100 push-ups. Another 10-minute break, and finally 100 crunches before they could rest for another 10 minutes. This cycle would repeat 3 times daily. However, after merely completing the first round, some members were already sprawled on the ground. Motionless. Captain, I can't go on. Let today's training end here. Captain, I'm also done. My hands are cramping. Luo, noticing their attempts to shirk responsibility, walked over and lifted them both, dragging them out of the ship. I believe you can endure. What do you say? Yes, I can hold on. Indeed, Captain, allow me to train. I am eager to push my limits, the two exclaimed fervently, clinging to Luo's arms, unwilling to let go. For there was no land in sight, and failure meant feeding the fish. Luo had no intention of harming them. Seeing their enthusiasm, he tossed them onto the deck, where they immediately began their exercises. Thus, under the dual threats of Luo's stick in one hand and sword in the other, the crew trained fervently, with not one daring to slack off. Time passed, and after half a month of rigorous training, the crew's prowess had greatly improved. Previously, they were merely cannon fodder in Luo's eyes, but now they had become somewhat competent fodder. After all, they were but ordinary individuals, lacking exceptional talent or physique. So Luo was quite satisfied with their progress, at the very least. They could now best their former selves from 2.5 months prior, which was a commendable feat one morning. As Luo sat in his chair after awakening, Ryan approached him. Throughout this half-month, Ryan had not been idle. Indeed, his experience had been quite harrowing to help him grasp the essence of observation Haki. Luo had blindfolded Ryan and had a throw stones at him. Initially, Ryan had suffered greatly, his body covered in bruises. However, after 10 days, he had slowly begun to dodge some of the larger stones. Luo still found this progress too slow, so he rolled up his sleeves and took matters into his own hands, delivering punches at Ryan, who was blindfolded, urging him to evade if he failed to dodge. He would simply have to endure the blows. Thus, another 5 days passed, and Ryan's body had swollen considerably, resembling a rotund figure. Yet, the results were evident. He could now evade 6 out of 10 punches thrown by Luo. Therefore, today he was granted a reprieve, primarily because Ryan had no more unbruised areas left on his body. Captain, the food supplies on board are running low. I suspect we are nearing our limits. Since we began training, everyone has developed a greater appetite. Luo had instructed Ryan to keep an eye on the storeroom, fearful of a sudden food shortage. Are there any nearby villages? We should procure some supplies. The nearest location would be the renowned floating restaurant, Baratie. We can resupply there. All right, then let us set sail with all our might and aim to have lunch at Baratie. Very well, Captain. Once the destination was determined, Ryan directed the crew to manage the sails, while he grasped the helm, steering the pirate ship with all its might toward the floating restaurant. Observing the bustling crew, Kuro pondered the significance of Baratie. Many notable events and individuals had graced this establishment, including our dear Jean. Since parting ways with the restaurant, Jean had become synonymous with everything. Some even speculated that the Celestial Dragon's leader, was none other than Jean himself. A notion Kuro found hard to accept. He believed that Jean was merely a fragment of Roger's lingering soul, appearing to witness the legacy of his will. Back to the topic at hand. The thought of Baratie reminded Kuro of Sanji and Zoro, the wings of the king. Alas, I wonder if I could have persuaded Sanji to join us had I arrived at Baratie 2 years earlier. He is indeed the king's left wing. Speaking of wings, where is the right wing, Zoro? While others encounter Zoro on their journeys, I have only stumbled upon Usopp thus far. How regrettable that I forgot to bring him aboard. Such a pity. However, according to the backstory, Zoro had already established himself as a renowned bounty hunter in the East Blue before meeting Luffy. Thus, he should have set sail by now, yet when I inquired with Ryan and Zangao, neither had heard of Zoro, which struck me as peculiar. Kuro furrowed his brow, pondering, "O Zoro, where art thou? There is a dashing young man here, eagerly awaiting your encounter." Kuro leaned against the ship, sighing deeply. Noticing the captain's demeanor, Ryan seized the helm and approached him. "Captain, do you have something on your mind? You seem rather dejected." Ryan pulled up a chair and sat beside Kuro. "That I am contemplating a man I have long desired." Upon hearing this, Ryan fell silent, rose quietly, and discreetly exited, covering his backside. The captain is terrifying. To speak of such matters in broad daylight. How brazen. Kuro, realizing Ryan's intentions, swiftly pursued him. With a turbocharged punch, Kuro unleashed a powerful blow toward Ryan. Seeing the captain's sudden approach, Ryan shouted in alarm, fearing the captain intended to assault him. "I must flee," Ryan cried out, attempting to activate his half-hearted observation Haki to evade the impending blow. Yet it was futile. Kuro's speed was too great, and the punch connected. Ryan's eyes bulged upon impact. "Captain, please stop. I yield. Just be gentle with me." Ryan groaned, clutching his stomach, sprawled on the ground, his face contorted in pain as he raised his rear end. Eyes shut tight, a tear trickling down his cheek. "Curse you." Kuro kicked Ryan away. "That I was reflecting on Roronoa Zoro, the individual I previously mentioned. I wish to recruit him. Can't you think normally?" Kuro's anger surged. "How blind must I be to entertain thoughts of besmirching your ugly visage? Why didn't you say so earlier, Captain? You startled me. I thought you were about to act impulsively." Ryan, relieved at the safety of his posterior, quickly stood up and dusted himself off. Now, he had developed a degree of resilience against Kuro's punches, so the damage was minimal. Kuro ignored him and returned to his chair. "Since we are discussing Zoro, we cannot overlook that man, the world's strongest swordsman. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Dracul Mihawk. The cliquey pirate crew was utterly annihilated by him. This fellow, cliquey, was rather unfortunate. After spending a lifetime amassing wealth in the East Sea, he set sail for the Grand Line with grand ambitions, accompanied by 5,000 subordinates and 50 pirate ships. However, merely a couple of days later, he crossed paths with Mihawk and suffered the loss of the majority of his crew. In the end, only a solitary ship and a handful of defeated remnants returned to the East Sea, fleeing like dogs bereft of their homes. Yet, perhaps feeling that this was insufficient retribution, he took to a small boat and followed up. With a single stroke, he obliterated what little hope remained, according to unnamed sources. Cliquey's misfortune stemmed from a rather irritable Mihawk being roused from slumber by the collision of Cliquey's grand vessel, leading to an immediate and furious pursuit that culminated in a brutal onslaught. Upon reflecting on this, Kuro couldn't help but nod in agreement. After all, he too had a notorious temper. Upon waking, if someone were to disturb his slumber, he would certainly explode in wrath. After basking in the sun on the deck for a while, Kuro emerged from the cabin to stand beside him. "Captain Kuro, where are we headed now?" Kuro adjusted his glasses and inquired. "To Baratie restaurant." Ryan just mentioned that our provisions are running low, and we need to procure some supplies. Luckily, Baratie is quite nearby, so we can buy some there. Kuro lazily replied, shielding his eyes from the sun with one hand. By the way, Kuro, how has your Haki training been progressing? Any advancements? I haven't quite grasped it yet. But the skywalk technique you taught me has proven quite useful. I have already employed it to enhance my silent step. Kuro expressed his gratitude with a glance at Kuro. A week prior, Kuro's injuries had finally healed, and after removing the bandages from his head, he ventured onto the deck, seeking an opportunity to escape. In truth, his wounds could have healed within 2 or 3 days. But he was always plotting to flee. Yet, the moment his left foot stepped off the ship, Kuro seized his right foot. The outcome was predictable. He received a thorough beating from Kuro and was subsequently confined to bed for recovery. It wasn't until today that he finally regained his strength. On the deck, Kuro was wielding Ryan's spiked club, observing the crew's training with a benevolent expression. Ryan, don't you find it tiring to sit? Wouldn't it be better to lie down and rest for a while? Upon hearing Kuro's words, Ryan sprang up as if struck by a death knell, hastily performing push-ups with fervor. The surrounding crew members, sensing the urgency, also intensified their training. Zangao, in particular, was energetically lifting dumbbells with great vigor. Kuro found Zangao's sudden diligence rather disconcerting. This was a fellow who usually complained about exertion even while sitting. What had transformed him into a veritable dynamo today? In the next moment, Kuro understood. Zangao was attempting to hide among the crowd, thinking that he could slack off without being noticed. However, Kuro appeared right before him in an instant. The crew member, who had been resting, was startled to see a pair of familiar large feet before him. As he looked up, cold sweat instantly streamed down his forehead. See, Captain, you've worked hard. Take a nap. Kuro said kindly before swinging the spiked club with a resounding thud, knocking the crew member unconscious, a fountain of blood erupting from his head. Nearby, Ada and Aer rushed over, each grasping a limb, dragging the unfortunate soul aside to apply bandages and staunch the bleeding. Given their adept handling of the situation, it was evident this was not their first encounter with such incidents. Zangao, having taken a brief respite, felt Kuro's gaze suddenly turn towards him, prompting him to exert himself to the utmost, lifting the dumbbells as though they were about to vanish from view. At that moment, Kuro turned his attention back to Kuro, who felt an acute headache and instinctively tried to retreat into the cabin. However, just 2 steps out, he found himself unable to move, a hand gripping his shoulder. Kuro, I see you've fully recovered. Kuro flashed a wide, friendly grin. I suddenly feel like my head injury has reopened. I should return to the rest area. Reopened? My foot. Your wound has healed completely. Since you're here, it's time to start training. Just think, once you bolster your strength, you can defeat me, and then you won't have to work anymore. Kuro found this reasoning compelling. Indeed, very compelling. Although he couldn't best Kuro at present, he believed that with diligent practice, he would eventually surpass him. At that moment, the prospect of revenge sparked a grin upon Kuro's face. Hope for retribution was on the horizon. Observing the smile creeping across Kuro's lips, Kuro foresaw mischief brewing. Prepare for double training later. Then I shall test your training methods. Remember to bring forth your utmost strength. Kuro replied, unable to suppress his arrogance. Yet, when he truly began training, he wished he could obliterate the boastful version of himself from earlier. I prioritize tailored instruction. Let me witness your best skills. Upon hearing Kuro's words, Kuro executed the silent step, flickering through the air before attempting to ambush Kuro from behind. However, as soon as he landed and looked up, he was met with Kuro's smiling face, who swung a hand in a wide arc slap. Kuro spun in place, completing a full 1,080-degree rotation before stopping, utterly bewildered as he gazed at Kuro. Are you insane? You hit me. What do you know? You had a mosquito on your face, and I merely swatted it. Kuro's retort incited Kuro's fury. Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The excitement is far from over. With a flourish, Kuro unleashed his ultimate technique, determined to eliminate Kuro today or perish in the attempt. Kuro frowned as he observed Kuro leaping about in the air. This fellow was wreaking havoc on the deck and the ship's structure, even charging towards the mast. Kuro could no longer contain himself. Swish, he vanished from sight, reappearing directly in front of Kuro. Slap, another resounding smack silenced Kuro's ultimate move. leaving him clutching his face in fury that I don't strike faces. You scoundrel! I'll kill you! Enraged, Kuro launched a frenzied assault on Kuro, but all he received in return were calm, measured slaps. Slap, 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 slap. The sound of relentless slapping echoed like a torrential downpour. Zangao and the others observed Kuro on the ground, his face swollen to that of a pig's head, his eyes vacant as though ravaged. Alas, what was the need for this? Zangao felt a twinge of sympathy for Kuro while simultaneously being relieved that he had not been on the receiving end. This captain is a demon. What could have been resolved with a single punch is instead dealt with by slapping. Moreover, it's evident he is holding back his strength, likely just to prolong the punishment. Captain, you're truly twisted. Ryan murmured under his breath, unable to contain his observations. Kuro turned to regard him. I meant your strength, truly twisted. Ha. Humph. Ryan chuckled, while wiping the cold sweat from his brow, feeling a swell of pride in his own cleverness. Kuro, it's about time you got up. I senti it? Kuro squatted down, poking the pig-headed Kuro with his finger. Kuro showed no response, his gaze still fixed vacantly on the sky. Your speed is far too slow. And as for your ultimate move, once employed, you lose all awareness. What good is that? If you encounter someone faster, you won't even be able to escape, essentially standing there to take hits if you meet someone with strong defenses. Not only will you cause minimal damage, but you'll also easily be caught and beaten to a pulp. That technique of yours is nothing less than a self-destruct mode. As Kuro's scornful words echoed, Kuro's gaze sharpened, anger rekindling on his face. What do you know? You scoundrel, don't think that just because you're stronger than me, you can deride my techniques. Kuro, sporting a pig-headed visage, rose to a seated position, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he shouted defiantly. Before encountering you, no one had ever withstood my moves. Upon hearing this, Ryan silently raised his hand. He had not only withstood, but had also knocked Kuro unconscious with a single strike. Before I met you, no one could withstand my techniques. Seeing Ryan raise his hand, Kuro's cheeks twitched slightly, and with a sigh, he added, right now, you resemble a mouse trapped in a cage, cowering in its nest. Too afraid to show its face, Kuro looked down at Kuro, his tone laced with undisguised disdain. You dare compare me to a mouse? Is it not correct? A year ago, you claimed that you faked your death and went into hiding due to your boredom with the Navy and bounty hunters. But is it not more accurate to say it was out of fear? You, my friend, have lost the courage to be a pirate, reduced to a mere rat that digs holes. Zangao stood off to the side, lowering his hat's brim, well aware of the Claw who had once set sail. Back then, he feared no enemy and was brimming with spirit. Yet, at some point, Claw began to cower, spending his days holed up indoors. Devising plans, devoid of the initial courage he once possessed, Claw could not refute Kuro's words. Kuro was right. Indeed, fear had gripped him. Faced with the pursuit of the Navy and the harassment from bounty hunters, he dreaded the day he might be overwhelmed and slain. Thus, he resolved to feign death and flee. You have defeated me, so whatever you say is correct, Claw remarked with a hint of resignation. Indeed, you speak the truth. To the victor belongs the spoils, and the weak are cast aside. Such are the laws of the sea. Your fear stems solely from your weakness. You are nothing but a waste. Kuro's words darkened Claw's expression, who, having been insulted repeatedly, couldn't help but respond in anger. You scoundrel! Claw swiftly retaliated, only to be pinned to the deck by Kuro, who rubbed his face against it mercilessly. After being thoroughly bested once more, Claw lay on the deck, his spirit utterly extinguished. Kuro, chuckling, settled cross-legged beside him. Claw, are you familiar with the Grand Line? The Grand Line? It's a perilous place. Are you seeking to meet your doom? I shall not perish. Why? Because I shall become stronger than anyone else. Even the world's strongest, Whitebeard, shall be defeated by me. To sail upon the seas is to stand at the pinnacle. Upon finishing, Kuro's eyes shone with resolve and bravery. Claw stared at Kuro in a daze. Feeling as though Kuro radiated a divine light at that moment, Tio challenged Whitebeard. You truly are mad. How would I know without trying? I refuse to resign myself to dying in this corner. The strong of this world await my challenge, and this sea longs to echo my name. Kuro extended his hand towards Claw. Join me, Claw. Follow this newly born emperor of the seas. Claw stood frozen, gazing at Kuro's confident smile, uncertain of how to respond. After a few seconds, as if having made a decision, he grasped Kuro's hand tightly. If I fail, Then I shall perish. Captain. Kuro's smile widened in delight as he pulled Claw to his feet. Claw, gazing at Kuro's beaming face, envisioned a future where he fought alongside Kuro against Whitebeard. So splendid. Captain. Whoa. Boarding this ship was my most sagacious decision. Long live the captain. The crew erupted in enthusiastic cheers, ignited by Kuro's words. Then, my comrades, to celebrate Claw's joining, let us hold a feast. Agreed. The crew joyously began preparing food and drink in no time. A mountain of food piled high on the deck. Kuro raised a barrel of rum high. My comrades, our journey has only just begun. To our dreams, and to the future, cheers. Cheers, Captain. The clinking of cups rang out, a grand welcoming feast lasting late into the night. The crew drank to excess, swaying unsteadily. Kuro reclined on the deck, cradling a barrel, asleep. Claw chatted and drank with Ryan. I look forward to your guidance, Ryan. And I yours, Claw. They toasted. What do you think of the captain? Claw asked, his eyes glazed with drink. A little demon with monstrous strength, Ryan replied, downing his drink in one gulp. Burp, when I first encountered him, he seemed like a mere boy ready to fish, exuding innocence. But once you provoke him, you realize he is a reaper of lives. Though my purpose at sea is to battle strong foes, after spending time with him, I am not ashamed to admit I lack the courage to challenge him. He is like a monster, having trained to such formidable strength at such a young age. Indeed, he is a monstrous little fellow, but having such a creature as captain is rather reassuring when you think about it. Claw finished his drink as well. However, even the mightiest little demon remains a child. He drank an entire barrel and is now drunk. Ha! Ah! A little demon with no capacity for alcohol. Ha! As they conversed, Zangao led the crew in dances, the moon slowly waning as the sun began its ascent. The following morning, Claw joined the ranks of those undergoing rigorous training, perhaps fueled by the fervor of yesterday's declarations. The day's training regimen was elevated yet again, with Kuro teaching Claw methods to harness Haki. Thus, the crew continued to push themselves for a week, the food depleting at an alarming rate. Finally, after a week had passed, the crew had completely consumed all provisions, prompting Ryan to seek Kuro's counsel. Thankfully, the floating restaurant was not far off. Otherwise, the crew would have had to resort to fishing for sustenance. Is there a big brother who can spare me a morsel? Save me, this poor child. I am on the brink of starvation. Kuro slumped in his chair, lamenting helplessly to the blue sky and sea. Claw observed him, adjusting his glasses, feeling somewhat embarrassed. We're almost there. Captain, do you see that black dot? That is the floating restaurant Baratie. You can start thinking about what you want to eat. Ryan, gripping the helm with both hands, pointed toward the distant speck. All right, when we arrive, I intend to devour every morsel of meat in their restaurant. Upon hearing they were nearing their destination, Kuro perked up, racing to the bow in anticipation. Small ones, this chapter isn't over yet. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The best is yet to come. After a while, as the restaurant drew closer, Kuro could no longer contain himself. That I shall go ahead, Kuro exclaimed, leaping into the air, soaring forward. Hey, the captain has taken flight. Is he also a devil fruit user? The crew watched in astonishment as Kuro ascended. Truly impressive, Captain. Kuro appeared at the entrance of Baratie, forcefully pushing the door open. Bang! The door slammed against the wall, causing everyone inside to turn and stare at him. Though I am handsome, there is no need for such scrutiny, Kuro said, scratching the back of his head, feigning shyness. Bang! 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 A series of thuds echoed as onlookers fell to the ground, startled by Kuro's sudden bashfulness. Ha ha! Welcome, esteemed guest. Patty rushed out from behind the counter, flashing a broad grin and rubbing his hands together as he approached Kuro. Greetings. Kuro regarded Patty, the now reformed chef, who still exuded a rather lecherous demeanor. What would you like to eat, esteemed guest? Bring forth all your signature dishes, and prepare plenty of meat. There will be over 20 more arriving shortly. Kuro approached an empty table near the door, glanced at the menu, and tossed it aside. Ordering each dish would waste too much time. Just fry up a selection. Very well, esteemed guest, but our establishment does not serve the destitute. May I inquire if you have any money? Patty's eyes sparkled with greed at the sight of Kuro's extensive order, his pupils filled with images of gold coins. That, of course, what kind of pirate would I be without money? Kuro replied nonchalantly. A pirate? You? Indeed, I am. Patty scrutinized Kuro's face, then pulled out a stack of bounty notices from his pocket, comparing them one by one with Kuro. This one isn't it. This one doesn't resemble you. But this one does. Brother, take a good look. The wanted poster clearly states that this individual is a female, Kuro exclaimed angrily, pointing at the gender section of the notice he clutched tightly. Now tell me, which one of these is you? Patty slammed the stack of bounty notices onto the table with a thud. Kuro pondered for a moment, scratching his nose, his expression somewhat awkward that I should not be among them. Not among them? Are you certain? Patty retorted. No, then you claim to be a pirate? Get out. Patty's eyes blazed with fury as he rolled up his sleeves, preparing to shove Kuro out. In response, Kuro swiftly placed a hand on Patty's shoulder, pinning him to the table. Hold on, I just set sail and haven't had the chance to make a name for myself. But rest assured, I have ample funds to cover my meal, trust me. I trust you about as far as I can throw you. Let me go. Patty squirmed but remained trapped. That moment, old Zepp emerged from the kitchen. Have you two finished your ruckus? Upon seeing Zepp, Kuro lifted his hand and released Patty. You little rascal. Patty, take this fellow's order. Zepp shot a glance at Kuro and instructed Patty to take his order. But boss, he doesn't look wealthy. Patty protested. Take the order. All right, understood. Patty pouted and took the entire menu into the kitchen. Heh, old man. Thank you. Humph, foolish little brat. Zepp scoffed, turning to follow Patty into the kitchen. After a while, the sounds of spatulas clanging against woks echoed from the kitchen, accompanied by an enticing aroma wafting into the air. Kuro leaned over the table and took a deep breath, his stomach growling in response. Soon, Patty emerged from the kitchen, proudly holding a large meat steak. Here, the braised beast steak is ready. Enjoy. Just as Patty set it down, Kuro swiftly snatched it up and, under Patty's astonished gaze, devoured the half-meter-sized steak in mere bites. After finishing, he looked up at Patty. Is there more? Patty was dumbfounded that it was just placed down, and now it's gone. How did he eat it so fast? I didn't even see. It was delicious, but far too scant. If only I had 10 more. I would be satisfied. Seeing Patty speechless, Kuro couldn't resist reminiscing about the delightful taste. Patty, slightly dazed, turned to find Zepp. Boss, this kid can eat like a beast. The steak was gone before I could even set it down. Are you sure he has money? If not, we're at a loss. Upon hearing this, Zepp burst into laughter that a hearty appetite is a blessing for a chef. That lad doesn't seem ordinary. Treating him to a meal is hardly a burden. After saying this, Zepp gathered the kitchen staff for a meeting that a super eater has arrived. Everyone, bring forth your best efforts. We must satisfy him. Oh, clang, clang, clang. The chefs, energized by the announcement, wielded their knives with fervor, and the sounds of cooking filled the air. Soon, an array of dishes emerged from the kitchen, and in no time, Kuro's table was laden with a feast. Kuro held a beast leg in one hand and a plate of milk-fried noodles in the other. Indulging eagerly, the food on the table dwindled rapidly, with the kitchen continuously replenishing it. Kuro was overjoyed. He had never tasted such exquisite dishes before. In his childhood, the old man's cooking left much to be desired. Fish were often merely roasted and frequently charred. As he grew older and attempted to cook himself, he burned down 2 kitchens before being strictly forbidden from cooking again. Today, tasting such delectable cuisine nearly brought him to tears. Indeed, living well is synonymous with eating well. Just as Kuro savored his meal, the restaurant door swung open again. Ryan bent slightly as he entered, followed by Klo and Zangao. Over here, Kuro waved them over. And the trio rushed to join him at the table. Captain, you lack loyalty. You didn't wait for us to enjoy the feast. Ryan seated himself beside Kuro and casually grabbed a pig knuckle to munch on. Klo sat opposite Kuro, pouring himself a glass of red wine before taking a hefty battle-axe steak. Zangao, meanwhile, picked up a plate of fried noodles to flaunt. I'm just too hungry, and the food here is simply irresistible. Letting it cool would be a great sin, Kuro remarked, tearing into a piece of beef. This dish is absolutely delightful. Captain, can we perhaps replace the cook on the ship? After tasting this, the food aboard is simply intolerable. Ryan exclaimed, bliss etched across his face as he proposed changing the ship's cook. In truth, there was no official cook on board. Soki, the only one from the previous pirate crew who could cook decently, had taken on the role. The others either burned their food to charcoal or set the kitchen ablaze. Only Soki could prepare meals without ruining them, hence his appointment as the cook. You're right. We must prioritize finding a new chef. After this, I cannot stomach the thought of that food. Kuro agreed fervently. However, it seems unlikely that this fellow will join us. Why is that? I heard that the chefs at Baratie are all reformed pirates who joined after changing their ways. If they were to join us, they wouldn't need to reform, Kuro explained to Ryan. Then our pirate crew's next objective is to find a master chef and recruit him. Captain, you are astute. Since you think me wise, why not let me have that egg tart? Dream on, Captain, Zangao remarked, tossing the egg tart into his mouth before swallowing it whole, nearly choking in the process. Ryan, put down that slice of sea beast meat. As your captain, I command you. Don't be ridiculous, Captain. Everything is equal in the face of good food. Kuro and Ryan each grasped opposite sides of a plate, vying for the sea beast meat. Neither was willing to yield. Kuro quietly slid a plate of seafood pasta from beneath the sea beast meat. Hey Kuro, are you out of your mind? Why are you stealing everything? Kuro exclaimed, noticing Kuro's stealthy maneuver, and quickly reached for the seafood pasta. An opening. Ryan seized the opportunity, yanking the sea beast meat away and shoving it into his mouth. Hey, As Kuro noticed the meat being snatched away and was about to protest, Kuro suddenly released the pasta, causing Kuro to tumble backward due to the sudden lack of resistance. Kuro, seeing this, immediately scooped a bowl of meat soup and began eating. How heartless. For a single dish, you won't even help your captain up. Kuro performed a backflip, regaining his balance and pointing at the three, yet the trio paid him no mind. Seeing their indifference, Kuro decided to take action. He grasped the table, preparing to flee with it. A scruffy yellow-haired fellow with curly eyebrows suddenly appeared, pressing down on the table and addressing Kuro. Excuse me, sir, this is not a place for brawling. Please do not disturb others' meals. Kuro looked up, though. Sanji, I hold dining etiquette in high regard. It is merely these three rascals who are ruining my dining experience, so I wish to find another place to eat. Feigning sophistication, Kuro said. Sanji, noticing Kuro's greasy hands and the chicken leg clamped in his mouth, felt a twitch in his brow. Stop your nonsense, you rascal. I've been watching you. You were the one enjoying the food the most. Ha ha ha. Have I been discovered? Kuro chuckled, wiping his hands on the tablecloth, which only infuriated Sanji further. What can I say? The food is too delicious, but the service is too slow. The four of us can't share it all. Kuro, feeling helpless, shrugged his shoulders. Upon hearing this, Sanji let out a cold snort and turned to walk into the kitchen, rolling up his sleeves as he went. Kuro watched Sanji enter the kitchen and smiled faintly before diving back into a fierce food battle with Ryan. Put it down, Ryan. Don't make me slap you. Captain, that's mine. Kuro X2, you sneak attacked again. Adjusting his glasses, as Sanji entered the kitchen, the four of them ceased their squabbling and amicably finished their meal. They then ordered a plethora of food to be delivered to the ship for the crew members left behind. After the meal, Kuro sipped on his drink of joy, while Ryan picked his teeth with chopsticks, and Kuro lit a cigarette. This is bliss. If only I could enjoy such delicious food every day. I'd gladly take down Zangao. Zangao felt slightly offended upon hearing this. After delivering the food, Patty cheerfully pushed the door open, cradling a treasure chest in his arms. Three esteemed guests. You must come by more often, he exclaimed before darting back into the kitchen to AT that moment. Sanji approached with a tray, on which rested a bottle of red wine. This is a gift from our establishment for your patronage. He picked up the bottle and poured a glass for each of the four. Kuro lifted his glass and downed it in one gulp. What a joke. He doesn't even savor red wine. Sanji thought, frowning at him. Fine wine. Even if I can't discern its quality, I know it's good, Kuro said with a grin. Say, Sanji-kun, would you care to join us at sea? Your culinary skills are remarkable. Our ship is in dire need of a chef with your talent. Come with us. I'm afraid I must decline, Sanji replied without a moment's hesitation. What a joke, joining you lot. You brutish men have no appeal whatsoever. Perhaps if it were a group of lovely ladies, I might reconsider. Come now, don't dismiss it so quickly. Don't you wish to experience the vast ocean, and that legendary paradise where the ingredients from the East Sea, West Sea, South Sea, and North Sea converge? Yllblue. You want to encounter such a place here. Kuro's tone was rife with allure. Upon hearing this, Sanji took a seat and lit a cigarette. Humph. Even if I were to set sail, I wouldn't go with you, he replied, exhaling a smoke ring. What? Why not? Kuro asked, perplexed. What's wrong with us? A ship full of fine lads. What's not to like? I'm allergic to men, Sanji stated earnestly. Before rising to leave, I XXX. You XXXX me. Kuro fumed, wishing to take him down. He's serious. Allergic to men. Look at the kitchen. Are there any women there? Calm down, Captain. Ryan held back the fuming Kuro. After a while, Kuro managed to compose himself and raised his glass with a smirk, downing it in one go. Humph. Given the chance, he has no good at all. He can't seize this golden opportunity. Humph. We're leaving. It is not like he is the only chef in the world. After finishing the red wine, Kuro and the others stood up to depart, Kuro muttering to himself as he walked away. Zapu and Sanji stood at the kitchen door, watching them leave. Sanji, why don't you go with them? That guy seems quite capable, Zapu inquired. Sanji pondered for a moment, acknowledging that he was indeed a remarkable person. But he wasn't his destination, especially since their captain had no ladies aboard. Zapu, hearing this, kicked him with his prosthetic leg. Humph, you'll regret it later. Regret? Perhaps, Sanji replied with a faint smile, having eaten and replenished their supplies. Kuro and his crew commenced their journey once more. Back aboard the ship, Kuro sat in his chair, contemplating whether to visit Kokoyashi village, Nami's hometown. When Nami was just a baby, she became an orphan due to a pirate attack on her country. Luckily, she was adopted by Belmere, a member of the Navy, and began her life in Kokoyashi village at the age of 10. The village was assaulted by Arlong and his crew, leading to Belmere's sacrifice to protect Nami. To gather the 100 million berries needed to redeem the village, Nami was forced to join Arlong's gang as a cartographer, becoming a thief who solely targeted pirates. Presently, Nami was likely with some pirate crew, probably operating in the East Sea like Zoro, but Kuro and his crew had yet to encounter her. After some thought, Kuro decided to pay a visit. That scoundrel Arlong was a significant experience point. His underlings had trained long enough and should be allowed to test their skills. Once he made up his mind, he informed Ryan of their destination before dozing off in his chair. That night, he was awakened for dinner, but Kuro found it impossible to swallow the food in his bowl. Sigh, this is simply dreadful. Soki, after all this time cooking, why haven't you improved at all? Kuro glanced at a green-haired fellow who was busy eating. Captain, I have improved. I used to make dishes that were utterly inedible. Isn't it better now? Soki replied between bites. Oh really? Is that your excuse for not adding salt to today's meal? Kuro retorted without hesitation, prompting a chorus of laughter from the others. After finishing dinner, Kuro lifted a dumbbell for a while before heading into the captain's quarters to sleep, after sailing for another 4 days. While reading a newspaper, Kuro heard Ryan call out to him. Captain, we're approaching Kokoyashi village. Oh, have we arrived? Kuro set down the newspaper and stood up, gazing at the desolate village before him. Where is everyone? Suddenly, 2 fishermen surged from the sea, delivering seafood. Hey, who are you? Don't you know this is the territory of the Arlong pirates? A fisherman with green skin and a head resembling a lantern fish shouted at Ryan, while a red-skinned fisherman stood beside him. Ryan glanced at the two and turned back to Kuro. Should we take them out, Captain? Just defeat them. I have some questions for them, Kuro replied, upon hearing Kuro's response. Ryan threw a punch, landing it squarely on the green fisherman's face, causing his features to cave in. The red fisherman's eyes bulged in shock. No one dared to attack a fisherman on Arlong's territory. After knocking the green fisherman down, Ryan delivered a kick that sent the dazed red fisherman flying, crashing into the ship and losing consciousness. All done, Captain. Kuro clapped his hands, expressing his approval. He then approached the green fisherman, crouching down. Hey, wake up and tell me why the village appears deserted. Kuro slapped the fisherman twice, rousing him from his stupor. You filthy humans! How dare you attack a noble fisherman? Brother Arlong will slay you. The fisherman threatened. Kuro, upon hearing this, raised his hand and delivered a flurry of slaps. Zangao, hypnotize him. Zangao, hearing his name, stepped forward, swinging an iron ring in front of the fisherman's eyes. That I'll count to 3. And Zangao, you will answer our questions. Point 1. 2. After Zango's count, the fisherman's expression became blank. Answer me. Why does the village look deserted? Why, today is the day we come to collect payments. They've all hidden away, the green fisherman mumbled, sporting the imprints of Kuro's slaps. So today is collection day. Where's Arlong? And is Nami here? Brother Arlong is at the paradise, and Nami has been out for a while. She hasn't returned yet, the green fisherman replied. Okay, Zangao, your hypnosis skills are becoming quite impressive, Kuro said, giving Zangao a thumbs up. Zangao smiled modestly, lowering his hat's brim. Since Nami isn't on the island, let us head straight to Arlong Park. and take care of Arlong. After all, where else in Roguetown would there be ghosts waiting for me? Having said that, Kuro began to warm up. Captain, what about these two mermen? Ryan inquired, pointing at the two unconscious fishmen. Eliminate them. Leaving them alive would only continue to harm innocent people. Ryan nodded and, wielding his wolf fawn club, struck viciously at the heads of the fishmen, sending their souls back to their homeland. The black ship turned around and sailed toward Arlong Park. As they traveled, Kuro suddenly recalled that on the payment day, Colonel Mouse should also be here. This could prove interesting. A mischievous smile crept across Kuro's lips. Due to the short distance, the black ship soon arrived at the gates of Arlong Park. Kuro gazed at the closed iron gate, drew his long sword from his waist, and unleashed a powerful slash. Clang! The iron gate was cleaved in two, crashing down heavily. What is going on? Who are you? A group of fishmen gathered in the pool, hearing the sound of the iron gate crashing, and they turned to watch the black ship enter, brandishing their weapons at Kuro and his crew. Startled by the sudden noise, Mouse and Arlong, who were engaged in a shady deal outside the pool, exchanged glances. Upon seeing the two, Kuro raised an eyebrow. Who are you? Do you not realize this is under Navy jurisdiction? Seeing Kuro's aggressive demeanor, Colonel Mouse attempted to intimidate him with the Navy's name, but instead, Kuro erupted into laughter. Hey, Mouse, don't joke with me. Is Arlong acting under the Navy's orders while plundering the nearby villages? Mouse's expression shifted at Kuro's words, and he quickly signaled to Arlong to dispose of Kuro. Receiving the cue, Arlong stood up from his chair. You lowly human, you dare to shatter my gate and trouble my guests? You must be tired of living. With that, Arlong concentrated a droplet of water in the center of his palm and unleashed it like a bullet toward Kuro. Kuro, without even glancing, raised his sword and shattered the droplet. Pivoting the blade's tip towards Arlong and his men. Let the battle commence, my comrades. Oh, Kuro bellowed, leaping off the black ship first. Ryan and Kuro followed suit, along with a dozen crew members, rushing towards the fishmen. Kuro charged straight at Arlong, raising his sword to strike. Arlong intercepted with his massive saw-like blade. Clang! The two blades collided, producing a metallic clash. Not bad, Arlong, Kuro remarked, impressed by Arlong's ability to withstand his strike. Truly, he was the most formidable boss of the early days, meeting the standard merely in strength. Internally, Arlong cursed, questioning where this terrifying young man had come from, as his strength was even more formidable than his own. The casual strike nearly overwhelmed him. Kuro then increased his force, pushing the blade toward Arlong. Unable to withstand it any longer, as the blade inched closer to his neck, Arlong swiftly dodged, the slash barely grazing his saw-toothed nose, and instead striking the fishman Saltbin behind him. Saltbin was severely injured, collapsing on the ground, his life hanging by a thread. Saltbin, Arlong's eyes flared with fury. You scoundrel! Die, shark on darts! Arlong propelled himself towards Kuro like a torpedo. Kuro lifted his foot, hardening it with armament Haki. Boom! Kuro's foot landed heavily on Arlong's head, pinning him down. Seeing Arlong beneath Kuro's foot, the octopus man, Little 8, hurriedly blew into his mouth to summon the sea beast Mu. Before long, a cow-like creature emerged from the sea. Roar! Mu charged toward Kuro, while Ryan intercepted it mid-charge. Hey, don't interrupt our captain, you scoundrel! Roar! Upon seeing a human dare to obstruct him, Mu became furious, accelerating towards Ryan, its horns gleaming ominously. Ryan steadied himself, waiting for Mu to draw near. Then raised his club and smashed it down on Mu's head. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. Ryan's club bent upon impact, and the sea beast Mu fell to the ground, its eyes glazed over, blood oozing from its nostrils and eyes. What? He took down Mu with a single blow. This must be a joke. The fishmen wore expressions of disbelief. How dare he treat one of their own like that? It seemed they too must take action. Kurubi stepped forward, eyeing Ryan with disdain. Let me teach them what the difference in races truly means. Chu nodded in agreement. Oh, are you also joining the fray? Kuro adjusted his glasses and stepped forward. Locking eyes with the fishman Chu, fishman Karate, the four stood poised for battle with no unnecessary words exchanged, as Kurubi threw a punch at Ryan, who grinned wickedly and countered with his own. Bang! Their fists collided, sending both men reeling from the forest. That's more like it. Come, fight me. Fishman. Ryan glanced at his swollen fist, entering a battle state, his bloodshot eyes wide with excitement as he charged forward, engaging in a fierce melee. Meanwhile, Kuro and Chu's battle was decidedly one-sided. Chu's water bullets could not keep pace with Kuro's silent steps, allowing Kuro to seize the opportunity and inflict numerous wounds upon him. The fishmen of Arlong's crew also clashed with Kuro's crew. Despite the fishmen's superior physical attributes, after a month of grueling training, each crew member had significantly improved. For a time, both sides exchanged blows, and Kuro felt immense joy witnessing the crew's progress. Now this is what my crew should look like. Keep pushing forward, and let us charge into the Grand Line and conquer the New World. Just as Kuro reveled in his crew's combat prowess, Arlong suddenly launched a surprise attack. Shark on gear. Arlong spun rapidly, propelling himself towards Kuro with a vicious bite. Caught off guard, Kuro felt Arlong's teeth sink into his calf. Blood spraying forth. In an instant, Kuro's left fist hardened with armament haki, striking down towards Arlong's head. Seeing this, Arlong quickly retreated. Kuro's punch shattered the ground beneath them, causing Arlong to frown deeply. That I've been curious. Is that armament haki? With such power, how could you possibly be in this small corner of the East Blue? Arlong spat out blood, glaring at Kuro with crimson eyes. That I was born and raised in the East Blue. What's wrong with just setting sail now? Kuro retorted, tearing off the tattered cloth from his leg, brandishing his sword with a mocking expression. You know this, which means I must eliminate you. Arlong's murderous intent surged as he opened his mouth wide, exerting himself to lunge at Kuro. Shark on gear. The same technique could only be used once. Kuro, noticing Arlong charging at him again, sheathed his sword and felt his aura swell. One sword style, I slash. His long sword was drawn swiftly, unleashing a rapid slash that cleaved through Arlong's nose and chest. Arlong let out a wretched scream, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. After Arlong fell, Kuro scanned the battlefield. Kuro was currently assisting his crew in surrounding and defeating the remaining fishmen. Meanwhile, Chu, who had previously fought Kuro, lay in a pool of blood, unconscious, his body riddled with wounds. That as for Ryan, he relentlessly pummeled Kuro's face, which was now battered and bruised, showing no mercy. That it seemed that everyone had indeed grown stronger. Just as Kuro was reveling in their progress, he caught sight of Mouse and his group lurking in the corner and strode over. Colonel Mouse, it seems your backer has already been defeated by us. Kuro crouched down to gaze at the curled-up figure of Colonel Mouse. Who are you exactly? Colonel Mouse's voice trembled. That a pirate? Read D. Kuro. That a pirate? What do you intend to do? I warn you, I am a Navy officer. I advise you to leave at once, or I shall not spare you. Hearing Kuro's declaration of piracy, the mouse felt a surge of courage and could not help but threaten him. Spare me? If the Navy is filled with scoundrels like you, I would not hesitate to overthrow it. What? The mouse's pupils dilated in fear at Kuro's words. With a swift motion, Kuro severed Colonel Mouse's head, tossing it aside toward the nearby Navy grunts, his gaze icy as he regarded them. Take this head back to the Navy branch and recount all the misdeeds he has committed over the years. Understood? The soldiers, intimidated by Kuro's fierce demeanor, nodded fervently. Pleased with their compliance, Kuro turned to leave. Having defeated the Arlong pirates and slain Colonel Mouse, his mission here was deemed a resounding success. The crew, having emerged from the battle, had significantly enhanced their skills, gaining invaluable experience. Zangao, come down here and hypnotize them to inquire about Arlong's treasure. Nami being absent, they should not leave empty-handed. Zangao, responding to the captain's call, leaped from the ship and seized an unconscious fishman to commence the interrogation. After a brief interval, he beckoned 2 crew members to enter Arlong's lair. Moments later, Zangao summoned 6 more crew members, and together they struggled to haul out 4 large chests of treasure. Captain, these chests are exceedingly heavy. They must contain an abundance of valuable items, Zangao remarked to Kuro. Excellent. Let us move them onto the ship, Kuro replied, harboring admiration for Zango's remarkable abilities despite never having consumed a devil fruit. He was truly a prodigy. Even if his physical prowess was lacking, his interrogation skills were unparalleled, and he could even bestow buffs on his comrades. He was essentially a high-caliber support. Kuro stood atop a chair, observing the crew as they transported their spoils. Suddenly, he sensed someone watching him. Whirling around, he caught sight of a tuft of blue hair peeking from behind a wall. Blue hair. Nokigao, Kuro approached with curiosity. Come out. Spying is quite impolite. Upon hearing this, Nokigao emerged with her hands raised and surrendered. I mean no harm. I merely heard the sounds of battle and came to investigate. Nokigao, appearing timid, spoke softly. Are you a resident here? Kuro feigned ignorance. Yes, I am a villager from the nearby Cocoa West village, Noki Gao replied quietly. Then go back and inform the surrounding villagers that from this day forth, the Arlong pirates have been vanquished by me, and I shall collect the population fees henceforth. Kuro attempted to intimidate her, but to his surprise, Noki Gao remained unfazed, her demeanor calm. Very well, I will relay the message. Aren't you going to resist? Noticing Kuro's confusion, Noki Gao chuckled softly. "Tos, Arlong is akin to a demon. You have vanquished the demon, and it cannot possibly get any worse. Besides, we would find it more acceptable to pay you." Noki Gao smiled. That is not amusing at all. Relay to the villagers that Arlong has been eradicated, and the navy that sheltered him has been dealt with, granting you freedom henceforth. Freedom, Noki Gao echoed, her expression finally shifting from calm to one of deep emotion as she covered her mouth and began to sob. Observing her tears, Kuro fell silent. Cry it out. It will do you good. After a considerable time, Noki Gao's emotions gradually subsided, and she approached Kuro, tears in her eyes, to express her gratitude. Kuro waved his hand dismissively, indicating she need not worry. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Miss, do you know how to cook?" Kuro mused, believing that even if she were not a great cook, she would surely surpass Soki. If he did not replace the ship's cook soon, he might end up resorting to murder. "Cooking. Are you hungry?" Noki Gao asked, puzzled by Kuro's odd question. "I am in need of a cook aboard my ship. If you are willing, would you consider joining us?" Kuro smiled, extending the invitation. "I'm sorry, but I have a sister who is out, and I must wait for her return." After a moment's thought, Noki Gao declined. "That is quite unfortunate." Kuro's face fell, lamenting the difficulty of finding a cook in these times. Once the crew finished moving the treasure, Kuro bid farewell to Noki Gao. The black ship set sail. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, personnel in the communications room were busy recording bounties when they received a call from the East Blue 16th branch. "Hello. Hi. This is Navy headquarters. Is this the headquarters? Hello. This is the 16th branch of the Navy. We are requesting a report. A pirate named Reed D. Kuro has led a group of subordinates to slay Colonel Mouse. He has even threatened to overthrow our Navy. Moreover, he has completely defeated the so-called invincible Arlong pirates. Given the threat and danger they pose, please classify this crew, led by Captain Kuro, as high-value bounty criminals. I am sending a photo now." Understood. Shortly after, the headquarters received an image of Kuro standing next to Arlong's corpse, a bloodied sword in hand, a cold smile on his lips. "Listen well, he is a ferocious pirate. He must be designated as a globally wanted criminal, regardless of life or death." Upon hearing of Kuro's ruthless nature, the registering Navy officer hurriedly took Kuro's information to report to Admiral Sengoku. Holding the report, Sengoku ordered the Navy to investigate and verify the claims. The investigation proceeded. Details of Colonel Mouse's collusion with Arlong came to light. Sengoku, upon perusing the investigative report, felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Colonel Mouse himself, who had aided and abetted the pirates for 8 long years, tormenting the innocent. This wretched individual. Yet, even if Mouse deserves death, it cannot come at the hands of a pirate. It would tarnish the Navy's reputation. Reed D. Kuro. Is it? Relay my orders. Classify him as a high-level pirate, disregarding life or death. After giving the command, Sengoku entrusted his subordinates with the task. Rubbing his temples, he lamented the increasingly vicious nature of modern pirates, blaming the infamous Roger for inciting such chaos with his tales of grand treasure. Under the blazing sun, the crew engaged in strenuous weight training on deck, following their encounter with the Arlong pirates. Everyone felt their skills improving, further solidifying their resolve to train even harder. In the days that followed, the crew members became increasingly competitive, each day increasing their training regimen. Kuro set down the massive barbell, surveying the diligent crew with a satisfied smile. At that moment, a messenger seagull soared overhead, landing on the ship. Caw. The seagull produced a newspaper from behind, presenting it to the crew. Kuro approached, tossing it a 500 berries coin before receiving the newspaper. The seagull gleefully tucked the coin into its pocket and flapped its wings, ascending into the sky. Sitting on the deck, Kuro opened the newspaper and began to read. More turmoil in the North Sea. The Vinsmoke family truly cannot sit still. As he flipped through the pages, several bounty notices slipped out. Picking them up, he was startled to find his own face on the first notice. "Captain, I have good news." "What is it?" "You have been issued a bounty. Here is your wanted poster." "What?" Upon hearing that a bounty had been placed upon him, Kolo swiftly appeared beside Klo, snatching the wanted poster from his hands. The poster depicted Kuro, brandishing a bloodied long knife, standing coldly beside the corpse of Arlong, a mocking smile gracing his lips. The first line read, "Wanted notice." The second line, "No matter life or death." The third line, "Read D. Kuro." The fourth line, 41 million. The fifth line, "Issued by the Navy." Such a high bounty right from the outset. Kuro was taken aback by the amount. It was quite flattering. Indeed, surpassing even Luffy's initial bounty. It was only reasonable, considering he had dismantled the Arlong pirates and slain Captain Mouse. In comparison, his threat level was significantly greater than Luffy's. Acknowledging this, Kuro nodded in agreement, unable to resist showing the poster to the crew. Meanwhile, far away in the village, Noki was also gazing at Kuro's wanted poster, silently praying for his safe return from the SEA.I and the floating restaurant. Patty stood in a daze, clutching the new wanted poster, when the old man Zepp approached him. "Hey, what are you dawdling about? Can't you hear the orders for food?" Zepp scolded Patty, who finally snapped back to reality. "Boss, take a look at this," Patty said, handing over Kuro's wanted notice. After a glance, Zepp was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. "Ha! This lad is certainly no ordinary fellow. Boss, is it truly possible for his first bounty to be this high?" Patty exclaimed, incredulous, as the youth hardly seemed to possess such strength. "Patty, that kid's prowess far exceeds what you perceive," Zepp remarked, glancing at Sanji, who was busy cooking. "You may find yourself regretting this later. In Syrup Village." Usopp was boasting about how he had turned down Kuro's request to join his crew, claiming that Kuro had been heartbroken over it. Kaya found his tale amusing, laughing heartily on the shores of Bird Island. An elderly man sat fishing with a pipe in his mouth when a seagull flew in, dropping off a newspaper before taking flight. Upon opening it, the man discovered Kuro's wanted poster. "Humph, this rascal isn't half bad. His first bounty is quite impressive," he chuckled, before his laughter turned to tears. Seeing this bounty makes me miss him a bit. He better work hard and not let someone else cash in on him. That scoundrel." After securing the wanted notice, the old man resumed his fishing. The crew aboard the ship continued to discuss the captain's impressive first bounty, speculating about his limitless potential. Kuro continued to sift through the remaining wanted posters. Noting one with his name, his bounty had risen from 16 million to 23 million. Ryan was also wanted, with an initial bounty of 18 million. Zangao, having not participated in the battle, had not been photographed, and thus bore no bounty. As Kuro perused the posters, a thought struck him. "Captain, it seems we still lack our own pirate flag. A pirate flag. That's right. I always felt something was missing, but I couldn't put my finger on it." "Thankfully, you reminded me today," Kuro replied, looking at the bare mast. Having always commandeered other pirate ships, he had forgotten the necessity of a flag. "What should we design?" Kuro pondered, suddenly troubled. While he could certainly handle a fight, drawing was a different matter entirely. After contemplating for some time without clarity, he turned to Kuro. Sensing the captain's plea for assistance, Kuro adjusted his glasses. Every pirate flag represents a second life for pirates, so they typically choose symbols that embody their essence and paint them on. "So, Captain, what would you like to depict?" Kuro inquired, and Kuro fell into deep thought. What could symbolize him? It had to be the 5-star red flag. Even if he had traversed to another world, he could not forget his heritage as a descendant of the Huaxiao people. However, he couldn't simply replicate the 5-star red flag, as he lacked the stars. After much deliberation, Kuro ultimately decided to incorporate a dragon motif for the pirate flag, as the devil fruit he aimed for was dragon-themed. After discussing it with Kuro, he sketched a rough draft. A dragon skull with a long knife and skeletal arms crossed behind it. Kuro was thoroughly pleased. Kuro meticulously refined the dragon's head, and once the final draft was established, Ryan, accompanied by Ada and Air, spread out a black canvas to begin painting the pirate flag. The trio toiled for an entire afternoon before completing their work, and Kuro eagerly insisted they hang it up. The flag was black, featuring a golden dragon skull at its center, with a bloodied knife and a skeletal arm crossed behind it. "Lads, in celebration of finally having our own pirate flag, let us feast." Upon hearing the announcement of a banquet, Ryan casually steered the ship towards a nearby isle, and everyone disembarked, lighting a bonfire on the ground. Gathering to eat and drink, as merriment ensued. The group sang Bank Sake in unison. Kuro, still clutching a barrel of liquor, raised it in a toast, drinking heartily and laughing boisterously. Midway through the festivities, Kuro suddenly felt the urge to relieve himself and hurried into the depths of the island. Upon returning, he noticed the bonfire had dwindled. Klo quickly unfastened his pants to relieve himself. As the sound of a small waterfall echoed, Klo gazed up at the beautiful full moon, reminiscing about the grandfather on Bird Island, wondering how he was faring. Did he see his wanted poster? Lost in thought, his eyes caught a glimpse of something in the bushes. At the center of the thicket lay a fruit adorned with spiral patterns. Spiral patterns? A devil fruit. Klo instantly sobered up, quickly fixing his pants and harvesting the fruit from the underbrush. It was shaped like a pineapple, with tiger stripes swirling around it, a white base, and a crown resembling a slight shape. An animal type, tiger fruit. Under the moonlight, Klo scrutinized the devil fruit. It appeared to be an animal type tiger fruit. But why was it white? Could it possibly be a mythical beast? The thought sent a shiver down his spine, and his throat tightened. Could it be that fate had bestowed upon him this treasure, seeing as he lacked a golden finger? Klo remained in a stupor for quite some time until Ryan's voice broke through his reverie. "Captain, where are you? Did you drink too much and fall asleep?" Ryan called out, growing increasingly concerned as the banquet concluded and the crew began tidying up to return to the ship. Yet Klo was still absent. "Captain, are you nearby?" Ryan continued his search. Hearing Ryan's voice, Klo snapped back to reality, glancing at the devil fruit in his hand. A decision formed in his mind. Rather than gamble on whether it was a mythical beast, he ought to focus on strengthening his crew, especially since another mythical fruit awaited him. "Captain, did you hear me?" "I'm here," Klo called back, placing the devil fruit within his clothing and waving to Ryan. Upon hearing the captain's voice, Ryan rushed over. "Captain, there you are. I thought you had dozed off somewhere. I called for you but received no response." Relieved to see the captain safe, Ryan sighed. "That little bit of drink couldn't possibly incapacitate me. And let me tell you, during my time away, I stumbled upon something truly remarkable." Klo feigned mystery, leaving Ryan puzzled. "Remarkable? Did you find money?" "That's a secret. I'll reveal it once we're back on the ship," Klo teased, leading Ryan back towards the vessel to the banquet site. The bonfire was nearly extinguished as the crew awaited the captain's return. "I'm back," Klo announced as he rejoined them. "Captain, you must have drunk too much and collapsed by the roadside. Next time, don't push yourself. Haha." Upon the return of Kuro and Ryan, the crew aboard the ship immediately shifted into a mode of mockery directed at the captain. "You bunch of rascals, silence," Kuro retorted. "The reason for my delayed return is that I have acquired a treasure." With an air of pride, Kuro's face seemed to scream, "Ask me about it." However, the crew merely exchanged dubious glances, not daring to inquire further. "Hey, what kind of expression is that? You don't believe I've found a treasure?" "Sure, Captain, whatever you say goes," they replied apathetically. "I truly found a treasure. I am not jesting with you." "Whatever you say, Captain, let's just go to bed." "Indeed, Captain, dreams can hold anything." The crew's dismissive remarks rendered Kuro speechless. He resolved not to reveal the devil fruit he had discovered. They were not worthy of witnessing such a marvel. After boarding the ship alongside Ryan, Kuro stormed into the cabin, fuming, while the crew erupted into laughter behind him. "Humph, just wait and regret it, you visionless fools." Back in the captain's quarters, Kuro retrieved the white tiger fruit, examining it closely for a prolonged moment before reluctantly placing it in the corner of his wardrobe. Covering it with some old clothes he no longer wore. Lying in bed, Kuro thought of Smoker, the chain-smoking sentinel of Roguetown. This fellow, with his natural abilities, had captured many pirates. Upon reaching Roguetown, Kuro intended to visit the weapon shop to procure the sword wielded by Ghostly Chopper. And in the future, he aspired to acquire an unparalleled great blade. Next came traversing Reverse Mountain, leading him to the Grand Line. Should Smoker dare to obstruct him, Kuro would ensure he received a lesson, imparting to him the true essence of Haki. Yet, it was perplexing that a Navy officer from the headquarters lacked mastery over Haki. Kuro harbored serious doubts, suspecting that all of this was merely a pretense to allow the young master to set sail. With the Navy feigning retreat, lost in thought, the effects of alcohol took hold, causing Kuro to tilt his head and drift into slumber. The following morning, Kuro emerged, performing a series of stretching exercises to invigorate his body. As he commenced his morning training, he executed 10,000 weightlifting squats and mimicked sword strikes with dumbbells, repeating the motion another 10,000 times. He engaged in a session of instruction with Ryan, which was more akin to a one-sided beating, as previously mentioned, aimed at teaching Ryan the application of Haki. Once Kuro activated his armament Haki, he unleashed a flurry of punches upon Ryan. Initially, Ryan found himself gaining weight daily from the relentless blows. However, during this process, Kuro discovered that Ryan had begun to grasp the basics of armament Haki. While he could not yet achieve full hardening, his muscles had become as solid as stone, much to Ryan's delight. Although the beatings were excruciating, his power was rapidly increasing, rendering Ryan in a state of painful ecstasy. Thus, every morning post-training, Kuro would subject him to further punishment. "Captain, could you go easy on me today? I nearly bled out yesterday," Ryan said, eyeing Kuro's ebony fists with trepidation. "Trust me, Ryan, bitter medicine is effective. The reason you bled is that my training has yielded results, clearing the stagnation within your body." Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more thrilling. Kuro adopted the demeanor of an old physician treating a grave ailment, as he explained to Ryan. "Is that true, Captain? No wonder I feel like I'm improving." "Huh? You believe that? Of course, it's a ruse. You're merely suffering from my beatings," Kuro retorted, dousing Ryan's excitement with cold water as he mocked him for previously doubting his treasure discovery. Kuro had initially intended to gift Ryan the fruit, as his power-oriented nature would greatly benefit from consuming a Zoan-type fruit. Moreover, it could potentially be a mythical Zoan capable of transforming Ryan entirely. However, recalling the crew's disbelief the previous night angered Kuro that he decided to withhold the fruit until Ryan mastered armament Haki. Nevertheless, today would see training intensified. Kuro vanished in an instant, delivering a punch to Ryan's abdomen. Ryan's eyes widened in shock, nearly popping out of their sockets, and his body curled in agony. Kuro showed no mercy, unleashing a barrage of blows. Six-cylinder machine, full power. Kuro's fists moved so swiftly that afterimages trailed behind them, causing the crew to watch in fear. What has gotten into the captain today? His punches are leaving afterimages. Perhaps he is still hungover. Poor Ryan. Ryan teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, oscillating between pain and awareness, only to be jolted awake by yet another blow. Eventually, when Kuro ceased his assault, Ryan lay on the ground, convulsing and foaming at the mouth. Stretching feels so good. Kuro, after a grueling session, wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel. "Hey, Ada, go fetch a bucket of cold water to wake him up." Upon hearing the command, Ada hurried off to find water. Upon returning with 2 buckets, he splashed them on Ryan's face. Am I in heaven?" Ryan opened his eyes, gazing at the sky in confusion. "No, this is hell." Kuro's voice echoed from behind, causing cold sweat to break out on Ryan's forehead, prompting him to struggle to rise and flee. However, as he attempted to sit up, a sharp pain shot through his abdomen, causing him to groan and collapse back to the ground. "Oh dear, Captain, that was too harsh today." Ryan lay there like a lifeless fish, unable to even roll over. "Harsh? Not at all. How can you say that? My abdomen feels as though it has been torn apart," Ryan protested, lifting his head and struggled. "It's supposed to hurt. Think about it. Did you ever feel this pain after my training before?" Ryan pondered this and realized he indeed had not. "No. Captain, exactly. You must understand that after these days of training, your muscles have become accustomed to my previous intensity of strikes. If I were to continue with that same force, I could not enhance your muscle strength. Thus, I must increase my power and intensity. I do this all for your benefit." Kuro crouched before Ryan, patting his abdomen while engaging in a melodramatic performance, even managing to squeeze out a few crocodile tears. Ryan felt a wave of guilt wash over him. The captain's actions were undoubtedly for a purpose. How could he misunderstand him? "I am such a fool," Ryan reflected, lowering his head in self-reproach. Observing this, Kuro's inner mischief-maker reveled in delight. "Ryan, rest assured, today you may feel immense pain, but I guarantee that tomorrow you will shed tears of joy." Tears of joy indeed. Tomorrow, you will be grateful for today's suffering. Just wait and see the results, Kuro assured him, patting his shoulder eagerly. "I understand, Captain, and I truly thank you for not being angry after my misunderstanding and for explaining everything so patiently." Ryan, lying on the ground, still grateful despite having been thoroughly beaten, brought a smile to Kuro's face. "This is the duty of a captain. It is what I ought to do." "Thank you, Captain. It's nothing." After Kuro and Ryan had their light-hearted banter, Kuro rose, feeling a sticky sensation on his body. He turned around, humming a tune, and made his way to the captain's quarters to take a shower. Ryan gazed at Kuro's retreating figure, his eyes filled with gratitude. However, his body ached intensely, and he lay on the ground for quite some time before mustering the strength to sit up, once upright. He lifted his shirt, revealing bruised areas that still emitted warmth. His entire abdomen felt taut, as if the muscles had been forged into an iron plate by Kuro's blows. The captain had indeed not deceived him. Merely a short while had passed, yet he could already sense a notable increase in muscle strength. Nevertheless, the pain was excruciating, making even the act of breathing uncomfortable. With a weary expression, Ryan spoke, then rested a while longer before struggling to rise, and slowly making his way back to the cabin to recuperate on the bed. After enjoying lunch, Kuro resumed his rigorous training regimen. Armed with his weighted equipment, in addition to repeating the morning exercises, he temporarily incorporated weighted frog jumps to further develop his leg muscles by the end of the afternoon. Kuro lay exhausted on the deck, gazing at the exquisite evening glow in the sky. Suddenly, memories of his grandfather flooded his mind. After every workout, his grandfather would approach him, pipe in hand, saying, "Your physical talent is the most extraordinary I have ever witnessed. If fully realized, you will undoubtedly carve out your place in these vast seas." As a child, Kuro did not fully grasp the meaning behind his grandfather's words. The uniqueness of his physique had not yet become apparent. But with the relentless training, he gradually began to perceive the remarkable capabilities of his body. First and foremost, his recovery rate was astonishing. The wounds inflicted by Arlong had healed overnight after a single night's rest. Additionally, his stamina was remarkable. No matter how exhausting the training, as long as he was well fed and rested, he would awaken the next day revitalized, feeling a significant boost in strength. Thus, throughout the years, even as the intensity of training escalated, Kuro persevered. He yearned for strength, understanding that without power in this world, one was akin to an ant on the road. Merely a flick of a finger could spell doom. Yet, after years of training, Kuro recently encountered a plateau. The growth in his abilities after each session had become negligible, leading him to suspect that his body had acclimatized to the current regimen. Each battle was a mere annihilation of his foes, and he found himself not exerting his full strength. Without the adrenaline of life-and-death situations, his spirit began to wane. Thus, he craved a formidable adversary to shatter his physical limits through the experience of a serious injury. However, powerful foes were not easily found, especially in these seas. Consequently, Kuro concluded his basic training each day and redirected his efforts toward training his crew. Every day, he conducted rigorous fist training, aspiring to help each crew member become a formidable pirate. After guiding his crew through their training, Kuro sought out Kuro. The current Kuro had successfully integrated the techniques of the void step that Kuro had previously taught him with his own silent step. When executed, his speed surpassed even that of the Navy's six-style shave, and the combination allowed for brief moments of flight. While Kuro's speed had significantly improved, his strength lagged behind, prompting Kuro to devise a comprehensive strength training plan for him. "Captain, I'm coming at you," Kuro declared, rolling his wrists in preparation. Cat step. Upon seeing this, Kuro immediately launched his attack, moving as though suspended above the ground, swiftly appearing before Kuro, with 10 blades crossed in his hands. Kuro drew his sword to block. Clang! Kuro's long blade met Kuro's 10 blades with unwavering steadiness, the two weapons clashing and sparking with intensity. "I ask that all the strength you possess, Kuro," Kuro taunted, with a surge of energy. Kuro felt a formidable force push him back. Kuro pursued, seizing the opportunity to strike down as Kuro struggled to regain his balance. Seeing the long blade approaching, Kuro raised his 10 blades to defend. Ding! "Oh, did you manage to block it? Kuro, it seems your recent strength training has proven effective." Kuro gritted his teeth, straining to withstand the force, and merely smiled in response to Kuro's praise, too intimidated to speak. "Now, I will increase the intensity of my strikes." "What?" Kuro exclaimed, and in an instant, Kuro felt the weight of the blade intensify, sending him crashing against the wall. "Kuro, your strength is still insufficient. Moving forward, you must prioritize strength training," supplemented by an increase in speed. After sending Kuro flying, Kuro outlined the direction of his future training. "That I understand, Captain," Kuro replied, rising from his corner. "By the way, Kuro, how is your revised version of the Shasai coming along? I've attempted to modify it, but regardless of the alterations, it always results in mindless, chaotic attacks." Kuro adjusted his glasses, a hint of frustration etched on his face. "After mastering the cat step, I aim to use it as a foundation to create a new Shasai." Upon hearing Kuro's proposal, Kuro nodded, pleased that he understood the direction in which he needed to strive. "And what stage have you reached now?" "I have developed a rough prototype." "Show me." Kuro commanded as Kuro dropped his hands to his sides. He vanished from sight. Swish, clang, the 10 blades struck at Kuro's neck, only to be thwarted by his armament Haki, and Kuro disappeared once more. Swish, clang, swish, clang. Each time Kuro reappeared, the 10 blades had already assaulted Kuro's form. With Kuro's demonstration, Kuro gained insight into the new Shasai. The previous Shasai relied on a state of complete unconsciousness, enhancing absolute speed, but at the cost of losing focus, leading to a barrage of ineffective strikes. This not only drained energy but blurred the line between friend and foe, risking self-inflicted harm. The newly developed Shasai, however, circumvented this flaw entirely. The cat step had compensated for his absolute speed, allowing him to precisely target his adversaries. This would enable him to attack enemies more efficiently. The cat step could eliminate sound, leaving foes oblivious to his point of attack. Coupled with the ability to hover, he could instantaneously reposition himself before an enemy. Excellent work, Kuro. This technique appears to be a resounding success in my eyes. Kuro praised Kuro profusely, causing Kuro's typically stoic expression to shift to one of bashfulness. As the day's training concluded, the crew gathered on the deck. Consuming Soki's rather tasteless and unappetizing dinner while discussing their individual achievements in training, they boisterously shared their breakthroughs, and as the time slipped away, they finished their meal and returned to their respective sleeping quarters. Succumbing to slumber, the following morning, the crew emerged from their cabins, igniting a fire to prepare breakfast, and after eating, resumed their training. They had grown accustomed to this lifestyle, feeling restless if they missed even a single day of exercise. Hey, where's the captain? Why haven't we seen him today? That's true. He usually starts lifting weights early on. What's going on today? The crew members exchanged puzzled glances as they searched for Kuro. Meanwhile, Kuro lay in bed. Reluctant to rise, for reasons unknown, he simply did not wish to get up this day. Staring at the ceiling, he closed his eyes but could not find sleep. Opening them only intensified his reluctance to rise. Captain, are you in your room? Huh, what is it? Captain, Brother Ryan has spotted an island. Ada rushed to Kuro's door, and as soon as he spoke, the door swung open to reveal Kuro, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Is that true? If you're lying to me, you know you'll regret it. Despite Kuro's beaming smile, Ada found him exceedingly intimidating. Of course, it was true. I would stake Ryan's life on it if there were any issues. It was certainly due to his misjudgment. The captain had nothing to do with it. Ada's almost pleading tone made Kuro's lips twitch. You truly are a man of loyalty. Ada, he chuckled. It shouldn't be a mistake. Ryan seems quite knowledgeable about this area. Ada bashfully scratched his head and offered a brief explanation to Kuro. Kuro nodded in response. Let us go and take a look together, if there truly is an island. It would be splendid. Having drifted on this ship for so long, I am thoroughly weary of it. With a sigh, Kuro emerged from the room, followed closely by Ada. The two stepped out onto the deck. Where Kuro leaped to the bow of the ship, intently gazing ahead. Where is the island? Hey, Ryan, is there really an island ahead? Kuro turned to Ryan, who was gripping the helm, unable to contain his curiosity. Of course, there is an island. Directly ahead lies the Roguetown you've always spoken of. Ryan deftly adjusted the helm, ensuring the ship's straight course, unaffected by the surging waves. Roguetown? You mean that's where we're headed? Indeed, that is the case. Upon hearing this news, Kuro became exuberantly excited, rummaging to find a telescope to joyfully observe the view that we are finally approaching. Once we disembark, I shall make a beeline for the weapon shop. The third-generation Ghost / is waiting for me there. Kuro's face radiated joy mixed with anticipation at the mention of Roguetown, the birthplace of the Pirate King, Gold. Roger, and simultaneously his execution site, a town that bore witness to the birth and death of pirates. Kuro, alerted by the commotion at the bow, exited the cabin with a complex expression. Yes, this place witnessed the rise of a king, and it was here that an era commenced. Kuro's words stirred deep reflections within Kuro. By the way, Ryan, you seem remarkably familiar with this place. I was born in Roguetown. The owner of the local tavern often shares tales of Roger before he set sail. Ryan's grip on the helm tightened as he reminisced. He recalled a time when, as a famished child, a man adorned with a pirate scarf had offered him a bun. Hey, kid, would you like to hear a story about the Pirate King? The Pirate King? Yes, Gold. Roger. He was a hero, yet also a notorious drunkard who frequently dodged his debts. As he recalled the tavern owner's kindness, Ryan felt tears welling in his eyes. Just then, as he blinked and lifted his gaze, he noticed that everyone, including Kuro, was staring at him in astonishment. "What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me like that?" Ryan felt a shiver run down his spine from their scrutinizing gazes. "You were born in Roguetown? That is your hometown?" Kuro and Kuro queried simultaneously. "Yes, didn't I mention it?" Ryan responded, somewhat puzzled. "No, you never did. I thought you hailed from some fishing village." Discussing this, Kuro inquired, "Even though I appointed you as the helmsman, how come you seem so well acquainted with these waters? Have you ever been a navigator?" Kuro had long harbored this question, ever since Ryan took the helm. He had not once referred to a nautical chart. Yet, regardless of their destination, Ryan effortlessly steered the ship. Initially, Kuro assumed he had seen the charts aboard Will's ship and memorized the routes, but one day, upon inquiring with Ayer, he learned that there were no navigators on Will's ship, nor any charts to speak of. This only deepened Kuro's curiosity about how Ryan managed to navigate so proficiently. Just as Ryan began to recount his childhood, Kuro could not resist his intrigue any longer. Upon hearing Kuro's question, Ryan paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "This goes back to my childhood. I was an orphan, having spent my infancy in an orphanage until I turned 18 that time. I was significantly larger than my peers and possessed an insatiable appetite. The headmaster could no longer afford to care for me, so he sought a family for my adoption. At this point, Ryan felt a tinge of embarrassment, prompting the surrounding crew to cheer him on, while Kuro gestured for him to continue. "I recall that couple who came to adopt me. I was overjoyed, believing I had finally found a family. However, upon arriving at their home, I soon realized I had been deceived. Shortly after, I was sold to pirates. Thus, from the age of 10, I grew up aboard a ship, tasked with cleaning the deck and transporting ammunition. Fortunately, the ship's navigator took a liking to me and taught me some nautical knowledge during our downtime. And it was during that time that I memorized the East Seas charts." Kuro nodded in understanding. "When I turned 15, our pirate crew encountered another formidable band of pirates. They were overwhelmingly powerful, and one blow from their captain killed ours instantly. I was terrified and took refuge with the navigator in the control room. When the enemy invaded, the navigator, in a bid to save me, threw me overboard. Luckily, my swimming skills were decent, and thanks to the knowledge imparted by the navigator, I managed to survive and return to Roguetown. Upon my return, I sought out that couple and exacted my revenge." Ryan spoke with a flicker of murderous intent in his eyes, which Kuro recognized as a deep-seated hatred for those who had wronged him. "What happened next? After avenging myself, I found some money in their house and retreated to a secluded corner to live. However, 2 years passed, and I could never reintegrate into normal life. So upon reaching adulthood, I set sail once more, embracing the sea once again." After listening to Ryan's tumultuous upbringing, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the ship. Kuro approached and patted Ryan on the shoulder. "I had no idea your life was so fraught with twists and turns. However, all that is behind you now. From this moment onward, you shall lead a life entirely different from before. I believe so too. Grip that helm tightly, stay closely aligned with me, and together we shall navigate to the ends of this world." Kuro's laughter rang out, dispelling the gloom aboard the ship, and soon, the crew joined in the merriment. "You must keep your promise, Captain." Ryan gazed at Kuro, holding back a truth he had yet to reveal. After setting sail, he had formed a crew of his own, only to be defeated by Will shortly thereafter. The crew he had gathered had perished at Will's hands, and he had vowed vengeance, but fate had dealt a cruel hand, granting that man a devil fruit. This left Ryan feeling hopeless for revenge until Kuro descended from the heavens, vanquishing Will, thus avenging him. Therefore, Ryan resolved that as long as Kuro remained loyal, he would commit his life to serving him. The group continued to share tales of Roguetown, and when they looked up, the town was now within sight. Ryan maneuvered the black ship to the shore, and Kuro led everyone ashore, standing on the familiar soil of his hometown. Ryan gazed at the streets with a whirlwind of emotions. Kuro, noticing his contemplative state, playfully nudged his arm and began walking toward Roguetown. "Hey, Captain, now that we're on my turf, where would you like to go? I can show you around." Ryan grinned and hurried to catch up, eagerly introducing Kuro to the surrounding buildings. "I am in search of a weapon shop, though I cannot recall its name. All I remember is that the owner has a rather prominent nose and wild hair on either side." Kuro pondered for a moment, gesturing with his hands to mimic the man's appearance. That I believe I recall a weapon shop on the commercial street, with the proprietor fitting that description. Come with me. Let us head to the commercial street. Ryan took the lead, with Kuro following closely behind, while Kuro and the others brought up the rear. After walking for a while, Ryan guided them to the entrance of a street adorned with a grand sign. Captain, this is it. Wow, what a vast shopping center. Ayer gazed in admiration at the bustling shopping street before him. This place had once served as the sole gathering spot for the pirates of the Grand Line, where one could procure nearly every item necessary for a voyage. Ryan proudly introduced this to the others. Captain, I will take Zangao to gather some supplies and head out first. Go ahead. We will regroup at the black ship shortly. Kuro nodded in agreement, then departed with Zangao. The provisions aboard are running low as well. Ayer, you two should accompany them to purchase supplies, Ryan recalled, addressing the two. Understood, Brother Ryan. How about this? You first procure food and water, while Sol, you go exchange the bounties from Arlong and Ayer for money. I remember there is a Navy exchange office here. Got it, Captain? Each person received a bounty of 50,000 berries as pocket money. Buy whatever you like. We will gather back at the black ship shortly. Long live the captain. With their arrival here, Kuro allowed everyone to act freely, instructing them to regroup once their shopping was complete. After all, they were about to enter the Grand Line, where battles would likely become a daily occurrence. It was a good opportunity to unwind beforehand. Ayer and the others decided to follow Sol to exchange bounties, as it would yield a larger sum of money, minimizing the risk of being robbed. Kuro had no objections to this, and once the crew departed, only Ryan and Kuro remained. Ryan led the way as they proceeded towards the weapon shop. As Kuro walked, he admired the vibrant scenery along the streets. Although he had lived in a populous country in his past life, the level of prosperity here was distinctly different. Captain, it's just ahead, Ryan exclaimed, suddenly pointing to a small shop. A sign displaying two crossed swords hung above the entrance, and through the glass window, various long swords were displayed inside. Kuro and Ryan approached the entrance, and Ryan pushed the door open to enter. Inside, they found the proprietor, a man with a nose like a drunkard, resting his head on his hand, dozing off on the counter. That's him, the balding man in the center, with wild hair on either side. Kuro thought to himself, recognizing him as the infamous weapon shop owner known as the mysterious credit seller. Sir, I would like to purchase a sword, Kuro said as he approached the counter. Ah, welcome. Please take your time to browse, dear customer. Our weapons are plentiful, and you are sure to find something suitable. The owner awakened, his face lighting up with a smile upon seeing a customer. Where can I find a sword for 50,000? Kuro recalled that the Sandai Kitetsu had been carelessly tossed into a wooden barrel by the owner. However, after searching for a while, he could not find the barrel he remembered, prompting him to ask. Upon hearing this, the owner scoffed. What? You look like a respectable person, but it turns out you're just a penniless fool. For 50,000, you can only buy a subpar sword. That if you increase your budget a little, you might find a better one. The owner's tone turned cold when faced with a customer lacking funds. No need for that. I simply wish to see the swords priced at 50,000. If that's the case, you may look in the box behind that shelf. Seeing Kuro's insistence, the owner's demeanor remained frosty. Upon hearing that the box was behind the shelf, Kuro quickly made his way over. Behind a wooden rack, he discovered a large wooden box filled with a variety of swords, some without sheaths, others with broken hilts. No wonder they call them subpar swords, he mused. Approaching the box, Kuro began to sift through the contents. Not this one. The blade is warped. Not this one either. The edge is pockmarked. Kuro paused, holding a sword with a black hilt and a red sheath. Suddenly, he felt a surge of murderous intent directed at him. Oh, how intriguing. Are you threatening me? Kuro's expression turned icy as he concentrated his own aura in response. Ryan observed his captain, puzzled as to why he was suddenly angry while selecting swords. Just then, the owner approached with a grave expression. Dear customer, please put down that sword immediately, or it will cost you your life. What? Ryan's face reflected his bewilderment at the owner's words. However, Kuro was utterly oblivious to any sounds around him. As Kuro focused on the threatening aura, he suddenly felt himself transported into a mystical space. An ability user? No, it's something else. It's a space of murderous intent. Initially, Kuro thought he was being ambushed by an ability user. But upon further reflection, he realized it wasn't. That it resembled a scenario his grandfather had described to him. Murderous, intense space. His grandfather had recounted a tale of a swordsman who, upon setting sail. Encountered a pirate crew slaughtering a merchant ship. The entire crew, young and old alike, perished in the ensuing massacre. Enraged by this human tragedy, the swordsman boarded the pirate ship and exterminated the pirates, sparing only the captain. People were puzzled as to why he spared the captain after slaying the crew. Later, when someone inquired about this, the swordsman replied, "Killing him would be too easy. I will confine him in a place you cannot see, and slay him once a day. What you see now is merely a remnant of his body." After recounting the tale, the swordsman departed. Subsequently, a renowned swordsman challenged him. According to the swordsman, when he swung his sword at him, he felt as though he was drawn into an empty room, constantly under threat of being struck. Had the swordsman not awakened him later, he might have gone mad. Upon concluding the story, Kuro's grandfather had explained that the technique employed by the swordsman was called murderous intent space. It allowed the user to project their murderous intent through their weapon, attacking their opponent's mental realm, thereby instilling the illusion of being slain. Even if the body remained unscathed, the spirit would perish. The only solution was to be more ruthless than the opponent's murderous intent, breaking the confines with one's own intent. Kill with intent to stop intent. After sharing this, Kuro's grandfather, noticing the yearning expression on Kuro's face, chuckled and ruffled his hair. "Kid, individuals of that caliber are not ones you can encounter now. Keep growing stronger, you little rascal." Reflecting on his grandfather's words, Kuro smiled faintly. "You didn't expect this, did you, Grandpa? I just set sail and am already facing such a situation. Do you wish to use murderous intent to eliminate me?" The corners of Kuro's mouth curled upwards. "Let us see if you can accomplish that." With that, Kuro's eyes blazed with crimson light, and a blood-red blade materialized in his grasp. "I've been waiting for a battle like this for years." Just as Kuro finished speaking, a slashing attack hurtled toward him. He raised his sword and cleaved through the attack, shattering it. No sooner had he done so than two more strikes shot toward him from either side. Kuro leaped into the air, employing a technique to evade as the two sword energies collided in a violent explosion. Boom! Another attack descended from above, and Kuro braced himself against it, being slammed down from the sky. "Impressive," he exclaimed, laughter escaping him, without granting Kuro a moment's respite. For sword energies converged from above, below, left, and right. Kuro gripped his sword with both hands, spinning his body at high speed. .1 sword style, spiral slash. As he spun, he unleashed successive waves of sword energy, not only shattering the 4 incoming slashes, but also cleaving through the surrounding space. The sword energies, upon reaching a certain height, detonated, so there is a boundary. Kuro noted, "Understanding the limits of the attack. As long as I know where the enemy is, the rest is manageable." With that, Kuro leaped up, employing his technique to soar into the air. The murderous intent space trembled as if provoked. Seeing Kuro approach, it unleashed 10 slashes directly at him, each one significantly stronger than the last. .1 sword style. Mountain of corpses, sea of blood. Kuro directly hardened his armed color, dark energy enveloping the blade. With both hands gripping the sword raised above his head, he unleashed a powerful downward strike. The blade shimmered with a sanguine glow, and the sword energy surged forth, seemingly transforming into a bloodthirsty azura in midair. It clawed and shrieked, its fearsome visage charging forward. Boom, boom, boom. An explosion erupted upon their clash, a thick cloud of smoke billowing forth. Suddenly, a blood-red slash tore through the smoke, speeding towards the boundary of space. Boom! The sword energy struck the boundary, cleaving a wound that emitted a white light, yet it began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. What a peculiar place. It can actually self-repair. Kuro found himself in a predicament. He had expected to shatter it, only to discover its ability to mend itself. While he was momentarily distracted, for more slashes came at him. Kuro hastily retaliated. Meanwhile, as Kuro battled in the realm of murderous intent, Ryan had seized the shopkeeper by the collar, lifting him off the ground, ready to strike. "Tell me what is going on. Why does our captain not respond no matter how we call him?" Ryan questioned anxiously. Calm down. Calm down. This has nothing to do with me. It's entirely the fault of that sword." The shopkeeper hurriedly explained. "What on earth is happening? Clarify it for me, or I will kill you." Ryan's face was contorted with rage. He felt responsible for the captain's condition. "That sword, I bought it from a tomb raider, and I have no idea where he got it when I acquired it. It appeared like an ordinary sword, but then a fellow who returned from the Grand Line came to buy it. Upon grasping it, He became unresponsive, and shortly thereafter, he lost his breath that I thought it was just him having issues. But then everyone who took hold of that sword met the same fate as that guy, becoming unresponsive and eventually dying. I was ready to toss it along with the broken box it came in. I never expected your captain to pick it out. Ryan was left in a state of panic. What do you mean? What do you mean he couldn't be awakened and then died shortly after? That can't be true. With the captain's strength, he wouldn't succumb so easily. If our captain dies, you shall accompany him. Ryan's eyes burned red as he glared at the weapon shop owner, who promptly fainted from fright. Ryan discarded the shopkeeper and turned to Kuro. Captain, I believe you will awaken. In the strange space, Kuro panted heavily, surveying the already ravaged surroundings. What on earth is wrong? The space is riddled with wounds. It should be considered destroyed. Kuro gripped the sword, deep in thought. Observing the numerous gashes he had inflicted upon the space, Kuro sensed something amiss. If this truly is the realm of murderous intent his grandfather spoke of, it should have been shattered by now. After all, the slashes emanating from this space are far from powerful. While Kuro pondered, another wave of sword energy approached, but it was significantly weaker than before. He effortlessly shattered it with a casual swing that if this is not the realm of murderous intent, then what is this place? Why does it resemble the murderous intent space described by grandfather? As Kuro dismantled the incoming slashes, he contemplated this question. Watching the wounds he had carved in the space gradually heal, he noticed the process was considerably slower than before. After some time, the strange space ceased its onslaught of slashes. The wounds in the space stopped healing, and suddenly, the entire area began to contract. What on earth is happening? Kuro quickly swung his sword to unleash a slash. However, this time, the strike not only failed to have any effect, but instead accelerated the contraction of the space. This is bad. Kuro watched as the space enveloped him, ultimately compressing into a blood-red sphere, which then shot into his forehead, plunging him into darkness. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself staring into a pair of blood-red eyes. Hey, Ryan, why are you staring at me like that? Kuro felt a chill run down his spine. Captain, you're awake. Ha! I told you that you couldn't possibly be defeated by a mere sword, Ryan exclaimed, his towering figure now weeping like a child. Hey, why are you crying? Kuro looked utterly bewildered. Captain, you almost died. What are you talking about? Kuro was perplexed, gazing at Ryan in confusion. Captain, just ask him, Ryan insisted. Hastily grabbing the unconscious shopkeeper from the ground, he approached the still-dazed shopkeeper and slapped him twice. Ugh, the shopkeeper jolted awake in pain. Tell us what happened to our captain just now. Upon hearing the question, the shopkeeper hurriedly recounted his previous words. So, I was almost killed because of you, shopkeeper? Kuro placed his sword against the shopkeeper's neck. Smiling gently as he engaged in a heart-to-heart, it was all a misunderstanding. I genuinely intended to discard that sword, but I forgot later on that I never expected you would choose it. The shopkeeper's face turned pale. Even with Kuro's gentle demeanor, the sword at his throat was too much to bear. If saying it was a misunderstanding would suffice, why would we need the Navy, shopkeeper? Then what do you want? Compensation. I nearly lost my life. How much? 40 million berries. Then just kill me. My entire shop isn't worth 40 million. Don't say that. It makes us seem like the villains here. Clearly, this matter is your fault. But I really don't have that much money. Ryan watched as Kuro and the shopkeeper haggled back and forth, exasperation etched across his forehead. Two swindlers colliding. After a while, he saw them shoulder to shoulder. Looking like longtime friends, Ryan realized they had reached an agreement. The shopkeeper smiled as he turned to the back room, soon emerging with a box for the sword and a suitcase. He handed them to Kuro, who accepted them with one hand, patting the shopkeeper on the shoulder before walking over to give the items to Ryan. After bidding farewell to the shopkeeper, the two exited the weapons store. Ryan glanced back, where the shopkeeper was now grinning widely. Captain, how did you manage to negotiate with him? Why does he look so pleased? Ryan inquired. Curiosity piqued. It was nothing. I merely took a troublesome sword from him and 100,000 berries. But that doesn't explain his joy. Perhaps he thinks he made a profit. After all, I initially demanded 40 million, and he ended up paying just over 1 million. Kuro replied as they walked. So, we ended up at a loss. No way. I'm going back to ask for more, Ryan declared, turning to retrace his steps. Kuro quickly grabbed him. Why the rush? Do you think I would be at a disadvantage? He might believe he struck a deal. But in reality, he took a substantial loss. Kuro's face was alight with triumph. I still don't understand. Captain, let's leave first. We need to find a quiet place for me to explain. Hearing this, Ryan ceased his inquiries and led Kuro toward an underground bar. Meanwhile, Kuro, after purchasing clothes and necessary items with Zangao, arrived at the equipment store, which boasted an array of peculiar items, any of which could potentially be rare treasures. However, after surveying the wares, they found nothing of interest and were about to leave. Just as they reached for the doorknob to exit, they noticed a man with a head full of white hair and 2 large cigars clamped in his mouth passing by the entrance. Kuro halted his movements. "What's wrong, Kuro? Did you forget to buy something?" Zangao observed Kuro, thinking he suddenly remembered a purchase. The man who passed by was Smoker, known as the Marine Mad Dog. Kaido adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Moreover, considering the direction he has taken, it is likely near the weapon shop that the captain and the others have gone to. So, what should we do, Kaido?" Zangao inquired urgently. "First, you should locate the crew aboard the ship and bring them back to prepare for our departure. I will follow and investigate. Even if Smoker truly encounters the captain, given the captain's strength, there should be no danger. However, knowing the captain's temperament, there will undoubtedly be quite a commotion, and I anticipate the Navy will dispatch forces to seal the harbor. Once you are on the ship, should you notice the Navy's blockade, assault them directly and seize control of the harbor. After we return, we shall leave immediately." Kaido, renowned as the second most intelligent man in the entire narrative, orchestrated everything within mere moments. Zangao, upon hearing this, promptly set out to find the crew members. Kaido discreetly followed suit. Ryan led Kuro to the entrance of an underground bar. Upon seeing the sign that read Joel D. Roger, Kuro recognized their location. They pushed the door open, revealing an empty establishment save for an elderly man behind the bar. His woolen hat lay discarded nearby, and he wore sunglasses, diligently polishing a glass while casting a glance at Kuro and Ryan as they entered. "Old man, I'm here for a drink," Ryan exclaimed, appearing quite familiar with the establishment. "Da, it's you, little rascal. Weren't you supposed to be at sea? What brings you back in fear?" The old man replied with a nonchalant tone. "What nonsense, you old fool. I'm here to drink with my captain. After we finish, we shall set forth to challenge the Grand Line," Ryan retorted with a broad smile, clearly indicating a close relationship with the proprietor. "Oh, Captain, is this the lad?" The old man turned to Kuro. "Pleased to make your acquaintance," Kuro greeted with a smile. "Humph, you haven't grown much, little brat. The Grand Line is fraught with peril, not a place for children's games. In my opinion, you should train for a few more years," the old man advised. "No. Once a decision is made, it cannot be altered. Even amidst great danger, we shall charge forth and conquer it, fighting our way to the pinnacle of this world. That is why I am setting sail." Kuro laughed heartily. The old man stared at Kuro in astonishment. "Ha, what audacious words, you little scamp. Ha, but it has been ages since I've heard such refreshing sentiments. Here, let me buy you a drink," the old man joyfully exclaimed, bending down to rummage through the cabinet. He produced a bottle of rum. "Ha, this is my prize collection." He poured 3 glasses of liquor into freshly polished cups and handed them to Kuro and Ryan. "Let us toast to your swift conquest of the Grand Line, and to the everlasting Pirate King." The old man raised his glass, and Kuro and Ryan followed suit. "To the eternal Pirate King." X2 they echoed, laughter filling the air as the 3 raised their glasses in camaraderie as they sipped their drinks. Listening to the old man's tales of Roger, Ryan suddenly remembered that the captain had yet to discuss the matter of the sword. "By the way, Captain, what is the story behind that sword?" Kuro, having heard Ryan's question, downed his drink. "That sword is not merely a weapon for killing. It seeks a worthy wielder." "Huh, the sword told me so," Kuro replied, rubbing his forehead. "Its name is Budihara." As he spoke, Kuro unsheathed the sword. The hilt was adorned, the blade entwined with dragon motifs, the scabbard a deep crimson, and the handle wrapped in shark skin. The blade, long and gently curved, with dual blood grooves, and the pattern resembles golden veins of lightning, forged through folding. The hilt, devoid of a guard or rivets, featuring a carp mouth, with black threads wrapping around both the hilt and the scabbard. The blade measures 205 centimeters in length and 2.1 centimeters in width, with a cutting edge of approximately 0.8 millimeters. The hilt is 30 centimeters long and 2.4 centimeters wide. The scabbard is 206 centimeters long, 2.3 centimeters wide externally and 2.1 centimeters internally. It is classified among the 12 supreme blades. The supreme blade of great speed? Ryan's eyes widened in disbelief. Captain, is this truly the kind of supreme blade I envision? Ryan asked incredulously. Indeed, it is precisely what you imagine. How could this be? In a place like this, how could such a formidable item exist? Did the owner not say it was sold by a grave robber? Divine artifacts often remain concealed, likely unnoticed by all, Kuro stated as he poured himself another glass of liquor. Speaking of which, the owner mentioned an individual who returned from the Grand Line. He must be a swordsman. Having recognized the extraordinary nature of this sword, however, he overestimated his own strength and attempted to subdue it, only to awaken the sword and be slain by it. Truly, this sword is a cursed blade. If one lacks strength, they better be prepared to be slain by it, Kuro remarked, gazing at Baratie, its dark red blade reflecting a faint aura of blood under the light. That space, I later understood, resembled a realm of murderous intent, designed to test every individual who seeks this sword. Once consciousness is drawn into it, succumbing within that space means only a fate of being slain. Conversely, I not only endured but shattered that space, leading Baratie to acknowledge me as its master, transforming the trial space into a seed that embedded itself within my mind, allowing my strength to shatter barriers. Furthermore, I can now unleash techniques akin to that realm of murderous intent. Ha ha, perhaps it has been waiting for you, Captain, Ryan exclaimed with excitement. Ha, who knows, but at last, I possess a weapon suited to me. I can unleash my full power without fear of breaking my sword, Kuro said with delight, draining the last of his drink. Then, what about the sword in the box? That sword is what I originally sought upon arriving in Roguetown, Kuro replied, opening the box to reveal the Sandai Kitetsu. Its name is Sandai Kitetsu. It is merely a fast sword. What? Just a fast sword? Ryan's face fell in disappointment, having expected at least a great sword after the revelation of the Supreme Blade. Ha! What expression is that, Ryan? Do you look down on it? Ha! This sword is not as simple as it appears, Kuro declared as he unsheathed the sword for examination. This is a cursed sword. A cursed sword? Indeed, if this sword encounters its true master, the power it unleashes rivals that of a Supreme Blade. Huh? Kuro noted Ryan's astonished expression, amused, but the person it awaits is not me. With that, Kuro sheathed the Kitetsu. Do you still think we have lost out? No. Captain, I'm just contemplating whether the weapon shop owner would be infuriated upon realizing he carelessly lost a Supreme Blade. Ryan chuckled. They both laughed heartily. Now, let us finish this drink and seek out Kaido. After all, I have accomplished my initial objective. It is time to embark on the Grand Line. Kuro raised his glass and clinked it with Ryan's. And once they finished their drinks, they stood, bidding farewell to the bar as they stepped outside. Just as they emerged, a cloud of smoke enveloped them. What on earth? Who is smoking so much that I can hardly see anyone? Kuro quickly covered his mouth and nose, vowing to resist the perils of second-hand smoke. Smog gazed at the man before him, who was covering his face, then shifted his gaze to the figure behind him, Ryan. What a coincidence, the captain of the Kuro pirate crew, Bloodblade Kuro, and his helmsman, the barbarian Ryan. Is this the title the Navy has bestowed upon me? How utterly mundane. Could I perhaps have a different one? Colonel Smog. Upon hearing his name called, Kuro wondered who it could be. He looked up and realized it was none other than Smog, the disgrace of the Logia users. Of course, you can, once I escort you to Impel Down. You can ponder your title at your leisure, Smog declared, launching a barrage of white fist at Kuro. Kuro activated his observation Haki, tilting his head to the right just in time to evade the attack. Simultaneously, Ryan swung his massive club down upon Smog's head. Die Navy! Ryan unleashed his full strength in a downward swing. Yet, Smog transformed into smoke, rendering Ryan's blow ineffective. In retaliation, Smog swiftly drew his 10 hands and struck Ryan with considerable force, sending him flying. Hey, Ryan, didn't I teach you? You can't just recklessly charge at a Logia user. You must utilize Haki, Kuro remarked, observing the fallen Ryan. I remember, but I still can't master it at the moment. Captain, Ryan scrambled to his feet, appearing relatively unscathed. After all, being pounded daily by the captain's Haki made a mere blow feel trivial. That's precisely why I say you're not making progress. It's been quite some time. And you still haven't grasped Haki. Are you being lazy? That's not it. My body can already utilize Haki for defense, but I still can't manage Haki attacks with my hands. That you're still not getting hit enough. Ryan, Starting tomorrow, you'll double your training. Please, Captain. Smog, watching the bickering duo, felt a headache coming on. Are you two ignoring me? You filthy pirates. Smog glared angrily at Kuro and Ryan. My apologies. We got so engrossed in our conversation that we forgot about you. Colonel Smog. Kuro scratched his head in embarrassment. You scoundrel. White Gale. Smog transformed into smoke, launching himself towards Kuro. Now, Ryan, keep your eyes wide open. Let me show you the power of Haki, Kuro proclaimed, hardening his hands with Haki as he charged at the smoky figure. Locking onto Smog's abdomen with his observation Haki. Found you. A punch of blood. Kuro swung a powerful fist, directly striking Smog's true form, causing him to hunch over like a large shrimp. Cough. Smog spat out a mouthful of blood. Collapsing to the ground, his face contorted in agony. Now, do you understand, Ryan? A Logia user, once they transform, can only be dealt with using Haki. Of course, elemental counters work as well. Take Crocodile from the Warlords, for instance. If you engage him while your hands are soaked in water, you can catch him. However, Crocodile's abilities absorb moisture, so if your strength is insufficient, even if you're drenched, you won't be able to hit him. Instead, you'll be drained of moisture and left a desiccated corpse. Kuro concluded his lesson without paying any mind to the prostrate Smog, continuing his instruction for Ryan. After all, Kuro never intended to kill Smog. Despite being a Navy officer, he was a person of clear moral distinction. The G5 branch, under his leadership, was a peculiar faction of the Navy, more akin to pirates, disobeying the orders of the Navy's headquarters, and committing heinous acts by executing criminals mercilessly. Overall, he was a genuinely good Navy officer protecting civilians. I understand. Captain, I will strive to train harder. Please double my training. I will endeavor to master Haki as soon as possible. After witnessing a full-force strike that failed to inflict harm on a Logia user, and seeing Kuro knock Smog down with a single Haki punch, Ryan's determination reignited. He hurriedly expressed his commitment to Kuro. Ha ha, keep at it. Ryan, once you master Haki, I shall present you with a surprise. Kuro feigned mystery. Yes, Captain, I will do my utmost. By the way, may I inquire what the surprise is? Not a chance, though. Kuro ignored Ryan's continued probing and approached the downed Smog. White Vine. As Kuro drew near, Smog transformed his arm into smoke, swirling towards Kuro. Kuro disregarded it entirely, executing a step into the air, vanishing above Smog's head. He seized Smog's head with his right hand and forcefully slammed him into the ground. Boom! The ground shattered beneath the impact. You cannot defeat me, Smog. However, I am quite curious. Zephyr, that old man, is renowned for his mastery of Haki, known as Iron Arm Zephyr. How is it that you, his disciple, have learned nothing from him? Huh? Did you faint? Kuro inquired, only to realize that Smog had already lost consciousness. All right, you should stop watching from the sidelines. Kuro, come out. Kuro called, and Kuro stepped forth from the alley. Just as I suspected, this fellow is no match for you. Captain, Kuro adjusted his glasses. Smog, as a Logia user, possesses considerable strength, yet he relies too heavily on his fruit. Remember this. In this world, only your own strength is truly dependable. Everything else, be it weapons or fruit abilities, serves merely as an aid. After Kuro's assertion, both Ryan and Kuro acknowledged their understanding. Now, let us depart before the commotion escalates and we attract troublesome Navy encirclement. With that, Kuro led Ryan and Kuro away, leaving behind a scene of shattered stones and the unconscious Smog at the center. Captain, I've sent Zangao to find the crew members for supplies. Once they gather, we'll head back to the ship and await our return. Thus, we can simply go to the dock and board the ship. Excellent work, Kuro. You've organized everything splendidly. Kuro praised, to which Kuro merely adjusted his glasses and smiled faintly. Before long, the trio arrived at the dock where their black ship awaited. Kuro waved his hand and boarded the vessel. Captain, are you all right? Did you encounter that Navy mad dog? A throng of crew members surged forward, bombarding Kuro with questions. Navy mad dog. Who are you referring to? Kuro mused, having never heard of such a nickname. Captain, he referring to the Navy's Smog. Zangao approached, relieved to see Kuro unharmed. Smog? Isn't his nickname Smokeball? When did he acquire the title of Mad Dog? Kuro found it somewhat amusing. It originated from within the Navy. They say he even defies his superiors, acting like a mad dog. Upon hearing Zango's explanation, Kuro found it rather fitting. That kid, not to mention his superiors, would dare provoke even a warlord when riled up? Ha! That description is indeed apt. All right, everyone, before we set sail, I need to hold a meeting. This time, we shall enter the Grand Line, where endless perils and formidable foes await us. Therefore, if anyone wishes to disembark, now is the time. Considering I initially coerced you onto this ship, after Kuro's declaration, the crew exchanged glances, yet none chose to respond to Kuro, busying themselves with their tasks instead. Hey, you lot. Kuro attempted to say more at that moment. Kuro approached. Perhaps at first, when you forcibly kept them aboard, some wanted to disembark, but after this prolonged period of camaraderie and battle, they have all come to recognize you as their captain. Kuro adjusted his glasses and remarked, "You lot truly move me. I had intended to make an example of anyone wanting to leave." Kuro sighed, shedding a crocodile tear. "How excessive. You scoundrel captain, on the ship X-20. The crew gritted their teeth and roared. "Ha ha ha, don't mind it, don't mind it." Laughter erupted as Kuro observed the jubilant crew. "All right, my little ones, ahead lies the entrance to the Grand Line. Once we venture in, the foes we encounter will surely be increasingly formidable. Your task is to train harder, survive. Follow me as we strive for the pinnacle. Oh, long live the captain. We will surely grow stronger, captain." After Kuro imparted his words of encouragement and ambition, the crew was set ablaze with enthusiasm. Watching his spirited crew, Kuro felt an immense swell of pride, his anticipation for the Grand Line growing ever more fervent as a new day dawned. Kuro sat at the bow of the ship while Ryan held the helm. Kuro and Zangao directed the crew in their tasks. "Captain, a mountain looms ahead. I see it. That is the Red Land." Kuro gazed excitedly at the imposing Crimson Mountain. "This is the direction. Do you see that water gate?" "Ryan, look, Captain, we shall navigate through this waterway. The current will propel our ship forward." "Understood, Captain." Ryan firmly grasped the helm, ensuring the turbulent waters did not veer them off course. The misalignment could lead to a catastrophic collision with the mountain, resulting in the demise of all on board. "Kuro, gather the crew and stow the sails. From here on, we rely solely on the current." Kuro called out to rally everyone to their tasks. "Hold on tight. We're entering the waterway." Upon hearing the captain's call, the crew hurriedly secured themselves. The black ship surged into the current, remaining steadfast under Ryan's control, heading straight for the upside-down mountain. "We're about to take off. Everyone, haha. Ah. All right, we're diving down now," Kuro exclaimed, gripping the bow as if narrating a live broadcast of their journey. Suddenly, a foreboding realization struck him. "Oh, I forgot about that." As they descended, Kuro spotted a dark mountain ahead. No, not a mountain. It was Laboon, the whale awaiting Brook. "Ryan, steer right, quickly." Kuro shouted urgently, "We're going to crash. Captain, we're doomed." The crew was terrified. "There's still time. As long as I'm here, nothing will go wrong." Ryan's muscles tensed as he swiftly turned the helm. "Well done, Ryan. You saved us. Thank you, big brother Ryan." The crew expressed their gratitude as Ryan beamed at the captain's praise. "All right, let's not provoke that whale. We'll navigate around it." After Kuro spoke, he fell to gaze upon him. Kuro tilted his head and followed the line of sight to see an elderly man with white hair watching them from a lighthouse. "Ah, it's you, the ship's doctor from the Pirate King." Kuro waved and greeted him, then urged his crew to depart. "Hey, Kuro, did you manage to get the items I asked you to buy?" Once the ship steadied, Ryan emerged from the control room. "Oh, you mean the log post? I've got it." He pulled it from his pocket. "Indeed, this is it. My navigation mentor mentioned that the Grand Line differs from the Four Seas, as its magnetic fields follow their own rules. That a regular compass is utterly useless here." He displayed a spinning compass resembling a small plane. Thus, the log pose was created for navigation. "So, Captain, where shall we head first?" After acquiring the log pose, Ryan inquired about their next destination. "Let us take any route. From here on, it's all about fate and gathering more crew members. After all, our numbers are still quite scant. We also need to swing by Water 7 to recruit someone to reconstruct a pirate ship. Given the current state of our black ship, it can only manage routine voyages. Encountering a fierce storm could spell disaster." Kuro concluded, and Ryan nodded in understanding, returning to the control room. "All right, everyone. Keep a vigilant eye on the weather. If anything arises, just call for me." "Understood, Captain." "Kuro, I leave the rest to you and Ryan. I'm heading to the captain's quarters to contemplate some matters." "Very well, Captain." With that, Kuro made his way to the captain's quarters. Once inside, he sat on the bed, Mulling over the upcoming events, he realized there was nothing particularly advantageous for him to acquire in Sleepy Town. There was a vampire fruit, which he could explore. Once found, he could give it to Kuro, allowing him to combine it with his cat step, achieving true silence. Kuro scribbled on a piece of paper, "Vampire, Sleepy Town. There's also a 7-star sword, but it holds no use for me now. Had I not encountered Buddha-Yuhuan earlier, I might have pursued it, but now it's not worth it." The remaining item on his mind was the artificial devil fruit, the fish fruit. Mythical Zoan, Azure Dragon formed. I must secure this fruit. There is still time. Such a powerful fruit would be a waste on that little brat, so Punk Hazard is a must-visit. However, that lies in the new world. So there's no rush. It was clear that finding companions remained his primary objective. With this thought, Kuro closed the paper, sleepiness overtook him, and he drifted off. Upon awakening, it was evening. Stepping out of his cabin, he observed the crew. Some were training, while others were at the helm. "Hey, Soki, have you prepared the meal?" Kuro called out to the green-haired crew member. "I'm cooking, but Captain, are you really unable to find a chef? I am quite tired of this. It hinders my training, and there are some ingredients I can't even prepare. It's such a waste of food." Kuro merely intended to inquire about a meal. But Soki's complaints ensued. "Do you think I don't want to find one?" "I do, but I just can't seem to find anyone. Once we reach the island, I'll look around for a good chef." Kuro felt helpless. He had genuinely searched, yet every willing candidate seemed elusive. How could he forcibly bind someone to the ship? If he did, and they were unwilling, who knows what might happen if they slipped something into his food? The entire crew could end up in dire straits. Hearing Kuro's dismissive response, Soki didn't buy it. With a puffed-up hairdo, he stormed into the kitchen. "Sigh, I'm quite helpless myself." Just then, Ryan approached. "Captain, I've mastered the armament Haki." Ryan flexed his wrist, finally achieved it. "Ryan, show me." Upon hearing the captain's request, Ryan quickly focused his energy. Black mist enveloped his hands, and then they hardened successfully. "Ha! Well done, Ryan. You've successfully hardened your armament Haki. Come at me. Let me test your strength." Kuro was thrilled to see Ryan's success. "All right, Captain." Ryan readied himself and threw a punch. Kuro met it with his own, their fists colliding, the armament Haki clashing. "Not bad, Ryan. You've made significant progress in terms of strength." "Of course, Captain. Even though I'm steering the ship daily, I've not neglected my training. In fact, I've been increasing the intensity beyond what you set for me." Ryan beamed with pride. "But I'm still too weak. Let me show you what true power looks like." Upon observing that Ryan's tail was about to shoot up in excitement, Kuro thought to himself that this simply wouldn't do, that he needed to administer a lesson. With that, he summoned his strength and delivered a powerful punch, sending Ryan tumbling off the ship. "Ha! Let him cool off in the sea for a bit." After swimming for a while, Ryan was retrieved by Ada and Air. "Captain, swimming in the ocean is quite delightful," Ryan exclaimed with a grin upon reboarding. "Is that so? Do you enjoy swimming?" Kuro inquired. "Indeed, I've loved it since childhood. Otherwise, how could I have escaped during the ambush?" Ryan replied. This reminded Kuro of the tale Ryan had recounted about how, after his pirate crew was annihilated, he had to leap into the sea to survive. But what if you can't swim in the future? Wouldn't that be rather disheartening? Kuro jested. "Ha! How could I possibly lose the ability to swim? I'm no landlubber." Ryan retorted. That's not a certainty," Kuro said with a grin, directing a knowing look at Ryan. "What do you mean, Captain?" Ryan asked, sensing a hint of mischief in Kuro's smile. "Ha! Do you recall the surprise I mentioned?" Kuro teased. "I remember you said that once I mastered Haki, you would present me with a surprise." "What is it, Captain?" Ryan asked eagerly. Upon hearing the word surprise, the nearby crew members gathered around, intrigued. "Yes, what is the surprise, Captain? Show us," they clamored. "Actually, this surprise is related to you all as well," Kuro replied. "What does it have to do with us?" The crew members exchanged bewildered glances. "Oh, you remember the banquet when I excused myself to the restroom and returned claiming to have found a treasure?" Kuro continued, his expression shrouded in mystery. "Wasn't that just a joke, Captain?" one crew member questioned. "Indeed, wasn't that just drunken ramblings?" another chimed in, recalling how Kuro had made that assertion after the festivities. "But what if it's true?" Kuro said, stepping into the cabin to reveal a hidden treasure. He rummaged through his wardrobe, exposing the coveted fruit of the tiger devil. Upon re-emerging onto the deck, all eyes were fixed on Kuro. He ascended onto his chair, brandishing the devil fruit. "Behold, This is the treasure I spoke of, the devil fruit. The crew stood in stunned silence. It's real. Captain, is this truly yours? They exclaimed in disbelief. Captain, you aren't deceiving us. Are you? Did you really find this? Could it be a fruit sculpted to trick us? They questioned, still grappling with the absurdity of the situation. Kuro laughed heartily at their astonishment. You didn't believe me, did you? Now you're dumbfounded. How could anyone craft a fruit to resemble this so closely? This is an authentic devil fruit. Based on my observations, it's highly likely to be a Zoan type. The white tiger form. The crew erupted in excitement. Even Kuro's first mate, Kuro, was taken aback. Is that really true? Captain? Kuro pressed out. Of course, it's true. Even if it's not a mythical Zoan, it's definitely a Zoan fruit. Kuro affirmed. While the crew didn't fully grasp the concept of a mythical Zoan, they understood the prowess of a tiger, a formidable beast. If one could harness the strength of a tiger, they would undoubtedly become powerful. Thus, the crew buzzed with exhilaration. Ryan, however, remained in a stupor, still trying to process everything. The captain, intoxicated and taking a leak, somehow returns with a devil fruit. How does that even happen? Kuro observed Ryan's bewilderment. Here, take it. With that, he tossed the fruit to Ryan, who fumbled to catch it in his arms. Wait, is this really for me? Captain, Ryan stuttered, his voice rising in pitch with disbelief. Yes, it's for you. But once you eat it, you won't be able to swim anymore. So think carefully, Kuro teased. Why are you giving it to me, Captain? Ryan asked, still incredulous. What's wrong? Don't you want it? Kuro replied with mock concern. I do, but Captain, won't you eat it? A mythical Zoan must be exceedingly rare, Ryan protested, feeling guilty about accepting the fruit before Kuro. It is indeed rare. Mythical Zoans, aside from their inability to elementalize, outperform natural types in every aspect. However, I have no need for it, Kuro explained. Why not, Captain? Ryan asked, puzzled by Kuro's disinterest. Kuro chuckled. Honestly, I'm not even sure if it's a mythical Zoan. Besides, the fruit I desire is waiting for me somewhere in the new world. Once we voyage there, I'll retrieve it. Kuro's confidence was palpable. So, Ryan, consider whether you want to eat it. Hearing Kuro's encouragement, Ryan looked at the fruit in his arms. If I consume this, my strength will surely increase. Right, Captain? Indeed, Zoan fruits significantly enhance the physical attributes of the user, allowing for monumental growth and strength, Kuro affirmed. Without hesitation, Ryan seized the fruit and swallowed it whole. Ugh, this must taste terrible. I've heard it's akin to excrement. Kuro laughed, watching Ryan struggle to suppress his gag reflex. After a moment, Ryan's expression returned to normal, only to suddenly begin transforming. In mere moments, he morphed into a majestic white tiger, nearly 6 meters in length. Roar! The crew gasped in awe. A tiger? What a fearsome size. Ryan's power has become terrifying. They murmured amongst themselves. Hey, Ryan, try shifting to your hybrid form. Roar! At Kuro's command, the tiger crouched down, gradually reverting to a form that was part man, part tiger, standing over 4 meters tall. Captain, I feel imbued with strength, Ryan exclaimed, brimming with exhilaration. It appears to be true. The cat fruit, mythical beast, white tiger form. Kuro confirmed. That is correct. The fruit has revealed itself to me. Ryan, in his hybrid form, wagged his tail in excitement. Now let us find an uninhabited island. Kuro, I want to test Ryan's newfound strength and see his abilities in action. Aye, Captain, they both replied in unison as Kuro searched for nearby islands. Kuro observed Ryan. Hey, Ryan, can you sense any new abilities? Ryan pondered for a moment, then opened his mouth towards the distant horizon. White tiger roar, a surge of white energy coalesced in his mouth and erupted forth. Boom! The ocean erupted in a series of explosions. Wow, incredible! Kuro exclaimed, eyes sparkling with excitement, while the crew gasped in astonishment. Can a tiger emit light? Ha. Is there more, Ryan? There's another move, Captain, Ryan replied, gripping his spiked club. Suddenly, the weapon began to grow, its spikes extending as it transformed from 2 meters to over 3 meters in length, exuding an ominous aura. Tiger smash! Ryan swung his weapon with great force, unleashing a blast of platinum energy that struck down a sea king lurking in the distance. Indeed, once you master this formidable power, there shall undoubtedly be a place for you upon these vast oceans, Kuro observed Ryan, increasingly reminded of a younger Kaido. though he wondered about the state of his resilience. "Fear not, Captain. I shall swiftly master this power and wield it to vanquish all foes that stand in our path," Ryan declared, thumping his chest with solemnity. "Then I shall rely on you from this point forward." "Captain, it appears there is a small island ahead, seemingly uninhabited," Ada shouted as he emerged from the control room. "Steer the ship towards it. I wish to test Ryan's devil fruit abilities." Upon hearing Kuro's command, Ada took the helm while the other crew members adjusted the sails. "Ryan, take a moment to rest from your fruit powers. Later, after we disembark, give it your all in a spar with me. I wish to gauge how much your strength has increased." That understood. In an instant, Ryan returned to his human form. Though his height remained unchanged at approximately 4 meters, it seems the fruit has not only granted you strength, but has also transformed your body. "Indeed, Captain, I feel that my muscles have grown significantly stronger." Ryan flexed his arms, which were now considerably more solid than before. The black ship sped across the sea, and moments later, it reached the shore of the small island. Kuro and Ryan disembarked, seeking an open area for their confrontation. Ryan activated his fruit abilities, while Kuro unsheathed his sword. The Budo Gaketsu "Be cautious, Captain. I have become quite formidable now." Ryan's face brimmed with confidence. "And you must exercise caution as well. My blade can even consume souls. You may attack first, Ryan." Without hesitation, Ryan opened his mouth and unleashed a wave of energy. White Tiger Roar, the platinum light wave, surged forth. But Kuro swiftly slashed through it with his sword. The severed energy wave fell to the ground. Clang, clang, clang. A metallic sound rang out, and Kuro glanced down, noticing metal particles amidst the remnants. White Tiger, Lord of the West, Master of Slaughter, belonging to the element of metal. Do you possess the power to control it? No wonder Ryan's mace has grown to such an immense size. Kuro suddenly pondered. If the fruit could enlarge Ryan's mace, could it also shrink the weapons of their enemies? He would have Ryan attempt it after their spar. "Ryan, prepare yourself. I will unleash my full power. Then allow me to witness your prowess, Captain." Kuro ceased to hold back. Enveloping his sword in Haki, which transformed its blade into a pitch-black weapon, he leaped before Ryan, wielding his sword with both hands, and brought it down. "Taste my blade." Swish! Ryan raised his mace, but it was cleaved in two by the Budo Goketsu. Had he not dodged in time, this strike would have sealed his fate. "Captain, your blade is terrifying." I too was unprepared for its sharpness. Kuro sensed the disdain emanating from Budo Goketsu. The enhancement it provided was on an entirely different level compared to before. A satisfied smile crept onto his face. "Excellent work, Budo Goketsu. Let me momentarily seal your sharpness." "Very well." Ryan raised his hand, reassembling the severed mace, and charged at Kuro. Bang, 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 clang, clang, clang. The two engaged in a frenzied exchange on the island, their battle uprooting large swathes of forest. Delightful, one-sword style, Great King Slash. Kuro, exhilarated by the combat, unleashed his ultimate technique, igniting the Budo Goketsu with a blood-red flame as he swung his sword, sending a fiery arc towards Ryan. Unwilling to be outdone, Ryan's mace erupted with jagged wolf fangs, enveloped in waves of platinum energy. Tiger Burst. The platinum energy slash met Kuro's attack with equal ferocity. Boom, buzz. The two forces collided, triggering an explosion that sent shockwaves rippling outward. Has your strength truly reached such heights, Ryan? Kuro marveled at Ryan's exponential growth. After all, relying solely on one's strength is insufficient. Without collective strength, even the mightiest can fall to a coordinated assault. Only when all grow stronger together can they carve a name for themselves upon the oceans. As Kuro spoke amidst their skirmish, Ryan remained silent, gritting his teeth to withstand the pressure exerted by Kuro. Despite his newfound power, he was still overwhelmed in their battle. Clearly, he had a long way to go to catch up with the captain. Suddenly, amidst their fierce combat, a crack echoed as Ryan's mace shattered once more. Kuro quickly sheathed his sword, delivering a faint slash that grazed Ryan's body, leaving a wound across his chest. "Captain, you are truly a monster. Even with my enhanced strength, I still cannot withstand your strike." Ryan's expression was one of defeat as he clutched the broken mace, kneeling on one leg while pressing his hand against his bleeding wound. "Do not blame me. Budo Goketsu is simply too sharp. Even though I suppress some of its edge, it is still beyond what your body can endure. Sigh, the path to a comeback is fraught with challenges." After speaking, the severed half of Ryan's mace transformed into metal particles, returning to his hand and merging with the remaining half to form a new mace. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. There is even more excitement ahead. Ryan, can your abilities influence the weapons of others in battle? During our earlier clash, I attempted to affect Budo Goketsu, but the moment I sought to diminish its size, I felt a murderous intent lock onto me, rendering it impossible to proceed. Budo Goketsu is a sword with a soul. If you provoke it, it may retaliate against your very essence. Even if your physical form is strong, you would find it impossible to resist. Kuro then instructed the crew to toss down the steel-long sword he had previously brought aboard. Ryan, give it a try and see if you can influence it. As Kuro swung his sword, Ryan met the attack with his mace, resulting in a clash that shattered Kuro's long sword into metallic particles. Indeed, it is possible. As long as I make contact, I can exert influence, Ryan proclaimed, restoring the long sword to its original form. I shall imbue it with Haki. You may attempt again. Kuro wrapped his sword in Haki, and Ryan tried to apply his fruit abilities. The result showed minimal effect. After all, the Haki acted as a protective layer over the weapon. Ryan's powers could only subtly affect the blade beneath the Haki's shield, diminishing the impact compared to before. Considering Ryan's current inexperience with his fruit abilities, Kuro surmised that once Ryan truly mastered them, he might even be able to destroy an enemy's weapon despite their Haki defenses. After concluding their tests, Kuro and Ryan both felt a sense of satisfaction, one with the potential of the devil fruit, the other with his significant improvement in strength. Ryan, your primary task henceforth is to master and develop your fruit abilities. You must become thoroughly familiar with them while continuing your daily training. Once you can wrap your Haki around your attacks, combined with your platinum aura, even my Budo Goketsu will struggle to sever it. Upon hearing this, Ryan eagerly nodded, brimming with energy, after testing their abilities. The two returned to the ship. Everyone, to celebrate Ryan's acquisition of the devil fruit, let us hold a banquet. Oh. Haha. At Kuro's command, the crew sprang into action, hauling drinks and food. In no time, a mountain of culinary delights was assembled. Friends, we have officially set foot upon the Grand Line. This toast is to commemorate our new beginning. May we conquer the Grand Line with success and return home to the Four Seas safely. Cheers. Cheers, Captain. Kuro held a large wine barrel in hand, and after addressing the crew, he took a hearty swig. The crew members raised their cups in camaraderie and drank alongside him. Once they finished, the lively tradition of pouring drinks for one another commenced. Filled with laughter and song, as the moonlight became increasingly hazy, the night passed in silence. The next morning, Kuro awoke amidst the crowd, clutching the wine barrel, and upon observing the men around him, who were embracing each other in slumber, he couldn't help but shiver. The sight of drunken individuals was quite alarming. One crew member was even seen gnawing on another. What kind of dreams could lead to such behavior? Stretching his arms, he spotted Ada and Aer bringing out breakfast. Captain, you're awake. Just in time. Breakfast is ready. Come and eat. Kuro replied, walking over to grab a piece of bread. Kuro, I gave the devil fruit to Ryan. Will you feel displeased? Kuro inquired, glancing at Kuro, who was eating nearby. That I harbor no displeasure. Captain, it was your discovery, and besides, I feel it doesn't suit me. Kuro adjusted his glasses and spoke with a calm demeanor, clearly indifferent. Indeed, it is not suited for you. You are better suited for a speed-type fruit, which I have some thoughts on, Kuro remarked, prompting Kuro to set down his food and fix his gaze on him. It was evident that he was still intrigued by the devil fruit. On our upcoming voyage, I need you to investigate a place called Sleepy Town. There is a devil fruit there that I believe would be perfect for you. Keep this information to yourself, Kuro instructed before continuing his breakfast. Kuro appeared contemplative. After finishing their meal, they roused the inebriated crew and commenced another day of sailing and training. Ryan had already mastered the Haki of armament. Thus, Kuro no longer needed to deliver his loving blows. Ryan could train on his own each day. Kuro's techniques had also seen new developments, eliminating the need for Kuro's strategic input. The crew members were all making progress. And as captain, Kuro could not afford to be complacent. Coincidentally, after merging the Budayuan's spatial seed, Kuro's power barrier had been shattered. His upper limit of strength was gone, returning him to a state where he could only grow stronger through training. Consequently, Kuro trained fervently each day, striving to extract the last vestige of energy from his body to achieve further growth. He often pushed his physical limits to the point of collapsing during training. Unable to rise to AT such times, Ada and Aer would bring him food to nourish him. After eating, Kuro's body's recovery capabilities would begin to manifest. In no time, he would regain his strength and resume training. Under this relentless regimen, Kuro's power was surging. Observing their captain's dedication, the crew members trained even harder, often collapsing on the deck in exhaustion at day's end. During their journey, the Black Ship encountered several extreme weather conditions. But thanks to Ryan's commendable navigation skills, they managed to evade danger each time. After several days at sea, Kuro and his crew finally spotted a small inhabited island. Kuro signaled for Ryan to steer the Black Ship closer. "Kuro, do you see those people? Each one of them is holding a frying pan," Kuro exclaimed as he observed the island's inhabitants, each wielding a pot, some with frying pans and others with flat-bottomed pans. Even the children had soup pots. "Yes, Captain, you're not mistaken. They indeed have a pot in hand." Kuro adjusted his glasses, equally intrigued. "Where have we arrived? Pen Island?" Kuro asked Ryan, who admitted he was unsure since the log pointer only indicated the island's direction. "Not its name. That's right. Since everyone is carrying pots, there must be excellent cooks here." "Ha!" Kuro suddenly realized. Feeling hopeful about finding a chef, the Black Ship drew closer to Pan Island. The residents noticed the approaching vessel and curiously watched. Suddenly, someone in the crowd pointed at the pirate flag. "They are pirates." Panic ensued, with people scattering. Some fled into their homes while others sought refuge in nearby buildings. Kuro noticed an elderly lady struggling to escape. So he flipped the large pot she was carrying over his own head. The crew fell silent. Was it really necessary? For the first time, Kuro felt the weight of the pirate flag's influence as he watched the fleeing townsfolk. Imagining the havoc pirates wreaked during their rampages, the Black Ship docked. Kuro and his crew disembarked. Approaching the elderly lady, Kuro lifted the pot along with her. "Please don't kill me." The old woman whimpered with her eyes shut. Trembling in fear, seeing her plight, Kuro thought of his grandmother from his past life. Feeling a pang in his heart, that he smiled warmly, attempting to soften his tone. "Ha, dear lady, we are not those kind of pirates. Please do not be afraid. We mean no harm to the people of this island." Kuro reached out to help the old woman from the pot. Just then, a stove flew toward them with a clang. Ryan swiftly knocked it away with a club. "Who are you?" A young man, towering at over 2 meters, emerged wielding a massive spatula. "You pirates, release Granny Fonglon," he bellowed, rallying the islanders who emerged from their homes. Each clutching kitchen utensils, Kuro's eyes sparkled with excitement. He thought to himself, "This is promising. A chef may be within reach. Everyone, please remain calm. We harbor no ill intentions," Kuro quickly explained. "Stop lying. Pirates, you plan to lower our guard and then attack us." "Exactly, you despicable pirates must be plotting this." The crowd grew increasingly agitated, ready to charge forth. The young leader quickly intervened, aware that given Ryan's earlier display of strength, even a collective attack might not suffice against him. Moreover, the rest of the crew had yet to engage. Thus, they needed to tread carefully and discern the pirates' true intentions. "Pirates, what do you intend to do?" the young man questioned. "We mean no harm. We simply followed the log pointer here to replenish our supplies," Kuro replied, but the islanders, still fuming, raised their spatulas, preparing to attack once more. "What is going on?" "We've stated we mean no harm, just looking to resupply, yet they act as if they've seen their father's murderer." The crew, seeing the islanders poised for an attack, readied their weapons as well. A confrontation seemed imminent. "Wait. Hey, you, young leader, can you take charge here?" Kuro stepped forward, towering over him. "Fine. Are you their captain?" "Indeed, I am the captain." "Let us talk. Have your people lower their weapons, or we shall consider it an act of war," Kuro stated coldly, recognizing the islanders' heightened state of alert. Without having said much, they were already bristling with hostility. It was clear a different approach was necessary for dialogue. Upon hearing Kuro's words, the young man furrowed his brow. "If we put down our weapons, what about you? Do you expect us to surrender?" Kuro, not responding, simply gestured for his crew to sheath their weapons. The young man hesitated before calling for calm, urging everyone to lower their weapons. "All right, let us talk. Why did you react so strongly upon hearing we needed to replenish supplies?" Upon finishing his words, Kuro's statement incited a wave of agitation among the islanders. Previously, a band of pirates had come ashore, ruthlessly slaughtering many of their kin, seizing their provisions and spirits, and departing with the ominous promise of returning for more supplies. Thus, upon hearing Kuro mention the intent to replenish supplies, their reaction was one of palpable alarm. Kuro grasped the gravity of the situation. They perceived him as yet another marauder. We are not akin to the previous pirates. Should we truly desire to pillage, the imposing figure behind me could effortlessly annihilate you all, Kuro asserted, prompting Ryan to brandish the spiked club in his hand, that we merely seek to procure some provisions. And we are willing to pay, Kuro continued, leading the young man to turn and engage in hushed discussions with the residents behind him. Seizing the opportunity while they deliberated, Kuro gently extricated the elderly woman from the pot. Observing the frail woman covered in dirt, Kuro knelt and delicately brushed off the loose soil. He then engaged her in conversation to soothe her fraught nerves, witnessing Kuro's kindness toward the elderly woman. The young leader visibly relaxed, revealing that Kuro and his companions were indeed different from the earlier pirates. After a brief interval, the islanders concluded their discussions, and Kuro returned the elderly woman to her community, where a group of individuals swiftly shielded her behind them. Very well. Do enlighten me on the outcome of your deliberations. Kuro addressed the young leader. We are willing to sell you supplies, but you must guarantee that no harm will come to the people of our island. The islanders ultimately acquiesced to Kuro's request, for none could predict the consequences of refusing these pirates. Indeed, if our intent were to kill, we would not have engaged in such lengthy discourse with you. Kuro replied, Now, lead us to your finest establishment. I am on the verge of starvation and wish to sample your culinary skills. As he spoke, Kuro advanced into the throng, prompting the islanders to part, creating a pathway for him. They stood in 2 rows, as though welcoming him with a parade. Follow me, the young leader said, eager to lead Kuro to the dining establishment. After a 10-minute walk, Kuro beheld a grand restaurant. Indeed, it was not merely one, but resembled a veritable culinary city, bustling with chefs at work. Glancing upward, he noted a massive wok suspended from the ceiling. Young man, what is your name? Kuro suddenly recalled that he was yet unaware of the young man's identity. Paolo Ducas. Then I shall call you Paolo. Suit yourself, Paolo replied indifferently. What is the name of your island, and why does everyone carry a pot? Kuro inquired, his curiosity piqued. This is known as Wairzhu Island, also referred to as Chef's Island. Every islander is trained in the culinary arts from a young age, Paolo explained. Upon hearing this, Kuro felt an overwhelming wave of emotion. He had finally arrived at the right place. Tears welled in his eyes, and he lamented, I should have come here ages ago. Paolo, perplexed by the pirate captain's sudden sorrow, thought to himself, is this person unhinged? I merely mentioned culinary training, and he reacts so dramatically. As he considered voicing his thoughts, he recalled Ryan's formidable presence and swallowed his words. Choosing to ignore Kuro, Paolo hastily pushed open the door and entered. Upon entering the hall, Kuro witnessed 2 chefs engaged in a fierce vegetable cutting competition. The chef on the left forcefully slammed the knife onto the cutting board, sending ingredients flying into the air. With a swift motion, he sliced the ingredients into fine strips, which fell neatly onto his plate. The chef on the right was equally impressive, his knife whirling rapidly. With each pass, the ingredients transformed into delicate strands. When they finished, the 2 chefs compared their creations, with the left chef's strips being the finer, thus declaring him the victor. Unable to contain himself, Kuro erupted into applause. The surrounding patrons regarded him with incredulous expressions, and Kuro, bewildered, questioned, Is there something wrong with my applause? In our community, vegetable cutting is a fundamental skill. No matter how exceptional one may be, it is hardly noteworthy. Therefore, your applause is considered bothersome, Paolo explained, perceiving Kuro's confusion. That is this merely a fundamental skill. How astonishing. With such knife skills, how did you find yourselves at the mercy of the previous pirates? Kuro queried, his curiosity deepening. That is not the case. It is due to the rules of our island. The regulations dictate that knives may only be used for preparing food and must never be wielded against a person. Paolo clarified, leaving Kuro to comprehend the absurdity of the situation. No wonder the islanders were unarmed. He had mistakenly assumed they lacked knives altogether. Who instituted such a ridiculous rule? Isn't that nonsensical, to have strength, yet stand idle and endure blows? This brings us to the history of our island. Paolo began, narrating the tale of Wairzhu Island. That it was once an uncharted and desolate island until 2 renowned chefs arrived one fateful day. each seeking to prove their culinary supremacy through a series of 3 contests. The first competition was knife skills, resulting in a stalemate. The second was a taste test, with 100 islanders voting, which also ended in a tie. The third contest was a test of strength, as navigating the perilous seas in search of rare ingredients required formidable prowess. Their duel lasted 3 days and nights, both sustaining severe injuries but unable to land a fatal blow. Just as they prepared to strike the final blow against each other, a formidable man intervened, shattering their knives with a single stroke. He chastised them for their foolishness. A chef's knife was meant to bring joy through food, not to foster violence. After that day, the chefs chose to live incognito on the island, where the 100 islanders who had come to sample their dishes also decided to remain. The 2 chefs established a culinary academy, imparting their knowledge to the islanders and crafting new knives to commemorate their duel to prevent further challenges for culinary supremacy. The chefs instituted a rule: knives could only be used for preparing food, and violators would be banished from the island. Thus, over generations, Wyrza Island evolved into what it is today. As a result, when pirates attacked, the islanders could only defend themselves with kitchen utensils, unable to wield knives for combat. Upon concluding the tale, Kuro stared incredulously at Paolo. Are you all insane? While they hold knives to your throats, you concern yourselves with your absurd regulations. And are you truly so foolish? If knives are prohibited, why not use longer blades? To possess strength yet stand idle, awaiting death? You misunderstand. This rule is meant to govern individuals. Islanders are trained as chefs from birth, and regardless of the weapon in their hands, they are not permitted to inflict harm, Paolo retorted. For centuries, the inhabitants have adhered to this rule. It cannot be violated. Upon hearing Kuro's criticism of their regulations, Paolo bristled. Am I incorrect? To uphold such a rule while witnessing friends and family perish before your eyes, when you possess the means to fight back, is that not the height of folly? Are you truly waiting for the entire island to perish before you regret your inaction? Upon hearing Kuro's words, Paul fell silent, reflecting on the earlier pirate attack that claimed the lives of islanders, including a dear companion he had grown up with. Observing Paul's contemplative silence, Kuro paid him no mind and proceeded to various stalls, ordering food with unrestrained enthusiasm. When Paul finally regained his composure and wished to speak, he discovered that Kuro had already wandered off. Turning around, he saw Kuro devouring food with reckless abandon, resembling a famished soul returned from the afterlife. Witnessing Kuro and his companions feast with such fervor, Paul swallowed his words and chose to depart. Oh, Captain, this chicken is simply exquisite. It melts in my mouth. Indeed, Captain, this fish is delightful too. No bones, just pure meat. And this roasted lamb is equally splendid. This place is truly remarkable. Soxy, how can you even compare? The food you make is likely unfit even for the dogs on the island. Ada brandished a large bone, launching a verbal assault on the frizzy-haired Soxy, not one to back down. Soxy retaliated. Unfit for dogs? Yet I see you enjoying it quite a bit, and the captain seems to relish it too. Upon hearing this, Kuro felt a tinge of offense. If that is the case, then I shall cease cooking entirely. It disrupts my daily training. Soxy promptly abandoned his duties. Fine, don't cook, but when you leave, make sure to take the island's dogs with you. Even they cook better than you do. Ada passionately showcased his Zoan literature, and Kuro was willing to take Ada and Aer along precisely because of their sharp tongues. Ada and Soxy continued their verbal sparring. Aer discreetly hoarded all the meat from the table to his side, consuming half of it before the bickering concluded. Kuro, eating while observing the playful chaos, found it rather entertaining. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the restaurant. Aer, go check what's happening. Aer grabbed a pork knuckle from the table and stepped outside. Moments later, he returned. Captain, a group of pirates has arrived, and Paul is leading the islanders in their counterattack. Kuro paused, astonished. What a coincidence. Another group has come, as if I were their scout. Have they engaged in battle? Yes, they have. Paul is currently clashing with a dark-skinned pirate using a large shovel. Aer replied before resuming his feast. Kuro stroked his chin and thought. Aer, how formidable are these pirates? They cannot match us. And what of the islanders? They will suffer heavy casualties. After pondering for a moment, Kuro declared, let us go. Kuro and I will see for ourselves. You all continue eating. With that, he led Kuro outside. Upon exiting the restaurant, they beheld 2 groups locked in combat from a distance, where a towering black man wielding a massive axe was attacking. Paul struggled to fend him off with his shovel. Their captain, a corpulent man adorned with a pirate hat, was conversing with a lean, monkey-like figure behind him. Kuro remained at a distance, watching the spectacle while savoring a skewer of takoyaki. "Kuro, do you see the black man with the axe?" Kuro asked the man behind him. "I do, Captain. If you were to face him, how long would it take you to defeat him?" Kuro inquired. Chewing on his takoyaki skewer, Kuro did not respond, merely adjusting his glasses. "Ha, it seems you underestimate him." Kuro remarked. Observing the islanders suffering heavy losses and Paul struggling to resist, he sighed, shaking his head. They possess the power to retaliate yet choose to adhere to some foolish regulations. It is utterly absurd. "You vile pirates, cease this at once," Paul cried out in anguish as he witnessed the islanders falling one by one. "Ha, cease. What right do you have to command me to stop? Boys, eliminate them all," commanded the corpulent pirate captain, his face twisted with cruelty, prompting his lackeys to wield their weapons with renewed vigor. "I was wrong. Kuro was right. To abide by those damned regulations and refrain from using our strength has led to the injuries and deaths of the islanders. I was too naive." Tears streamed down Paul's face. Yet, it was all too late, not entirely too late. "Look, I found this in the restaurant's kitchen." Just as Paul lamented, Kuro approached from behind, holding a large wooden box filled with dozens of kitchen knives. "As you are not beyond redemption, I bestow these knives upon you. How you utilize them is up to you." After tossing the box to Paul, Kuro stood aside. "Thank you, Kuro," Paul exclaimed, catching the wooden box and expressing his gratitude upon seeing the knives inside. Kuro waved his hand dismissively, signaling for him not to mention it. Paul retrieved a cleaver from the box, and a transformation overtook him. "Listen up, everyone. At this juncture, to blindly adhere to regulations would only lead to our demise. Therefore, let us set aside the rules and wield these knives, driving these brutal pirates from our island. Let us defend our homeland." With that, Paul charged at the black pirate, while the remaining islanders exchanged glances, none daring to approach the box for a knife. Just as confusion reigned, Grandma Fonglan emerged from the crowd, parting the sea of people. She approached the large box, her diminutive stature barely reaching half its height. And with a few hops, she clambered onto the box, rummaging for a suitable knife. Be careful, Grandma. Don't get hurt by the knives in the box." After a prolonged search, Grandma Fonglan finally unearthed a large cleaver. "Can you handle that knife, Grandma?" Kuro asked, concerned as he observed the blade, which was longer than her height. "Humph. Do not underestimate this old woman, you little brat. My weapons in my youth were far larger than this. Alas, I am now old and must settle for this little knife," she said, pride shimmering in her eyes as she reminisced about her past glory, yet a hint of regret marred her expression in the present. Kuro, listening nearby, couldn't help but smirk. This old woman was nearly as boastful as his grandfather, constantly bragging about her prowess in her youth. Paul, who usually adheres strictly to regulations, seems to be abandoning them today. "This has to do with you, right?" Grandma Fonglan eyed Kuro, dragging the knife handle. Kuro smiled but offered no response. "Well, you have done well. There were those who sought to abolish these regulations long ago, but the stubborn old fogies on the island vehemently opposed it. Thankfully, they have all passed. Otherwise, this situation would not have been easy." Grandma Fonglan's words were striking. Raising the cleaver, she addressed the islanders behind her. "You lot, I have picked up a knife. What are you waiting for? Do you want me to face the pirates alone?" The islanders exchanged glances, and a short-haired young man stepped forward from the crowd. "Since Grandma Fonglan has said so, let us discard these regulations." He dashed to the box and selected a lengthy kitchen knife. With that, others followed suit, rushing to the box to choose their weapons while cursing under their breath. "Exactly. If they intend to wipe us out, then we shall fight back. A chef without a knife is not the same as a chef with one. You vile demons, prepare to be cooked by us chefs." A group of individuals, upon rediscovering their familiar kitchen knives, turned and charged towards the battlefield. This time, the tide of battle was entirely reversed, in the hands of the islanders. The kitchen knives seemed to come alive, spinning and dancing endlessly within their grasp that a moment's inattention from the pirates would result in the knives gliding effortlessly against their bodies, leaving gaping wounds from which flesh and blood fell to the ground. Instantly, the cries of the pirates echoed in despair. "Captain, they are too powerful. They are entirely different from before. My hand, my leg, my kidneys." Under the fierce onslaught of the islanders, the pirates crumbled in an instant. wailing towards their corpulent captain. What the hell is happening? Rob, you scoundrel. Tell me why they have become so formidable. The pirate captain seized the frail monkey by the neck, demanding an explanation. Captain, it's the knives. It's the knives that are at fault. They have violated the island's rules and are using knives to attack people. The frail monkey, with a face turning purple from the captain's grip, barely managed to utter those two sentences. Gasping for air. I don't care about any rules. Since you claim this island is easy to conquer, go and take it down for me, or I will kill you first. The pirate captain was solely focused on eliminating the frail monkey before him. This fellow had joined his crew a year prior, establishing his place aboard the ship with exceptional culinary skills. About 6 months ago, he had incessantly recounted tales of 2 grand knives enshrined in his homeland's shrine, insisting that the islanders were weak and that he could easily claim them. Initially, the captain had dismissed these claims, but the monkey's persistent chatter eventually swayed his mind. However, their pirate crew had been pursued by the Navy, preventing them from coming here until recently, when the Navy reported that the Kuro pirate crew had entered the Grand Line, prompting nearby naval branches to attempt to capture. It was only then that the pursuing Navy had relented, granting them the opportunity to come for the knives. Now, his pirate crew lay devastated, and those seemingly feeble islanders had transformed into formidable swordsmen upon wielding the kitchen knives. His crew members could hardly withstand the assault. Captain, I cannot cope with them wielding knives, or I would not have been driven off the island. The frail monkey spoke, distressed, inciting the captain's fury. You fool! You are going to get me killed. Steam erupted from the captain's nostrils as his form grew larger, transforming into a colossal wild boar. Captain, no, die. The wild boar captain raised his hooves, crushing the frail monkey's head beneath his weight, leaving him lifeless on the ground without uttering a final word. Oh, a pig fruit. A wild boar man? Kuro thought of Langlang Mountain upon witnessing this transformation. You accursed islanders, daring to resist the great Captain Bull. Charge! The enraged wild boar bull barreled forward, crashing into the islanders who could not evade, leaving several of them bloodied and broken, some sent soaring through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, struggling to rise. Granny Fanlon had just slain a pirate when the wild boar bull set his sights on her. Charging forth with alarming speed, Paul, witnessing this, dashed forward to stand protectively in front of Granny Fanlon, gripping his knife with all his might to intercept the wild boar's tusks. The two engaged in a test of strength. You, an ordinary human, cannot compete with me, a fruit user. Humph, you massive wild boar is merely a delectable ingredient to a chef. You are doomed. Bull flung Paul aside, who landed hard on the ground, sliding a distance before regaining his footing, only to see Bull charging at him again. I can't hold him off. Granny, you run first. I will buy you some time. Paul shouted as he rushed towards Bull, raising his knife in an attempt to obstruct him, creating an opportunity for Granny Fanlon to escape. Bang! The sound of their collision rang out, as Bull's tusks sent Paul's knife flying, the wild boar's snout crashing into Paul's chest, a bone-cracking sound echoing as Paul coughed up blood. His body sent tumbling several meters away. Paul! Granny Fanlon cried out in alarm. Bull was already charging towards her, with a whoosh. Kuro instantly appeared between them, smiling as he flexed his fists in anticipation of the formidable wild boar. It has been a while since I faced such a large wild boar. Kuro withdrew his right leg, lowering his center of gravity as the muscles in his right arm bulged. Brute force. Kuro unleashed a powerful punch directly into Bull's snout, causing the beast to tremble, its flesh seemingly gathering at its neck. Hunt. Boom. The impact exploded around them, sending Bull tumbling through the air, blood spraying in its wake. A mere wild boar dares to be so arrogant. When Bull crashed to the ground, its body quivered, limbs flailing erratically. The creature was left dazed by Kuro's punch. Kuro looked at Bull's state with disdain, saying, Kuro, I leave him to you. Use him to practice your techniques. At your command, Captain. Upon hearing the captain's order, Kuro donned his 10 blades with a smile and advanced to attack Bull, while Kuro turned to assist the frightened Granny Fanlon. Are you all right, old lady? Did you break any bones? No. Thanks to you, young lad. Kuro shook his head, chuckling as he brushed the dirt off Granny's clothes, while Paul struggled to rise in the distance. You are still too weak. Paul, with your current strength, you cannot protect this small island. Hearing Kuro's words, Paul fell silent, his expression grave. He truly was too weak. Kuro, noticing his expression, chose not to elaborate further, turning his attention back to the battle between Kuro and Bull. At this moment, Bull regained his senses, having transformed into a hybrid form, wielding a large knife as he relentlessly pursued Kuro. Kuro deftly evaded while seizing opportunities to strike Bull. Yet, Bull, bolstered by the formidable physique of an animal-type user, withstood Kuro's attacks. The 10 blades merely grazed his outer skin, failing to penetrate deeper, and coupled with his remarkable regenerative abilities, Bull appeared bloodied yet undeterred. Having sustained minimal damage, Kuro understood that his strikes were ineffective. Thus he searched for weaknesses in Bull's defenses. If he could land a decisive blow, he could end the wild boar's life. A glint of red flashed in Kuro's eyes. Bull swung his tusks. Internally anxious, although he believed he could defeat Kuro, he was acutely aware of the man's overwhelming strength from afar, who had sent him flying with a single punch. What immense power that man must possess. Realizing this, Bull's expression grew grim. He had stumbled upon a formidable opponent. It was all that accursed frail monkey's fault. Just as Wild Boar Bull was lost in thought, Kuro seized the moment. Cat steps. He executed the cat steps, vanishing and reappearing behind Wild Boar Bull, unleashing 10 intersecting cuts with the 10 blades. Slice, slice, slice. Bull's back was carved with 10 deep gashes, exposing bone. Ugh! Ah! Bull howled in agony, pivoting to swing his knife at Kuro, only to find him vanished once more. Damn it! You dare to ambush me! Wild Boar Bull was furious, lamenting the lack of martial ethics in this sneak attack against an unprepared boar. Ambush? Don't be ridiculous. You simply cannot catch me. As Kuro's voice echoed, Bull felt a sudden chill in his chest, another 10 cuts blossoming across his torso. This time, the injury was severe, one slash tearing open his abdomen. Blood spurted forth. The pain rendered Bull unable to howl. As he clasped his abdomen, collapsing to the ground, Kuro appeared beside him, the 10 blades poised at Bull's throat. Please, spare me. I surrender, sensing the ominous aura of death. Buer struggled to utter these words. Kalu glanced at Kuro, who merely curled his lip and made a gesture across his throat. Spare me. Kalu interrupted Buer before he could finish his sentence, swiftly severing Buer's head. The islanders nearby were so frightened that they quickly shut their eyes. Kalu, your methods are too ruthless. You could have simply made a throat gesture, yet you chose such a bloody display. How inconsiderate. Kuro remarked casually, but Kalu ignored him entirely. However, you have grown stronger, Kalu. Faced with such a formidable enemy, you were able to decisively strike him down. Quite impressive, indeed, Kuro chuckled, his face beaming with praise. That Kalu's lips curled slightly upwards as he adjusted his glasses nonchalantly and walked away. Ah, still so proud, Kalu, Kuro laughed. After dispatching the wild boar captain, only a handful of lackeys remained, easily defeated by the islanders. They bound the lackeys together with ropes and turned to Kuro. Why are you looking at me? Do you wish to bind me as well? Kuro inquired, bemused. It's not that we want to bind you, but we are at a loss as to how to repay your kindness. Without your assistance, our chef island would surely face annihilation. Granny Fonglan, now dressed in clean clothes, approached, speaking as she walked, in no need for gratitude. I have scrutinized this place for a long time and found nothing of value worth my while. Kuro pondered for a moment before conceding. The island had already been plundered by other pirates, so it was likely devoid of money and treasures, leaving little to desire. Ha! You little rascal, truly merciless, Granny Fonglan exclaimed, prompting Paolo to step forward, cradling a wooden box in his arms. Here, young one, take a look. This is the very purpose of the wild boar pirate crew's visit. Upon her words, Paolo opened the wooden box, revealing a Japanese chef's knife over a meter long. Mooncutter? Kuro stared at the knife in astonishment. What on earth am I witnessing? The legendary mooncutter. Granny, whose black blade is this? Is it not wielded by a young man with orange hair? Kuro hastily inquired, his mind racing. Was it possible that he had stumbled into the realm of the Grim Reaper? That young man with orange hair was one of the 2 chefs who established this island. They reforged it from fragments of their chef knives and a piece of black iron, she explained, retrieving the knife from the box. Its name is Sky Slash, not the mooncutter you mentioned. Since its successful forging, it has remained in the shrine. Thus it has never been listed among knives, but it is undoubtedly on par with the renowned great knife of the 21st craft. After speaking, the old lady tossed the knife to Kuro, who caught it, feeling the chilling aura emanating from it. Indeed, it was a formidable blade. He then swung it with precision, .1 sword style, horizontal slash. As Kuro executed the horizontal cut, The blade emitted an arc of energy akin to a crescent moon, soaring towards a desolate mountain on the island and cleaving its summit, a remarkable blade. However, it serves me no purpose. I already possess my own, Kuro remarked, returning the knife to Paolo. Take good care of it. With this knife in your possession, your strength will greatly increase, allowing you to protect this small island in the future. Kuro concluded, eager to continue to the dining hall. Wait a moment. I knew I wasn't mistaken about you, young rascal. Granny Fonglan halted Kuro with a grin. Paolo, accompany him. Accompany me. Granny, are you suggesting he join me as a pirate? Kuro asked, perplexed. Why would she send someone away so casually? What's wrong with being a pirate? The man who prevented the duel between the two chefs was a powerful pirate. Without him, this island would not exist. That's not my intention. What I meant to say is, if he goes with you, what will happen to the safety of the island's residents? Kuro gazed at Granny Fonglan, awaiting her response. The Navy has visited our island before, expressing a desire to establish a temporary base here to capture those pirates entering the Grand Line. However, we have consistently refused. Yet, with the arrival of 3 waves of pirates, we can no longer afford to decline. Just now, we contacted the Navy using the transponder snail they left behind, and they promised to send troops to station here. Kuro nodded in understanding, then looked at Paolo. His strength was decent, although he had been somewhat rigid in his actions before. He eventually came to his senses that it remained uncertain how proficient he was in cooking. Kuro stroked his chin in contemplation when Kaido reappeared. Captain, Sushi has declared he won't be cooking anymore, Kaido remarked, causing Kuro to suddenly realize his current predicament. They had been tirelessly seeking a chef, and now that one was willing to join the crew, he was hesitating, silently chastising himself for losing sight of his original intentions. Kuro raised his gaze to Paolo. Listen, Paolo, joining my ship will not be an easy task that I understand. A powerful individual like you must have high standards for those who join. Paolo responded earnestly. Although my current strength may not suffice, I promise to train diligently once aboard. Kulu noticed Kaido adjusting his glasses, silently thinking, high standards, not at all that I was practically dragged aboard, and I heard Ryan joined under duress. Kulu discerned Kaido's shifting expressions and surmised his thoughts. Ahem, in truth, I have no strict requirements. I merely hope that once you join my ship, everyone can unite and grow together. Striving for greatness, Tio masked his own awkwardness. Kuro pretended to cough. Yes, I will certainly strive to do my best. Paolo remained steadfastly serious. Excellent. From now on, you shall be the chef aboard my ship. Welcome aboard, Paolo, Kuro declared, placing a hand on Paolo's shoulder in a gesture of camaraderie. Welcome, Kaido chimed in. Now that Paolo has decided to join your ship, this knife shall be entrusted to him. Granny Fonglan, pleased with Kuro's acceptance of Paolo's request, tossed the knife back into Paolo's hands. Granny Fonglan, this knife, take it. Otherwise, it might be confiscated by the Navy when they arrive. Kuro suggested, contemplating the reality of the situation. So, Paolo, this knife is now your responsibility, but it is not a gift without strings attached. You must strive to surpass the 2 chefs who founded this island, becoming a new legend for the people of Wyrzu Island. Do you understand? I understand, Captain. Paolo grasped the sky tightly, pledging earnestly to Kuro. You must do well, Paolo. From now on, it all hinges on you. Work diligently alongside Kuro. Ha! The surrounding islanders rejoiced for Paolo, their laughter ringing out. Well then, the ceremony of joining the ship has concluded. Let us head to the dining hall. The once fiery Kuro was now blissfully eager for a meal. The islanders watching nearby crumpled to the ground. Be serious, you fool. I was just filled with enthusiasm, they shouted in frustration. Don't mind them, don't mind them. Kaido shook his head, acknowledging Kuro's unreliability in a certain light. Come, let us go. Just as Kuro was preparing to head back to the restaurant, Ryan approached, accompanied by Zangao, Ada, Air, and Sushi, all of them waddling like they were heavily pregnant. Captain, have the matters been resolved? Ryan asked. Slightly out of breath, Ryan approached, conversing while burping heartily. The battle had concluded, with the invading pirates nearly all dispatched, and the remaining one securely bound. Kuro gestured towards a group of tied-up pirate henchmen. Allow me to introduce you to Paul, who will henceforth serve as our ship's cook, he announced, pushing Paul forward to present him to the crew at long last. We have a cook aboard. Hooray! We are finally liberated from the dreadful slop prepared by Soki. We owe you our gratitude, Ada exclaimed, waddling over to Paul and shaking his hand vigorously in appreciation. Get lost. Soki retaliated with a swift kick that sent Ada flying. Following that, Soki grasped Paul's hand, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Thank you. Thank you for joining our ship. Thank you for choosing the profession of a cook. Thank you. Thank you so much, Soki sobbed, overwhelmed by the injustices she had endured over time. Everyone had criticized her cooking. She acknowledged it herself, having repeatedly requested to cease cooking duties. Yet, every time she voiced her desire to stop, she faced the captain's well-meaning lectures, and that fist, larger than a sandbag, was something even Brother Ryan could hardly withstand. How could she possibly endure it? Thus, she had no choice but to continue cooking. Besides, the poor quality of her dishes was not solely her fault. She was originally tasked with lighting the cannons and had never cooked before, but after the captain formed the pirate crew, she was forcefully assigned to the kitchen, until today, when a genuine cook finally arrived on board. Someone had come to rescue her. Observing Soki, who was a mess of tears and snot, Paul wore an expression of bewilderment. The crew seemed overly enthusiastic. After all, he was merely here to serve as a cook. Was such a display of emotion truly warranted? Just as Paul pondered this, Ada, having returned after being kicked away, stealthily approached Soki from behind and executed a surprise attack. The 1,000-year kill. Oh, Soki shot into the air in pain. Dare to ambush me. I'll take your life, Ada retorted, blowing on his fingers as he shot verbal jabs at Sakai. As they landed, the two engaged in a brawl on the ground, akin to ruffian squabbling. Paul suddenly felt a twinge of regret about coming aboard. Ryan, noticing the change in Paul's demeanor, quickly wrapped an arm around his shoulder. Don't mind them. They do this every day, the captain would say. It's just two buddies having a spar, Ryan reassured him. Ada too eagerly nodded in agreement. Exactly. My brother and Soki can't go a day without fighting. Pay them no mind. Let me introduce you to the crew. Ada too pulled Paul along to meet the others. Honestly, day after day, they only know how to stir trouble. When will they mature and display some decorum like me? Kuro shook his head, exuding disappointment. Shut up. It's precisely because of you that they act this way. The nearby crew members chimed in with jest. TCH, I won't bother with you lot. Kuro prepared to return to the tavern to resume his meal. But as he stepped forward, a thought struck him, and he turned to look at Ryan's stomach. Hey, Ryan, you did save some meat for me, right? Kuro inquired nonchalantly. None left. We devoured it all. This hardly sufficed. And we even polished off a fair amount of the dried meat from the kitchen, Ryan replied with a grin. Oh, how delightful. Truly remarkable. Kuro's tone suddenly turned icy wide in a swift motion. He activated his Haki and delivered a punch, sending Ryan crashing to the ground. The action flowed seamlessly. I told you Brother Ryan would get beaten. I advised him to save a couple of plates, but he wouldn't listen. The henchman guffawed at Ryan's plight. Dare to laugh, will you? Clang, clang, clang. Each of them sported a large bump on their heads, collapsing to the ground in unconsciousness. This is the price for not saving me food. Kuro blew on his fist, his tone chilling. The islanders watched in stunned silence, bewildered by the scene. First, two crew members rolling on the ground in a brawl, followed by their captain delivering a blow to each of the crew members. All right, enough of this commotion. Paul, showcase your culinary skills and prepare a meal for the captain. Kuro finally stepped forward to put an end to the chaotic display. Understood, Kuro, I will prepare some food right away. Paul responded. Upon hearing of food, the previously unconscious crew members sprang to their feet. Make plenty. We're still hungry. Indeed, we must sample your cooking. Kuro gazed at the lively crew with a resigned shake of his head, realizing that being captain was more exhausting than before. What a truly amusing bunch. Well, since you all vanquished our foes, let us prepare this meal as a token of our gratitude. Grandma Fonglan laughed heartily. Instructing the islanders to return home for ingredients to host a feast for the Kuro pirate crew. By evening, bonfires lit up the island, with people gathered around, the ground laden with food. The aroma wafted through the air, causing Kuro's mouth to water. It smells incredible, truly deserving of its title as the Island of Chefs. Just the scent alone surpasses that of the meals served on the sea. Now, let us raise our first toast to the Kuro pirate crew. For their arrival has defeated the wild boar pirate crew and saved us, Grandma Fonglan proclaimed, lifting her cup in gratitude to Kuro and his crew. The Kuro pirate crew, the islanders echoed. raising their cups in unison. Everyone, cheers. Kuro and his crew joined in the toast, downing their drinks together. For the second toast, let us honor Paul, who rushes into battle first whenever enemies attack. He has protected Weir-O Island and its inhabitants. Now that he has joined the Kuro pirate crew, let us wish him safe travels. To Paul, may he find peace. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, Paul replied, tears streaming down his face. The islanders' eyes glistened with tears as well. For the third toast, let us remember the departed islanders, wishing that their spirits may bless the living with happiness and health. To the departed. The third toast concluded, and the islanders wept openly, while Kuro and his crew remained silent. This is the harsh reality of this world, something one could never grasp while watching anime. Roger's words had a profound impact, but it was only upon arriving here that one truly comprehended the terror behind that statement. A mere phrase could incite madness in people, driving them fearlessly into the sea. However, after sailing for a while, they would discover that even basic sustenance became a challenge. In moments of hunger-induced delirium, morality fades, leaving only the brutal instinct to pillage and plunder in order to fill one's belly. Roger instilled in people a fantasy of treasure, simultaneously ushering in the suffering wrought by rampant piracy. Thus, from a young age, Kuro understood one fundamental truth. Weakness is the original sin. It was weakness that led to the tragic demise of his parents, and it was weakness that cost the lives of the island's inhabitants. Therefore, his sole belief became to grow stronger, stronger than anyone else. He aspired to be the strongest man in the world. Suddenly, a crimson aura enveloped Kuro's body. Buzz. The aura radiated outward, overwhelming the surrounding islanders and crew members with a formidable pressure, causing them to faint and lose consciousness. What is this? Conqueror's Haki. Kuro gazed at the unconscious individuals, realizing he had awakened his Conqueror's Haki. Previously, Kuro believed he had no chance of awakening it, as he lacked the ambition to become a king. Thus, he had never forced the issue. Yet today, witnessing the islanders' sorrow stirred his yearning for strength, igniting his ambition for power and solidifying his conviction. This fusion of belief and ambition led to the awakening of his Conqueror's Haki. In that moment, Kuro truly grasped the ticket to the realm of the strong. Emperors of the sea, wait for me. It won't be long before I, read Kuro, come to claim your positions. Kuro burst into laughter, his Conqueror's Haki echoing around him. All right, time to eat. Once he finished his merriment, he quickly began to flaunt. Just kidding, everyone has fainted and all the food is mine. I should take advantage of this moment to indulge. After a while, they began to awaken, but it would soon be too late. The Conqueror's Haki signifies that following you is quite embarrassing. Moments later, Ryan was the first to regain consciousness. What just happened? It feels as though I were struck by an iron rod. My head is all foggy. With one hand propped against the ground and the other cradling his head, he swayed unsteadily. Once he cleared his mind, Ryan noticed his captain, with a bone in his mouth and a meat chop gripped in his hand, staring intently at him. Oh, you've awakened, Ryan. Captain, what just occurred? Was there an enemy? The mere mention of foes made Ryan spring to his feet, transforming into his beastly form, gripping his mace tightly as he surveyed the surroundings, searching for adversaries. Oh, don't be alarmed. It was merely an awakening of one of my abilities that caused you all to faint. Kuro chewed through the bone and swallowed, then casually continued. What? An ability awakening. And it knocked us out. Ryan leapt forward, landing before Kuro. Captain, could you teach me that ability? I cannot teach you. It is a type of Haki known as Conqueror's Haki. Awakened from within oneself, entirely dependent on destiny, not merely effort. To be honest, I don't even know why I awakened it myself. After Kuro spoke, Ryan's face wore a look of envy, regretting he could not learn it. Your strength was already formidable, and now you've awakened such a powerful ability. How are we supposed to catch up, Captain? Ryan's tone was thick with frustration. Is it possible that even if I do not awaken Conqueror's Haki, you still wouldn't be able to catch up? Kuro patted Ryan's shoulder, offering careful consolation. Thank you, but next time, don't comfort others, just refrain from it. And also, don't rub your greasy hands on my clothes after grabbing the meat chop. This is not a rag. Ryan's loud voice roused everyone who had fainted. One by one, they shook their heads, inquiring about what had just transpired. What happened? Captain, why did I faint? Ada climbed up and asked Kuro. I have no idea what occurred. One moment I was fine, and the next, I was out cold. I just woke up too. Right, Ryan? Observing the captain's subtle gestures, Although Ryan was unsure why Kuro lied, he still nodded in agreement. How strange. Everyone fainted, yet thankfully no enemies attacked, or else we would have been annihilated. Zangao expressed relief, declaring their luck to be quite fortunate. Indeed, it's fortunate nothing went awry. The group assumed it was merely a peculiar occurrence and proceeded to hold their banquet. As the fragrant beast meat was brought from the kitchen, Kuro silently lamented his oversight. He had taken the opportunity to boast about the food while they were unconscious, thinking that was all there was. Little did he know, the kitchen held the real feast. Had he known, he would have saved his appetite. Patting his round belly, Kuro suddenly had an idea. He quickly slipped away to find an empty spot and began his training. Being in a state of high energy, he couldn't consume food, so he reasoned that if he could expend this energy, it would suffice. Kuro immediately entered high-speed training mode. The others could not see what he was doing, only noticing a blur of movement, and after a while, the sound of his stomach growling echoed through the air. Kuro hastily stopped, having visibly slimmed down, his cheeks and belly having shrunk, staggering towards the beast meat. He opened his mouth and began to gorge himself, his body expanding at a visible rate. The onlookers were left in astonishment. What was this? He had just been stout, then exercised, and now returned like a ravenous ghost, only to swell back into a ball. Oh, don't mind my body. It's just a bit peculiar. Your statement only heightens our curiosity. The crew had grown accustomed to such antics, pulling each other into drinking games. Thus, the banquet continued until the early hours of the morning. Under the arrangement of the islanders, they rested directly at the inn. The next morning, Kuro finally awoke. After washing his face, he gazed into the mirror. Ive become even more handsome. With this visage, even the Empress would be captivated. After indulging in his vanity, he was filled with confidence. Exiting his room, he found Grandma Fonglan sipping tea in the hall. Upon seeing Kuro emerge, she beckoned him over. Little brat, are you preparing to set sail again today? Indeed, if we don't leave soon, the Navy's forces might arrive, and we won't be able to escape then. Kuro sat across from Grandma Fonglan as she poured him a bowl of tea, and they chatted amiably. That is true. Have all the supplies been gathered for the ship? Is there anything still lacking? No, Grandma. Paul is managing the food, and he claims it's enough for a month. That we also have no shortages of other supplies, having procured quite a bit in Roguetown. After Kuro finished speaking, he took a sip of tea. That's good. Go prepare for departure. I look forward to seeing you make a name for yourself on the high seas. All right. Grandma. You just take care of your health and wait here to see our bounty posters. After finishing his tea, Kuro bid farewell to Grandma Fonglan and exited the inn, heading towards the port where the black ship was docked. Grandma Fonglan watched Kuro's retreating figure. Conqueror's Haki, possessed by only one in hundreds of thousands. Every bearer has the potential of a king. Who would have thought this young rascal would possess such qualities? Grandma Fonglan murmured to herself, for it was she who had awakened first, not Ryan. And she had overheard Kuro and Ryan's conversation. She was taken aback. Having sailed in her youth, she understood the significance of Conqueror's Haki. When she first laid eyes on this boy, she merely thought him foolish but strong. Never anticipating he possessed the potential to become a king, that it seemed the seas were destined to become turbulent once more. After finishing her thoughts, Grandma Fonglan turned and re-entered the inn. Kuro yawned as he arrived at the port. Where the crew awaited their captain's arrival, they erupted into playful banter. Is that our captain just waking up? Why do you look so sleepy again? Hey, that is nonsense. I'm clearly not fully awake. What is this? Can't it be that you're sleepwalking? Kuro looked at them, pleased. Very good. You all seem to have a keen understanding of yin and yang. You bunch of philosophical folk. With that, he leaped onto the ship. Standing at the bow, he observed Ada and Soki working together to carry buckets of water, feeling a bit surprised. What is the occasion today? Your brother is collaborating with Soki. Kuro grabbed air on the deck. It's like this. Today my brother and Soki have been particularly affectionate, but they went a bit overboard and accidentally smashed all the buckets of fresh water. This incident infuriated brother Kuro, who then had brother Zangao hypnotize them to go procure fresh water and load it onto the ship, leading us to the current situation. After Aer finished explaining, Kuro thought it was deserved. They always cause chaos. Kuro was quite impressed with brother Kuro's approach. Even if he ordered them to fetch fresh water, they would likely end up fighting along the way. Hypnotizing them directly was an ingenious move. They wouldn't be able to fight even if they wanted to. Zangao, well done. You deserve a thumbs up. Kuro, after finishing his words, gave a thumbs up to Zangao. Zangao, feeling a bit embarrassed. Scratched the back of his head. Before long, Ada and Suashi had filled the freshwater barrel to the brim, and Zangao approached them, waving his hand to awaken them from their hypnosis. Once freed from the trance, the two of them immediately distanced themselves from Zangao, thinking it was too terrifying. Previously, hypnosis required a prop, but now it was merely a wave of the hand, and they were left bewildered. "All right, lads, stow the anchor and hoist the sails. We are setting sail," exclaimed Kuro. Upon hearing this, the crew sprang into action, some hauling in the anchor while others unfurled the sails, just as they secured the anchor. A cacophony of voices erupted from the port. "Kuro, Captain, wait for us. Kuro, little rascal, let us send you off. Paolo, be careful out there. Everyone, make sure to eat well." It turned out to be the island's residents rushing over, shouting as they ran. "Ha! Everyone, we will take good care of ourselves. You all stay safe too," Kuro replied, laughing. "Goodbye, everyone." The crowd echoed their farewells, with Paolo tearfully declaring, "I will be cautious." The Kuro pirate crew bid farewell to the inhabitants of Waizu Island, while Paolo, sobbing uncontrollably, later recounted to Kuro that he had intended to laugh but ended up crying instead. It was only after a ship's doctor joined the crew that they discovered Paolo suffered from a condition known as tear incontinence. He would weep uncontrollably whenever he was excited. Thus, following every skirmish with other pirates, one could always find Paolo covered in blood, wielding a massive sword, laughing and crying at the same time. A result. When people thought of the Kuro pirate crew, the first name that came to mind was not Kuro but Paolo, who had earned the nickname the Crying God. However, that is a tale for another time. Returning to the ship, Kuro consoled Paolo. There, I understand that farewells are often sorrowful, but you've been crying for quite some time now. It's time to stop. Look at you. You're on the verge of passing out from weeping." Kuro promptly pinched Paolo's philtrum. Hey, don't you dare die on me. It's not easy finding a cook on my ship. Come back to life." After a moment of urgent care, Paolo finally gasped for air. Coming back to life. Seeing Paolo breathe normally, Kuro wiped the sweat from his brow, still feeling a lingering fear. He began to wonder if the old lady had sent Paolo aboard his ship because she feared for his life on the island. "I am fine now, Captain," Paolo said between sniffles. "I can see that," Kuro replied. "Now, you rest for a bit, and I'll check to see if these rascals are slacking off." With that, Kuro hurried out of the cabin. What a terrifying experience. I've never seen someone almost cry themselves to death before. I need to have a serious talk with these lads. Don't mess with Paolo, or you might end up being accused of murder. Upon reaching the deck, Kuro still felt a pang of unease. He had hoped for a good cook, but had instead acquired a blubbering mess dough. "Captain, is Paolo all right?" Ada inquired upon seeing Kuro emerge. Kuro swiftly appeared before Ada, tucking him under his arm. "Shut it. Don't mention Paolo's name, and gather all the unaffected crew members. I'm calling a meeting." Upon hearing the captain's orders, Ada quickly went to assemble the crew. Soon, the deck was filled with sailors. Faced with Kuro's serious demeanor, the crew was left bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. However, seeing the captain's grave expression, they sensed that something significant had occurred. "Captain, aside from Brother Ryan, who is steering the ship, and Brother Chloe, who is studying the nautical charts, the rest of the crew is here," Ada reported in a hushed tone. "Very well," Kuro replied, still maintaining his stern expression. "Captain, just tell us what's going on. What's this big deal?" "Captain, is it the Navy? Are they here to surround us? If the Navy is coming, we're not afraid. Even if an admiral arrives, I believe the captain can triumph." "Captain, are we going to challenge the 4 emperors?" "Huh," Kuro replied, puzzled. "What's this about the Navy? How come I wasn't informed?" And air. "I appreciate your unwavering faith in me, but please refrain from exaggerating. As for challenging the 4 emperors, that's a matter for the future. With just our meager crew, we'd probably be overwhelmed before even catching a glimpse of the 4 emperors." "The Navy is coming. How come I wasn't aware?" "Who saw them?" Kuro asked. Looking at the crew, they exchanged glances, unsure. "No one." "Captain, then why did you summon us?" After a moment of silence, it was Zangao who finally stepped forward to inquire about the purpose of the assembly. "If there was a Navy, I would have charged in already. Who would remain here for a meeting?" Kuro thought to himself, wishing to reprimand the one who falsely reported the Navy's arrival. "That I called you all here because there's a significant matter that concerns our future," Kuro said mysteriously, causing the crew to swallow nervously at the mention of something that could affect their future. "Captain, what is this matter?" Zangao asked calmly. "Paolo, What about Paolo? Whatever you do, don't provoke him. He is extremely emotional and almost cried himself to death just now that if it weren't for my emergency aid, we would be holding a farewell ceremony for him right now that I seriously suspect that Granny Fonglan sent him aboard our ship to prevent him from dying on the island. Kuro finished, wearing a look of wisdom, while the crew members felt an overwhelming urge to strangle him. Is this truly such a monumental issue that it warranted such a gathering, as if the sky were falling? When it called them, his serious expression led everyone to believe that the Kuro pirate crew was facing doom. Yet, it turned out to be merely a warning not to upset Paolo. Captain, are you out of your mind? The crew members gritted their teeth. What kind of expressions are those? Do you think I'm joking? Paolo was genuinely on the brink of death. Pay attention. The captain is holding a meeting. As the crew dispersed, they left Kuro with a collective gesture of disdain. Just a warning. I'm telling you now, if any of you provoke Paolo, you'll have to handle it yourselves. After speaking, Kuro retreated into the control room to share the news with Ryan. Ryan, I need to tell you about something significant concerning our pirate crew's future. As Ryan was at the helm, Kuro suddenly burst in. Upon entering, Kuro immediately announced there was something important. Ryan drew out his spiked club. Captain, who are we fighting? Seeing the weapon, Kuro was intrigued. Where did you pull that from? I didn't see a weapon on your back. Could it be Kuro thought, realizing that Ryan had grown taller, allowing him to conceal items more easily. Captain, please cease your wild imaginings. Your thoughts are perilous. Moreover, this is a new ability I developed from my fruit. After Ryan spoke, the spiked club transformed into a mass of iron sand, enveloping him to form a suit of armor. When I'm not in combat, I can wear it as armor, and when facing enemies, it can revert to a weapon. After demonstrating, the armor morphed back into the spiked club. Wow, an armored transformation. Let us fight. Kuro was astonished. Ryan's ability reminded him of many heroic figures. Flame Dragon Hero, Mast Rider, and Iron Man. Ryan, can your power cover your entire body? Kuro inquired, his eyes gleaming with excitement. It can, but it requires sufficient metal, and it can only be used by me. It cannot be applied to others. After Ryan finished speaking, he picked up a nearby hammer, which similarly disintegrated into particles, only to be reassembled into a pair of gauntlets. Wait for me. Kuro dashed to his captain's quarters and quickly sketched a drawing of a robot on a piece of paper. He then returned to the control room. Ryan, take a look at this. Can it be created? Ryan took the drawing, examined it for a moment, and immediately activated his powers, causing the gauntlets and armor to disintegrate into particles before reconstituting them into a towering iron figure, standing at half a man's height. Yes, this is it. This is him, Kuro exclaimed, tears of joy welling in his eyes. It's really you, iron little treasure. If I had known this fruit was so extraordinary, I would have consumed it myself. But Captain, it's not very useful as it is. It can't move, Ryan replied, puzzled. Right now, it's of little use, but imagine if it were to grow to 10 or 20 meters. Plus, you would be able to control its movements. Just think, driving a 20-meter mech, you could strike down anyone you desired. Suddenly, Ryan comprehended the implications that as long as there was sufficient metal, it could expand to any size. The thought of becoming a colossal behemoth and dispatching an enemy with a single punch made Ryan's breath quicken. I understand now, Captain. I will delve deeper into this. I will surely achieve the colossal form you envision, Ryan declared excitedly, thumping his chest and reassuring Kuro. All right, I look forward to seeing your results. But you must not neglect your Haki training. Remember, the fruit is merely a supplement. True strength lies within one's own abilities. That I understand, Captain, Ryan replied, before ignoring Kuro and diving into the storeroom in search of scrap metal. He had initially thought it was merely a Zoan-type fruit, but it turned out to have Paramecia-type characteristics as well. Indeed, the Mythical Zoan was the most formidable of all devil fruits. Watching Ryan's retreating figure, Kuro couldn't help but think, Mecha White Tiger, combine. Kuro bounced towards his throne on the deck. Just as Kuro settled down, Paul, with swollen eyes, approached him. Paul, are you feeling better? Much better, Captain. Just a bit of sniffles. Paul replied that, you must learn to control your emotions. Otherwise, it can be quite dangerous. I understand. Captain, sniffled. So, what do you need? Kuro asked, relieved to see Paul managing his emotions. I came to ask what we should have for lunch. Paul inquired, pulling out paper and pen. Seeing Paul in his restaurant ordering demeanor, a crow flew through Kuro's mind. Paul, Did you start looking like a worker from a young age? Yes, I was responsible for taking orders at the restaurant since I was a child, and only when I got older did I begin to learn how to cook. Paul explained, looking to Kuro for an order. Listen, Paul, there's no need to take orders on the ship because we lack a full range of ingredients, and we also don't know how much food we have. So, it all depends on you. Just manage it, and if the food runs low, come find me, Kuro concluded, patting Paul on the shoulder with a look of confidence. Upon seeing the captain's trust, Paul's eyes began to well with tears again. Stop it! If you cry again, I'll throw you overboard, Kuro scolded. What is this? Crying over compliments. I won't cry, Captain. I understand what to do now that I'm going to cook, Paul declared, rushing into the kitchen, though Kuro caught a glimpse of a tear streaking down Paul's cheek as he turned. Deep sea ice, Kuro mused, his resentment towards Grandma Fonglan deepening. Achoo! I wonder who is calling me an old hag behind my back, that I hope Paul's tendency to cry has improved. The last time he cried was when he was 13. He should be fine now, Grandma Fonglan thought, sipping her tea while observing the busy navy on the island, reminiscing about the weepy Paul. Hey, Captain, Paul says lunch is ready, Soki shouted from the kitchen door. All right, I understand. Tell everyone it's time to eat, Kuro replied, springing into action. Not wanting to waste a moment, he hurried into the kitchen. As soon as he entered, he spotted a roasted pig on the dining table and lunged forward. However, Kuro's swift movements were outpaced by Kuro, who promptly snatched the roasted pig away. This won't do, Captain. You can't have the roasted pig all to yourself. Kuro adjusted his glasses, eyeing Kuro. Am I that kind of person? I'm merely tasting it for everyone's sake. It's the first time eating Paul's cooking. What if it's too salty? Kuro attempted to justify himself. Ignoring him, Kuro carried the roasted pig out. How disrespectful. The world has truly lost its values. Even the captain receives no special treatment, Kuro muttered resentfully from behind. Upon exiting, he noticed a crowd of crew members drooling, fixated on the roasted pig. Kuro realized the dire situation. A pack of hungry wolves was about to transform. In that urgent moment, Kuro unleashed his conqueror's Haki. Buzz, the crew members aboard the ship immediately fell unconscious, their eyes glazed over. Huh, you dare challenge me? I'll take you all down. Kuro triumphantly carried the roasted pig away, just as Ryan emerged from the storeroom. Captain, I knew it was you. Do you believe I've awakened again? Ryan immediately exposed Kuro's nefarious intent. All right, I'll share a leg of the pig with you, but this stays between us. 2 legs, and they better be the hind legs. How greedy. Ryan, have you forgotten the pain I inflicted upon you? Do you really think I can withstand it now? Ultimately, Kuro relented and shared 2 hind legs with him, acknowledging Ryan's impressive resilience. Just as the roasted pig was about to enter his mouth, Kuro rose from the ground, staring at the duo dividing the spoils. I suspected something was amiss the last time. I fainted for no reason. And with your personalities, if you were to knock me out without reason, you'd have lost your cool long ago. There's no way you'd be so calm while eating, Kuro ranted, his forehead twitching with anger. Admit it. Who did this? He could clearly see that he was quite upset. Indeed, the last time he inexplicably fainted, his head had plunged directly into the vegetable basin. If there hadn't been much soup, he would have been done for. Just thinking about it made his temper flare. It was him. It's the new ability awakened by his devil fruit. Kuro pointed decisively at Ryan. That's dirty play, Captain. Ryan ignited Kuro's ire further. Just admit it. After all, you did something wrong, but I believe Kuro will forgive you. A good comrade recognizes their mistakes, Kuro said while munching on his roasted pig, trying to counsel Ryan. What am I correcting? I didn't do it. Kuro, it was the captain. He awakened a new ability. Ryan bluntly revealed the truth. What nonsense. I haven't eaten a devil fruit. It's you who consumed it, which is why you have powers. I did not. You are framing me. As Kuro watched the two bicker, he quickly devoured the roasted pig. Realizing they were engaging in a war of attrition, he executed a swift move over their heads, delivering a punch to each. Kuro and Ryan ended up with bumps on their heads. Oh, Kuro, you've mastered armament Haki? Humph, I mastered it a few days ago. Otherwise, how could I have slain that wild boar? Very good. Ryan, go wake them up. It's time for a feast. Don't change the subject. Ryan completely ignored Kuro, nursing a large bump on his head while calling out for help. Why are we feeling dizzy again? Captain, are we cursed? Cursed. What should we do now? All right, be quiet. Air, how come you always steer the conversation to places I never expect? Kuro looked at Air, who habitually changed the topic mid-conversation, driving him to the brink of exasperation. The curse is non-existent. It's actually Ryan's fruitability. Kuro ultimately aimed to take advantage of Ryan. Don't listen to the captain. It's actually because he awakened the Conqueror's Haki that you all were knocked out. Ryan asserted that he would never take the blame for that Conqueror's Haki. What is that? Is it true, Captain? Upon hearing about the Conqueror's Haki, Paul emerged from the kitchen. Have you really awakened Conqueror's Haki, Captain? An incredulous Paul repeated the question. Yes, I awakened it while on the island. Ha ha. Kuro realized he could no longer keep it a secret and nodded in acknowledgement. Conqueror's Haki is an ability possessed only by those with the potential to become kings, a rarity among millions. After Paul spoke, everyone stared wide-eyed at Kuro. Wait, a king's potential among millions? Once those words were uttered, the crew's eyes widened in astonishment at Kuro. Although the captain was formidable, they had never perceived him as this strong. A talent so rare, how powerful must he be? Captain, you're incredibly powerful, the crew chorused. They all crowded around, eager to discern what set Kuro apart from them, but as they poked and prodded, they found nothing distinct about him. Suddenly, Aer glanced towards Kuro's lower body and extended his hand mischievously. Get lost. Kuro, seeing Aer's outstretched hand, delivered a punch that sent him crashing into the sea. That you're asking for it. Aer! Kuro roared aboard the ship. Moments later, Aer resurfaced, eyes glazed over. Feeling concerned for his brother, used a hook to fish Aer out of the water. He tossed him onto the deck and hurriedly helped him expel the water from his lungs. After a considerable time, Aer finally regained consciousness. Hey, everyone else here. Have you eaten? His first words upon waking were a question about food. Hey, have you lost your memory, Aer? Brother. Ada, noticing Aer's dazed state, embraced him and wept openly. No, I'm just afraid the captain will punch me again. Aer whispered softly against Ada's neck. Tisich, you startled me. Ada, upon hearing his brother's words, tossed him aside. Observing the commotion, Kuro finally stepped forward. All right, enough of this nonsense. Since the captain possesses such formidable abilities, our task is to strive to keep pace with him and accompany him in his pursuit of greatness. Exactly. The captain is destined to sit among the four emperors, and we must stand guard against those who wish to challenge him. Indeed, the captain will surely become one of the four emperors. After Kuro spoke, Ryan declared his own resolve to serve as Kuro's sentinel, warding off any challengers. Ha ha ha, since we're all in such high spirits, let us hold a feast. Kuro laughed heartily at his crew. Every ship on the vast ocean has its tale, and the story of his ship was only just beginning. Paul, witnessing the jubilant crowd, dashed back into the kitchen to prepare the feast. The banquet extended into the night. With revelers swaying drunkenly, Kuro discussed something while examining a sea chart. Captain, when I was on the island, I asked Granny Fanglan about it, and she said she had never heard of a place called Sleepy Ancient Town. That can't be. The information I received is infallible. It must be Sleepy Ancient Town. Kuro took the chart, examining its various markings, yet found no trace of Sleepy Ancient Town. There's only one possibility. This town must be concealed. Kuro pointed to an area marked with a question mark on the chart. This region, according to Granny Fanglan, is perpetually shrouded in dark clouds, beset by fierce winds, and occasionally plagued by sea kings. Ordinary pirate ships can't venture in. Hence it's referred to as the Land of Sealing. That if Sleepy Ancient Town truly exists, this is the most likely location. After Kuro finished speaking, Kuro recalled the narrative. Even in the game, its precise location remained a mystery, only known as Sleepy Ancient Town. However, the game's backdrop was indeed overcast, coupled with its obscurity, making it highly probable that this was the place. Let us consider it our primary target, Kuro declared, tossing the sea chart to Kuro, who circled the Land of Sealing with a red pen. All right, we still have quite a distance to cover, so let us continue gathering information along the way. Perhaps someone might know something. Kuro nodded, taking the chart and departing. Gazing at the full moon, Kuro raised a barrel and toasted. I never realized I would arrive at this point. That I once thought I might not even escape the East Blue. To think he had reached the Grand Line. He wondered how his grandfather was faring and whether he had seen his bounty notice. After murmuring to himself, he took a sip of his drink. He found himself missing that old man. He wondered if he had ever had a bounty as high as his own, and whether he had retreated into obscurity without ever leaving the East Blue. Meanwhile, on the shores of East Blue's Huanyao Island, An elderly man sneezed repeatedly. It must be that little brat talking bad about me again, that I wonder where he is sailing now, since the last bounty. There has been no news that I hope he hasn't been taken down by some powerful pirate. It's truly worrisome. That kid. The sight of the full moon always stirred feelings of nostalgia for family. As time slipped away, the next morning arrived. Kuro woke up, washed his face, and warmed up. He then commenced a day of training. While exercising, he noticed Paul standing at the kitchen door. "Hey, Paul, want to train together?" Zangao called out, inviting Paul to join. "Sure, I'm on my way." Paul removed his apron, approached Zangao and the others, and picked up a barbell to begin squats. Kuro observed him, noting his impressive form, a clear indication of consistent training. Far superior to the newly boarded Zangao, he then returned to his own workout. After finishing his physical training, Kuro sat cross-legged at the bow of the ship, placing Budayushin on his lap. Communicating with the sword through his thoughts, the spatial seed that had previously entered his forehead had vanished, and no matter how Kuro closed his eyes to search, he could not find it. It wasn't until he awakened the conqueror's Haki on the island that it reappeared as the familiar red space in his mind. From then on, Kuro could freely enter and exit Budayushin's red space using his will. Phew, this space actually grows by absorbing my conqueror's Haki, and no wonder it only manifested after I awakened it. Yet, while the red space grew, it also enhanced his conqueror's Haki. This was akin to having an automatic training enhancer for his Haki. An undeniably extraordinary ability. Kuro surveyed the surrounding space, which, while unchanged, was notably smaller than before. It seemed he had exhausted its energy previously, and its current size depended on the absorption of his conqueror's Haki for growth. Moreover, he discovered that this space could pull enemies inside, continuously unleashing slashes to attack them, akin to the killing intent space. Even without enemies, he could control strikes within, honing his combat skills. This sword was indeed his greatest advantage. All right, let us begin. A fleeting thought ignited, and the surroundings of the space began to unleash blood-red slashes, hurtling towards Kuro. That a flash of crimson light illuminated his hand as Budayumi manifested within his grasp. Kuro leapt into the air, clashing against the oncoming strikes. Clang, boom, ding, boom. The slashes relentlessly assailed Kuro, who met them with his blade. The consumption of Conqueror's Haki is rather severe. Emerging from the Crimson Realm, Kuro collapsed onto the ground. Feeling utterly drained, that it was his own fault for indulging in the chaos within that space. That it wasn't until the entire area began to tremble that he finally ceased his antics. Once he withdrew, he felt completely wilted, with his Conqueror's Haki nearly depleted. Observing the captain sprawled on the ground, Ada hurried over, balancing a platter of meat. "Captain, quickly, this is the meat Paul just prepared," he exclaimed, stuffing it into Kuro's mouth. Ordinarily, consuming the meat would rejuvenate Kuro's strength, but this time, he unexpectedly dozed off mid-bite. "What is going on? Did Paul slip something in?" Ada wore a perplexed expression, but, seeing the captain merely asleep, paid it no mind. He picked up the unfinished meat and returned to the kitchen. Kuro slumbered for an entire afternoon before finally opening his eyes. "Ugh, my head aches." Kuro cradled his head, rolling on the ground. "This space is no longer viable. It offers little aid in enhancing my strength and drains too much energy." After a while, as Kuro held his head, he began to feel somewhat better. He promptly resolved to avoid the Crimson Realm henceforth, relying solely on it to cultivate his Conqueror's Haki. Shaking his head, Kuro stood up, observing everyone feasting. "You all eat without calling me," he exclaimed, instantly teleporting to the dining table and shoveling food into his mouth. "We did call, but you didn't wake up." Ryan, having nearly finished his meal, clapped his hands and gazed at Kuro with a smirk. "Captain, it's my first time seeing you sleep for so long. Did you have insomnia last night?" "No, I simply got lost in my training, but that's resolved now." "That's good." After finishing his meal, Kuro returned to the captain's quarters to continue sleeping. The following day, just as Kuro was indulging in a dream, a resounding boom jolted him awake. "What's that noise?" Kuro rushed out of the cabin, and upon reaching the deck, he beheld a naval warship launching an assault against them. "Captain, you're awake." Kuro turned to see Kuro standing behind him, adjusting his glasses. What is going on? Why didn't you call me?" The Navy appeared abruptly. "We didn't have time to call you before a cannonball came hurtling towards us." Thankfully, Ryan timely shattered the projectile with his abilities. Abruptly appeared, Kuro drew Budayumi and approached the ship's side, eyeing the naval vessel. Woo-woo. This is Rear Admiral Juan. Kuro pirates, surrender immediately. I repeat, this is Rear Admiral Juan. Surrender at once. A booming voice echoed from a naval ship, demanding Kuro and his crew to capitulate. What in the world? Is the Rear Admiral so brazen? Let us get closer. I want to witness just how formidable the Rear Admiral of the Grand Line truly is. With that, Kuro commanded Ryan to steer the ship towards the warship. I'll go ahead. Kuro activated his air step and flew directly towards the naval vessel, weapon in hand. Attack, fire the cannons, and bring him down. Boom, boom. 2 cannonballs were fired at Kuro. Horizontal slash. With a swift horizontal cut, Kuro shattered both cannonballs, landing gracefully on the ship. Bloodblade Kuro, are you willingly walking into a trap? Allow me, Juan, to personally escort you to impel down. Kuro disregarded him entirely. He advanced towards the Rear Admiral, who stood a mere 3 meters away, and struck with Budayumi. Clang, clash. Rear Admiral Juan met the blow with a massive axe. Upon contact, the axe was cleaved asunder, and the man was grievously wounded by Kuro's strike. With such strength, you dare pursue me? Subsequently, Kuro unleashed carnage upon the naval ship, dispatching a soldier with each slice. A demon. This man is a demon. Kuro was drenched in the blood of the Navy, as one soldier, terrified, scrambled towards the ship's edge at a demon. Have I wronged you? You fire cannons at me. Kuro's voice was icy as he seized the soldier by the head and slammed it down onto the deck. Approaching Rear Admiral Juan, he grasped his throat and lifted him off the ground. Tell me, how did you find us? Are there other Navy forces nearby? Juan, gasping for breath, could only nod in response. Kuro then tossed him onto the deck. Inform me, who else is in the vicinity? Just as Kuro posed his question, he sensed an attack from behind. Instantly, he pivoted to defend. Clang, 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 clang. He successfully blocked a barrage of 5 strikes. Who are you? Kuro glared at the red-haired Navy officer wielding a massive sword. Intrigued, I am Vice Admiral Kaido. A Vice Admiral has come to apprehend me. You truly hold me in high regard. Kuro mused inwardly, recognizing the Navy's emphasis on his presence. Enough with the idle chatter. Pirate Kuro, your crimes are egregious. Today marks your day of reckoning, Vice Admiral Kaido declared, brandishing his great sword and charging at Kuro. You are not worthy. Kuro surged forward to meet the attack. Clang, clang. The two engaged in a furious exchange, each seeking an opening in the other's defense. Clang, clash. Vice Admiral Kaido swung his massive sword horizontally, aiming to cleave Kuro in two. Kuro, wielding Budayumi, countered from above, delivering a powerful downward strike that sent Kaido flying. Vice Admiral Kaido slammed against the ship's railing, causing the entire vessel to shudder violently. He steadied himself, gripping his great sword. I concede. I underestimated you. Nevertheless, you shall still perish today. Shattered waves, Vice Admiral Kaido announced, channeling a blue vortex of energy through his great sword, launching it towards Kuro, one sword style. King S/. The blade of Budayumi ignited with a blood-red flame as Kuro gripped the sword with both hands, bringing it down ferociously. A wave of crimson fire surged towards Kaido. Boom, boom, buzzing. The blood-red flames obliterated the blue vortex and roared towards Kaido. This is bad. Block it. Vice Admiral Kaido, seeing the sword aura approaching, spun his blade to shield himself. The blood-red flames crashed against the great sword. They pushed Kaido backward, scattering wood splinters everywhere. Boom. The great sword shattered. Arg. Vice Admiral Kaido spat blood, his left hand severed by the blood-red flames. In the final moments, had Kaido not used his great sword to deflect part of the flames, his chest would have been obliterated. Subsequently, Vice Admiral Kaido was hurled through the air, plummeting into the sea. Kuro, panting heavily on the naval ship, felt the toll of that strike weigh heavily on him as well. Kuro suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he spotted a news bird darting away, a camera dangling from its neck. That Morgan's news bird. Kuro wiped the blood from his blade and sheathed it, surveying the naval ship he had reduced to shambles and the Navy soldiers wailing on the deck. What do you want from me? With that, he executed an air step, returning to the black ship. As he landed on the black ship, Ryan and the others gathered around him. Kuro, check if there are any other naval ships nearby. With a rear admiral and a vice admiral in attendance, it's unlikely they sent only one vessel. After Kuro spoke, Kuro led Zangao to the bow to search for more ships. Ryan hastily set sail. With a rear admiral and a vice admiral united, I suspect the Navy is planning to encircle us. We must vacate this sea area. Ryan called for a Da and air to hoist the sails and depart. What on earth is going on? Why have we suddenly become the Navy's target? Just as Kuro finished speaking, the sound of 3 cannonballs soaring through the air reached his ears. Turning swiftly, he slashed. Kuro drew his sword, unleashing a circular slash that sent shockwaves outward. Boom! 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 2 cannonballs were shattered, but one hurtled towards the black ship. Tiger strike. In Ryan's grasp, the spiked club emerged, striking fiercely and shattering the remaining piece. Captain, 3 naval warships are approaching our direction. Kuro returned to report point 3. They intend to eradicate us entirely. Can you ascertain their numbers? Kuro was visibly moved. Had Sengoku gone mad, dispatching 4 warships to eliminate their own? The crew sizes are consistent with the previous ship, Kuro responded gravely. Clearly sensing the dire situation, Kuro erupted into laughter. Ha! My dear comrades, this marks the first time our pirate crew is being pursued by the Navy since we set sail. And they arrive with 4 warships. Tell me, are you afraid? Don't jest, Captain. In the face of such odds, how could we be afraid? Indeed, Captain, this is the moment to assess our training results. Let us advance, Captain, upon hearing Kuro's query. The crew responded with cheerful grins. Fear was non-existent. All the training had led to this day. Ha! Splendid. Ryan, the vessel on the left is yours along with Ada and Air. Kuro, you, Zangao, and Paolo take 5 men to the right ship. The rest, follow me to the largest one in the center. Understood, Captain. The crew sprang into action. This battle would be the first step in showcasing the ferocity of Kuro's pirate crew. Charge, as the 3 ships drew near. Kuro boldly unsheathed his sword and surged forward, followed by a dozen crew members who rushed onto the boards. Kuro and his team headed towards the right, while Paolo, wielding a massive blade, grinned wickedly. Tears streaming from his eyes, Ryan, midair, completed his beastly transformation and, upon landing, swiftly crushed a naval soldier with his club. Soon after, Ada and Air arrived, wielding their steel blades with seamless coordination. Ryan targeted the ship occupied by Vice Admiral Kauhai. With Kauhai dispatched into the sea by Kuro, only a handful of subordinates remained aboard. Kuro entrusted the task to Ryan, wishing to expedite the clearing of the ship's minor threats before assisting Kuro. Ryan activated his fruit ability, metallic particles swirling around him, rendering the Navy's blades ineffective. A devil fruit user. We must retrieve Sea Prism Stone, just as a soldier attempted to access the storage for the stone. He was swiftly eliminated by Ryan's power. Ha! Perfect timing to test my new ability, Mecha Fusion. Ryan's power transformed the weapons on the ground and the ship's steel into metallic particles that enveloped him. A flash of golden light revealed a 10-meter steel tiger. With a single swipe, it cleaved the warship in 2. Flee. We cannot defeat him. The remaining naval soldiers leapt overboard one after another. Ha ha ha, truly formidable. Ryan, Kuro's eyes sparkled at the sight of the steel tiger. This is it, precisely the essence I was seeking. Boom. Pirate Kuro, prepare to die. The naval vice admiral aboard the central ship was also a devil fruit user, possessing the power of the shovel fruit, enabling parts of his body to transform into a shovel. Observing Kuro's attention on the mechanized tiger, he seized the opportunity, his right hand morphing into a large shovel that he swung towards Kuro with swift precision. Swoosh, clang. Do you truly believe that a mere glance elsewhere would allow you to successfully ambush me? Kuro's gaze was icy as he regarded the shovel vice admiral. Damnable pirate. The shovel vice admiral initially believed he had successfully surprised Kuro. But the sound of clashing metal revealed that Kuro had withstood the blow with his haki. You strike me with a shovel, I shall return the favor with a blade. One sword style. Draw and slash. Kuro's strike cleaved through the shovel vice admiral's chest. Ah! The shovel vice admiral staggered back, clutching his wound. Kuro pursued, delivering a series of relentless slashes, while the shovel vice admiral attempted to retaliate. Your haki is commendable. This shovel is quite resilient. Do not underestimate the Navy, you vile pirate. Upon finishing his words, the vice admiral activated his ability, causing the entire shovel to glow a fierce red, emanating terrifying heat. High temperature, shovel strike. He then swung the shovel toward Kuro. One sword style. Sea of corpses, sea of blood. Kuro hardened his haki, black energy enveloping his blade. with both hands. He raised his sword overhead and unleashed a powerful downward slash. The blade glimmered ominously as the strike took form in the air like a bloodthirsty Azura, howling and rushing forward. Boom! 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 Ah! The slash sent the shovel vice admiral flying, leaving a gaping, bone-exposed wound on his chest. The man collapsed, blood pooling around him. Pathetic. Not even a match for the previous cowhide, Kuro declared, leading his crew in a slaughter. Follow the captain, kill. With the shovel vice admiral's defeat, the morale of the navy plummeted. Facing the ferocious assault of Kuro's pirate crew, the battle was utterly lopsided. What are we to do, Major Nama? Navy soldiers aboard the left warship watched in horror as the slaughter unfolded on the other two vessels. One soldier, wielding a spiked club, trembled as he inquired of Major Nama, "Do not fear. Justice is invincible. The Navy shall not falter." Major Nama responded with righteous fervor. Indeed, with Major Nama here, victory is assured. Inspired by Major Nama, the surrounding naval soldiers steadied themselves, gripping their weapons tightly and glaring fiercely at Kuro's crude dough. A truly resolute naval officer, Kuro, donning 10 blades, adjusted his glasses with a gentle touch. Humph! Words are futile. 100 strategies, Kuro. Prepare to perish. Major Nama instantly transformed into a centaur. Oh, a Zoan-type user. Major Nama raised his hooves and charged toward Kuro, who deftly evaded using his cat step. Boom! The hooves struck the deck, creating 2 massive holes. Kuro appeared behind Nama, his haki hardened, the 10 blades gleaming ominously. Got you! Slash, slash, slash. Ugh! The back of Major Nama was swiftly opened up by Kuro's attack. Damnable pirate! Nama immediately spun around, delivering a powerful kick toward Kuro. Kuro had no time to evade, crossing his blades to absorb the impact. Boom! Kuro was sent crashing into the ship's cabin. Major Nama is too strong. Major Nama is invincible. Initially, the Navy soldiers were disheartened by Major Nama's injury. But this kick reignited their spirits. With fervent cries, they charged at Paolo and Zangao. "Zangao, will Kuro be all right?" Paolo asked while fending off the naval soldiers beside him. "He will be fine. Kuro hasn't even unleashed his full power yet." Zangao replied, slicing a soldier's throat with his iron ring. "Ha ha. Quite impressive." Major Nama. Kuro emerged from the cabin, veins bulging on his forehead, blood at the corner of his mouth. After wiping the blood away, he declared, "Given your strength, allow me to showcase my newly perfected ultimate move, Sword Dance." Kuro vanished in place. Swish, swish, swish. Though Kuro's figure was concealed, Major Nama suddenly found 3 wounds carved across his chest. Swish, swish, swish. Before Major Nama could react, Kuro struck again, leaving gashes across his arms, shoulders, and face. Deep breath. It won't hurt too much. Klo suddenly appeared above Rear Admiral Nama. The reflection of his glasses glinted coldly, his expression devoid of emotion. As he gazed upon Nama as if he were merely a corpse, with a swift motion of his left hand, the 10 blades sliced through Rear Admiral Nama's neck. Splurt. Blood gushed forth. Rear Admiral Nama fell in battle. Brother Klo emerged victorious. Brother Klo is truly formidable. The crew of Kolo erupted in cheers, while Paul and Zangao exchanged knowing smiles. Upon witnessing the demise of Rear Admiral Nama, the Navy soldiers dropped their weapons and surrendered without hesitation. Thus, the encirclement by the Navy, comprising 2 vice admirals, 1 rear admiral, and 1 brigadier general against the Kolo pirates, was declared a failure. The 2 vice admirals and 1 brigadier general were gravely injured and captured. While 1 rear admiral perished, 107 Navy soldiers lost their lives, and 53 were taken prisoner. The Kolo pirates sustained 3 serious injuries, 7 minor injuries, with no fatalities. Following this battle, the Kolo pirates revealed their true ferocity. After the skirmish, the captured Navy personnel were bound together by the crew. Klo retrieved a chair from the ship's cabin and placed it on the deck. Sitting upon the chair, he regarded the bound Vice Admiral Chihai. "Vice Admiral Chihai, might you enlighten me as to why you conspired to besiege our pirate crew?" Klo expressed his bewilderment, bemused by the grand reception he received upon entering the Grand Line. "Humph, I have nothing to discuss with pirates," Vice Admiral Chihai scoffed, closing his eyes defiantly. "Though, you possess some spirit." Klo raised an eyebrow at Chihai's obstinate response, and without hesitation, he delivered a punch to Chihai's head, rendering him unconscious. "And what of you, Vice Admiral Chotzi?" He turned to the bloodied Chotzi. "That I will tell you everything. It is because you killed a Navy colonel in the East Blue, bringing disgrace to the Navy. Thus, Fleet Admiral Sengoku ordered your extermination before you could become a greater threat. Chotzi confessed without hesitation. Cursed rat, even in death, you continue to vex me. Upon hearing Chotzi's explanation, Klo felt a pang of regret for having killed Colonel Laoshu so swiftly. He should have tormented him a while longer before ending his life. It appeared that the Navy soldiers he had spared had not reported the truth to the headquarters. Klo had let the minions under Laoshu's command go, allowing them to inform the headquarters of Laoshu's transgressions. Yet now it seemed they had not been forthright with the Navy headquarters. So, Vice Admiral Chotzi, tell me, how should I handle you now? Klo's gaze turned icy as he stared at Chotzi. I hope you will release us, Chotzi said with a grimace, a pained smile contorting his features. Releasing you is not out of the question. Klo scrutinized Chotzi for a moment before uttering, really? You genuinely wish for your freedom? Chotzi, astonished, could hardly believe Klo's willingness to acquiesce, his excitement palpable. Of course, but the choice does not rest in my hands. You must have a transponder snail to contact the Navy headquarters, do you not? What do you need a transponder snail for? Chotzi instinctively recoiled at the request. You must understand, you are now a prisoner with no room for negotiation. Upon finishing his statement, Klo seized a dagger and plunged it into Chotzi's thigh. Ah, yes, there is a transponder snail, in Vice Admiral Chi-Hi's rear pocket. Upon hearing this, Ada approached Vice Admiral Chi-Hi, flipping him over and rummaging through his pocket. Found it, Captain. Ada produced a transponder snail with a wild hairstyle and round glasses. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. He handed it to Klo. It's actually Sengoku's transponder snail. It appears this order indeed came directly from him. Klo remarked as he picked up the snail and dialed. Beep, 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 beep. Click. The call connected, and Sengoku's inquiry came through immediately. Hello, Vice Admiral Chi-Hi. What is the situation? Has the Kolo pirates been exterminated? Listen carefully. Everyone on that ship must be brought back alive. The transponder snail bore a serious expression, indicating Sengoku's grave concern regarding the eradication of the Kolo pirates. Though the encirclement was quite successful. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Chi-Hi is gravely injured. Vice Admiral Chotzi is also severely wounded. Rear Admiral Nama is dead, and Brigadier General Wan is in critical condition. Aside from 3 serious injuries, none from the Kolo pirates have perished. This battle was a complete victory for the Kolo pirates, Klo stated with an even tone into the transponder snail. Read D.Kolo. Sengoku's expression visibly darkened at the mention of Kolo's name. Indeed, it is I. I never imagined that a busy man like you would still be so concerned about me. I am truly flattered, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Klo spoke with a tone of satisfaction. What of Vice Admiral Chi-Hi? He is gravely injured and unconscious. The transponder snail fell silent. Sengoku was taken aback by the unexpected severity of Chi-Hi's injuries, and he had not anticipated that Kolo, a newly emerged pirate, possessed such formidable strength. There is still Vice Admiral Chotzi awake. Would you like to speak with him? Klo added, prompting Chotzi to immediately call for help from Sengoku. Fleet Admiral, I am Vice Admiral Chotzi. We have been defeated. State your demands. Read D.Kolo. Sengoku replied in a somber tone. Conversing with an intelligent individual is truly time-efficient. That I wish to join the 7 warlords of the sea. Klo declared his request. That is impossible. The 7 warlords are already at full capacity. The world government will not approve adding another member. Sengoku swiftly dismissed the notion, incredulous at Kolo's audacity in making such a request. That matter is no longer for me to consider. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. By the way, we currently have over 50 Navy soldiers as guests, Klo asserted, gesturing for his crew to act at air. Receiving the signal, approached the group of soldiers and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon them. Cursed pirates, you scoundrel, cease at once. Do not strike again. The Navy soldiers cried out in agony. Listening to the chorus of suffering emanating from the transponder snail, Sengoku's anger escalated. Kolo, are you declaring war on the Navy? He questioned, his voice laced with fury. Certainly not. I merely wish to convey that they are enjoying their stay here. If you intend to retrieve them, do remember to bring gifts. Should there be no gifts, I shall consign them to the depths. Klo's murderous intent was unmistakably conveyed to Sengoku. You scoundrel, Sengoku bellowed before lapsing into silence, while Klo disregarded him. After a brief pause, Sengoku spoke again as for the matter of the 7 warlords. I cannot make that decision alone. I must consult with the Gorosei. Sengoku relented, acknowledging the distance between Kuro and the Navy headquarters, recognizing that even Kazuru would not arrive in time to rescue them. That is acceptable. Let me see. It is currently 1 o'clock in the afternoon at 1:30. I expect to hear good news. Otherwise, every 10 minutes, 1 Navy soldier shall plunge into the embrace of the sea. With that, Klo abruptly ended the call. Damn you! Sengoku's fist smashed down upon his desk in anger, shattering it, as Navy soldiers stationed outside rushed in. What is it, Admiral? Nothing. Summon Vice Admiral Tsuru. I need to speak with her. Understood. The soldiers saluted and quickly exited to find Vice Admiral Tsuru. Phew, the Navy Admiral is truly terrifying. Klo tossed the transponder snail aside, leaning back in his chair. Captain, do you think the Navy will agree to our joining the 7 warlords? I am uncertain, but even if there is disagreement, we stand to lose nothing. That I merely wish to confirm who issued the order to besiege us. Kuro glanced nonchalantly at Kuro beside him. All right, let us get these fellows aboard our ship, and then inform Ryan that we are departing immediately. Although the distance from here to the Navy headquarters is considerable, leaving them no time to mount a rescue, other naval branches could still arrive in time. We must vacate this place to avoid encirclement. Moreover, let us take all the valuable items from the warship. They rightfully belong to us as spoils of war. Understood, Captain. Kuro adjusted his glasses and turned to coordinate the crew's actions. As Kuro surveyed the dilapidated warship, his mind wandered to another matter. His desire to become a warlord of the sea was no mere whim. Given his current predicament, killing a mere colonel had already attracted the attention of 4 warships. Should he eliminate these 2 admirals and all the Marines, he would find himself with little else to do but prepare for the relentless pursuit of a Marine admiral with his current strength. Facing an admiral would only lead to his defeat, thus leaving him with 2 paths. One option is to join the ranks of the 4 emperors, becoming a subordinate aboard their ship, surviving under their protection. However, this would directly contravene his original purpose for setting sail. Thus, this path is firmly dismissed. The alternative is to become a warlord of the SEAP. By attaining this status, his bounty would cease, and the world government would no longer pursue his past transgressions. This aligns perfectly with the current circumstances of the Kuro pirate crew. If successful, the Navy would no longer send forces to hunt them down, granting him the precious time needed for development. At present, what he lacked most was time. The crew's foundation had already been laid. Given sufficient time, each member's strength could grow exponentially. Fortunately, the current marshal is Sengoku, and not a canoe. Had it been a canoe, he would likely have dispatched forces to hunt him without a second thought. Kuro silently counted his blessings. Captain, I discovered a treasure in the ship's storeroom. Air rushed over, holding 2 boxes. What treasure? Kuro's interest peaked at the mention of treasure. A devil fruit, what? Kuro doubted his ears. How could there be a devil fruit aboard a warship? Without further explanation, Air opened the left box, revealing a completely black fruit adorned with red patterns. Kuro noticed a slip of paper inside. He reached in to retrieve it, reading aloud, Animal type dog fruit, mastiff form. It truly is a devil fruit. What luck you have, you rascal. Kuro marveled after reading the note, astonished that such a cunning fellow like Air had found a devil fruit. Truly outrageous. Flattered by the captain's praise, Air shyly scratched his head. I am not complimenting you, you fool. All right, since you found it, it belongs to you. Make sure to use it well. Understood? Air stood stunned upon hearing the captain's words. Captain, consuming the devil fruit would be a waste for me. Give it to brother Kuro. Air quickly declined, attempting to pass the fruit to Kuro. Hee, you should eat it. Air, the captain is right. What you found is yours. Kuro looked at the offered fruit and pushed it back. You eat it. I will arrange for Kuro to get another fruit. With the captain and brother Kuro insisting, Air no longer resisted, taking the dog fruit and biting into it. Ugh, so disgusting. Despite having previously asked brother Ryan what a devil fruit tasted like, who had warned him that eating one would make him wish for death, Air was unprepared for the overwhelming foulness. Not just in odor but also in texture. Ryan, feeling utterly nauseated, collapsed to the ground. Retching but producing nothing. As he continued to heave, Air's hands transformed into robust canine paws. His body morphed into that of a dog, covered in black fur. Finally, his head became that of a Tibetan mastiff. Woof! The entire canine form measured over 3 meters as he lunged at Kuro. Ha! Causing a ruckus, are we? Kuro chuckled, delivering a light punch that sent air flying. You better learn to control yourself, air. After Kuro's words, Air's body trembled and shrank, ultimately transforming into a beastman form about 2 meters 8 tall. Captain, I merely wish to express my gratitude. Why did you hit me? Dogman Air rubbed his swollen right cheek with his right paw, his expression filled with grievance. If you keep talking like that, I will hit you again. No more talking. Captain, Air quickly covered his mouth with his paw, shaking his dog head. All right, enough of the antics. Since the left box contained a devil fruit, what lies within the right box? Kuro picked up the right box, opened it, and discovered it was empty, save for a piece of paper that read, Animal type horse fruit, black horse form. Horse fruit. Kuro pondered, confused as to how a securely locked box could be empty. The fruit inside must have been consumed by that Major Nama, as he transformed into a centaur during their battle. Kuro took the note from Kuro, glanced at it, and remarked, no wonder it's missing. Kuro nodded, understanding the situation. No wonder only a note remained when he opened the box. Obtaining a single devil fruit was an unexpected windfall. To desire another was sheer greed. Reflecting on this, Kuro couldn't help but mock himself for such gluttony. Captain, only these 2 admirals remain. The rest of the navy has been tossed aboard our ship. Zangao and Sushi approached, pointing at the 2 admirals on the ground. Let us throw them aboard as well. Kuro waved his hand after speaking, and Ryan approached Vice Admiral Kaihai, while Zangao moved towards Vice Admiral Shovel. You pirates, where are you taking us? The Navy headquarters will surely dispatch an admiral to rescue us. Release us at once. Otherwise, when the admiral arrives, you will all perish. Ryan, initially observing Vice Admiral Kaihai, who was unconscious, intended to haul him up and throw him into the black ship, but unexpectedly, he woke up and began threatening Ryan incessantly. Finally, Ryan grew annoyed with his incessant taunts, drawing his spiked club and striking it against Kaihai's head. Waking up too early. You need to sleep a bit more. True to his hardened nature, Vice Admiral Kaihai didn't even let out a grunt of pain, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Kuro shook his head in disbelief. Why must it be this way? Could he not just remain calm? With Ryan's strike, Vice Admiral Kaihai had endured at least 3 blows to the head. Truly, Kaihai was as stubborn as they come. After taking so many hits, his head remained intact. Captain, everything is taken care of. Shall we depart? Kuro approached. Yes, let us go. Kuro and Kuro leaped aboard the black ship, standing at the bow and gazing at the 4 warships, lamenting that he could not utilize them nor exchange them for money. Sigh, I simply cannot abide waste. After all, my grandfather taught me that wastefulness is shameful. After murmuring this, Kuro drew his sword, Byuduyukan, hardening its blade with Haki. One sword style. A violent aura erupted, enveloping Byukan's blade, as Kuro held the sword with both hands, raising it backward in a baseball swing. Destruction. Virum boom. The blade's energy was released, forming a crimson shockwave in midair that spiraled directly towards the naval warships. Bang, 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 boom. The shockwave first struck the left warship, causing it to appear as if it had been struck by a heavy object, splitting the entire ship in half. In an instant, it shattered into 2 halves, followed by a surge of flames, a thick veil of smoke enveloping the scene, and the ominous sound of an explosion echoed. Subsequently, the 4 warships were swept away by the shockwave. The vessels were reduced to mere fragments, with smoke billowing around, and the sea was littered with splinters from the wreckage. The adage rings true. If one cannot possess it, then one must destroy it. Once all was settled, Kuro drew his sword and sheathed it, joyfully leaping down from the ship's bow and making his way to the deck. Set sail, let us depart from here. Upon hearing this, Ryan entered the control room, while Ada and Soki accompanied the crew to prepare for departure. In no time, the black ship was underway. As the vessel sailed, the idle crew gathered on the deck, their gazes fixed upon the bound Navy personnel. Only 10 minutes left. Admiral Shovel D. Oh, you think Admiral Sengoku will seek out the 5 elders to have me join the 7 warlords for your sake? Kuro casually inquired of Admiral Shovel, glancing at his pocket watch as the appointed time drew near. He certainly will. Admiral Sengoku will not abandon us, Admiral Shovel replied, his hands shackled tightly in sea stone cuffs. Although weakened by the effects of the sea stone, he struggled to crawl before Kuro, responding with unwavering conviction, firmly believing that Admiral Sengoku would come to their rescue. Pray, Kuro remarked before closing his eyes to rest in his chair. After 2 successive battles, both against rear admirals, Kuro had emerged victorious. yet his stamina had been significantly drained. Thankfully, his remarkable recovery abilities allowed him to endure. Otherwise, he might not have managed to withstand such consecutive confrontations. Had he exhausted his energy mid-battle, he would likely not be resting aboard the Black Ship now, but rather en route to impel down on a Navy vessel, just 3 minutes into his brief respite. Paul approached with a pot of meat sauce noodles in hand. "Captain, the noodles are ready. It's time to eat." Kuro's eyes flew open at once, having already caught the enticing aroma. Grabbing a pair of chopsticks, he dove into the pot, exclaiming, delicious. Paul, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. No wonder you're the guardian of the chef's island." "Oh, Captain, you're too kind," Paul chuckled, beaming with delight. "Indeed, it's absolutely scrumptious. If only there were meat legs to accompany it." "All right, Captain, I'll prepare some right away. Would you prefer braised or barbecued?" "Definitely barbecued. The meat you grill is the epitome of true barbecue, unlike others who merely cook it through." With Kuro's effusive praise, Paul joyfully scurried off to the kitchen to prepare the roasted meat legs. Suddenly, the phone bug began to ring. "Brrr, brrr." "Oh?" Kuro answered the phone bug, and Sengoku's voice came through. "Hello, welcome to Kuro Pirates. We are at your service." Kuro spoke with a mouthful of noodles, his words somewhat garbled yet brimming with sincerity. Upon hearing Kuro's voice, Sengoku's phone bug was instantly met with a stream of exasperation. "You insolent pirate, what nonsense are you spouting?" "Ha ha ha. Pay no mind to Admiral Sengoku." Kuro chuckled, still slurping his noodles. "Listen, read Kuro. Regarding your desire to join the 7 warlords, the 5 elders have outright rejected it. The reason being, your current reputation is insufficient. They will not accept a fledgling like you to intimidate the pirates of the Grand Line. Most critically, they believe you lack the strength to qualify as a 7 warlord." Sengoku's tone was grave, placing the blame squarely on the 5 elders, asserting that their disapproval was the sole cause of the failure. "With no accountability resting on the Navy. Oh, it seems there will be no gifts then. Farewell, Admiral Shovel. Say goodbye to Admiral Sengoku," Kuro concluded, as Ada's hand morphed into a claw, approaching Admiral Shovel to send him off. "No. Wait. Admiral, help. Admiral Sengoku, help." As Ada advanced toward him, Admiral Shovel urgently cried for assistance. The nearby Navy soldiers, witnessing Ada's transformation, grew fearful as well, with some timid ones weeping and pleading for salvation. "Stop, Kuro. This decision rests with the 5 elders, not the Navy," Sengoku quickly interjected upon hearing the cries for help. "It seems I haven't made myself clear enough, Admiral Sengoku. Before you now are but 2 choices. 1. Grant me the title of 7 warlord, and I shall return these charming Navy personnel to you. 2. I shall return them as corpses." Sengoku's expression turned icy as he listened to Kuro's words, his voice laced with chilling intensity. "Do you not fear that I will dispatch an admiral to hunt you down?" "Kuro," Sengoku's face flushed crimson, veins bulging, his eyes wide with fury, as if he were a volcano on the brink of eruption. Struggling to suppress his rage, he questioned Kuro, evoking a sense of dread. "Ah, Admiral Sengoku. The wise Sengoku, do you take me for a fool? Even if I were to release these Navy personnel alive, would you not send an admiral to pursue me? In the eyes of the Navy, I am already deemed a significant threat." Upon hearing Kuro's words, Sengoku fell silent. Kuro was correct. Following this battle, the Kuro pirates had escalated in perceived danger within Sengoku's eyes. In just under 4 months since setting sail, Kuro had killed a Navy colonel, defeated 2 rear admirals, and captured soldiers from 4 warships. If a well-established pirate had achieved such results, it would provoke no surprise, for their strength was evident. However, Kuro was merely a fledgling, having just set sail, yet he had vanquished 2 rear admirals. What might he become in the future? If he were to grow stronger, even admirals might struggle to pose a threat to him. Sengoku did not wish for another Joel D. Roger to emerge upon the seas. Thus, from the outset, Sengoku had no intention of letting the Kuro pirates slip through his fingers. He ordered his soldiers to summon Vice Admiral Tsuru for a strategy discussion. When she arrived and grasped the potential threat posed by the Kuro pirates, her proposed solution was a strategy of delay. First, Sengoku would reassure Kuro, informing him that the Navy headquarters had no objections to his desire to join the 7 warlords, but that the 5 elders had disagreed. If Kuro had issues with this, he could approach the 5 elders directly. The Navy needed to distance itself from the matter to avoid Kuro's wrath aimed at the Navy personnel. As for the reasoning behind the refusal, it would revolve around influence. After all, despite his strength, Kuro lacked the notoriety that came with time at sea. If no one knew who he was, how could he intimidate other pirates? How could he join the 7 warlords? Each warlord was a figure of renown on the seas. Only those with considerable fame or formidable strength, capable of instilling fear, were eligible for selection as a warlord. Furthermore, they would advise Kuro to wait a couple of days while the Navy sought to negotiate with the 5 elders to secure Kuro's approval. Simultaneously, Admiral Kizaru would be dispatched to the area where Kuro's crew was currently located, tasked with locating the Kuro pirates and obliterating them. In truth, this was not the first time the Navy employed such a plan. A similar case had arisen involving a pirate crew that had been at sea for 2.5 years, who had taken hostages and demanded the Navy grant them legal plunder rights, threatening to execute the captives otherwise. The Navy had executed this very strategy, not only annihilating the pirate crew, but also rescuing all hostages unharmed. Admiral Sengoku, are you contemplating using a strategy of delay to stall for time before sending Admiral Kizaru to deal with us? Humph, certainly not. The primary reason lies with the 5 elders. They deem your strength insufficient. Hence their refusal. Sengoku snorted coldly, pondering to himself how this young man had gleaned such insight into his plans to dispatch Kizaru. In truth, whether Kizaru would be effective mattered little. Kuro would be capable of escaping even if he could not defeat him. Moreover, I can assure you that none of the Navy personnel visiting me will survive. Kuro, the general in charge, if you intend to send a vice admiral, so be it. Should you fail to defeat me, I shall make my escape. However, before I flee, all these captured Navy soldiers must meet their demise. Furthermore, I firmly believe that with my strength, regardless of which of the 4 emperors I align myself with, I will be afforded due respect. At that point, I can guarantee that my foremost action will be an unrelenting assault on all your Navy branches. I possess this confidence in my abilities. Kuro, in a moment of reckless abandon, declared, "Aren't you the Navy unwilling to concede? No problem. Once I have dealt with this group of captives, I shall seek refuge with one of the 4 emperors. Since I have no aspirations of becoming the pirate king, those unencumbered by shoes fear not the barefoot, especially now that I hold a group of Navy captives in my grasp. We can part ways without a care. Should you send a vice admiral to pursue me, I shall align myself with the 4 emperors, and with their support, I shall return to wreak havoc upon your Navy branches. Unless you assign a vice admiral to guard each branch, I shall destroy one after another. They all must perish. Moreover, given the current state of the New World, do you truly have the capacity to spare a vice admiral to oversee the first half of the Grand Line? I have read the reports. Kaido has been wreaking havoc in the New World lately. For reasons unknown, he has been engaged in a fierce battle with Whitebeard at Chigia Island. The conflict has persisted for nearly half a month, with both sides continuously dispatching reinforcements, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a final showdown. This has left the Navy headquarters in a heightened state of alert, leading to the deployment of forces to blockade the surrounding seas. The Navy headquarters dispatched Admiral Akainu to monitor the vicinity of Chigia Island, to prevent the clash between the 2 emperors from impacting neighboring nations. Simultaneously, they are poised to seize any opportunity. Should either Whitebeard or Kaido face defeat, the Navy will strike in the name of justice to eliminate the pirates. Thus, the Navy headquarters currently has only 2 admirals remaining, Akiji and Kizu. Akiji must remain to safeguard the Navy headquarters, leaving only Kizaru, the laid-back admiral, available. Yet Kizaru has long served the Celestial Dragons, hence he remains stationed at Mariwa. Even if he were dispatched to apprehend someone, it would only be for a short duration. Eventually, the Gorosei would summon him back. In the absence of an admiral, I fear no one. Kuro has seized upon this opportunity to confront Sengoku. Otherwise, he would have already triumphed over the Navy and fled. The reason for his negotiations to join the Shichibukai is that this is the most opportune moment. Opportunities like this seldom arise. You scoundrel! Upon hearing the unabashed threat in Kuro's words, Sengoku erupted like a volcano. Pirate Kuro, do you merely wish to join the Shichibukai? Asked Granny Tsuru, who had been deep in thought, her eyes now wide open, her tone flat. Granny Tsuru, ha! Indeed, I only wish to join the Shichibukai, to contribute to the peace of the Grand Line. Kuro shamelessly proclaimed, very well. We shall contact the Gorosei again and provide you with a final response by tomorrow. Remember, I do not wish for any harm to come to Navy soldiers. Otherwise, even if the Admiral is preoccupied, I shall pursue you." With that, Granny Tsuru hung up the transponder snail. Sengoku glanced at Tsuru. "Little Tsuru, why did you agree to contact the Gorosei? I should have informed you of his perilous nature." Sengoku's expression was one of confusion. "Oh, you have a better solution? The battle at Chijia Island has escalated, and Akainu sent word half an hour ago that a Navy soldier spotted a ship from the Big Mom pirates in the area being blockaded. I suspect Charlotte Linlin intends to join the fray as well, that if she enters the conflict, the islands surrounding Chijia Island may face annihilation." Granny Tsuru crossed her arms as she regarded Sengoku. Moreover, to preempt any interference from Shanks, Garp departed the Navy headquarters 3 days ago to monitor the territory of the red-haired pirates. As for Kazuru, I have contacted the Gorosei, who stated that the Celestial Dragons trust only Kazuru to ensure their safety. Thus, he cannot be dispatched. Therefore, the only one available to support Akainu is Akiji, stationed at the headquarters. Upon hearing Tsuru's analysis, Sengoku furrowed his brow. "If Akiji goes to assist at Chijia Island, then you and I must remain to guard the Navy headquarters, rendering us incapable of sending anyone to deal with this brat, correct?" After saying this, Sengoku pinched the bridge of his nose, clearly troubled by the situation. Indeed, given that brat's strength, even should the likes of the spider and the flying squirrel intervene, they would likely not be able to subdue him. Hence, we must acquiesce to his demands for now, as he holds the lives of dozens of Navy soldiers in his hands. That I do not believe this lad merely aspires to be a Shichibukai. Should he make any moves that threaten the Navy, we can capture him then. Granny Tsuru gazed at Sengoku, who remained silent, embroiled in an internal struggle. However, the Shichibukai is already at full capacity. Will the world government agree? Ultimately, Sengoku relented. There was no other choice. The current scenario dictated that if Kuro's demands were not met, the lives of dozens of Navy soldiers would be lost. Moreover, should Kuro go on a rampage, the Navy branches in the first half of the Grand Line would also face destruction, for no one could be spared to confront Kuro, yet his strength could obliterate the Navy branches. Thus, agreeing was the only course of action. Let us contact the Gorosei and hear their opinion. If they can allow Kazuru to mobilize, then we need not deliberate further. After a moment of contemplation, Granny Tsuru proposed a solution. "It must be done," Sengoku replied, retrieving the transponder snail for the Gorosei. Brew 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 brew. Brew 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 brew. Click. "Hello? Is this Sengoku? What is the matter?" The Gorosei connected the call. "A pirate has taken 2 of our vice admirals hostage and demands to join the Shichibukai," Sengoku stated succinctly. "What nonsense, Sengoku. The Shichibukai cannot be joined merely through threats against the Navy," the Gorosei reprimanded. "I am well aware of that. Yet currently, the Navy headquarters has no personnel available to apprehend him." Sengoku's tone was filled with frustration. "Kaido and Whitebeard are locked in combat at Chijia Island. Akainu has gone to protect the nearby islands while monitoring the outcome of the battle. Just moments ago, Akainu reported that the vanguard ship of the Big Mom pirates has appeared, seemingly intending to join the fray, prompting a request for assistance. Since Garp is preoccupied with Shanks, I can only send Akiji. Otherwise, you may dispatch Kazuru to support Akainu, and I will send Akiji to apprehend that brat." Sengoku directly placed the decision in the hands of the Gorosei, allowing them to choose whether to let Kuro join the Shichibukai or to send Kazuru to assist. "What is that brat's strength?" After a moment of silence, the bearded Gorosei inquired through the transponder snail. "Above the rank of vice admiral, yet below that of admiral," Sengoku replied after some thought. Another silence ensued. "Given that the Shichibukai is already at full capacity, we can agree to allow him to be a substitute Shichibukai." "A substitute Shichibukai? Indeed, the world government will halt his bounty, and he will not be pursued for any past crimes. However, his privateering activities will not be permitted. Furthermore, he will not be allowed to establish his own territory. Yet when the world government requires his assistance, he must be present." After deliberations among the 5 individuals, Huang Yuan could not be released, as the chaos outside raged on, and the safety of the Celestial Dragons must be ensured. Thus, the outcome of the Gorosei's discussions was to prepare for the 7 warlords of the sea. They would merely agree to halt your bounty, and the Navy would cease their pursuit. However, should you engage in any acts of piracy, the Navy would be authorized to apprehend you. Furthermore, you are permitted to traverse the Grand Line, yet you are not allowed to establish your own territory. If the world government requires your services, you must comply without question. Upon hearing this, Sengoku thought to himself that those old bastards were as cunning as ever, offering merely the fade of not pursuing you, while forbidding you from doing anything else, and requiring your presence at their beck and call. They are more nefarious than any pirate. Just as Sengoku finished his internal musings, the Gorosei abruptly terminated the call. Sengoku glanced at Vice Admiral Tsuru, who, with her hands crossed and chin resting on them, contemplated the situation. That I suspect that fellow will not agree to this. He might even eliminate Cowhide and Kimo outright. Kuro remarked after some thought. Indeed, that young man is no fool. Upon hearing these conditions, he would perceive it as a ruse. Sengoku's expression turned somber. Damn the Gorosei. Why would anyone wish to join the 7 warlords? It boils down to 2 reasons: the ability to plunder freely and to possess one's own territory. You have negated both of these points. What value does being a warlord hold then? It is more advantageous to be a pirate. As Sengoku and Tsuru pondered how to approach Kuro, the latter was already sound asleep, blissfully unaware. After Tsuru ended the call, Paul's signature roasted meat leg was ready. Exuding an enticing aroma as it was brought from the kitchen, the Navy prisoners, famished after a day of hunger, couldn't help but drool. "Captain, your barbecue meat leg is ready," Paul announced, handing the roasted leg to Kuro, who carelessly tossed the plate aside, seizing the meat leg with his right hand and devouring it with fervor. This is divine. It's a delicacy fit for the gods," Kuro exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. Giving a thumbs up with his left hand at "Oh, come now, Captain, you exaggerate. It can't be that exquisite," Paul replied, starting to sway with excitement. "No exaggeration at all. After you've tasted the meals prepared by Soki for a while. You'll realize I speak no falsehood," Kuro retorted. Soki, yawning nearby, felt as though he had been stabbed in the kidney upon hearing Kuro's remark. "Just say the food is good. Why drag me into this?" Kuro's carefree demeanor sparked curiosity in Kuro's crew. "Aren't you worried that the Navy headquarters will send an admiral after us?" Kuro, relishing his meal, seemed unfazed by the prospect of an admiral's arrival. "What is there to fear? If I can't defeat the admiral, I'll simply run away. It's not as if I can't escape," he replied nonchalantly. "Run? And what about us? You can just wait to die." "You can't outrun an admiral," Kuro stated with indifference. Kuro's crew was taken aback. "Answer me seriously, Captain. This isn't a joke." Kuro's nonchalance only served to heighten their anxiety. "What nonsense is this?" Seeing the captain so composed, "I thought he had a trump card up his sleeve, only to find out he can run away," they exclaimed in disbelief. "Rest assured, even if you all perish, I'll be just fine. And I'll make sure to burn paper money for you, ensuring you have funds in the afterlife," Kuro declared with a hearty laugh, feeling quite responsible for even considering his crew's posthumous affairs. The crew, mouths agape in disbelief, prepared to chastise him. "What nonsense is that?" They erupted in laughter. All right, I'm done teasing you. You needn't worry. The Navy headquarters won't send an admiral after us," Kuro reassured them, continuing to enjoy his roasted leg. "What makes you so certain, Captain?" Kuro inquired. "Stop joking, you rogue pirate. The Navy headquarters will undoubtedly send an admiral to rescue us. Indeed, the Marshal would never abandon us," Kuro echoed. Before Kuro could respond, the Navy soldiers interjected. "What do you mean they won't send an admiral? What do you mean we can rest easy? I see you're merely enjoying your last supper," they exclaimed. "When the admiral arrives, they will surely wound you severely and lock you away and impel down," they added. Meanwhile, a great battle was unfolding in the New World, making it impossible for the Navy's admirals to intervene. Kuro paid little heed to the soldiers' protests, for who would engage in discourse with those facing potential demise? A battle? Are you referring to Kaido and Whitebeard? Kuro suddenly realized. Precisely. You are quite astute. Kuro praised him with a chuckle. However, what does the battle between Kaido and Whitebeard have to do with the Navy? Kuro still did not grasp the connection. When they clash, the Navy will surely dispatch admirals. On one hand, to maintain safety around the surrounding islands, and on the other, to seize an opportunity, Kuro explained. Seize an opportunity? Kuro inquired. Indeed, for regardless of which of these two monsters emerges victorious, it will be a Pyrrhic victory, granting the Navy a chance to apprehend them both. Even if they can't capture them all, eliminating one of the 4 emperors would be a monumental victory for the Navy. However, I do not believe that Whitebeard and Kaido will truly determine a victor. This battle will likely end in a whimper, Kuro analyzed while munching on meat. What about the remaining 2 admirals? Won't they come here? Kuro asked. they are even less likely to leave. One must guard Mariawa and cannot venture forth, while the other is stationed at Marineford, always ready to set sail for support, Kuro replied, finishing his meat and gnawing on a bone. Moreover, even if Kaido and Whitebeard are engaged in battle, they won't allow the Navy to watch idly by without taking action. I suspect their lack of attention towards the Navy indicates they are not yet finished with their fight. Once they have had their fill, they will undoubtedly unite to attack the Navy. After all, in a battle of the two emperors, how could they let you watch for half a month without charging admission? Kuro elaborated at that point. The Navy may not respond in time and suffer tremendous losses. If the reinforcements from the Navy headquarters are delayed, it will not be the pirates collecting their corpses, but rather the Navy gathering their own. After Kuro finished explaining, he found himself unsatisfied despite having gnawed on the bone. Paul, my culinary genius, could you whip up some more meat? I'm still a bit hungry, Kuro requested eagerly. Paul promptly agreed and retreated to the kitchen. Observing Kuro deep in thought, Kuro intended to lean back in his chair for a moment of rest, only to succumb to sleep almost immediately, snoring lightly. Brew, brew, brew. Brew, brew, brew. Kuro's peaceful slumber was interrupted as he broke the surface of sleep. I am in a foul mood, Mr. Sengoku. I hope you bear good news for me. Awakened from his dreams by a phone call, he was filled with ire, even without the typical morning grumpiness. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click to continue reading on the next page for more excitement. The Gorosei have consented to your request to join the 7 warlords. Sengoku's words extinguished Kuro's anger in an instant. It's settled. Oh, they agreed. When will the announcement be made? Kuro feigned nonchalance as he inquired. If you agree as well, it will be published in tomorrow's newspaper. I agree. What do you mean? Ahem, since the quota for the 7 warlords is already full, if you wish to join, you can only be a reserve warlord. A reserve warlord? What does that entail? Kuro had yet to comprehend the situation. He had never heard of such a faction in his previous life. Given that the current slots for the 7 warlords were already filled, he could only serve as an alternate. If a position became available in the future, he would be promoted directly. Oh, what's the distinction between the two? He inquired. Due to his status as a substitute, Kuro would not receive certain privileges afforded to the 7 warlords, such as, aside from the suspension of bounties and the pardon of crimes, you will be devoid of all other privileges. Upon hearing this, the world fell silent. After a span of 10 minutes, Sengoku could no longer contain himself. Hey, Kuro, are you listening? Let the battle commence, Navy. I shall find an auspicious place to properly bury this delightful group of naval soldiers, while you take a moment to notify the naval branches that I am on my way. With that, Kuro unsheathed his sword, irked at having been roused from his slumber. The revelation that he could be a 7 warlord, albeit as an alternate due to fully occupied slots, felt like a grave insult. Kuro merely sought a stable period for development, yet this was too demeaning to grant him only a pardon while withholding all other privileges. What use was the pardon to him? This thought ignited a flame of indignation within Kuro, such disdain for a pirate like him. There were some things he could forego, but certain basic rights should not be denied. Calm down, Pirate Kuro. I understand this is an affront to your dignity, but this is the decision of the 5 elders. We are merely relaying it, Sengoku hastily assured him upon witnessing Kuro draw his blade in declaration of war. Is this an affront? It is a provocation, Sengoku. The core of this issue lies within your Navy.my decision to eliminate Colonel Mouse stemmed entirely from his indulgence of Arlong's brutalities against humanity. And yet, you have the audacity to send men to hunt me down. Even in pursuit, I have shown mercy and spared the majority of your Navy. I have been quite benevolent. The Navy captives on deck whispered among themselves as they listened to Kuro's accusations. You killed Colonel Mouse. That is a crime. The Navy's dignity allows no one to trample upon it, Sengoku declared emphatically, pounding the table with conviction. What dignity does your Navy possess, as enforcers of the sea? You act as a shield for pirates, permitting them to pillage and plunder while reaping the benefits. Is this your notion of dignity, Sengoku? Spare me the pretentiousness. Kuro unleashed a torrent of fury, threatening to voice his disdain for Sengoku's entire lineage were he not cautious of losing his title. Do you not pride yourselves on justice? Is this your version of justice? You proclaim to protect the populace from pirate incursions, yet this is how you safeguard them. Your Navy is utterly contemptible. Impossible. The Navy cannot harbor such scoundrels, Vice Admiral Kuroa shouted defiantly. Impossible? My entire crew can attest to my claims. If you doubt me, I can spare a few lives, allowing you to visit Cocoa West Village and inquire about the crimes committed by that rat." Kuro pressed the blade against his neck, unabashedly declaring. Kuroha glanced at the sword, and then up at Kuro, his expression one of disdain, afraid of death, and still claiming to be a vice-admiral. Kuro mused, recognizing the man's obstinacy and contemplating the irony of sacrificing him for a noble reputation. "Let me kill you, and you can be immortalized as a martyr? I think not. I have decided to eliminate them all while keeping you alive to publicly claim you begged for mercy, thus ensuring your survival. That I will relish in your humiliation." As Kuro's malevolence festered within, Sengoku's voice crackled through the transponder snail. "Even if there are wrongdoers within the Navy, it is a matter for the Navy alone. It is not your place as a pirate to interfere." Sengoku's tone conveyed a haughty arrogance, firmly upholding his notion of justice. "Who said I am a pirate? I never claimed to be. I am merely a good Samaritan. A fine young man. And it is you who slanders me." Kuro began to weave a web of falsehoods. "Is it customary for your Navy to vilify the virtuous?" He continued to cast aspersions. "Enough. Read Kuro. Cease your ridiculous antics. While the matter of being an alternate 7 warlord may be excessive, it is the decision of the 5 elders, and we have no authority to alter it." Vice Admiral Tsu interjected, attempting to steer the conversation back to the topic of the alternate 7 warlords. "So, is this the Navy's final answer, Tsu?" Kuro asked, shifting his blade to the throat of Vice Admiral Shovel. "Perhaps I should eliminate this spineless wretch." The Vice Admiral begged for mercy. "Very well. We cannot change the matter of the alternate 7 warlords. However, you may present one additional request, provided it is reasonable." Tsu calmly stated, leaving Kuro in a contemplative silence. He was uncertain of what to ask for. "I desire a Logia-type devil fruit." Kuro boldly proclaimed. "Dream on. There are hardly any Logia-type devil fruits even at Navy headquarters." "Do you truly believe they would be willing to bestow one upon a pirate?" Tsu retorted, her usual composure wavering with irritation at Kuro's audacity. "How brazen of you to ask for a Logia-type devil fruit. Perhaps you should consider taking on the role of Navy Admiral yourself." The captured naval soldiers regarded Kuro with expressions of disbelief, while even his crew found their captain's demand improbable. "What sort of nonsense is this? You expect to make exorbitant demands while offering nothing in return. If you find it unacceptable, can we negotiate?" Kuro replied with a merchant's tone. "How about a Zoan-type devil fruit? Your offer is far too low." "A Zoan-type is hardly worth anything. Even dogs would turn it down." Upon hearing Kuro's words, Ryan and Air felt insulted, particularly Air, who questioned, "Why insult dogs? Dogs are adorable. This is the only option. Take it or leave it. If not, I shall retract my request," Tsu threatened directly. "Fine, a Zoan-type it is, but I wish to choose it myself. Should you hand me a rat fruit, I would suffer a great loss." "Agreed. Someone will contact you shortly. Now, it's time you release Kuroha and the others." "Why the rush, Tsu? They have not yet had their fill aboard my ship. Let the world government announce my status as a 7 warlord tomorrow, and then you can send someone with the devil fruit to retrieve them." "Very well." Following a round of bargaining, Vice Admiral Tsu ended the call. "Humph, quite a tenacious little brat," she scoffed. "Report. Enter. Report. Admiral Sengoku. We have just received news from Admiral Akainu's ship. Charlotte Linlin has suddenly launched an attack on Admiral Akainu's naval vessel. Fortunately, Admiral Akainu responded swiftly, and there have been no significant casualties. He is currently leading his men into battle. Meanwhile, our surveillance ship at Chikia Island reports that the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates have ceased hostilities and are now encircling our forces." One of the Navy's intelligence officers burst in, delivering alarming news. "What? Charlotte Linlin attacked Akainu. Whitebeard and Kaido have joined forces to encircle us." Sengoku was instantly unsettled. The worst-case scenario had come to fruition. The 3 emperors had conspired to draw the admiral into a trap, precisely as Kuro had anticipated. "Sengoku, notify the 5 elders immediately to dispatch Kizaru for support. If we delay any longer, we shall be left to collect Akainu's remains." Tsu decisively commanded after processing the intel. "Little Tsu, notify Kazan and arrange for the warships that we must depart at once, hoping that Akainu can hold out until Kizaru arrives." Even Sengoku was not one to dilly-dally. He promptly contacted the 5 elders through the Den Mushi while simultaneously arranging for a rescue mission at sea. "That I shall depart at once," he declared, and with that, Granny Tsu exited the conference room. "BR. Click. Sengoku's voice resonated through the din mushi. What is it now, Sengoku? Thought the five elders, perplexed by his unusual urgency. One call after another was unlike his usual demeanor. Quickly informed Kizuru to head to Kizuna Island for support. Kaido, Whitebeard, and Big Mom have joined forces to encircle a canoe. Sengoku bellowed into the din mushi. What nonsense is this? How could those three possibly collaborate? The five elders expressed their disbelief. The alliance of the three emperors to tackle a single Akainu seemed to be an overestimation of his capabilities. The specifics were still unclear, but it was evident that Akainu had already engaged in combat with Big Mom. Whitebeard and Kaido were closing in. Kizuru must depart immediately, or else Akainu's life would be in jeopardy. Understood, Kizuru will set off at once, the five elders affirmed before hanging up. Sengoku hurriedly donned his cloak and exited the conference room. Granny Tsuru first contacted Kazan via din mushi, alerting him to Akainu's peril and instructing him to mobilize the naval fleet at the port. She then reached out to the Vice Admiral of the Navy's Supply Department, advising him to coordinate with Kuro for a list of ordinary Zoan-type devil fruits. The New World was already in chaos, and the first half of the paradise could not afford any further incidents. It was imperative to resolve matters concerning Kuro swiftly to prevent him from causing mischief in paradise. Just as Granny Tsuru completed her notifications, Sengoku approached. Tsuru, how is Kazan's preparation coming along? Kazan is already on standby at the port. We can head there directly. What news from Kizuru? I've informed the five elders, and they have agreed to arrange for Kizuru's deployment. I hope we're not too late. The two conversed as they hurried towards the port. Did you inform the five elders that Kuro agreed to become a warlord of the sea? Oh dear. I forgot. Once we board the warship, remind me to tell the five elders to issue a statement, lest that rascal wreaks havoc in paradise. Indeed, I shall notify them as soon as we embark. As they conversed, they arrived at the port of Marine Fort Dada, Sengoku. It seems something significant has transpired with the Akainu, Kazan remarked upon seeing Sengoku and Granny Tsuru rush onto the ship. Indeed, I cannot fathom why Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom have allied. They are currently besieging Akainu that we must hurry. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Kazan immediately organized the soldiers to set sail. 5 elders. Kuro has consented to the proposal of becoming a warlord of the sea, but he demands a devil fruit. As the warship set sail, Sengoku utilized the din mushi to communicate with the five elders that a single devil fruit is acceptable. The five elders acquiesced. However, it must not be too powerful. Provide him with an ordinary one. Wait. I recall that Vegapunk possesses a failed artificial fruit. One of the five elders interjected. Indeed, there is one. Vegapunk mentioned that consuming it could result in immediate death. And even if one survives, they would not gain the fruit's abilities. Hence, it was discarded at Punk hazard. Let us give him that. But do not disclose its failure. Simply state that it is a devil fruit developed by Vegapunk based on Kaido's research. If it poses a significant risk, then eliminating him in this manner would not be a poor choice. Agreed unanimously by the five elders, the decision was made to use the failed devil fruit to eliminate Kuro. Unbeknownst to them, this very decision would inadvertently provide Kuro with the means to ascend to greatness, significantly hastening his rise to become one of the four emperors. Very well, Sengoku. You shall oversee matters at Kizuna Island. We will handle Reed Kuro, the five elders concluded before abruptly terminating the communication. That I hope you do not incite a major incident. Five elders, Sengoku muttered, his tone heavy, as he stowed away the din mushi and commenced strategizing with Granny Tsuru regarding the situation at Kizuna Island. As we delve into the conflict at Kizuna Island, one must ponder why Whitebeard and Kaido found themselves embroiled in such a fierce battle. The blame lies squarely on Kaido, who, having indulged in excessive drinking, transformed into his beast form and carelessly ascended into the skies atop a plume of smoke. In his inebriation, he lost consciousness mid-flight, fortuitously landing amidst the Whitebeard pirates who were at Kizuna Island for repairs. Kaido's abrupt descent wreaked havoc, resulting in the demise of two of Whitebeard's subordinates. Enraged, Whitebeard vowed vengeance, exclaiming, "You dare harm my son? I shall have your head." He charged at the drunken Kaido with his massive blade, abruptly rousing him from his stupor. Upon awakening, Kaido, realizing it was Whitebeard who struck him, retaliated with a fierce blow of his kanabo, unleashing a thunderous clash. Thus commenced the battle between the two emperors, with the captains of Whitebeard's crew powerless to intervene, relegated to mere spectators on the outskirts of Kizuna Island. For 3 consecutive days, The two titans clashed. As Kaido's loyal subordinate, Jin pondered the situation. He figured it was time for the captain to regain his senses, especially as a shipment of sea prism stone from Wano required Kaido's approval. However, upon nearing Kizuna Island, he was met with the sight of his captain embroiled in a fierce duel with Whitebeard. Surrounded by the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, deciding to return home for reinforcements, he rallied the beast pirates to rescue their captain. What ensued was an escalating conflict as both sides grew increasingly agitated, leading to a protracted battle lasting half a month. With reinforcements continuously pouring in truth, both captains had grown weary of the fight. Kaido, once sober, found little joy in the conflict, while Whitebeard suffered under the relentless assault. His internal injuries exacerbated by Kaido's blows. Yet, neither side could afford to retreat, for among the Yonko, retreating would be seen as a disgrace. The stalemate persisted until Akainu arrived, deploying his forces to blockade the waters surrounding Kizuna Island and sending reconnaissance vessels to monitor the ongoing clash between Whitebeard and Kaido. This development prompted both Kaido and Whitebeard to consider a ceasefire, and under the negotiation of their respective first mates, Marco and Jin, they plotted to stage a grand spectacle, while feigning continued hostilities. Both sides dispatched their fishmen to surveil Akainu's fleet, preparing to seize an opportunity to confront him. However, at that moment, Big Mom appeared on the scene, having received reports from her eldest son regarding the protracted battle between Whitebeard and Kaido. Assuming they had uncovered something of great value, she sought to claim a share for herself. Yet, upon nearing the island, her vanguard ship fell victim to an ambush by Akainu's forces, furious at the loss of her vessel and intent on retaliation. Big Mom launched an assault on Akainu's fleet. Witnessing this, the fishmen quickly alerted the captains. Upon receiving the news, both sides promptly ceased hostilities and redirected their efforts towards encircling Akainu. Thus, the stage was set for the three emperors to besiege Akainu as Sengoku and the others hastened to the rescue. Meanwhile, Kuro received a call from the five elders. Moshi Moshi, who is seeking me? He answered as the Din Din Mushi seized from the warship rang. Are you Reed Kuro? Inquired the five elders. Indeed, and you are? Kuro responded. Kuro raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat astonished. How could they possibly contact me? Oh, I wonder what the world government wants with me. Since you have agreed to join the Shichibukai's reserve, henceforth, you may communicate directly with us without going through Sengoku. All right, I understand. After the Gorosei finished speaking, Kuro responded affirmatively. Sengoku said, you desire a devil fruit, correct? Indeed, Sengoku mentioned that I should receive a natural-type devil fruit to compensate for my lack of territory. Stop talking nonsense. You scoundrel! Sengoku has only agreed to provide you with a Zoan type. Did you really need to ask? Kuro, infuriated, spat out a few choice words at the Gorosei. Since you have consented to join the reserve Shichibukai, you are now one of us. A mere ordinary Zoan type would be a disgrace to the world government if given to you. That we have a fruit here, developed by Vegapunk based on Kaido of the Beasts, which has been carefully preserved in punkhazard.it is now bestowed upon you. With this fruit in your possession, your strength will undoubtedly advance further, allowing you to better intimidate the pirates of the Grand Line. Upon hearing this news, Kuro's eyes widened, and his breath quickened. Could it be the artificial mythical Zoan, the fish fruit, dragon form that I never expected the Gorosei would grant me such a fruit? However, Kuro then recalled, wait a moment. I remember this fruit. Vegapunk publicly declared it a failure, which is why no one dared to consume it, and it was abandoned in Punk Hazard. How could the Gorosei speak so highly of it? They must be trying to trick me, using a failed product to bring about my downfall. Little do they know, that fool Vegapunk has deceived you all. This fruit, he succeeded in creating. This brilliant mind has indeed developed an artificial devil fruit. And it is even a mythical Zoan. Is that true? Ha! Thank you so much, esteemed Gorosei. I will certainly make good use of this fruit, and will do my utmost to repay you in the future. Kuro said with a double entendre. Well then, do your best. Tomorrow's newspaper will report your status as a reserve Shichibukai. Subsequently, someone will deliver the fruit to you. Understood, esteemed Gorosei. After hanging up the Den Mushi, Kuro quickly grabbed a bottle of wine to rinse his mouth. You five old dogs, just wait for me to grow stronger and cause you endless trouble. Captain, has this matter been settled? Ryan inquired from the side. Yes, we will be Shichibukai from now on. Our upcoming voyages will be free from disturbances. What we must do next is to leverage this title to continue searching for allies while wholeheartedly enhancing our strength. The Shichibukai is merely a stepping stone beneath our feet. Let us use it to stride step by step towards the pinnacle. Ha! ASU command. Captain, so cool. Captain. After Kuro finished speaking, he burst into hearty laughter. While Kuro wiped his glasses with his clothes, wearing a contented smile, and the surrounding crew joined in the laughter. However, the captured Navy personnel could not share in the joy. Their faces were filled with despair. This guy has truly become a Shichibukai. Revenge is now impossible. Remembering their fallen comrades, they all felt a surge of anger and helplessness. You scoundrel! Even if you become a Shichibukai, I will relentlessly pursue you. Kaikai remained stubborn. Kuro squatted down, placing his right hand on Kaikai's shoulder. That I know you wish to kill me to avenge the fallen Navy, but similarly, I also wish to eliminate you to prevent future troubles. So do your best. I have faith in you. With that, he ignored him and went to find Zangao. Damn pirate. I will not let you off the hook. Only Kaikai remained behind, tormented by his thoughts. Hearing the voice behind him, Kuro paid it no heed. He approached Zangao and pulled him into the cabin to conspire on a matter. Captain, what do you need from me? Zangao, how has your hypnotic technique been progressing? Have you made any breakthroughs? Kuro asked furtively. Captain, just tell me who you want to hypnotize. Can you hypnotize all the captives on the ship, making them forget everything that happened aboard? Upon hearing the captain's plan, Zangao adjusted his HAT to no problem. I can absolutely do that, Zangao confidently assured, and Kuro's face lit up with excitement. You truly are the best, Zangao. Would you like a devil fruit? I can find one for you. Kuro, having run out of conversation, directly inquired what Zangao wanted, offering to procure it for him in no need. Captain, I don't enjoy fighting. A devil fruit would be a waste for me. Zangao pondered for a moment and then declined the captain's goodwill. Preferring dancing above all else and leaving the fighting to others. Very well then. There truly isn't anything suitable for you right now. When I find something fitting for you in the future, I'll be sure to get it. Even though Zangao declined, Kuro still kept in mind to find something appropriate for him. All right, Captain, I will go hypnotize them now. Go ahead. Zangao adjusted his hat again and approached the Navy captives. Hey, what are you doing? Don't be afraid. After I snap my fingers, you will completely forget everything that happened on this ship and will fall asleep for 3 days. After saying this, Zangao snapped his fingers at the Navy soldiers. Snap. The Navy soldiers immediately fell unconscious, and Ada splashed a bucket of water on them. The Navy soldiers were suddenly awakened by the cold water, staring blankly at Ada. Huh? Why am I on a pirate ship? Who are you? Have we been captured? They asked in confusion. The captain has succeeded. I see it. Kuro truly felt that bringing Zangao aboard was a brilliant decision. All right, continue sleeping. When you wake up, everything will be fine. Snap. The Navy soldiers fell back into slumber. Under Zangao's hypnosis, all the Navy soldiers, including Vice Admiral Shovel, were affected. Only the stubborn Kaikai remained unaffected by the hypnosis. Aside from him, everyone else lay on the ground, soundly asleep, which drove Kaikai nearly mad. Captain, this guy's mental fortitude is too strong. My hypnosis cannot affect him. Zangao reported his failure after attempting to hypnotize Kaikai for quite some time. This guy is incredibly stubborn, with an unwavering sense of purpose and abundant mental strength, rendering him immune to Zangao's hypnosis. Helpless, Zangao could only report his failure to Kuro. Strong mental fortitude. If I can destroy his mental strength, could you then hypnotize him? Kuro scratched his chin, pondering. Captain, if you destroy his mental strength, he will become an idiot. What if I simply injure his mental strength? That is feasible, if it merely weakens his mental strength. He won't turn into a fool, allowing me to take the opportunity to hypnotize him. Zangao replied cheerfully. It was evident that Zangao felt frustrated at being unable to hypnotize Kaikai, but upon hearing Kuro's plan, he saw a glimmer of hope for success. Then let us give it a try. Kaikai, bear with it for a bit. It won't hurt for long, Kuro said as he unsheathed the Byakuman, slashing space. With the blade pointed at Kaikai's forehead, Kuro activated the ability of Byakuman. The blade instantly radiated a bloody light, causing Kaikai to feel overwhelmed by the brightness and quickly shut his eyes. Upon reopening them, he found himself in a crimson space. Where am I? You damn pirate. What are you doing? Vice Admiral Kaikai shouted loudly within the space. Welcome to the slashing space. Here, enjoy yourself, Vice Admiral Kuro. As soon as Kuro finished speaking, a streak of blood-red sword energy struck Kai. Admiral Chow Hai was engulfed in excruciating pain, his body marred by a wound that, perplexingly, did not bleed. What on earth could be happening? Just as he braced himself for the second onslaught, he discovered, to his horror, that he could no longer sense his haki. What? Just as confusion gripped him, a second slash of blade energy struck his leg, leaving yet another wound devoid of blood. Following this, 3 more strikes landed upon his limbs, rendering Admiral Chow Hai unconscious from the sheer agony. Witnessing his collapse, Kuro unceremoniously discarded him from the execution space. Upon being expelled, Admiral Chow Hai coughed up a mouthful of blood and slumped to the ground. His eyes glazed over as Kuro gazed at the fallen admiral. A bold idea suddenly struck him. Zangao, can you transform him into one of us? Captain, what do you mean? Hypnotize him. Make him believe he is an undercover agent we have planted within the Navy. Is that feasible? Stroking his striped beard thoughtfully, Zangao replied, absolutely. All right, Ada, splash some water on him to rouse him. Upon hearing the captain's command, Ada grabbed a bucket and splashed water, yet the cold liquid failed to awaken him. He continued to pour until the admiral finally stirred. Ada dashed to the sea to fetch more water and returned promptly. Whoosh, another splash. Whoosh, splash. After 4 buckets of water, Admiral Chow Hai coughed and awoke, cradling his head, looking utterly defeated. Zangao approached, grasping the admiral's head to direct his gaze towards his finger. On the count of 3, you will become our undercover agent. 1, 2, 3, snap. With a snap of his fingers, Admiral Chow Hai fell unconscious once more. Kuro and Zangao observed him, while Ada stood nearby, holding the bucket. Captain, shall I splash him again? Do it. Whoosh, a bucket of water cascaded over the admiral, who slowly opened his eyes. Ugh, my head aches. Captain, why are you all staring at me? Admiral Chow Hai queried. Confusion etched on his face. Captain, it worked. Indeed, this method has proven successful, Zangao declared, leaping in excitement and performing a mechanical dance. Kuro shared in the joy, realizing that the space of Buddha could be utilized in such a manner. This meant that in the future, should they encounter formidable foes, they could employ similar tactics. Captain, why does my head hurt so much? Shouldn't I be at the Navy branch? How did I end up back on the ship? Did I get discovered? The admiral hurriedly questioned Kuro about his return to the pirate ship. No, you weren't discovered. This time, you were dispatched by Sengoku to encircle us. Impossible. Captain, I would never do such a thing. I, Chow Hai, would never betray my comrades. Of course, I trust you completely. You would never betray your companions. I have faith in your character. Upon hearing the captain's assertion that he had come to encircle his own pirate crew, Admiral Chow Hai was deeply agitated. In no way. I am not the type to stab my comrades in the back. Thankfully, the captain believes in me. But why do I feel such rage? So, before your departure, you secretly informed me, and we conspired to stage a feigned defeat. Feigned defeat? Exactly. You pretended to be captured by me to serve as leverage for negotiations with the Navy, facilitating our entry into the 7 warlords. Did we succeed? Indeed. Just now, the Gorosei called and agreed to our entry into the 7 warlords. All thanks to you. Chow Hai. At this point, Kuro squeezed out 2 drops of devilish tears. This is merely my duty. Captain. As long as my comrades are safe, I would do anything, though it's unfortunate for those soldiers who perished. Their deaths were senseless. But alas, what can be done? After all, I am a pirate. Chow Hai concluded with a sigh of resignation. You have sacrificed much, Chow Hai. You even severed an arm, claiming that only such a grievous injury would convince the Navy of your loyalty. It's nothing, Captain. A mere arm. Rest assured, as long as I am here, any Navy attempt to harm our Kuro pirate crew will have to go through me. Chow Hai. Captain. The 2 embraced on the ship, shedding tears as they enacted a melodramatic scene. Ryan and Kuro exchanged glances, shivering in unison. This Navy fellow is pitiful, battered by the captain, yet still bound to serve him. The captain weaves tales too easily. His lies flow as effortlessly as speech, Ryan murmured to Kuro. So, from now on, it is prudent to avoid provoking the captain, lest you find yourself unaware of your demise. Kuro adjusted his glasses in response. Kuro felt they had wept enough and ceased crying. Patting Chow Hai's back to encourage him, the admiral readily agreed. All right, to welcome our dear brother Chow Hai back home, let us hold a feast. Everyone, wonderful, Captain, I will prepare the food at once, Paul exclaimed upon hearing of the feast. Go, Paul, showcase your culinary prowess for these returning wanderers. Kuro was fully immersed in the role that the revelry continued into the late hours. Ada and Soki, intoxicated, engaged in a scuffle, while Air and the crew cheered them on. Zangao accompanied Paul, drinking and chatting. Ryan urged Xiao Hai to partake in drinking contests, resulting in both collapsing in exhaustion. By the end, aside from Kuro and Kuro, no one remained conscious. Captain, how did you conceive the idea of hypnotizing Xiao Hai to become our undercover agent? Kuro inquired, swirling his wine glass in confusion, that I suddenly remembered an acquaintance who had infiltrated the Navy with a spy of his own to gather intelligence and safeguard against any threats from them. Kuro set down the wine bottle, recalling the flamingo fellow. This is advantageous. Having a spy within the Navy will prevent future surprises like this one. Kuro nodded in agreement. Indeed, reflecting on it, the sudden appearance of 4 Navy warships to encircle us was quite unexpected. No one would believe the Navy would mobilize such a force against us, considering we are merely a fledgling pirate crew. Kuro took another hearty sip of wine. Nevertheless, the outcome was favorable. Captain, not only did you lead us to triumph over the Navy, but you also captured 2 vice admirals and a horde of Navy soldiers that in the past. Such feats were beyond my wildest dreams. Thus, I toast to you, Captain. Kuro raised his glass in salute to Kuro, who reciprocated with his wine bottle. After clinking their glasses, they both erupted into hearty laughter, draining their drinks. Indeed, the outcome is favorable. I have ascended to the position of a 7 warlord, granting our pirate crew a period of stability for growth. Certainly, we shall no longer need to worry about the Navy, but now the pirates will undoubtedly be gnashing their teeth at us. And what of it? I fear neither the Navy nor the pirates. However, your growth requires time. Otherwise, I would not assume this role as a 7 warlord, Kuro boldly declared, shattering the wine bottle in his hand. You have endured much, Captain, to suffer such humiliation on our behalf. Kuro's glasses gleamed, his tone somber. Humiliation is hardly the word, given how many pirates aspire to this status yet cannot attain it. That I merely feel inadequate, relying on hostages to threaten the Navy. Furthermore, during negotiations, I cannot secure additional benefits. This feeling of impotence is truly vexing. After Kuro spoke, he dashed to the plate in search of food. The cool moonlight illuminated Kuro's face, which bore an expression of deep contemplation. Indeed, he felt inadequate. Had it not been for the opportunity presented by the War of the 2 Emperors, we might have faced total annihilation by now. Adjusting his glasses, Kuro observed Kuro eating it. He then rose and returned to his quarters. Once Kuro finished his meal and turned around, he discovered Kuro had vanished. Shaking his head, he casually wiped his greasy hands on Soki's clothing before heading towards the captain's quarters to sleep. The night passed silently. Upon waking, Kuro washed up and sat in a chair on the deck. That a news bird fluttered over, and Kuro rummaged through his pockets, retrieving a coin to toss to it. The news bird caught the coin and stowed it in its pouch, tilting its head to pull out a newspaper and present it to Kuro before soaring away. Let me see where my warlords of the sea are. Kuro mused as he opened the newspaper, the front page boldly proclaiming, Great Melee. Big Mom pirates sighted in the waters of Kikia Island. Oh, has Big Mom also made her way there? It seems something significant must be happening to gather the 3 emperors. He flipped to the second page, reading about the pirate attack on Gold Mountain Island, where the entire island had vanished, suspected to be the work of the notorious pirate, Gold Lion. Gold Lion? Ah, yes. That rascal is currently uprooting islands across the world for his plan to destroy the East Blue in 2 years. Kuro found himself hoping for an encounter, eager to witness the formidable power of such a legendary pirate. Moreover, the abilities granted by Gold Lion's float fruit were exceptionally potent, yet he regrettably lacked the means to acquire a devil fruit. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly claim it for himself, with a wry smile. He dismissed such impractical thoughts and continued to the third page. Another addition to the supernovas, Bloodblade Kuro defeated a Navy vice admiral on his maiden voyage. Oh, was that the newsbird capturing the moment? Kuro gazed at the photograph on the newspaper, which depicted him launching Kuro into the air with a single strike, capturing the precise moment of Kuro's severed hand flailing in the wind. Bloodblade Kuro, what a damned name. It lacks any sense of grandeur. Kuro flipped to the final page, where it stated that the pirate Kuro had self-nominated as a candidate for the Warlords of the Sea. Below were the regulations for the candidates, along with a call for other pirates to come forth and self-nominate. Damn, is this some sort of jest? Just after being labeled a supernova, now I'm self-nominating to be a mere candidate for the Warlords? How will my fellow pirates view me? To elevate the Warlord's prestige, they tread upon me. To others, it appears that even a self-nominating supernova is merely a candidate. I'll be the subject of ridicule among my peers. As Kuro brooded over his tarnished reputation, Paolo approached with breakfast. Captain, here is the yogurt bread you ordered yesterday, along with a glass of freshly squeezed apple juice. Paolo set the food on the table. Kuro sighed. I just can't muster the appetite. I'm about to become a laughingstock. What troubles you, Captain? Has something occurred? Paolo inquired. Here, take a look for yourself. Kuro handed him the newspaper, instructing him to go directly to the 3rd and 4th pages. Upon hearing this, Paolo swiftly turned to the 3rd page, exclaiming, Captain, isn't this incredibly cool? Now look at the next page. The pirate Kuro self-nominates for the Warlords of the Sea. You're concerned that as a supernova pirate, self-nominating as a candidate for the Warlords will lead to mockery from fellow pirates, right, Captain? Indeed. How will my peers perceive me? Do I not have any pride? You're overthinking it. Captain, look at this photo. Paolo held up the picture of Kuro launching Kuro into the air, urging him to see. Captain, this photograph symbolizes your strength. If you lacked such power, even self-nominating for the Warlords would likely garner no attention from the world government. So, as for the pirates' mockery, whoever dares to ridicule you, simply take them down. Kuro stared at Paolo in astonishment. You make a valid point. You truly are a genius. Upon receiving the captain's praise, Paolo beamed with delight. Though, it's nothing that I merely offer psychological counseling to the residents of the island during my free time. You even provide motivational speeches? Motivational speeches are just another form of encouragement. Paolo's response left Kuro in stunned silence. After a moment, Kuro regained his composure, humming a cheerful tune as he enjoyed the yogurt bread. Glancing through the other news in the newspaper, sipping the fresh apple juice whenever thirst struck. He appeared quite content, visibly uplifted by Paolo's words of encouragement. An hour later, the crew began to awaken. Captain, you're up so early. One exclaimed out. Of course, I'm not like you, engaging in drinking contests until we're both battered. Kuro replied, prompting Ryan to sheepishly scratch his head before heading into the cockpit. Kuro, you're up too. Next time, please don't drink so much. It worries me. Kuro expressed concern as he noticed Kuro staggering out of the cabin. Apologies, Captain, for causing you worried. I got carried away with joy yesterday and accidentally overindulged. Kuro said, one arm bandaged, the other clutching his head, his tone filled with embarrassment. Drinking is fine, but excessive consumption harms the body. Be mindful in the future. I understand, Captain, observing the captain's concern for his subordinate. Ryan found it absurd. Just a day prior, they had slaughtered dozens aboard another vessel and severed a hand, yet now they appeared as if they were bonded as brothers, as close as kin. It was utterly ludicrous. Captain, where are we headed today? Kuro inquired. Bring Ryan over here, Kuro instructed, and Kuro went to summon Ryan. Before long, Ryan emerged from the cockpit. Captain, did you call for me? Yes. Have we confirmed our next destination? Indeed, we have. Last time at Paolo's hometown, we gathered enough magnetic energy for the next island. All right then, let us set sail for the next island without concern for evading the Navy. We can run freely now that we are warlords of the sea. Kuro declared, picking up the newspaper to show them. Is that true, Captain? Indeed, it states here that I self-nominated for the Warlords of the Sea. We've only just entered the Grand Line, and our captain is already a warlord. Following you has truly been my wisest decision. Me too. Upon hearing the news of becoming a warlord, the crew gathered around, their faces beaming with pride and joy, laughing heartily and gesticulating animatedly. All right. Our current success is largely due to our dear comrade, Kuro. Without him, we would never have become warlords of the sea. Let us express our gratitude for Kuro's contributions. Thank you, Kuro. Thank you, Kuro. Kuro was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he realized the captain had credited him with the greatest contribution. Kuro approached him, patting him on the back to comfort him. The depth of his current emotion would pale in comparison to the despair he would feel upon awakening to reality. Kuro could almost envision the moment he would be driven to madness after the hypnosis was lifted. Ryan leaned closer to Kuro, whispering, Captain, that was a ruthless move. Not only is it fierce, but it's also utterly heartless. Kuro adjusted his glasses and replied in a low voice. The crew members gazed at Kai, silently thinking, indeed, we must express our gratitude to Kai. Had he not come to meet his demise, we could not leverage his life as a bargaining chip to secure the title of Warlord of the Sea. However, each crew member silently vowed never to provoke the captain, for if caught, it would be a fate worse than death. Hey, Zangao, does your hypnotic technique ever fail? Paul inquired. It used to, but now it does not. Zangao responded. Oh, why is that? The captain had unknowingly shattered his mental consciousness, rendering him nearly an imbecile, causing him to lose most of his memories. Under my hypnosis, I fabricated new memories for him, convincing him that he is an undercover agent of the Navy. After Zangao finished speaking, he adjusted his hat, while Paul looked at him with admiration. All right, everyone, listen to me. Although we are now warlords of the sea, do not let it inflate your egos in the eyes of the admirals and the 4 emperors. The warlords are merely larger ants. What we must do next is to cultivate ourselves vigorously, enhancing our strength while bearing the warlord title. Remember, the warlord status is not an end, but merely a stepping stone towards our ascent to greatness. So, everyone, keep pushing forward. Upon hearing Kuro's words, the crew ignited with enthusiasm, each person ablaze with a fiery spirit. It cannot be for naught, Kuro thought. Contemplating how to harness this fervor as he pondered, he noticed Kai, whose eyes also shimmered with flames. Kai, how proficient are you with the Navy's 6 styles? Captain, I have mastered the Navy's 6 styles. Is there a problem? Excellent. Are you willing to teach our comrades the 6 styles? Of course, Captain. It is my duty to enhance my comrades' strength. After Zangao's affirmation, Kuro organized the crew to follow Kai in learning the Navy's 6 styles. It must be said that Kai was an exceptional teacher. He began by explaining the overarching concepts of the 6 styles before detailing the movements and techniques of each individual style. Through Kai's instruction, the crew gained a comprehensive understanding of the 6 styles. However, most of the crew still struggled to master even one technique. Nevertheless, Kai continued to patiently teach them, repeating the lessons time and again. As time passed with Kai's instruction, 2 days slipped by. Ryan was steering the ship. Kai was on deck teaching the crew the Navy's 6 styles, while Kuro stood alone at the bow, wielding a massive barbell, eyes closed, practicing his sword techniques. Captain, there's an island 10 miles ahead. Ryan's voice suddenly broke through. Bring the ship closer. We need to rest. Paul, check how much food we have on board, and prepare to disembark for some supplies, Kuro commanded with a wave of his barbell. Understood, Captain. I'll head to the storeroom immediately, Paul replied as he walked into the storeroom. Oh no. Zangao, how are the hypnotized Navy soldiers doing? They haven't perished, have they? Kuro suddenly recalled the group of Navy soldiers lying in the storeroom. They hadn't eaten in 3 days. Surely they wouldn't starve to death. Rest assured, Captain. Paul remembers. We fed them rice water just yesterday. Zangao thought to himself, fearing that by the time Kuro recalled, it might be too late. Well, that's good. After all, the 5 elders will be sending someone to collect them in a couple of days. It would be unfortunate if it turned into a retrieval of corpses. Once Kuro heard that Paul had everything arranged, he dismissed the thought and resumed his sword training with eyes closed. After a while, Kuro heard the sound of the ship docking. Thud. The anchor splashed into the sea. Captain, we can disembark now, Ryan announced as he emerged from the cockpit. Oh, we've arrived. Kuro opened his eyes to see the black ship moored at the harbor, surrounded by numerous pirate vessels at a pirate island. Why are there so many pirate ships docked here? Kuro pondered, bemused by the boldness of it all. Captain, the people on the surrounding ships seem rather unfriendly towards us, Kuro noted as he observed the hostile glares from the pirates aboard their vessels. Pay them no heed. Ryan, you stay here and watch over the Navy soldiers on the ship. If any of the surrounding pirates dare to make a move, eliminate them all. Understood, Captain. Kuro's voice dripped with an unmistakable intent to kill. With that, he led Kuro and Paul off the ship, followed closely by Air and Sushi. Along with 5 or 6 other crew members at the harbor, they found a market filled with provisions, bustling with pirates hauling cargo. As Kuro and his crew disembarked, they made their way to this market. Captain, Sushi and I will check inside for any supplies we need to purchase. Go ahead, but be cautious. For some reason, each of them looks at me as if I were an intruder. Stay safe. Understood. Paul replied and led Sushi into the market. Kuro observed that as soon as Paul entered the market, the nearby pirates and vendors would steal glances at the pair, quickly lowering their heads and pretending to be indifferent. It was but a fleeting moment, yet Kuro noticed, Captain. Yes, I see it seems this island does not welcome us. Kuro maintained a stoic expression as he surveyed the inhabitants of the island. You take them to procure the necessary supplies, while keeping an eye on the people around us. As I said before, anyone who dares to make a move will be dealt with. Kuro nodded in agreement, leading the crew members to gather supplies. Only Air remained behind Kuro. Let us go, Air. Follow me to uncover the secrets this island holds. Yes, Captain, Kuro stated, leading Air towards the island's center. They traversed the market and arrived at a small town, where stone houses stood erect. Vendors displayed their wares, selling fruits, clothing, and snacks. As they walked, Kuro and Air sampled some street food, but the wary glances from the vendors were palpable even while they exchanged currency for goods. Captain, this place is quite strange. The people at the food market merely glanced at us. But here, it's as if they see us as invaders. Air whispered behind Kuro. Who knows? Perhaps they feel I have invaded their hearts. After all, with my striking good looks, it is only natural that they want to steal a few glances. That's disgusting, Captain. Yet, I must admit, you do have a point. Dare thought about Kuro's words, recalling the punch that had sent him into the sea, and quickly adjusted his attitude. Ha. You were just a step away from death. Ha. Captain, your humor never fails to amuse. As the two continued their banter, they gradually arrived at a large building constructed from massive stones. Air glanced at the sign on the building. Captain, it says auction house. Should we go in for a look? Absolutely. I sense there will be excellent treasures within. Then let us enter. Air pushed open the heavy iron door, and the two stepped inside. Upon entering the auction house, they found themselves in a dimly lit corridor, with torches illuminating the stone walls. The curtain of light peeked through a doorway not far ahead. Captain, the situation ahead is unclear. Allow me to lead the way. If danger arises, you must flee. Stop with the nonsense. There is no danger with me around. Kuro dismissed Air, who was acting overly dramatic, and moved forward. Hey, Captain, you said I should lead. Then hurry up. Air dashed to the entrance of the curtain, lifting it to reveal a grand auction stage. Atop it stood a voluptuous beauty, microphone in hand. Welcome, everyone, to the Chishin auction house. I am your host, Chichi. You all. Upon finishing her introduction, Chichi flashed a heart gesture towards the audience below. Chichi, I love you. How much for you, Chichi? Come away with me, Chichi. I'll steal our captain's treasure to cherish you. The men in the audience, upon seeing Chichi, erupted like a pack of infatuated dogs, howling in excitement, prompting Kuro to shake his head at their lack of discernment. Captain, something seems off about that woman on stage. Oh, what gives you that impression? Kuro was taken aback by Air's keen observation. I can smell it. She has a distinct scent. That Air pointed to his dog-like nose as he spoke. Excellent. Keep honing your canine abilities. From now on, you shall take charge of sniffing out people. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. No problem. No one can escape my keen sense of smell. Kuro remained silent, merely patting Air on the head, before finding a corner to sit and observe the auction items. And now, the first item of the day, a superb blade, the Wuquan knife, forged from the finest materials. The blade displays a mesmerizing water ripple pattern, with a chaotic T-shaped edge, complemented by a sleek black handle. Truly an invaluable tool for navigating the seas, Chi-Chi announced, drawing a black samurai sword from the table to showcase it. The starting bid is 500,000 berries. What are you waiting for? Let your bids pour in. After her words, she cast flirtatious glances into the audience. 500, 000. I bid 500, 000. 570, 000. 700, 000. No one can outbid me. This is a deal from Chi-Chi to me. 800, 000. You impoverished fools, still calling out for Chi-Chi. Captain, should we place a bid as well? Do you have any money? No, I didn't bring any since I'm not buying anything. Neither do I. So what's the point of bidding? Air pondered for a moment. What if I go up and take it? Well done. Air, you're increasingly embodying the spirit of a pirate. Hee, then I shall go up. Captain, stay put. You have no use for a sword. Besides, we already have a ghost Che on board that no one uses. Even if you snatched it back, it would just end up in the storeroom. That's true. As Kuro and Air continued their banter, the blade eventually sold for 2 million berries, purchased by an elderly pirate whose shaky gait suggested he was far past his prime. Kuro mused, old but still vigorous. following a round of affectionate banter from Chi-Chi. The old lecher paid for the knife and trembled as he made his way off stage. "Thank you, brother, for your generous bid. You've begun this auction on a splendid note. Love you, the old pirate." Upon hearing these words, swayed in excitement, startling nearby crew members who rushed to assist him back to his seat. Next up was the second item of the evening, the treasure map of the notorious pirate. Gouda. 50 years prior, Gouda had plundered a celestial gold transport ship, inciting the wrath of the celestial dragons, who dispatched a marine admiral to exact revenge. It is said that a fierce battle raged for 7 days and nights, culminating in the admiral slaying Gouda. However, despite the admiral's victory, the treasure remained elusive. Under duress from the marines, the crew eventually revealed that Gouda had hidden the treasure before the admiral's arrival. Only the first mate knew its location. Yet he fled at the onset of the conflict. This map, now up for auction, was presented by the first mate's descendant. The authenticity is absolutely guaranteed. The starting bid is set at 10 million berries. Let the bidding commence. Upon hearing Chi-Chi's announcement, the crowd erupted in excitement. Celestial gold, a gift from the allied nations to the celestial dragons, rumored to even contain a devil fruit. Wait a moment, Chi-Chi. If this treasure map is genuine, why hasn't he, the first mate, retrieved it? A dark-skinned pirate stood up to inquire. That's an excellent question, young sir. We at the auction house have also pondered this. The individual who delivered the map claimed that the first mate fled at the captain's behest. During the heist of the celestial gold, both he and the captain sustained severe injuries from the celestial dragon's guards to prevent the hard-earned treasure from falling into the hands of the marines. Gouda ordered the first mate to escape with the map. However, gravely injured, the first mate passed away shortly after handing the map to his wife. Just recently, she entrusted it to their child. Chi-Chi concluded her explanation. The pirates nodded in understanding, some even shedding tears in empathy. "Captain, how touching. Gouda sacrificed himself to ensure the first mate's survival. What camaraderie." Ergu was profoundly moved, crying profusely and vowing to avenge Gouda. Observing him, Kuro wore a bemused expression, wondering, "Do you actually believe this? Do you have any sense? Oh wait, you don't. Do you possess any common knowledge? Oh, you lack that too. I see." Glancing at the pirates before him, all appearing deeply moved, Kuro suddenly grasped the absurdity. Who in their right mind would choose the life of a pirate? As this realization dawned, Kuro felt a release from his earlier discomfort. "Wait, it seems I've just insulted myself. Captain, this treasure map must be genuine. Let us go seize it. With it, we shall become wealthy." Having dried his tears, Ergu prepared to rush the stage to snatch the map. Kuro swiftly restrained him. "Are you joking? 10 out of 10 of these are likely fake. The remaining 2 are my own drawings. It would be utterly embarrassing to steal something like this. Ergu, be patient. Think about it. This is only the second item. Surely, the subsequent items will be even better? If you rush up now, you'll only alert the others." "You make a valid point, Captain. I almost jeopardized everything." "Never mind. Let us wait a bit longer. Once all the items are on the table, we'll capture them all in one fell swoop." Kuro and Ergu conspired in hushed tones, while the audience of pirates grew increasingly frantic. 11 million berries, 12 million, 13 million. The treasure map shall belong to the Black Dog Pirates. A pirate donned in a black dog-headed hat rose, glaring fiercely with an air of menace. 15 million. Others may fear you black dogs, but the Hungry Wolf Pirates do not. The captain of the Hungry Wolf Pirates stood, dismissively addressing the Black Dog Pirate. "Are you looking for a fight? If a fight is what you seek, then let it be." Just as tensions escalated, Chi-Chi interjected, "Gentlemen, please wait. Let us not create a ruckus here. Otherwise, I would face the consequences." Her voice was filled with urgency. "We shan't fight. We are good friends. Indeed, we're actually brothers of different mothers." Upon hearing Chi-Chi's plea, the 2 pirates turned into lovesick fools, embracing each other as if they were long-lost brothers. Kuro observed Chi-Chi on stage, concluding, "It appears she possesses a devil fruit ability, likely one that enchants." Witnessing her words transform these 2 fools into even bigger fools further solidified his belief in her powers. "All right, everyone, let us continue, but please behave yourselves. Fighting is not permitted." "Of course," the crowd responded dreamily. "Now, starting from the Hungry Wolf's bid of 15 million, is there anyone willing to bid higher?" "I bid 20 million. The treasure map, ultimately sold for 33 million to a rather rotund pirate, was a sight to behold. This fellow was the epitome of a fool with an abundance of wealth. Upon stepping onto the stage, he grasped Chi-Chi's delicate hand and proceeded to fondle it for a good 10 minutes before reluctantly parting with his money and returning to his seat with the coveted map in hand. The surrounding pirates gazed upon him with expressions rife with envy and resentment. "What are you looking at? If you had the money, you could touch it too, but alas, you do not," the hefty pirate boasted with an air of superiority. Infuriated, the nearby pirates clamored to confront him, but Chi-Chi swiftly intervened, signaling for the staff to bring out a handcart upon which lay an elderly man with white hair. The third item for auction was none other than this venerable gentleman. Chi-Chi, the host, approached the old man and began her introduction. However, the old man, sprawled on the cart, showed no sign of awareness, merely rolling over to clutch a gourd of wine and continuing his slumber. Snoring audibly. Chi-Chi, what about this old fellow? One might wonder. Dear guests, do not underestimate this esteemed gentleman. He is the divine healer from Grasswood Island. Just a few days ago, he pilfered some divine liquor from Goddess Island and, lacking funds to pay, found himself in this predicament, Chi-Chi explained, amused by the irony of a legendary healer succumbing to intoxication and resorting to selling himself. Is he truly a divine healer? He appears less impressive than the previous old pirate. Kuro remarked, observing the sleeping elder. The smirk crept across his face, finding the situation rather amusing. "Mr. Huaz. Wake up, Mr. Huaz," Chi-Chi called out, crouching beside him and repeatedly uttering his name. Yet, the old man remained oblivious, snoring thunderously, showing no inclination to awaken. "Chi-Chi, perhaps we should move on to another item. This old man is proving quite difficult to rouse," suggested a voice from the crowd. The audience echoed the sentiment, urging Chi-Chi to proceed with a different lot. After glancing at the old man, she nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us move on to another item." With a wave of her hand, the staff wheeled the old man away and brought forth a transparent box containing a devil fruit. "Behold, the piece de resistance of this auction. The devil fruit," Chi-Chi exclaimed as she opened the box and held the fruit in her palm. "Is this truly a devil fruit? Sell it to me." "I want it," clamored the pirates, their excitement palpable. "What kind of fruit is this, Chi-Chi?" As soon as the devil fruit was revealed, the pirates erupted into chaos, with two attempting to rush the stage, only to be swiftly dispatched by a swordsman backstage. After eliminating the would-be assailants, the swordsman addressed the crowd with an icy demeanor. "This is the auction house of the Don Quixote family. Are you certain you wish to attempt robbery?" His chilling words silenced the pirates, who were now rendered docile. "I initially thought robbery was ill-advised, but if you claim to be from the Don Quixote family, I feel no burden at all," murmured a few pirates, unaware of the family's formidable reputation. "Captain, what is the Don Quixote family? Are they powerful?" A2 whispered curiously. "They are akin to me, one of the 7 warlords," Kuro replied nonchalantly. "So, their strength is comparable to yours?" A2 asked, intrigued. "Only a duel would reveal that," Kuro responded, turning his attention back to the auction stage. "Humph, let the auction continue. Those who are not afraid can give it a try," he added with a scoff, as the swordsman approached Chi-Chi, his gaze fixated on the crowd. Now, what transpired was merely a minor interruption. It is only natural for excitement to arise when encountering something valuable. "Allow me to introduce this devil fruit," Chi-Chi continued, her tone regaining its composure. "Interestingly, this fruit was discovered by our search team on Grasswood Island and, upon comparison with the devil fruit compendium, it has been identified as the paramecia-type drug fruit. According to the compendium, the user can imbue objects they touch with medicinal properties, making it an indispensable tool for any ship's doctor. Now, let the bidding commence, starting at 100 million berries." With that, the pirates began to call out their bids. 110 million, 130 million, 180 million, under the swordsman's intimidating presence. Each pirate shouted their bids without daring to utter any foolish remarks. 250 million. Kuro raised his hand, eliciting a curious glance from A2. "Captain, didn't we just say we were low on funds?" A2 inquired softly. "Just having a bit of fun. Want to join in? Is that allowed?" Kuro replied dismissively. "Of course, it would be quite dull to sit idly by. 300 million. Kuro declared nonchalantly, prompting A2 to excitedly stand and shout his bid. "Are you daft? I called 250 million. Why are you shouting 300 million? You must wait for others to finish before raising your bid." A2 quickly realized his mistake. "Understood," My apologies, he replied, eager to rectify his blunder. All right, this young gentleman has bid 300 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Chi-Chi announced, her alluring ability activated, causing the audience to gaze at her with hearts in their eyes. 310 million. Chi-Chi, I love you. 320. 340 million. Chi-Chi, come with me. 400 million. A2, feeling the pressure of being outbid, quickly raised the stakes, glancing at Kuro for affirmation. Captain, this is a good move. Right? Yes, keep going. They just raised it to 410 million. Kuro replied, unfazed. 500 million. Upon hearing the figure, the other pirates fell silent. For a mere support fruit, anything beyond that seemed excessive. Is there anyone else willing to raise their bid? Chi-Chi, still hoping for a larger bid, looked around, but the atmosphere remained stagnant, going once at 500 million, going twice at 500 million, going thrice at 500 million. Sold. Congratulations to this charming young gentleman for successfully acquiring the devil fruit. Chi-Chi flashed a sweet smile at A2, who, oblivious to her charm, turned to Kuro, eager to boast. Captain, I did it. I won it. Indeed, you did splendidly. Next time there's an auction, I will bring you along again, Kuro replied affectionately. Patting A2's head. 1 loves their own. After all. Please, this young gentleman, step up to the stage to make your payment. Upon hearing Chi-Chi's invitation, Kuro rose, stepping onto the stage, with A2 following closely, brimming with excitement. Once on stage, Chi-Chi approached him. Dear young gentleman, how will you be making your payment? As she asked, she activated her fruit's ability, hoping to charm Kuro. Sensing her intent, Kuro raised his head, glaring at her with a fierce gaze. Unleashing his conqueror's Haki, the overwhelming aura rippled through the auction hall. Chi-Chi was the first to succumb, collapsing on the spot, her eyes rolling back as foam escaped her lips. Almost immediately, every pirate in the hall followed suit. Collapsing in a daze, the swordsman beside Chi-Chi, on the brink of unconsciousness, inflicted a wound upon his own thigh, the pain momentarily keeping him conscious. Though a self-mutilator, truly ruthless, A2 remarked, impressed by the swordsman's self-inflicted pain. Who are you? Do you not know this is the territory of the Don Quixote family? The swordsman, half kneeling with his blade planted in the ground, managed to inquire at us. We are members of Whitebeard's 1st Division. And our captain is Marco. Remember that name? Marco, Kuro declared, but before he could finish, the swordsman's eyes glazed over, and he fainted. How pitiful. He couldn't withstand it at all. That I wonder if he heard me. Kuro mused. Kuro shook his head, a look of regret on his face. Captain, shall we begin? Let us start. Move everything of value for him. Upon finishing his words, Kuro gestured, and air tore down the curtain on stage. Tying it on both sides to form a bundle as they descended from the stage, the plunder commenced. Kuro looked at Air with satisfaction. His dog was truly exceptional, not even sparing the gold tooth of the rotund pirate. Observing Air's competence, Kuro confidently approached the Yao Yao fruit. Just as he picked it up, a voice echoed from behind the stage. That little brat, put down my devil fruit. An elderly man with white hair emerged from backstage. Oh, old man, you've finally woken up, Kuro remarked, realizing that the old man was indeed here for the devil fruit. Humph, none of your business. Quickly return my devil fruit, the old man declared, striding towards Kuro. Yours? No. This is my devil fruit. Allow me to introduce it. This is the superpower type devil fruit, the Yao Yao fruit, Kuro stated, holding the fruit aloft for the white-haired elder to see. Nonsense. This is mine. I acquired it 10 years ago. If I hadn't gotten drunk on God Island this time, how could these scoundrels have stolen it from me? The old man was nearly beside himself with rage, since obtaining the fruit a decade ago. He had kept it hidden in his pharmacy without incident. However, a month prior, a group had come to him, bringing a wounded man requiring urgent medical attention. Upholding his medical ethics, he spent 3 days treating him. During their conversation, he learned they were from God Island. Having been ambushed by pirates while transporting divine liquor, T.O. expressed their gratitude for his assistance. They invited him back to God Island for a drink. Initially, he intended to refuse, but the thought of divine liquor tempted him, leading him to agree. Once there, the liquor was so delectable that he indulged excessively, resulting in a 3-day-long drunken stupor. Upon regaining consciousness, the tavern owner demanded payment, and the old man realized that the group he had followed was not from God Island at all. Believing he had merely been tricked into drinking, he sought to settle the score. only to discover the divine liquor cost 10 million berries per jug, and he had consumed 10 jugs. A billion berries. Even selling himself wooden tea suffice. That very night, he jumped out of the window and fled. After a harrowing journey back to Grasswood Island, he entered his pharmacy only to find it ransacked. Realizing something was amiss, he dashed to his room, only to find the box containing the devil fruit empty. Enraged, the old man nearly met his demise on the spot. Thus, he lay in bed for about half a month, recovering. Just 2 days ago, a group of pirates seeking medical treatment brought him news. The auction house on Pledge Island was soon to sell a devil fruit, purportedly the superpower type Yao Yao fruit. Hearing this, the old man hurriedly sailed to the location, intending to infiltrate the auction house and reclaim it. However, upon arrival and hearing the name of the Don Quixote family, he hesitated, deciding to blend in and observe who would acquire his Yao Yao fruit. He ended up dozing off backstage until Kuro unleashed his conqueror's Haki, startling him awake. No, old fool. Allow me to clarify. This fruit is one I purchased from the auction house. Therefore it belongs to me. As for its previous owner, that is of no concern to me. Understand? Nonsense. This is my property, and reclaiming it rightfully makes it mine. Nonsense. If it was stolen from you, go seek out the thief. Not me. Impudent brat. The old man, Huaz, hardened his fist with armament Haki and charged at Kuro. I fear you not, old fool. Kuro similarly reinforced his fists and met the charge head-on. The moment their fists collided, a tremendous roar echoed, followed by a shockwave, and sparks flew from the point of impact. You lack strength, old man. Kuro grinned, exerting his right fist with force, sending Huaz flying. The old man tumbled through the air before landing deftly on the ground. You little rascal. Your punches pack quite a wallop. What can I say? Youth brings strength. Take this kick. Huaz leaped into the air, executing a backflip with his right leg hardened by armament Haki, descending upon Kuro with the force of a mountain. Kuro coiled his right arm, instantly bulking it up. Careful now, old man, or you might fracture something. With that, Kuro unleashed his fist, creating a sound that sliced through the air. Boom! Upon contact, an explosive sound erupted, sending shockwaves and sparks flying. Yet, Huaz could not withstand for 10 seconds before he was sent crashing into a pillar of the auction house, demolishing 3 columns before becoming embedded in the wall. Cough, cough, cough. This impudent brat is quite formidable. Huaz grunted, straining to extricate himself from the wall. Cough, cough. Just as he landed, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Not too shabby. At least I wasn't robbed by someone else. You rascal. Huaz glared at Kuro with wide eyes. Boy, reveal your true name so I may know whose hands I am about to perish in. Whitebeard, do not tell me you are merely a crewmate of Whitebeard. If his ordinary crew possessed such strength, he would have long become the pirate king. Before Kuro could finish, the old man interrupted, raising his voice. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more thrilling. Newly appointed Shichibukai, read D. Kuro, known as Bloodblade Kuro. Kuro flashed a grin, revealing his true name. Upon hearing it, the old man chuckled. Then it seems my death is not in vain. A Shichibukai is worthy of my life. I entrust the Yao Yao fruit to you, hoping you find someone worthy of it. With a smile, the old man closed his eyes, awaiting Kuro's fatal strike. Kuro observed the old man, who lay waiting for death, rubbed his nose, and tossed the Yao Yao fruit into his embrace. What does this mean, brat? You don't intend to kill me? Huaz, grasping the Yao Yao fruit, wore a puzzled expression. Did I ever say I would kill you? You attacked me first, and I merely retaliated. However, hey, old man, how about joining me in seeking vengeance for your stolen home? What do you mean? Are you planning to confront the flamingo? It's not that I seek him out, but do you think after I've wreaked havoc in his auction house, he will let me off the hook? Kuro enticingly provided the old man with a reason. Ha ha ha. Indeed, that makes sense. Since you want to kill me, count me in. I haven't tasted defeat in years, after being made a fool of by him. I must reclaim my dignity. Huaz expressed his anger over being robbed, clearly humiliated back on God Island. However, let me make this clear. I will not join your pirate crew. This fruit will remain with me until I have avenged myself. And then I shall return it to you before departing. No problem. Kuro's heart stated that once one boards a ship, disembarking is a feat more arduous than ascending to the heavens. As Kuro and the venerable Mr. Huasi engaged in a brawl, our companion Aer had already swept through the entire assembly of pirates, Every item of value was stripped from them with great efficiency. The most unfortunate of all was the corpulent pirate, who now found himself reduced to naught but a leopard print thong, adorned with lace and mesh. Captain, I have successfully acquired the Fengshan blade and the treasure map, ensuring that they are devoid of any valuables. Aer proclaimed, shouldering a burden resembling a small mountain, as he proudly assured Kuro with a broad smile. Excellent work, Ae. By the way, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Huasi, who will henceforth serve as our ship's doctor. Just temporarily. Greetings, Mr. Huasi. I am a crew member aboard the ship. You may call me Aer, he cheerfully replied at Aer. It's a pleasure to meet you. Mr. Huasi responded, gazing at the good-natured Aer and thinking to himself that he was indeed a considerate young man. Unlike Kuro, who displayed no regard for the elderly or the young. Aer, what is it that you carry on your back? Such a sizable bundle, Mr. Huasi inquired, his expression radiating warmth and kindness. It is the spoils of our recent conquest. Aer replied nonchalantly. Is that so? You are quite capable, indeed, to have procured such a bounty. Mr. Huasi commended him with a smile. It's nothing much. Had their clothing held any value, I would have even stripped them of their undergarments. Aer boasted, his demeanor somewhat defiant. Is that so? You are quite impressive, Aer, Mr. Huasi remarked, fawning over him, much to Kuro's chagrin. Oh no, I merely follow the captain's orders. Whatever he instructs me to do, I comply. All of this is due to the captain's excellent teaching. Humph, you ought to learn less from him. There is little good to be gleaned from his tutelage, and it may lead you astray. Kuro, bemused, pondered the absurdity of the conversation. What on earth are you rambling about? Old man, he thought, closing his eyes in disgust at the nauseating display of camaraderie. With his eyes shut, he shook his head and leaped from the auction platform, making his way towards the exit. Let us seek out Klo and the others that were coming. Captain, humphed up Mr. Huasi huffed, not even glancing back at Kuro, who felt his eye twitch in irritation. What's the matter, old man? Have I rendered you speechless with a single punch? Kuro taunted. Humph, that is merely my catchphrase, Mr. Huasi retorted, striding forward with an air of arrogance. What a farce. Just moments ago, you were all about honoring my presence, and now you've turned into this huffy old fool. At your age, haven't you outgrown such antics? Kuro followed behind, silently extending a middle finger at Mr. Huasi's retreating form, only to retract it, feeling it inappropriate. He then extended both middle fingers, deeming it more fitting. Unaware of the gesture behind him, Mr. Huasi hastened to the iron door, pushing it open to step outside. Aer followed closely, but his oversized bundle completely blocked the exit. Captain, I'm stuck. Could you give me a push from the inside? What? A kick. Very well. With a swift motion, Kuro delivered a forceful kick, sending the bundle, and the door, flying. Aer, taken by surprise, was propelled backward, colliding with the equally bewildered Mr. Huasi, and the two were sent tumbling 50 meters away. This bundle! How could it be so unfriendly as to strike someone? Kuro feigned indignation toward the inanimate object. You scoundrel! You intentionally kicked the bundle toward me. Do not place the blame on me. Aer instructed me to kick it. I merely fulfilled his request. Captain, I only asked you to give it a push, not to send it flying. The three engaged in a playful exchange, each wearing expressions that suggested they were ready to clash. Just then, Klo and Ado approached. Captain, how did you fare inside? Did you procure anything worthwhile? Upon hearing Klo's voice, Kuro turned to see him. The items were rather mundane, but the people left much to be desired. Take, for instance, certain elderly gentlemen who moments ago professed their approval of me, only to turn around and become mute, emitting only grunts. Kuro grimaced, nearly pointing an accusatory finger at Mr. Huasi. Fuming, Mr. Huasi was about to confront Kuro when Aer quickly intervened. Calm down, Mr. Huasi. You cannot hope to defeat the captain. Charging at him now would only lead to your own defeat. Mr. Huasi, exasperated, gazed at Aer. Thank you for your concern, but must you be so loud? Do I not have any dignity? Captain, who is this? An esteemed elder who is set to become our ship's doctor. Be mindful, for he is experiencing a bit of a midlife crisis, so it is best not to provoke him. After introducing Mr. Huasi, Kuro could not resist a mockery, eliciting more ire from the elder. Greetings, Mr. Huasi, we welcome you aboard. I am a crew member, and you may call me Klo. Klo, it is a pleasure to meet such a courteous young man. A stark contrast to certain captains, Mr. Huasi remarked, Kuro scoffed at the elder's words that by the way, Klo, have you procured all the supplies we need for the ship? Indeed, Captain. I acquired several crates of excellent apples and oranges, which have already been delivered to the ship, along with the freshwater supplies. Upon hearing Kuro's inquiry, Klo adjusted his glasses and replied coolly, very well. Did you encounter any troubles while shopping? When Kuro's tone turned chilly at the mention of trouble, Klo continued that as we entered the marketplace, both vendors and residents exhibited a certain hostility towards us. Later, while purchasing freshwater, I inquired about it. It seems that due to your recent ascension to the ranks of the 7 warlords, they mistakenly believe we are here to apprehend the local pirates. Kuro understood then that they were viewed as potential foes by both the pirates and the island's inhabitants, who thrived on trade with them. I comprehend why the residents gaze upon us as invaders. After all, if all the pirates were captured, it would be tantamount to severing their means of survival. Exactly, Klo affirmed. Is everything well with Paolo and Soki? They are fine. After we procured the water, we returned to the ship together. After waiting for a while without seeing you or Aer, I decided to come looking for you. Kuro nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, since we have replenished our provisions, let us depart to avoid further scrutiny from the islanders. Agreed. After Kuro's declaration, Adai approached Aer to assist him with the cumbersome bundle on the ground, but found it impossible to remove it from the doorframe. Kuro swiftly drew his sword, and with a flick, severed the doorframe in two. Let us proceed. With that, Kuro sheathed his sword, and the group made their way to the port. As the islanders watched their departing figures, a collective sigh of relief washed over them. What they had anticipated to be a fierce confrontation turned out to be nothing more than a passing encounter. Navigating through the commercial district, they arrived at the food market, where Kuro noticed a significant decrease in the number of pirates that he paid little heed to it. Upon exiting the market, they were suddenly met with a blinding wave of platinum light. Tiger's Claw, Kuro furrowed his brow, summoning his weapon, the cloth of the demon. Slash, clang, clang, clang. The blood-red long knife cleaved through the platinum wave of light, sending metallic particles scattering as sparks erupted upon contact with the blade. In a flash of crimson light, the platinum wave was utterly shattered. Just as Kuro was about to inquire about the situation, he noticed 2 pirate ships attacking the black vessel beside the black ship. Ryan and Cowhide were embroiled in combat with 2 pirate crews. An ambush. Kuro's eyes narrowed, and with a powerful stomp, he soared towards the port, seeking death. How dare they attack us? Aer discarded his burden, transforming into his beast form, wielding a peak mountain as he charged after Kuro. Kuro donned the 10 blades. Adjusting his glasses, he had just reported to the captain that everything was fine, and now, as soon as he stepped out, pirates were assaulting the black ship. Wasn't this a slap in the face? He swiftly executed a series of feline steps, propelling himself into the air, then vanished from sight. Soaring through the air, Kuro then dove down, aiming for the red pirate ship engaged with Ryan, but he hardened his armament color mid-flight and raised his blade high. With a fierce downward strike, he aimed at the pirate captain clashing with Ryan. Clang! Bam! Ugh! The red captain had just been repelled by Ryan's blow when he caught sight of Kuro's descending blade. Instinctively, he attempted to parry with his own sword, underestimating the sharpness of Buddha-Yuhuan. In an instant, both he and his weapon were cleaved in two by Kuro. The red captain let out a pained gasp before his breath ceased. Kuro landed on the deck, barely steadying himself when 3 pirates shouted for vengeance, charging at him. Without even a glance, Kuro unleashed 3 slashes, effortlessly dispatching the trio of pirate lackeys. He then turned to Ryan. Ryan, what is happening? Captain, I'm not sure either. Just moments ago, Kuro mentioned seeking you. And as soon as he disembarked, these 2 pirate ships approached from the sea. They reached our side and began shouting, inquiring if we were the new Shichibukai. When Paul affirmed, they immediately opened fire on us. If it weren't for Cowhide's quick reaction, the black ship would have been reduced to splinters by now. Ryan was equally perplexed, having been enjoying snacks bought by Suki when these 2 ruffians squeezed alongside the black vessel, demanding to know if they were the Shichibukai. Upon receiving confirmation, they launched an attack. Fortunately, Cowhide, the seasoned former Marine, recognized their ill intentions, shattering the incoming cannonballs with a single strike. Otherwise, Captain, I wouldn't have known how to explain this upon your return. Leave none alive. Kuro's eyes gleamed with bloodlust. Oh, you think you can make a name for yourself at my expense? We shall see if you possess the strength to do so. Captain, at that moment, Aer also arrived. Leaping onto the ship and swiftly dispatching a pirate lackey with a single stroke, he then extended his claws, crushing another lackey's skull, and with a swift motion, eviscerated another pirate. Whoa! Empowered by the Zoan fruit, Aer's strength surged dramatically. Die, you worthless scum. How dare you challenge the Kuro pirate crew? You're merely sending gifts to the king of hell, eager for death. Aer spat venomous words as he unleashed a bloody massacre upon the red pirate crew. Meanwhile, on the adjacent green pirate ship, a similar scene of carnage unfolded as the green pirate captain clashed blades with Kauai. Despite having lost a hand, Kauai showed no signs of faltering in his battle. After exchanging blows for several rounds, he seized an opening and unleashed a sea-splitting strike, a blue-white slash spiraling toward the green pirate captain. The captain gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength to barely deflect the blow. Panting heavily as he bled profusely from the numerous cuts inflicted by Kauai's blade aura. Just as the green captain was relieved to be alive, a chilling voice echoed from behind him. Remember, in your next life, before engaging in battle, assess your own strength. Some foes are not to be trifled with. He felt a sudden chill at his throat, and before he could utter another word, silence fell upon him. Grasping his neck, blood gushed through his fingers as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Kuro's expression was icy as he flicked the blood from his right hand 10 blades and adjusted his glasses with his left. With a graceful step, he became nearly undetectable to his foes. Whenever Kuro appeared, it often signified the demise of a pirate. As Kuro harvested the remaining lives of the pirates aboard the ship, Kauai felt a wave of trepidation. Kuro's slaughter resembled that of a cat playing with its prey before the final kill, purely for sport. With the last pirate falling, the deck of the green pirate ship was stained crimson. Kuro sat atop 3 corpses, blood flowing from the 10 blades, emanating an aura of death. Kauai swallowed hard, feeling a profound fear. The Kuro pirate crew was truly formidable. Did you see that bespectacled one? You can hardly discern how he strikes. Onlookers from the other pirate crews at the port murmured among themselves. Upon hearing their discussions, Kuro turned to the pirate who had spoken. Upon meeting Kuro's gaze, the pirate raised his hands in surrender, signaling his lack of ill intent. Truly, the Shichibukai, with such power, I would surely perish, a bearded pirate exclaimed after witnessing Kuro's prowess. Crew, come and clean the battlefield. Take everything valuable aboard our ship. After the slaughter concluded, Kuro instructed the crew aboard the black ship before leaping down from the red pirate vessel. As Kuro approached, holding his blade with a frigid demeanor, the surrounding pirates exclaimed, Lord Kuro, we mean no harm. Please spare us. Yes, we merely heard the commotion and came to investigate. We harbor no malice. The gathered pirates were drenched in cold sweat, frantically waving their hands in a gesture of peace. Hey, does anyone have a fully charged log pose? Huh. We wish to set sail, but our log pose isn't fully charged. If anyone has one to spare, please. Kuro had just heard from Ryan that the magnetic charge was insufficient to travel to the next island, prompting him to seek assistance from the surrounding onlookers. Lord Kuro, I have one. I arrived 2 days ago, so it's fully charged. A pirate of medium build emerged from the crowd, holding out a log pose. Thank you. Here's a gold bar as compensation. Please use it to purchase another log pose. Kuro accepted the log pose and handed the pirate a small gold bar. No, Lord Kuro, this log pose is a gift. What is due must be given. That is my principle. The pirate hastily refused, but Kuro firmly pressed the gold bar into his grasp. Also, is there a shipwright on this island? No, this island is merely a stop for resupply. We'll be leaving by tomorrow, so there are no shipwrights. However, on the next island, there is a fisherman shipwright you may seek, though his temperament is rather foul, so do take caution, the pirate stated, clutching the gold bar. All right, thank you. With that, Kuro returned to the black ship and tossed the log pose to Ryan. How is the cleanup? Captain, you're back. The situation isn't great, despite Kauai shattering the cannonballs. The shockwaves from the explosions still damaged the hull. Ryan lamented, remorseful for not adequately guarding the ship. That I inquired earlier. There are no shipwrights on this island, but there's a fisherman shipwright on the next island. Can the black ship still hold up? Certainly. I have just salvaged a considerable amount of planks from those 2 pirate ships and affixed them to our vessel. It should sufficiently support our journey to the next island. Well then, let us hasten our departure and seek out the fisherman carpenter at the next island to see if repairs can still be made. If not, we may have to seize another ship. As Kuro spoke, he suddenly recalled the 4 warships he had shattered. How impulsive of him. Leaving one behind as a ship would have been prudent. Should I give the 5 elders a call? My ship is damaged, and as the elder brother, wouldn't they be inclined to lend assistance? Yet, speaking of which, where is that devil fruit they promised me? While Kuro was lost in thought, Ada, burdened with the large package discarded by Aer, led the elder Hwaz to the black ship. The crew, busy organizing their belongings, glanced up to see the unfamiliar faces boarding, mistakenly believing another pirate assault was underway. They all drew their weapons, eyes fixed on the elder Hwaz. Stand down. Lower your weapons. This is our ship's newly appointed doctor. Not an enemy. Can't you see he came aboard with me? Ada stepped forward, urging the crew to sheath their arms. His voice interrupted Kuro's reverie. Ah, yes, allow me to introduce you. This is our new ship's doctor, Elder Hwaz. Kuro hastily introduced, noticing the 2 surrounded by the crew. So, they are comrades. Welcome, welcome. Ada, why didn't you mention this sooner? I was just hammering down some planks. And upon looking up, I was startled, thinking we faced another foe. Welcome aboard, Elder Hwaz. You appear to possess remarkable medical skills, which is quite reassuring. The crew chimed in, chiding Ada while welcoming the elder. Thank you. Everyone, should you experience any discomfort, feel free to approach me. I have quite a bit of knowledge in the field of medicine, Elder Hwaz replied with a warm smile while bowing to the crew. Such reliability, Elder. Aer, that foolish dog. Upon seeing Elder Hwaz board, hastened over to show his support. Greetings, Elder. I am Ryan, the ship's helmsman and navigator. If you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Ryan approached and bowed his head before Elder Hwaz, thumping his chest in assurance. Hello, hello. This tall fellow is undoubtedly a strong child, Elder Hwaz said kindly, patting Ryan's arm. Elder, I am the cook. Whatever you wish to eat, simply let me know, and I shall prepare it. Very well, very well. Kuro laughed heartily. Paul also joined the fray, introducing himself before darting into the kitchen. After Paul departed, Aer guided Elder Hwaz to meet the remaining crew members. All right, lads, stow the anchor and hoist the sails. We are set to sail? Aye, Captain. At Kuro's command, the crew sprang into action, some stowing the anchor, others raising the sails, while those without tasks patched the deck. Ryan, set the course. We are embarking. Aye, Captain. Ryan grasped the helm, monitoring the compass, steering them into the vast ocean. Kuro stood at the bow, gazing at the descending sun, lost in contemplation. Captain, shall we host a banquet this evening? Paul approached Kuro from behind, inquiring softly. Of course. Hey everyone, to celebrate Elder Hwaz's arrival, how about we hold a banquet tonight? Upon hearing Paul's voice, Kuro turned and laughed heartily, issuing the invitation to the bustling crew. Splendid, Captain. I adore banquets. Banquets adore me. They cheered. Let us welcome Elder Hwaz. Let the festivities commence. Elder, let us share a drink together shortly. Kuro laughed boisterously, adding, when it comes to drinking, I fear no one. The entire crew, upon hearing of the banquet, lit up with excitement, reveling in animated anticipation. Ryan embraced Elder Hwaz, proposing a drinking contest, to which the elder displayed an unwavering demeanor. Lads, the banquet is on. As night fell, the crew gathered on the deck, surrounding a mound of dishes that Aer and Soki had busily prepared in the kitchen. Before long, Kuro stood beside a barrel of red wine, addressing the crew. Lads, today, we have welcomed a new member aboard. Meet our esteemed Elder Hwaz. He pulled the elder close. Let us raise our glasses in welcome. Cheers. Ha! Welcome, Elder Hwaz. They echoed, laughter filling the air. Hey, you scoundrel Ada, you've taken my drink. Are you looking for a fight? Foolish Soki, if you claim it's yours, it must be yours. The crew raised their glasses, laughter erupting as they downed their drinks, while Ada and Soki continued their playful bickering over the ownership of a cup. Enough, you two. With a swift motion, Kuro delivered a punch to each, rendering Ada and Soki unconscious on the ground. Ha ha ha, the 281st bout of chaos, and the victor is Kuro, a yellow-haired crew member. Witnessing their fall, produced a notebook, marking down the tally. These two fools. Rum is abundant. Why must they squabble? Aer scoffed at the fallen duo, just as a mischievous hand pilfered a plate of meat from his platter. Woof, woof, cowhide, you thief. I shall bite you to death. Aer, seeing his meat absconded, transformed into a dog-headed figure and lunged at Cowhide. Cowhide, foreseeing the canine assault, hardened his defenses. Clang. Air bit down, producing a metallic clatter. Pained, he quickly released his grip, nursing his mouth, nearly shattering his sharp canine teeth. Woe is me, Cowhide, you despicable rogue. Ha ha. After all my teachings, you still can't master the hardened technique. Blame yourself for that. This meat is truly delectable, Cowhide taunted, placing the meat tantalizingly before Ayer. Scoundrel. Angered by Cowhide's antics, Ayer rose to snatch someone else's meat. If I can't defeat you, I shall overpower another. He dashed toward another crew member, causing a delightful ruckus. Ha! Allow me to fill your cup. Elder. Ryan, holding a large wine barrel, poured a drink for Elder Huaz, who raised his glass in anticipation. They clinked their cups together. Laughing heartily as they downed their wine, Ryan continued to pour for both, exclaiming, Elder, we must drink until we can no longer stand. To oblivion, we shall drink to our heart's content. They raised their glasses again, clinking and drinking deeply. Kuro, seated, observed the two as they indulged, feeling a twinge in his stomach. How can these two drink so much? They've already consumed 2 barrels of wine and still crave more. Causing Kuro's brow to furrow in dismay. Fools, they are bound to suffer from alcohol poisoning. With a wishful thought, Kuro lifted a barrel of fruit wine and took a generous swig. This fruit wine is exquisite. Akin to sipping juice. Had I known it was this delightful, I should have urged Kuro to procure more. Kuro savored the fruit wine, his face a picture of contentment. Surely, the next island would have more. I must find a moment to inform Kuro to stock up. Captain, did you call me? Kuro, who was drinking with Paul up ahead, thought he heard the captain calling from behind. He clinked his glass with Paul and walked over. I must say, this fruit wine is simply exquisite. I was thinking of finding an opportunity to let you know to buy more next time you replenish supplies. You enjoy this kind of wine. Captain, haha, what a childish taste. Kuro praised the fruit wine, causing Kuro to chuckle heartily. Delicious is delicious. Don't mind my taste. Just remember to buy more next time. All right, I'll make a note of it and ensure I bring some to the captain's quarters. Thank you very much. Kuro felt a bit shy after being teased about his childish taste. By the way, Kuro, how much money do we currently have on the ship? We have about 100 million berries in cash. But with other items included, it's just shy of 1 billion berries. Speaking of which, I must commend Eri. In the bundle he brought back, I roughly estimated it to be around 800 million. Captain, did you rob that auction house? Otherwise, how could there be so much money? Ha! Kuro joked, laughing at his own words. Indeed, we did rob that auction house. Ha! Kuro responded nonchalantly. Captain, did you really rob that auction house? Yes, otherwise how could we have amassed so much wealth? Eri didn't even spare a pirate-esque golden tooth. Ha! Captain, I heard from the island's residents that it's one of Don Quixote Doflamingo's properties. Kuro suddenly sobered up. They truly accomplished something significant this time. I know. If it weren't his, I wouldn't have taken it. Are you afraid? Kuro tilted his head, gazing at Kuro with a dismissive look in his slightly intoxicated eyes. Ha! I'm not afraid. I just think it's unnecessary to provoke such a formidable enemy. Kuro, observing Kuro's expression and listening to his words, suddenly laughed and adjusted his glasses. A formidable enemy? He is indeed strong. But I didn't provoke him this time. He provoked me. His subordinate attempted to charm me, which inadvertently triggered my conqueror's Haki, knocking them all unconscious, following the principle of not leaving empty-handed. I had Eri take everything of value. Ha ha. After laughing enough, Kuro drank the remaining wine from the barrel and forcefully smashed it, scattering it everywhere. Even if Doflamingo were to come, what could he do? I can defeat him just the same because I am Kuro. Ha ha ha. Kuro stood up, laughing towards the heavens, a crimson aura bursting forth, piercing the clouds. The conqueror's Haki broke through. Before reaching the island, Kuro's conqueror's Haki had already grown to a critical point with the help of Buddha Yuan. However, he had not found an opportunity to break through until now, when a barrel of fruit wine intoxicated him. Under the influence of alcohol, Kuro entered an exuberant state, and, upon hearing Kuro mention Doflamingo as a strong enemy, his temper flared. Strong? He-s not invincible. We're all 7 warlords. Who-s afraid of whom? Temper? It was the drunkenness that burst open Kuro's bottleneck for his conqueror's Haki. Here it comes. Captain, you can't handle it. Ha ha ha. Under the disastrous effect of Kuro's conqueror's Haki, apart from Ryan and Kuro, everyone else was knocked out. The only reason the three of them remained conscious was due to Kuro's ability to control part of his haki after its advancement. Otherwise, they would all have succumbed. Hey, you just used Conqueror's haki, didn't you? Old Man Huas thought he saw Kuro unleash his haki and stopped drinking, quickly inquiring, Tisish. Ho ha. Kuro scoffed and promptly fell asleep. Hey, kid. You used Conqueror's haki. Didn't you? Seeing Kuro on the ground, Old Man Huas rushed over, shaking him to wake him up, eager to confirm if he had used Conqueror's haki. Ha. Don't shake him, Old Man Huas. The captain has passed out. That's just how he is. He can't hold his liquor but loves to drink, in his own words. He is both inexperienced and playful. As Old Man Huas shook Kuro for a while without waking him. Ryan and Kuro quickly intervened. Aren't you too curious? He just knocked all the crew out. Oh, you mean that? The captain indeed used Conqueror's haki. That's what he said himself. Otherwise, we wouldn't know what it was. However, every time he uses Conqueror's haki, we should all faint. It seems this time the captain really got quite drunk, his power was insufficient, and only the three of us are still awake. Observing Old Man Hua's puzzled expression, Ryan kindly explained while also mocking Kuro. This kid has Conqueror's haki, rare as a needle in a haystack. Old Man Huas looked on in shock at the snoring Kuro. Not only does the captain possess Conqueror's haki, but his strength is also beyond compare. After sailing for so long, I've never seen the captain go all out. I once wanted to see the captain's full strength, but he said that going all out means risking lives, which made me abandon that idea. Ryan seemed to recall something, scratching his head with a silly grin. All right, Ryan, let us carry the captain to his quarters. I doubt he'll wake up anytime soon. Sure. After Kuro finished speaking, he went to rouse the unconscious crew, while Ryan picked up Kuro in a princess carry and headed to the captain's quarters. Only Old Man Huas remained on the deck. Lost in thought, Kuro, Roger, did you see that? My captain has Conqueror's haki too. I no longer have to fear you. Sob. Old Man Huas laughed and then cried, wandering into the cabin in a daze. After Ryan delivered Kuro, he returned to find Old Man Huas no longer on deck and thought nothing of it, assuming he had gone to rest after drinking too much. He then pulled Kuro and the just-woken Paul together to start another round of drinking. Old Man Huas entered the captain's quarters, gazing at the snoring Kuro, his mind echoing back to 26 years ago. 26 years ago in the New World IT that time, Huas was just in his 20s. Having formed a crew of medical personnel, rather than a pirate crew, it was more like a peacekeeping force. They never engaged in battles, only intervening to aid severely injured pirates in need, but they were not the type to help anyone indiscriminately. After saving someone, they would take a quarter of the treasure on board, which made them somewhat well known at sea. However, a battle that occurred 26 years ago changed everything. After waking up early, Huas, as usual, finished his meal and went fishing with a rod on the deck, when he suddenly heard the navigator on board mention sounds of battle in the distance. Given the scale of the commotion, everyone thought it was time to make a fortune and hurriedly called the helmsman to steer the ship over. Just as their small boat entered the periphery of the battle, a sudden slash of sword energy swept through. Severing their mast, a group of people looked up to see two figures at the heart of the conflict, wielding swords enveloped in Conqueror's haki, radiating black and red lightning as they clashed across the sea. Each swing of their blades warped the space around them, and the clash of Conqueror's haki killed all the fish and sea creatures beneath the surface, leaving the water littered with dead fish. One of the female members on the rescue ship fainted at the sight. Suddenly, the shockwave from the clash of Conqueror's haki engulfed their small boat. Merely the residual wave knocked the entire rescue crew unconscious. Although Huas was also shaken to his core by the Conqueror's haki, he forced himself to remain conscious for the sake of his crew's lives, trying to get the ship moving to escape. But before the rescue ship could start, with Roger's shout of God's avoidance, he unleashed a devastating blow. The sky was torn apart, clouds swirling upwards, the sea split open, and the water flowed backward as if the heavens and earth had been grievously wounded by Roger's strike. Without giving Huasi any time to react, Roger's blade unleashed a devastating aftermath, shattering their small vessel and annihilating the rescue crew, the pirate brigade. Only Huasi managed to cling to a piece of driftwood. Barely surviving, he lost track of time until he was eventually rescued by a fishing boat. Upon awakening, he was haunted by dreams of that earth-shattering strike and the fierce clash of Haushika haki between the two adversaries. which gnawed at his psyche like a relentless inner demon. Fear enveloped him, for Roger's blow had obliterated his very being, compelling him to flee from the new world to a small island in paradise. For 26 years, he sustained himself by healing others, gradually recovering and relinquishing his desire to set sail, but he wished only to live out his days as a doctor on the island, even disregarding a devil fruit he stumbled upon while foraging for herbs. Merely keeping it for admiration, that was until he was deceived and later awakened in an auction house by Kuro's Haoshiku, a moment that left him uncertain whether it was reality or a mere dream of the past battle. His anger surged, stemming from a terror that had reached its zenith, culminating in his defeat at Kuro's hands. In that moment, Huasi genuinely wished for death, fatigued from the burdens of life, finding solace in the thought of being sent off by a warlord. Little did he know, Kuro had no intentions of killing him. Instead, he lured him into seeking vengeance against Don Quixote Doflamingo, even though Huasi felt such revenge was impossible. Yet, the thought that Doflamingo, also a warlord, was worth killing steered him to accept Kuro's invitation aboard his ship. Aside from the captain, the crew members were amiable, reminiscent of his former comrades. One night, while drinking, Kuro suddenly succumbed to drunken antics, smashing a barrel, just as Huasi intended to admonish him. A familiar yet terrifying sensation enveloped him. Haoshiku. This lad possesses Haoshiku. At that realization, a bittersweet smile crept across Huasi's face. Alas, had you been born 30 years earlier. Under your leadership, my crew might not have met such a grim fate. That Huasi's thoughts drifted to his fallen crewmates, tears welling up in his eyes. Roger, my current captain, also wields Haoshiku. He can confront you now, and I need not fear you any longer. As he murmured these words, he wept, releasing years of pent-up pressure. Initially silent, his sobs grew louder until he was wailing uncontrollably, awakening Kuro from his slumber. Kuro, bleary-eyed and bewildered, gazed at the weeping Huasi, and with a swift motion, he delivered a punch that sent the old man flying from the cabin. Shaking his head, Kuro lay back down, returning to sleep. Huh? What's happening? An enemy attack. Someone's assaulting me. Huasi collided with Air, who had just snatched a pig leg, and was now sent tumbling. In midair, he shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" before plummeting into the sea, where the water overwhelmed him, leaving him powerless and gasping. Not good, little brother. I'm coming. Initially, Ada laughed at his brother's misfortune, but upon hearing Sushi's comment about the inability of devil fruit users to swim, he quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he jumped into the water to rescue Air, but after struggling for a while, he resurfaced to call for help. Help! I can't get him up by myself. Just as he finished, Sushi and Paolo leaped into the water, and together they pulled Air onto the deck. Once on the deck, Air, clutching his swollen belly, rolled his eyes in distress. Huasi rushed over to administer first aid, and Air promptly expelled the seawater he had swallowed. After a prolonged coughing fit, he lay on the deck, gasping for breath. Air, are you all right? Still alive, he replied weakly, visibly shaken from the ordeal. Sorry, Air, it's my fault for knocking you into the sea. No worries, old man. Why did you fly out? Air chuckled weakly, then asked the question weighing on his mind. That I was thrown out by that rascal Kuro, that I was concerned he might cause trouble while drunk, but I didn't expect him to go on a drunken rampage and punch me out. Huasi spun an elaborate tale, painting Kuro as a hapless victim of his own intoxication. The series of events had dampened everyone's spirits for the banquet, prompting them to retire to their cabins for rest. The following morning, Kuro awoke to a rebooting brain. Last night, I dreamt some bastard was lamenting my death, wailing and crying that I need to be cautious. That was no pleasant dream. After muttering his superstitions, he rose to wash up. As he exited the captain's quarters, towel in hand, he noticed the crew staring at him. What are you looking at? Have I dazzled you with my charm again? Ha! Kuro struck a pose, flashing a broad smile. Captain, do you recall what you did last night? Air approached, gazing up at Kuro. Last night? Let me think. We had a banquet. I drank some delightful fruit wine, and I told Kuro to buy more next time. Then, I remember getting a bit tipsy, and Kuro said something that irked me. After that, Kuro stroked his chin in contemplation. Right? Did I unleash Haoshiku again? You finally remember. Captain, a chorus of laughter erupted. Apologies, apologies. It must have been my Haoshiku evolving. And I inadvertently knocked you all out. I sincerely apologize. Kuro recalled his Haoshiku's advancement and inadvertently released it once more. Captain, Next time, if you can't hold your drink, don't indulge. Otherwise, it could lead to unwanted consequences. Hit someone? Me? I would never. I have exemplary drinking etiquette. When I drink too much, I simply sleep. Air's remark left Kuro flabbergasted, as he had always been known to pass out without causing a ruckus. Of course it was you. Last night, Hwasi was concerned about you drinking too much and wanted to check on you, thinking you might need a hangover remedy. Instead, you punched him out of the cabin. If I hadn't intervened, Hwasi would have fallen overboard. Air shot Kuro a disapproving look, recounting his misdeeds. Knocked Hwasi out? Kuro turned to see Hwasi, now enjoying breakfast. You entered my captain's quarters last night. Indeed, I intended to check on you. But you were in a drunken stupor and hit me dough. It was you. Kuro suddenly realized, recalling the old man weeping by his bedside, disrupting his dreams. So, it was your lamentation that awakened me. Crying? Kuro's words drew the attention of the crew, all turning to Hwasi. That I did no such thing. You're merely trying to cover up the fact that you were drunk and causing a ruckus. You lie. I have never acted foolishly after drinking. How would you know if you've had too much? It's in my blood. You can pass that on to your uncle. The crew nearby, witnessing the imminent confrontation between the two, hurriedly intervened to separate them. Old dang, you are undoubtedly unwell, crying at someone else's bedside in the dead of night, and yet you refuse to admit it. I acknowledge your uncle. I merely fear that you might endanger yourself in your drunken state, fulfilling my duty as the ship's doctor. Stop spouting nonsense. You are the one who is unwell. A physician who does not tend to their own ailments is indeed ill. I am not. It is you who is unwell. As a doctor, I hereby declare you unwell. Ryan restrained Kuro, while Air cast a glance at the elder Hwaz, and the two engaged in a heated exchange of insults from a distance. This verbal sparring continued for about 30 minutes, with their words vividly illustrating various human organs and the entire lineage of their female relatives. To summarize, their verbal exchanges were dirtier than a latrine. Ultimately, in a moment of weakness in the elder's argument, Kuro seized the opportunity, delivering a series of greetings from the matriarchal lineage that effectively vanquished his opponent. After the bout, Kuro remarked that had he not feared the elder might die from rage and leave him with the infamy of a ship's doctor-turned-murderer, he would have been confident in resolving the matter within 3 minutes. What a delightful exhibition match this has turned out to be. Paul, please bring me a fried egg sandwich, along with a glass of orange juice. Thank you. Certainly, Captain. I shall prepare it immediately. Upon hearing the captain's order, Paul rushed to the kitchen. Humph, old man, I advise you not to enter my captain's quarters again. Otherwise, you might just walk in upright and exit horizontally. Humph, next time, it will be your treat, and I shall not attend. That would be splendid. Humph. Soon, Paul emerged from the kitchen, balancing a tray. Captain, here is the fried egg sandwich you requested, complete with bacon, and this is the orange juice you asked for. Please enjoy. Thank you, Paul. Your culinary efforts are always infused with such care, each dish bearing the taste of love. Oh, not at all. Captain, you flatter me excessively. Ha! Paul, ever so modest, dashed away, his body swaying with joy at Kuro's praise. As Kuro savored his breakfast, he gazed out at the sea. Where is the newsbird today? I was eager to learn about the situation on Chichia Island, suddenly recalling the battle at Chichia Island. Kuro wondered who among the three emperors had triumphed. And what of my devil fruit? I hope it hasn't fallen into the wrong hands. If that were the case, I would not hesitate to wreak havoc upon Mariewa. Just as Kuro finished his breakfast and sat idly in his chair, the newsbird arrived. Why are you so late today? The newsbird retrieved a writing board from its bag. That today's news is of considerable significance. Hence, it was only just printed. After finishing, the newsbird presented it to Kuro. I see. Then hurry and give me a copy. I wish to see just how significant it is, Kuro said as he tossed a 500 belly coin to the newsbird. The newsbird caught it with its wing and examined it. Due to the gravity of the news, the price has increased. It is now 1,000 belly per copy. After writing, it showed Kuro once more. Are you certain you are not just inflating the price? Did you realize my curiosity and decide to double it? Kuro regarded the newsbird with skepticism. Caw-caw, caw-caw-caw, caw-caw. If you don't understand, write it down. The newsbird squawked angrily at Kuro's remark. The newsbird does not sell news for profit. It merely seeks to reveal the truth of events to the public. The newsbird continued to write while squawking, then handed it to Kuro. Upon reading it, Kuro felt a surge of respect. I don't believe a single word you say. I would only trust you if it were free. Upon hearing this, the newsbird huffed and attempted to fly away. Kuro quickly stopped it, then pulled out another 500 belly coin and handed it over. The newsbird reluctantly accepted the money, stowed it in its pouch, retrieved a newspaper, tossed it at Kuro, and flew off, squawking as it departed. Captain, though I do not understand bird language, I suspect it is cursing that air remarked from the side that it matters not. I cannot comprehend it anyway. No matter how foul its words, I feel not a shred of insult. Kuro shrugged indifferently. Now, let me see what this significant news entails. I suppose it will cost me 500 belly, Kuro said as he settled back into his chair and opened the newspaper. The front page boldly declared, "The three emperors gather at Chichiao Island." A trap. As Kuro continued reading, he discovered that the so-called battle among the two emperors had merely been bait to lure Admiral Akainu. And indeed, he had taken the bait. Subsequently, Big Mom made her entrance, surrounding the admiral, who sustained severe injuries. Fortunately, Kizaru arrived just in time, risking his life to rescue Akainu from the clutches of the three emperors. Soon thereafter, Sengoku and Kazan arrived, resulting in a 3v3 clash that ultimately yielded no victor, with both sides retreating. Phew, I hadn't anticipated Big Mom's arrival. However, I knew that with the tempers of Whitebeard and Kaido, they would never allow Akainu to merely spectate. Haha, it seems the world has reached a state where only Akainu emerged injured, yet miraculously, he survived despite the three emperors' siege. It must be either sheer luck or some cosmic script preventing his demise. I cannot fathom it. Turning to the next chapter, he discovered a toxic gas leak incident at Punk Hazard. All island residents dead. Navy declares complete lockdown. Upon reading this news, Kuro's pupils dilated in shock. Why now of all times for a leak? Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Although he recognized that this incident occurred 2 years prior to Luffy's departure. Due to Caesar's blunder, resulting in a toxic gas leak, it had never been reported. Kuro had forgotten about this matter and had not paid it heed, only to discover that it coincided with the 5 elders' promise to provide him with a synthetic fruit. Caesar, you had better ensure that fruit is not consumed by anyone else. Otherwise, my first order of business upon reaching the island will be to eliminate you. Even if Doflamingo attempts to intervene, I shall still take your life. Kaido will not be able to protect you. I assure you. Kuro, in a fit of rage, smashed the table before him. The captain is throwing a drunken tantrum again. It's nothing. Nothing at all. That I merely mentioned that I had imbibed too much. Hearing Kuro shatter the table, Aer's mutterings were caught by Kuro, who immediately diverted the conversation in a desperate bid for survival. Kuro, however, had no time to engage with him. His thoughts were consumed with the whereabouts of the fruit that moment, his pocket phone bug began to ring. Click. Hello? Who is this? This is the 5 elders. Where are you currently? On the sea. I meant your precise location. We dispatched someone to deliver the devil fruit to you, but we are unable to locate you. Upon hearing the 5 elders mention the delivery of the devil fruit, Kuro's expression shifted to one of surprise. Ryan, please inform them of our location. Kuro tossed the phone bug to Ryan, who then relayed their position. Kuro remained silent, deep in thought. Captain, I have informed them. After Ryan spoke, he handed the phone bug back to Kuro. All right, we have your location now. Wait there, and someone will arrive shortly. With that, the 5 elders hung up. Kuro was left alone, staring blankly at the phone bug. Could the devil fruit the 5 elders mentioned be the one from Punk Hazard? If not, could that fool Vegapunk have developed more than one? That cannot be. Wasn't it stated that only one fruit was created, and they publicly announced its failure and ceased further attempts? But if that were the case, how could the report about the toxic gas leak from Punk Hazard indicate that he had retrieved it? Kuro was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend whether this fruit was indeed an artificial Zoan-type devil fruit, a matter that bore significant implications for his future, just as Kuro's mind raced at full throttle. Consumed by his troubled thoughts, a great bird soared through the distant sea. Clutching a box in its talons, the bird approached the black ship with astonishing speed, transforming mid-air into a figure clad in a white suit and wearing a mask. Pray tell, which one of you is Mr. Kuro? In a voice unmistakably masculine, the masked individual inquired about Kuro. I am he. And who might you be? CP what? Kuro stepped forward, regarding the man in the white mask with curiosity. Classified information. This is a devil fruit entrusted to you by Lord Gorosei, the masked man replied coldly, casually tossing the box he held to Kuro. Hold on, I wish to ask from whence you came? Classified information. Open it and see for yourself. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Wait. I need to have a look first, Kuro said, promptly opening the box to reveal a fruit resembling an apple. Adorned in shades of blue and purple, with circles encircling its surface. Surely this is it, identical to the one from the animated series. That I shall pose one question, and once answered, you may depart. Did you fly here from Punk Hazard? Kuro scrutinized the masked man's eyes, noting a flicker when he mentioned Punk Hazard. Indeed, upon uttering this, the masked figure transformed once more, morphing into a white-headed eagle, and soared into the sky, disappearing shortly thereafter. Once the masked man had departed, Kuro held the devil fruit in his hands as his crew gathered around him. Captain, is this the devil fruit spoken of by the world government? Captain, what sort of fruit is this? Captain, will you consume it? Kuro listened to his crew's incessant chatter, feeling somewhat dazed himself. Initially, he had believed this fruit to be unattainable, destined to wait until Caesar's escape before he could claim it. Yet, unexpectedly, it had been delivered to him. Though uncertainty lingered about whether it was the fruit he truly desired at that moment, he yearned desperately for a golden finger, even if it were merely a means to discern the details of the item. Yes, this is indeed the one spoken of by the Gorosei. The specifics will only be revealed once I consume it. Kuro gazed at the devil fruit in his hand. Ryan, I must entrust you with a task. Should I encounter any misfortune after consuming this fruit, the pirate crew shall be yours to command. With your devil fruit abilities, coupled with the training methods I impart to you, 3 years will suffice for you to establish your name upon these seas. Ryan's expression turned solemn. Captain, do you imply that this fruit may harbor some issues? There are indeed grave concerns. This fruit is man-made, and that traitor publicly asserts that it is a failed product. What do you think? Then, Captain, perhaps you should refrain from consuming it. Yet, I cannot resist. Having obtained it, I must consume it. Otherwise, I shall feel utterly unsettled. Very well, no more hesitation. Ryan, remember my words that I shall remember. Captain, I will protect the name of the Kuro pirates. Seeing Ryan's serious demeanor, Kuro nodded with reassurance, then opened his mouth and consumed the devil fruit. What is it, Captain? Is it poisonous? Not at all. I expected it to taste foul, yet it is no different from an apple. Kuro devoured the fruit in mere bites, then awaited the manifestation of its powers. Why is nothing happening? Surely the Gorosei would not deceive me with an apple. No sooner had Kuro spoken than he felt a surge of energy coursing through his body, dispersing throughout his being. Starting from his hands, Kuro's fingers swelled and transformed into dragon claws, while his body expanded and elongated until he became a dragon. His head throbbed and twisted until it morphed into that of a dragon. Roar! Kuro felt power flowing through him, unleashing a mighty roar that echoed with the resonance of a dragon. With a powerful kick, his lower body transformed into a dragon's tail. His crew watched in awe as their captain transformed into a colossal dragon. 100 meters in length, adorned with crimson scales and crowned with golden horns. A hurricane! Kuro roared, releasing his pent-up power, which generated a tempest that violently swirled around him, churning the surrounding waters. Captain! Incredible! Our captain has become a true monster. Celestial fire! Ignoring his crew's exclamations, Kuro sought to unleash all the power within him. That a fiery orb formed in his mouth, swelling larger and larger until he launched it toward the distant sea. Boom! The fiery pillar struck the ocean, resulting in a thunderous explosion that carved a massive hole in the water at the bottom of the chasm. The earth was scorched into magma, while steam billowed from the surrounding area, only to be followed by an influx of seawater that caused yet another tremendous roar. Just like this. Kuro laughed heartily, his claws ignited with flame, lifting him skyward as he reveled in his newfound abilities. I placed my bets wisely. Kuro frolicked in the sky, swiftly familiarizing himself with the fruit's powers based on the techniques developed by Teacher Kai. Thunderclap! Crackling, he seized a bolt of lightning in his grasp and hurled it into the sea. Boom! The ocean erupted, sending a multitude of steaming fish to the surface, including a sea creature adorned with a bull's head. Is this the power of Teacher Kai? Truly formidable. Having enjoyed himself, Kuro attempted to shift into his hybrid form. Compressing his dragon body gradually, he could distinctly sense his overall physical strength surging exponentially. Half an hour later, Kuro completed the transformation into his hybrid form. Standing on the black ship, he towered at 8 meters. Crowned with 2 golden dragon horns, his body clad in blood-red scales, muscles protruding prominently, his abdomen boasted a formidable 8-pack, as solid as mountains, while a massive red dragon tail swayed behind him, thumping against the deck with a resounding crack. A tattered pair of pants wrapped around his waist, and his dragon claws gripped the deck, leaving 10 deep gouges in the wood. The sensation of strength permeated his entire being. Kuro stood on the deck, his crew gazing up at him in awe. "Captain, this is astounding. Captain, is this the devil fruit you have long desired?" "Indeed, this is it. The fish fruit. Mythical Zoan type. Divine dragon form." Kuro responded with a smile to his crew's inquiries. But as he struggled to control the power of his hybrid form, the black ship trembled violently. "Captain, restrain your powers. The ship is going to capsize." Upon hearing this, Kuro promptly released his abilities, reverting to his human form. As he transformed, he gradually shrank to around 6 meters in height. "Captain, you grew over 2 meters in height. I only grew a little over 1 meter after consuming the fruit." Ryan, standing at just over 5 meters, looked up at Kuro. "Such is the nature of things. My beast form is simply larger than yours. Thus I stand taller. It is inevitable." Kuro reassured Ryan, patting him on the shoulder. "Your height will increase in time as well. With the development and integration of your fruit, you will surely grow taller." "That is true. Since consuming the fruit until now, I have grown over 1 meter. By the way, Captain, my beast form now measures 20 meters. After Ryan's boastful remarks, he recalled the nearly 100-meter-long dragon of Kuro, falling silent and closing his mouth once more. "Well, Ryan, you are still young. Both your height and beast form will continue to grow. However, it seems that the black ship cannot accommodate the two of us any longer. It appears that our journey to find the Fishman shipwright will indeed require us to invest in the construction of a new vessel. Otherwise, by the time we both grow, we may find there is no place left for us to sleep. That I certainly do not wish to spend my nights lying on the deck." Initially, Kuro was not in a hurry to change ships, thinking that he needed to save more money to purchase a larger one. However, after consuming the devil fruit, both his height and weight surged dramatically, making the original captain's quarters uninhabitable. It seemed that tonight he would have no choice but to sleep on the deck. "Captain, I completely agree. You have no idea. When I recently entered the cockpit, I had to bend over to fit in. I couldn't stand upright at all. Moreover, I've been cautious with my training lately. If I exert too much force, the entire black ship would shake." Kuro suggested changing ships, and Ryan quickly voiced his agreement, followed by a lament about the challenges he had been facing recently. "Me too. The crew's sleeping quarters can no longer accommodate me. I now require 2 beds pushed together just to lie down." Upon hearing Ryan's complaints, Air hastily shared his own troubles, but no matter how one looked at it, the lad hardly appeared to be suffering. Rather, he seemed to be bragging. "Then, Ryan, let us proceed with all our might towards the next island. Once we arrive, we shall acquire a new ship." Upon hearing the captain's command, Ryan smiled and nodded before bending down to enter the cockpit. "All right, everyone, to celebrate my newfound power, we shall feast on sea kings at noon." "Wonderful, Captain. We shall enjoy the meat of the sea kings once more." After Kuro spoke, Paul and the crew set off in a small boat. They ensnared a bull-headed sea king with ropes and pulled it alongside the ship, with Kuro grasping the ropes to haul it aboard. "Captain, how would you like to prepare this sea king?" Paul asked, patting the creature's body and seeking Kuro's preference. "Half-grilled, half-braised at my appetite is particularly hearty today. Do add plenty of chili." "Understood, Captain. I will prepare it immediately." Paul then unsheathed a large cleaver and swiftly sliced the sea king in half, moving nimbly between the two halves as he processed the catch. By the time, he had run from head to tail. The sea king was completely butchered, its innards discarded and ready for cooking. Subsequently, Paul retrieved a massive pot from the kitchen, beckoning Suashi and Air to assist him in placing the chunks of meat inside. "I've never seen this pot before. Did you just buy it, Paul?" "Yes, Captain. I found it at the Pledge Island." After Paul spoke, he lifted the large pot and carried it into the kitchen. Soon, the aroma of salt and meat wafted through the air. After a while, Paul emerged from the kitchen, holding 4 3-meter-long steel rods. "Captain, the meat is simmering, but it will take a while to cook. Let us set up the grill and start roasting the meat." "All right." Kuro took the 4 steel rods, crossing them 2 by 2 and embedding them into the deck. Then he took the Sea King's ribs, threading them through the chunks of meat and resting them on the rods. Paul produced a fireproof cloth and laid it beneath the grill. Then he retrieved a box filled with large chunks of charcoal, placing them on the fireproof cloth. "Captain, it's time to ignite the fire." "Okay, fire wind." Kuro opened his mouth and exhaled a small flame, instantly igniting the charcoal. Paul stood nearby, turning the meat while sprinkling a secret blend of spices. Kuro and the crew watched, saliva pooling in their mouths. "This is incredibly fragrant, Captain." Slurp. Indeed, slurp. The meat of the Sea King paired with Paul's secret spices is simply exquisite. Slurp. The flavor is truly beyond compare. Slurp. Ultimately, it is Paul's skill that shines. I feel I could eat this seasoning on its own. Slurp.it is not as exceptional as you claim. I merely brought out the natural flavor of the Sea King's meat that a group of gluttons praised Paul's culinary prowess while salivating, causing him to shyly scratch his head. After approximately 30 minutes, Paul and Ayer emerged from the kitchen carrying the large pot. "Captain, the braised meat is ready. The grilled meat will take a bit longer. Let us start with the braised meat." "Yes, yes. Find me a basin. The previous bowls are insufficient." Paul fetched a half-meter-wide basin from the kitchen, using his cleaver to scoop a chunk of meat from the pot and placing it inside before handing it to Kuro, and then distributing portions to Ryan. Once the crew had their share, only a layer of broth remained in the pot. Paul proceeded to toss raw meat chunks into the pot before carrying it back to the kitchen to continue cooking. Paul, having stewed the meat, wiped his hands with a towel as he exited the kitchen. "Paul, we've been waiting for you." "I'm here, Captain." Upon hearing the captain's call, Paul jogged over. "Everyone, today I have acquired a fruit of tremendous power, and its abilities have exponentially enhanced my strength. So, let us celebrate." "Whoa, congratulations to the captain on obtaining the devil fruit." "Captain, congratulations on getting closer to your goal." "Captain, this time you are just like me." "A landlubber." Ryan raised his cup, laughing joyfully, while the crew cheered in response. Kuro hoisted the barrel of alcohol, calling for a toast from the crew. "Everyone, let us drink." "Oh." Kuro laughed heartily and, along with the others, raised his cup, then downed an entire barrel with ease, given his current tolerance for alcohol. After finishing his drink, Kuro skewered a chunk of meat and took a large bite that, "Oh, this flavor is simply divine." Kuro savored the delicious food, his face radiant with satisfaction, feeling as though he were in paradise. "Captain, the meat of the Sea King is simply too delicious. Could you perhaps slay a few more next time?" Others would flee upon encountering a Sea King, and yet you seem to have developed a craving for it. "What? Do you consider me a fisherman? I recall you were a fisherman before becoming a pirate." "Captain." Kuro paused, glancing at Ayer, who wore a devilish smile at Ayer. "Eat up. Once you're full, I might just have to butcher you. I've been craving dog meat." "Ha! Captain, you are truly humorous." After Ayer spoke, he stood up with his plate and dashed away. Knowing he would surely receive a beating from the captain if he lingered, Ayer is still so eager to provoke trouble. He always gets himself into trouble because of that mouth, yet he never learns. "You only know part of the story," Zangao suddenly remarked mysteriously, drawing the curious gazes of his companions. "That is there more to this? Could it be that Ayer is a masochist?" Everyone stared incredulously at Ayer in the distance, leaving him utterly bewildered that no. In truth, Ayer is striving to grow stronger. Stronger? Indeed. Zangao discreetly observed Ryan and Kuro drinking together, then beckoned the crew to gather around him. "That I must tell you all that the reason Ryan has progressed so rapidly in strength is due to the beatings he endures daily." "Is that true? I heard it from Ayer when we were eavesdropping." Zangao grew irritated upon hearing the crew's skepticism. Unbeknownst to them, the two fools had only caught snippets of the conversation. That Ryan's original words were, "Captain, aside from beating me daily, do you have no other methods to help me feel the Busashoka Haki?" Kuro had replied, "I do, but the other methods are too slow." Ryan continued, "Even if my strength increases daily, it is still too painful. As a result, the two fools only retained the core of the message. "Captain, you beat me daily, and my strength increases." Zangao feared Kuro might retaliate, so he refrained from provoking him. Ayer, however, being illiterate, had no idea how to write the character for death, and thus galloped headlong down the path of self-destruction, as the crowd pondered whether to enhance their strength through this method. Paul approached, holding a roast. "Captain, the barbecue is ready for consumption." Upon hearing of the meat, everyone immediately cast aside their previous thoughts and rushed forward, clamoring for a piece. "Paul, give me a slice. I want some too." "I was here first. Quiet down. What a disgraceful display, fighting like this without a shred of decorum." The crew members, hearing Kuro's words, felt a tinge of embarrassment. Sighing, Kuro stepped in front of Paul. "The captain should eat first." Upon finishing his sentence, Kuro took the roast and stuffed it into his mouth, causing an uproar among the crew. "You scoundrel captain, spit it out. Return the roast to me." The crowd surged toward Kuro. Yet they barely managed to even grasp his waist. Paul watched the chaotic scene with a look of resignation. "There's plenty more on the rack. Stop your scrambling." Upon hearing there was more roast, the crew immediately gathered around, eagerly awaiting their share. Paul unsheathed the empty cutlass and, with swift strokes, divided the roast into numerous pieces, then turned to the crew. "Raise your utensils." The crew promptly lifted their cutlery. "Line up." Using the spine of the empty cutlass, Paul distributed the roast among them, and once finished, he sliced a generous portion from the rack and handed it to Kuro. "Please enjoy, my dear comrades." Paul sheathed the empty cutlass and addressed the crew. "Let us dig in." The crew, unable to contain their eagerness, hastily stuffed the roast into their mouths. "Ouch! It's scalding. Take it slow. It's freshly cooked and certainly very hot." Some were caught off guard by the heat and fumbled about, prompting Paul to quickly hand out damp towels for cooling. Before he moved to handle the remaining meat, the meal lasted 2 hours. With most of the entire Sea King's body consumed by Kuro, Paul didn't waste the leftover bones either, boiling them into a soup for everyone to enjoy. Kuro leaned against the mast on the deck, clutching a Sea King's horn, using it to pick his teeth. This feast could be described in 2 words, delightful, or in 4, exceedingly delightful. Kuro wore a contented expression. "Captain, what do you mean by that?" "It means it feels great, very comfortable." After saying this, Kuro patted Air's head. In the afternoon, a gentle breeze suddenly swept across the sea wind brushing against Kuro's face, lulling him into a state of drowsiness. Without hesitation, he lay down on the deck and fell asleep. The crew, seeing their captain asleep, cautiously moved aside, not wanting to end up like the old man Hwaz, who had received a punch from the captain. Leaving a mark on his face for 3 days, time passed slowly, and when Kuro finally awoke, he opened his eyes to see the bright moon above. That was a solid nap. Stretching on the deck, Kuro began to contemplate his current configuration. With weapons in hand and the strongest fruits consumed, he felt akin to a sapling planted in nutrient-rich black soil. Given enough time to grow, he would undoubtedly become a towering tree that obscures the sun. "I'll better get back to sleep. A new day awaits upon waking." Kuro rolled over and resumed snoring. The next morning, a sudden downpour began. A cold shower first thing in the morning. Kuro, who had been sleeping on the deck, jumped up, his leap causing the black ship to sway violently. "Earthquake. Get up. What nonsense. We're at sea. Then it's a tsunami. Run." It wasn't until the crew members, in a panic, emerged from the cabin that they realized it was merely their captain causing the commotion. "Captain, could you please be more careful? That sudden jolt had us thinking there was a tsunami." The blonde-haired crew member shouted at Kuro, still shaken. My apologies. The sudden downpour startled me awake, and I jumped instinctively. I am still getting used to controlling this body's strength. Ha ha ha." Kuro scratched his head sheepishly. "All right, since everyone is awake, let's have breakfast and I'll prepare it right away." "Captain." Paul soon had breakfast ready, and after eating, everyone sat on the deck, lost in thought. Due to the damage sustained by the black ship, they could no longer withstand their daily training, leaving the crew with nothing to do but daydream. "Ryan, when will we reach the island?" Kuro asked, boredom evident in his voice. "Captain, it should be soon. After all, we've been sailing for 3 days now." Ryan sat cross-legged in the control room, steering the ship. Sigh. "Not being able to train or fight is so dull. I feel like my body is rusting." "Captain, why not take a swim to exercise?" "Sure, come join me." Kuro replied, reaching to pull Air in with him, causing Air to cling desperately to the mast in fright. Ha ha ha. Air is at it again. "Captain, there's an island ahead." Just as Kuro was about to drag Air down with him, their savior Ryan made his entrance. "Where? I can't see." Kuro abandoned his playful torment of Air and dashed to the bow of the ship to peer ahead, but as soon as he reached the front, a loud cracking sound echoed from the ship's planks. "Captain, Captain, Captain!" All right, it's my fault." Kuro hurried back to the deck, realizing how close he had come to disaster. Kuro walked over to Ryan, who was holding a telescope, and handed it to Kuro. After fumbling with it for a moment, Kuro finally managed to focus that. "Oh, I see it. Goodness, there are quite a few ships docked at the port. Everyone, good news. We have a lead on our ship. Once we reach the port, we'll take whichever one we fancy," Kuro declared, his tone suggesting a free-for-all was about to commence. As the island grew closer, the crew could finally discern its shape. The entire island resembled a turtle shell, half rocky and half forested. The port was built along the rocky side, bustling with ships coming and going, and numerous shipbuilding factories were visible, with many pirate ships docked at various companies' piers. It was evident that this was yet another gathering place for pirates. "Ryan, why is it that every island we pass is a pirate stronghold? Are there no islands inhabited by regular folk?" Kuro mused, expressing discontent, yet his hands rubbed together eagerly, his face adorned with a wicked grin, akin to a lecherous man fixating on a beautiful woman. "Captain, that ship over there looks promising." "Which one?" "That red one over there. It seems to suit you perfectly." Following Ares, Kuro spotted a dark red ship adorned with golden embellishments. Well, you've finally done something right. I'm quite impressed." Kuro thought the ship indeed matched him. Its color reminiscent of his beastly form. Decision made. "We're taking it. Such a fitting ship must have been prepared for me." Kuro nodded to himself, convinced of his reasoning. However, as they approached the port, Kuro soon realized the ship was too small, only slightly larger than the black ship. Taking it would serve no purpose. Sigh, not worth the effort. It's too small. "Captain, I looked around, and there aren't any larger ships along the shore." Of course, what normal person stands 6 or 7 meters tall? A big guy like Kuro or Ryan would need a custom ship. "All right, let us leave a few behind to watch the ship." While the rest of us disembarked to find that fisherman's shipwright mentioned by the pirate, the group exchanged glances, then began to draw lots. The eventual winner was Ergo. Captain, I won. Ha, I finally won once. Woe is me. Air, filled with exuberance akin to that of a husky, dashed about with great enthusiasm. "All right, since you have triumphed, you shall remain to watch the ship while the rest of us depart," said the captain. "But captain, it was I who won." "Indeed, and thus you shall stay." Upon hearing this, Ergo immediately protested. Having lost countless times in their previous games of rock, paper, scissors, he had finally secured a victory. "Only to face this outcome, Captain. This is an unfair trick. I cannot possibly acquiesce." "Oh, pray tell, Ergo, do you possess a better solution?" "Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading." The excitement continues. "I shall take my leave," Air declared, activating his ability, and a black Tibetan mastiff materialized before the onlookers, racing toward the bow of the ship with four powerful paws. Subsequently, under the gaze of the crew, the dog leapt repeatedly, charging into the harbor and vanishing from sight. The remaining crew turned to gaze at Kuro, who wore an expression of admiration. Ergo has matured. He now understands that reasoning with me is futile. "In that case, Ada, you shall stay to guard the ship." "Captain, what of you? Your brother has fled, and as the elder, it is only right that you bear the burden in his stead." With that, Kuro leapt from the black ship and landed at the harbor, followed by the rest of the crew. "Fear not, Ada, I shall diligently watch over the new ship." "Ha ha." Suashi, trailing behind the crowd, playfully patted Ada on the shoulder and kindly remarked. Upon hearing Suashi's words, Ada felt a surge of annoyance, just as he was about to retort when suddenly, a light dawned upon him. "Captain, Suashi has declared his intention to stay behind to watch the ship with me." "I did not." Captain, I am truly moved. Suashi is incredibly loyal, a true brother indeed," Ada exclaimed, his face brimming with emotion as he covered Suashi's mouth with his left hand while his right hand constricted around his neck, rendering Suashi unable to utter a sound. "Is that so? Then I shall entrust the black ship to the two of you." "Captain, Suashi assures you that as long as he is present, the ship shall be safe. You may go." Without turning back, Kuro waved his hand and led the crew into the harbor to search for dogs. Upon arriving at the next island, they realized that the Turtle Island was far larger than they had initially perceived while aboard the ship. The shipyard, lining the harbor, boasted an impressive array of vessels. Kuro counted no fewer than 10, coupled with scattered ship repair shops. The overwhelming impression it left on Kuro and his crew could be summed up in 2 words: utterly magnificent. "Captain, this place is enormous. It looks so grand. Indeed, Captain, there are far too many ships here. Which one should we seize? What do you mean seize? It is a matter of zero-cost acquisition, purchasing, you see, understand. It is utterly uncivilized to speak of seizing. Hearing the brutish crew speak of seizing, Kuro felt an overwhelming weariness wash over him. Ryan, do you think that ship is large enough? I believe that ship's captain possesses average strength. It would not withstand 3 of your strikes. That one is acceptable, but the color is dreadful. Poop yellow, utterly repulsive. That is indeed true. Just as Kuro and Ryan deliberated over which ship to procure, a man donning a top hat approached them. Esteemed guests, greetings. I am Bebo from the Fry shipyard. How may I assist you? Bebo removed his hat and held it to his chest, performing an elegant salute before placing it back atop his head. Ah, greetings. I am their captain. You may call me Kuro. We have come seeking to purchase a large vessel. May I inquire how large a ship you require? The larger, the better. Have you seen our physiques? We seek a ship spacious enough for us to run freely upon the deck, Kuro replied, gesturing to his and Ryan's robust builds. Upon hearing Kuro's request, Bebo's eyes sparkled with excitement. He thought to himself that they had a major client on their hands and mustn't let them slip away. No problem at all, esteemed guests. Please, follow me, and we shall discuss the details. Bebo gestured invitingly and led the way. The crew followed Kuro's lead as they walked. Bebo described the surrounding structures and the shipbuilders at work. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Fry shipyard. Wow, it is so vast. Captain, this place appears to possess great capabilities. Before them stood a colossal shipbuilding facility, surrounded by brand-new sailing vessels, including a naval warship. Upon sighting the naval ship, Kuro suddenly recalled a pressing matter. Hey, Kuro, are there not still a group of naval prisoners aboard our ship? Captain, I had completely forgotten. After handing them over to Zangao, I have not tended to that matter. Kuro and Kuro exchanged alarmed glances, realizing they had forgotten the prisoners. Zangao, are the naval personnel still alive? Quite well. In fact, I have even attempted to hypnotize them to enlist them as our crew members. Zangao replied nonchalantly. Kuro sighed in relief, glancing at Cowhide, who appeared indifferent to the situation. Kuro thought to himself that if they were to transform the prisoners into pirates, Sengoku would surely come after them by the morrow. Do not concern yourself with that matter. When you return to the ship, use the snail phone to contact Sengoku and request that he send someone to retrieve the naval personnel that I fear that if they remain, I may forget them again. After Kuro concluded his words, Zangao nodded in agreement. Bebo, overhearing their conversation, was drenched in sweat. What sort of individuals had he welcomed aboard, with a group of naval prisoners still on their ship? Moreover, the bespectacled one seemed intent on turning naval soldiers into pirates. Good heavens, what clientele had he invited? Well then, Mr. Bebo, let us return to our discussion regarding the ship purchased at Yes, of course. Please, accompany me. Bebo, regaining his composure upon hearing Kuro's voice, led them deeper into the Fry shipyard. Upon entering, Kuro observed a cluster of workers constructing a cargo ship. 3 craftsmen hammered nails into the white hull, while others delivered planks. The atmosphere was bustling with activity, and 5 or 6 individuals were seen planing wooden boards, presumably preparing for the deck. Upon noticing Kuro and his crew enter, the workers merely glanced up before returning to their tasks. Kurii, this guest wishes to order a ship. Bebo called out loudly to one of the shipbuilders. Subsequently, a 3-meter-tall black fishman leaped down from the ship's frame. Humph, Bebo, what is it? If someone desires a ship, let them speak to you directly. Do you really need to call for me? Do you not know how busy I am? The fishman landed and began to shout, yet Bebo appeared unfazed, as if accustomed to it. Well, this is Mr. Kuro. He wishes to place an order for a ship. Mr. Kuro, this is Master Kurii, the finest shipbuilder on this island. Bebo introduced the two. Greetings, Master Kurii. I have heard of your esteemed reputation from the previous island, and I was told that seeking you out was the right course of action. Kuro said, extending his hand with a smile. However, Master Kurii merely glanced at him and disregarded the gesture. Do not attempt to ingratiate yourself with me. Simply tell me what type of ship you desire. Kurii shouted loudly. I want a large ship. Kuro's temper flared. Is shouting your only talent? I can shout louder than you. I can hear you. What are you shouting about? I can hear you as well. Why do you shout so loudly? I speak at this volume. So do I. The commotion escalated. with both Kuro and Kurii raising their voices until Kuro unleashed his devil fruit powers, emitting a thunderous roar that sent shockwaves through the air. The force of the roar created a sonic wave that sent Master Kurii flying backward. Esteemed guest, please cease. The ship is on the verge of falling apart, under the sonic assault of Kuro. The hastily constructed ship's frame trembled violently, appearing on the verge of collapse. Babwa quickly covered his ears and approached Kuro, pleading for him to cease. Kuro, dismissive, paid him no mind, until Ryan intervened, placing a hand over Kuro's mouth, preventing the others from perishing in the cacophony. You little bastard! Are you looking for trouble? With the noise finally abated, Master Kure returned, wielding a hefty iron hammer. Directing his ire at Kuro. It was you who failed to speak properly first. Kuro drew his weapon, the Budo Yuhuan. Gentlemen, please remain calm. Mr. Kuro, kindly do not take offense. Our Master Kure, being a red-tail catfish man, is naturally loud and did not intend to shout at you. Upon witnessing Kuro brandishing his sword, Babwa hurriedly stepped forward to intervene, mindful that a brawl would undoubtedly damage the shipyard dough. Is that so? Babwa, do not restrain me. I shall crush this scoundrel with a single blow. Hearing Babwa's words, Kuro was about to apologize when he noticed Master Kure advancing with his hammer raised. Master Kure, please, remain composed. Should a fight break out, the shipyard will surely suffer, and we have vessels awaiting delivery. Through Babwa's desperate entreaties, Master Kure ultimately relinquished his intent to strike Kurodum. Master Kure, my apologies. I thought you were deliberately shouting at me. Hence my outburst. I truly regret it. Kuro rubbed his nose sheepishly and offered his apologies to Master Kure. Humph. In response to Kuro's apology, Master Kure merely huffed in silence. Very well, Mr. Kuro, you may now articulate your requests. Ah, splendid. I require a large vessel, as my crew members are quite sizable, and the new ship must possess excellent load-bearing capacity, for we need to train aboard. Additionally, I require an expansive pilot house, considering our helmsman is rather tall, as well as several crew lounges to accommodate our members comfortably. Most importantly, I desire a viewing deck where we can observe the crew's training and enjoy the scenery during our leisure. The kitchen must also be spacious to facilitate our chef's culinary endeavors. Upon hearing Kuro mention him, Paul felt tears welling up in his eyes, prompting the elderly Mr. Wasp beside him to quickly produce medicine for him to take. During their time aboard the ship, Mr. Wasp conducted health checks on everyone, finding them all in good health, save for Paul, whose emotional outbursts were quite troublesome. Paul hastily took the medicine and took a deep breath to regain his composure. Lastly, regarding materials, I hope to use Adam's tree as the ship's keel, thus sparing us the need for frequent replacements. Upon learning that he could voice his requirements, Kuro rapidly enumerated everything that came to mind. Humph, a large ship is certainly feasible. We merely need to find a giant tree to serve as the keel. Load-bearing issues can also be resolved by constructing a broad and sturdy hull to enhance the vessel's stability. However, do you comprehend what you are requesting with Adam's tree as the shipbuilding material? Initially, Master Kure listened attentively to Kuro's demands, but this particular request was excessive. In my entire life, I have only seen one piece, and it was not substantial enough to construct even a medium-sized sailing ship. I am well aware. Kuro replied, Adam's tree is the most resilient wood, significantly enhancing a ship's sturdiness and stability. I have done my research. You know, then you should understand its rarity and the limitations of the material. Currently, there is no Adam's tree available for constructing a large vessel, Master Kure exclaimed, visibly irate. Well, I suppose I shall remain uninformed. Alas, are there truly no large trees? What a pity. In any case, I shall utilize the finest timber to build you a large ship. As for Adam's tree, do not hold your breath. Very well. Then, following Kuro's specifications for the ship, Master Kure stormed off in a huff. This individual's temper is indeed as formidable as that pirate described. He is not to be trifled with, Kuro muttered after Master Kure's departure. Now then, Mr. Kuro, let us discuss the costs of construction. At this juncture, Babor approached, calculator in hand. All right, please calculate the expenses, Kuro replied nonchalantly. Please hold on, Babor exclaimed, furiously tapping at the calculator. Kuro and the others observed Babwa, noting how he had transformed from the polite gentleman they previously encountered. Hey, is it really necessary for the captain to be this frantic over a calculation? I am uncertain, but seeing him labor over the numbers for so long, I now worry whether we have sufficient funds. Once Kuro and Ryan finished conversing, Babwa ceased his calculations and presented the results before Kuro. Mr. Kuro, I have computed the total. It amounts to 530 million berries. Babwa gazed expectantly at Kuro. Oh, splendid. That is not excessively expensive. I can accept that, Kuro affirmed, finding the price agreeable. Kuro, accompany Zangao to the ship and retrieve the funds. Also inform the Navy to come here and collect their personnel. Understood, Captain, Kuro replied, adjusting his glasses as Kuro nodded in agreement. Then departed with Zangao towards the ship. That Mr. Kuro, since shipbuilding will take some time, you may find accommodation in the nearby residential area until your new vessel is completed, Babwa thoughtfully suggested as Kuro proceeded to fetch the money. Ah, will it truly take a long time? At the earliest, it will require half a month, provided all the craftsmen focus solely on this one ship. That in that case, do you accept old vessels? We wish to sell our current ship to you. We do accept them, though the price may not be very high, Mr. Kuro. That is of no concern. Paul, please lead Babwa to our ship to retrieve the funds and allow him to assess the black ship for evaluation. Additionally, inform Kuro and the others to bring the money down and join us in the residential area. We shall be resting here for a while. Upon hearing Kuro's instructions, Paul nodded and departed with Babwa towards the black ship. Let us proceed. Aye, Captain. Under Kuro's guidance, the group traversed the shipyard on foot towards the residential area. After approximately 10 minutes, they arrived at the commercial street, where the locals were taken aback by Kuro and Ryan's towering stature. Hey there, young man. Would you care to sample some fresh berries? They're delightful. Our yellow vegetables are splendid as well. Care for a taste? As Kuro and his companions entered the street corner, vendors eagerly approached, offering fresh fruits and vegetables. Seeing the produce was indeed fresh, Kuro purchased some, planning to have Paul cook upon his return. Hey, tall handsome, are you married? How about me? Huh? I swear I will kill you, you insufferable wretch. At that moment, a man approached, voice high-pitched and smirking, inquiring about Kuro's marital status. Infuriated, Kuro momentarily froze, and once he regained his composure, he erupted in anger, sending the man flying with a punch, but that was insufficient. He drew his Budo Yuhuan, ready to pursue and slay him. Ryan quickly burst into laughter, intervening to restrain Kuro. Captain, let it go. Ha! Just give him a beating. There's no need to kill him. Seeing Ryan laugh so heartily made Kuro even more furious. Since you wish to stop me, then I shall strike you instead. Die, you scoundrel. Ha! Captain, what do you think of me now? Do not run, you scoundrel. Kuro swung at Ryan, but the latter deftly dodged, turning to flee while mocking Kuro. Kuro, brandishing his sword, gave chase. Ha! The captain is quite irate this time. Indeed, ha ha. Who could have anticipated being flirted with by a grown man? Ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts. Ha ha ha. Upon witnessing Kuro chase after Ryan, the crew could no longer contain themselves, collapsing to the ground in fits of laughter, tears streaming down their faces. Old Master Huasi was laughing so hard, he clutched his belly. For the sight of that boy making a fool of himself was simply too much to bear. Ha ha ha. Ryan, stop right there and let me land a punch. We can let this matter go. Otherwise, don't blame me for resorting to my knife. Captain, let us negotiate. Must we really fight? Absolutely not. Go to hell, you scoundrel. Ugh, ah. Kuro swiftly caught up to Ryan, delivering a powerful punch enhanced with Haki that struck Ryan squarely in the stomach, sending him sprawling to the ground. Captain, your punches are still as potent as ever. Ha ha ha. Get up quickly and stop feigning. I didn't even use my full strength. It's hardly anything to you. Ha ha ha. You caught me, Captain. Ryan stood up, scratching his head and laughing heartily. Humph. Let us find an inn to stay at. All right, Captain. Ha ha ha. You're laughing at me for not using my full strength. Aren't you? I'll stop laughing, I promise. Observing Ryan, who was covering his mouth in laughter, Kuro noticed a tic-tac-toe pattern forming on his forehead, but he could hardly be bothered to address it. As the two inquired around, they arrived at the largest inn on Turtle Island. The Inn of Daily Living, though its name was inscrutable, exuded an air of sophistication. Kuro nodded appreciatively and pushed the door open. Inside the reception area stood a plump lady who hurried over upon seeing Kuro and Ryan. Hello. Hee. Welcome to the Inn of Daily Living. Hee. I am the innkeeper, Madam Linlin. How may I assist you? Ah, hello, Madam Linlin. We are constructing a new ship at the shipyard and will likely be here for some time. There are around 30 of us, so we were wondering if you have accommodations available. Madame Linlin smiled as Kuro stated his request. Would a small villa suffice? That would be splendid. I was hoping for something like that. Kuro beamed with delight upon hearing this, as a small villa was perfectly suited for him and his crew. However, we would prefer a larger house. As you can see, both of us are rather tall. Hee. That's no problem at all. Please, follow me. After saying this, Madame Linlin retrieved a set of keys from the front desk and led Kuro and Ryan through the inn. Eventually arriving at a forest in the back, after a brief walk of 2 minutes, a 3-story villa emerged before them. This is it. Previously, this was the old site of our inn, with the opening of the port nearby. We managed to earn some money and built the new inn up front. Hee. This villa has 3 floors. Hee. Each capable of accommodating around 15 people, and the first floor has 4 large rooms. Perfectly suitable for you big fellows. Are you satisfied, dear guests? Madame Linlin inquired after her introduction. Both Kuro and Ryan were thoroughly pleased. This place was ideal for them, tranquil and undisturbed, with ample rooms available. It would be more than sufficient even if each of them had a room to themselves. That we are exceedingly satisfied, Madame Linlin. We would like to rent this place. Additionally, since we need to train daily, is there any open space where we can exercise freely without fear of damage and without being disturbed? If you follow this path northward, there is a rocky clearing which used to be an abandoned quarry. It is seldom visited, so you may use it for your training. After pointing towards a small path in the forest, Madame Linlin continued. I understand, Madame Linlin. The people at the shipyard informed me that my ship will take about half a month to complete. I will pay you for half a month's stay in advance. That if there are any delays at the shipyard, I will settle the remaining payment afterwards. If that is acceptable, no problem. Very well, Ryan. Go fetch the crew from the ship and bring the payment to Madame Linlin. Understood, Captain. Madame Linlin, please come with me today. As Ryan accompanied Madame Linlin to gather the crew, Kuro entered the villa alone. He pushed open the door to find the interior impeccably clean, indicating that someone had been tidying up regularly. Kuro found the large room Madame Linlin had mentioned. Upon entering, he estimated the ceiling to be at least 10 meters high, allowing him to jump freely without exertion. Opening the window revealed a view of the forest outside, and as Kuro gazed at the scenery beyond the ship, he began to formulate his plans for the upcoming days. During this half-month on the island, not only would the ship be constructed, but it would also serve as a training period for all crew members. Kuro intended to ensure that every member aboard mastered Haki within this time frame. Additionally, he sought to firmly grasp the powers granted to him by the Devil Fruit, as he could not afford to let his abilities spiral out of control again. As for Ryan, it had been quite some time since they had trained together. He needed to find an opportunity to assess Ryan's current strength. Lastly, there was Kuro. His progress seemed to have slowed recently, and despite the time that had passed, there were still no leads regarding the sleepy ancient town. It appeared he would need to investigate the sealing grounds. There truly was no time to relax. In just over a year, everything on the seas would be thrown into chaos and reshuffled. In times of turmoil, heroes emerge. It is both a disaster and a rebirth. However, thankfully, my goal has never been to become the Pirate King, so I doubt Luffy will come to challenge me if he does show up. Then he shouldn't blame me for preemptively taking on the role of Teacher Kai. With this thought, Kuro found himself chuckling, realizing that he was, in a sense, the young Teacher Kai now. With the same fruit and a crew of animal types, he wondered if Teacher Kai would forcibly recruit him onto his ship upon seeing him, just as Kuro was lost in these musings. Ryan returned with Kuro and the others. Captain, where are you? We're back. I'm here. What's all the shouting about? Even before entering, Kuro heard Ryan's booming voice calling out from outside. Oh, Brother Air. Uve returned. Didn't you run off rather quickly? What brings you back? Kuro stood at the door, watching as Air looked terrified, yet was unable to escape Ryan's grasp. Captain, you won't believe it. The moment I stepped out of Madame Linlin's inn, I felt as if someone was watching me from behind. When I turned around, I found this little guy hiding behind a tree. The funniest part is, that tree was thinner than his legs, and I caught him without issue. On the way back, he begged me not to bring him to you, fearing you'd beat him to death. Ryan was laughing uncontrollably. This little fellow was always up to such foolish antics. How would you like Paul to prepare you? Braised or steamed? Captain, can I choose not to be made into a dish? I really don't taste good. Woo-woo, Captain. Upon hearing Kuro's remark about becoming a dish, Air was terrified and clung to Kuro's leg, bursting into tears at Air. Listen, everyone faces this moment eventually. You're just a bit ahead of schedule. Don't worry, my blade is quite sharp. I assure you it won't be too painful. Kuro playfully rubbed his sword against Air's neck, causing him to shiver in fright. All right, Captain, stop teasing him. I have something important to discuss with you. Upon hearing that Kuro had something to discuss, he noticed Kuro's serious expression and understood that the matter was significant, kicking Air off his leg. Kuro led Kuro into the living room. Sitting on the sofa, Kuro gestured for Kuro to proceed. Captain, I contacted Sangoku via Mushi, and he has agreed to send a warship to pick us up. However, right after hanging up, the Gorosei called. The Gorosei? What do they want with me? They want us to eliminate a group of pirates. Upon hearing the Gorosei's request, Kuro raised an eyebrow, deep in thought. What kind of pirates? And why do they want us to intervene? The lion, Baratie, is an animal-type user of the lion fruit, with a bounty of 120 million berries, currently located not far from us on Beast Island. As for why they want us involved, the Gorosei stated that our current reputation is insufficient, and we require a battle that would intimidate pirates to prove ourselves. Hearing Kuro's words, Kuro laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ha! To articulate such a reason, the 5 elders must truly be lacking in intellect. I am already one of the 7 warlords. Do I still need to prove myself through battle?" After finishing his laughter, Kuro fixed a sharp gaze upon Kuro, feeling that the 5 elders had indeed lost their wits. Humph, their intentions are not as straightforward as they appear. They actually wish to ascertain whether I have consumed that fruit. Simultaneously, they desire to know if Vegapunk's artificial fruits have succeeded, and to observe the extent of my abilities. Tomorrow, inform the 5 elders that our ship is damaged and currently undergoing repairs at the shipyard, which will take 2 weeks. That we shall discuss this matter once the ship is complete. After his laughter, a glint of calculation flashed in Kuro's eyes. You seek to understand the fruit's abilities, do you? No problem. I shall certainly put on a grand performance for you. However, since I am exerting myself, you ought to provide some benefits in return. Without such compensation, I have no time to cater to your whims. Understood, Captain. I will contact the 5 elders tomorrow. Regarding the black ship, Vegapunk has quoted 50 million. Make the decision, as the black ship is your creation. Very well, Captain. Have all the items been unloaded from the ship? And what of Madame Lingling's payment? Some have been unloaded. The belly and the liquor, as well as food, have been taken down, while the remaining items are still aboard the ship that I asked from Madame Lingling. She has received 50,000 belly. Good. After discussing matters with Kuro, the two ventured into the courtyard where the crew was indulging in merriment. Upon seeing the captain, the crew raised their cups in unison, urging Kuro to join them for a drink. Kuro approached the stack of barrels, seized a barrel of fruit wine, and punctured a hole in it. Come, my comrades, let us first toast. Cheers, Captain. Kuro lifted the barrel and downed half of its contents. Today, our purpose is to relax and rest well. For starting tomorrow, I shall commence a rigorous training regimen for you all that will last for 2 weeks. During this period, I expect you to master the use of Haki. Even if it is merely for basic defense. Can you achieve this? Absolutely. Captain, we will strive diligently. I have already mastered Haki. Captain, may I be excused from training? A2 exclaimed, tail held high. Ever since he was chastised by Kaido for stealing meat, A2 had been determined to learn Haki. That he yearned to unleash Haki upon Kaido to avenge the near shattering of his tooth. Reflecting on that incident still caused A2 to feel a twinge of pain in his tooth. Thus, since that day, A2 had been incessantly pestering Ryan to teach him Haki. Leveraging the foundation Kuro had previously instilled in him, combined with Kaido's recent teachings that in just 2 days, A2 had successfully mastered Haki hardening, particularly in the area of his troublesome tooth. Thus, when Kuro proposed specialized training in Haki, A2 eagerly showcased his impressive black tooth to the others. All right, close your mouth. We know you can use Haki now. But that is insufficient. You only have 1 tooth with Haki, and you cannot even utilize Haki to capture a Logia user. So you too must undergo specialized training, including you, Ryan. Upon hearing his name mentioned by the captain, Ryan quickly turned to face him. For the next 2 weeks, you will be in my group, and I want to assess how much your strength has progressed recently. Understood, Captain. I will ensure to surprise you. Ryan promptly assured, brimming with confidence. Very well. I shall finish this barrel of wine and then retire to my quarters for rest. Tomorrow marks the beginning of our grueling training. Brothers, enjoy today's indulgence to the fullest." Having finished the barrel of fruit wine, Kuro retreated to his room and soon fell into a deep slumber. The crew, relishing their last day of indulgence, hurriedly prepared an array of food and feasted extravagantly. The following morning, Kuro awoke, stretching his joints and muscles before stepping out of his room to behold the crew sprawled across the courtyard in disarray. Kuro entered the kitchen and retrieved 2 iron basins. Clang, clang, clang. A series of strikes promptly roused the crew from their slumber. Hey, congratulations to everyone. The hellish life has begun." Kuro's face twisted into a sinister grin as he herded the crew towards the abandoned quarry to commence their training. Upon arriving at the quarry and surveying the flat terrain, Kuro felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This place was perfect. All right, we shall now divide into groups. Ryan is with me. Kuro and Old Master Watson form a team. A2 and Paul are together, and the remainder shall follow Kaido. Kaido, remember, as long as you don't kill them, train them mercilessly. Strive to have them master Haki within a week. Rest assured, Captain, some training cannot be conducted on the ship. But here, it will be different. I can double the intensity. With that, Kaido and Kuro exchanged wicked grins, causing the surrounding crew members to break into a cold sweat, trembling in fear. Very well, let us begin without wasting another second. Ryan, come here. Coming, Captain. Kuro led Ryan deeper into the forest. After about 10 minutes, Kuro observed an open area and nodded in satisfaction. Ryan, haven't you always wished to witness the extent of my full power? Today, I shall show you. A friendly reminder. Give it your all, or you may find yourself defeated. As Kuro spoke, he initiated his transformation into his hybrid form. You all believe that swordsmanship is my greatest asset and strength. Correct? In truth, my martial arts are equally formidable. Once transformed, Kuro flexed his neck and fixed his gaze intently on Ryan. Witnessing the captain's transformation, Ryan hurriedly activated his own ability, shifting into his hybrid form as well. In the depths of the forest, a crimson dragon man and a platinum tiger man stood facing each other, both unarmed. Let the fun begin, Ryan. With that, Kuro launched himself into the air, instantly appearing before Ryan, who had no time to react before being struck in the abdomen by Kuro's powerful punch. The force penetrated through Ryan's entire torso. Ugh! Ryan emitted a pained grunt, but Kuro followed up with an uppercut that sent Ryan flying. Hey, Ryan, if this is the extent of your strength, you might as well spar with Kuro. Staying here will only result in you getting beaten. Observing Ryan sprawled on the ground after being struck, Kuro commented coldly. Haha, Captain, your strength is truly remarkable. However, I stand by my words. I set sail to battle formidable foes, so let us fight. Captain, upon finishing his statement, Ryan's aura shifted to a savage intensity. His fangs elongated and sharpened. His eyes turned blood red, and his claws extended. Tiger strike. Ryan bent his legs and, like a ferocious tiger unleashed from its cage, sprang forth with astonishing speed. Simultaneously, he enveloped his tiger claws in Haki and aimed for Kuro's chest. Now that is the spirit. Dragon fist. Kuro's right fist surged forward, producing a sonic boom reminiscent of a dragon's roar, crashing directly into Ryan's claws. Boom. The two shouted in unison. The collision of their Haki unleashed a tremendous explosion. Ryan was propelled out of the thick smoke, stabilizing himself as his ability activated, a flash of platinum light enveloping his arms, encasing them in a layer of indestructible armor. Captain, take this punch. Ryan rapidly swung his arms toward Kuro, who met the attack head-on. Clang. Thud, thud, thud. Thud. Clang. Ryan's fist collided with Kuro's, producing a resounding metallic clang. Following that was a rapid exchange of blows, where the sheer speed rendered their fists nearly invisible, the only indication of their ferocity being the resonant sound of their strikes. However, on occasion, Ryan would be caught off guard by Kuro's blistering speed, resulting in Kuro's fists making contact with Ryan's body. White Tiger roars. As Ryan realized that his punches were ineffective, he concentrated the platinum light within his mouth, unleashing a wave of energy directly aimed at Kuro's head. Fire of Brahma. In response, Kuro quickly gathered flames in his mouth and unleashed a powerful jet of fire. The two attacks collided, resulting in a massive explosion that engulfed the surrounding forest in flames, sending thick smoke spiraling upward and causing the temperature to rise dramatically. "Captain, I shall wield the spiked club," Ryan exclaimed. "Come forth, Tiger Strike." In his hand, metallic particles coalesced into a formidable spiked club, which he swung with a dazzling platinum arc with all his might. Observing this, Kuro reinforced his arms with a hardened armor of black and red. His right arm swelling to double its size before he unleashed a ferocious punch aimed squarely at Ryan. The blow connected with the platinum arc's sizzling sounds, and buzzing echoes filled the air as the arc struck the armored barrier. Sparks flying in every direction, yet it remained unshattered. Instead, Kuro propelled it backward. Shatter. Boom. With a single punch, he obliterated the arc. Ryan was met with a swift retaliatory strike. Kuro's left arm braced for impact, and soon sparks erupted again as the two resumed their fierce exchange. Boom, boom, boom. "Ryan, not enough. You must unleash your true power. Defeat me." Continuous tiger strike. Gripping the spiked club tightly, Ryan swung it rapidly, each motion producing a platinum arc aimed at Kuro. Now that's the spirit. Ryan, 6-cylinder engine, 1,000-armed dragon fist. Kuro executed a Tai Chi opening stance with both hands before shouting, his fists moving so swiftly that they left afterimages in the air, resembling a 1,000-armed deity, crashing into the platinum arcs. Boom, buzz, boom, 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 boom. The sound of impact resonated as each platinum arc exploded upon contact with Kuro's fists. Those that did not explode were sent flying, resulting in further detonations throughout the forest. Thick smoke billowed upward, enveloping the two combatants, yet within the haze, the metallic clashing and explosions persisted. Gradually, as the smoke around Kuro dissipated, his figure emerged, entirely encased in armor, gleaming with a metallic sheen, resembling a fearsome beast of steel. "Ryan, strengthen yourself further," Kuro bellowed, gazing at the panting Ryan. With that, he lunged forward, but as Kuro charged, Ryan swiftly raised his spiked club to meet the oncoming assault. Kuro's left fist struck, sending the spiked club flying, and his right fist followed, whistling through the air with increasing ferocity, relentlessly targeting Ryan's head. Ryan found himself unable to resist. Kuro gathered power for one final, devastating blow, which smashed Ryan's head into the ground, creating a spiderweb pattern in the earth centered around him. With a resounding crash, the ground shattered into stone fragments. Ryan let out a pained cry, spewing blood before losing consciousness. Kuro, observing Ryan sprawled on the ground with vacant eyes, sighed, relinquishing his powers and reverting to his human form. Still not strong enough, Ryan. With that, he hoisted Ryan's body and made his way toward the quarry. Meanwhile, the crew, hearing the explosions and Ryan's anguished cries from the forest, trembled in fear. They could only imagine the severity of Ryan's plight within the woods. Instantly, the crew became diligent, focusing intently on Kaihai's teachings regarding the sensation and application of armament Haki. Air, in particular, was so frightened that he could hardly absorb Paul's lessons on using armament Haki, contemplating whether to flee, fearing he might be next after Ryan's fall. In contrast, Kuro, under the guidance of Old Master Huaz, absorbed the teachings with great enthusiasm, as the elderly pirate shared insights about the strong and their mastery of both armament and observation Haki. After decades on the seas, his knowledge far surpassed that of these novices. Under the old man's tutelage, Kuro's comprehension of armament Haki deepened, while he also discovered new avenues for developing his observation. As the group diligently absorbed the lessons, Kuro emerged from the forest, gripping Ryan by the neck. "Hey, Old Master Huaz, take care of Ryan. He might be on the brink of death." Upon saying this, Kuro tossed Ryan at Huaz's feet. What on earth happened in there? How could he sustain such severe injuries? Seeing Ryan's eyes glazed over and blood spilling from his mouth, Old Master Huaz was flabbergasted. Wasn't this supposed to be special training? It was just a training duel. He probably couldn't withstand it. Kuro remarked, uncapping a barrel of water and draining it in one go. "Stop pondering and get him treated, old man. If you delay, Ryan will truly perish." Noting Huaz's shock, Kuro offered a kind reminder. Right. Quick, attend to him. Kuro, help me lift him and take him to the villa. And you, we'll discuss your fate upon my return." With urgency, Old Master Huaz called for Kuro, and the two carried Ryan away toward the villa. Watching them depart, Kuro turned to the crew, who wore expressions of astonishment. "Why are you staring at me? Do you wish to undergo my special training too?" No. Under Kaihai's guidance, we are training quite well. So we won't trouble you, Captain. Upon hearing Kuro mention special training, the crew quickly declined, realizing that if even Ryan could not endure the captain's training and had fainted in need of rescue, they would surely be sent to the heavens. Kuro regarded them with a neutral expression, yet the crew felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding. Humph. The last among you to master armament Haki shall receive my personal training to solidify their mastery. Upon hearing this, the crew felt as though the tolling of a death knell echoed in their ears. Immediately, they threw themselves into fervent training, forming pairs to spar against one another. Humph, humans are stubborn. Without a bit of pressure, you lack motivation. You lot seem to be itching for a fight, Kuro declared, before grabbing another barrel of water and consuming it. Upon hearing Kuro mention the last person to master armament Haki would be specially trained, Air secretly sighed in relief, knowing he had already mastered it, and thus would not be the last. Yet, as Air reveled in his good fortune, Kuro's gaze fell upon him. Air, in 2 days, if you cannot wield armament Haki with both hands, I shall train your abdominal Haki, just like Ryan. Kuro's tone was icy as he spoke, leaving Air momentarily stunned. This contradicted what he had just heard. Wasn't the last person to master armament Haki supposed to be the focus? But seeing the captain's serious demeanor, Air understood that opposing him would likely result in immediate special training. Understood, Captain. That I will do my best, Air responded hurriedly, attempting to practice using armament Haki with both hands. Seeing the crew train earnestly, Kuro himself could not remain idle. He rose and headed toward the villa to retrieve some items. Back at the villa, observing Ryan tightly bandaged like a mummy, Kuro found it somewhat amusing. Captain, you're back? Old Master Huaz exclaimed, clearly impressed by his medical skills, having restored Ryan's consciousness in such a short time. Yes, I came to grab a few things. Ryan, you really need to toughen up. You can't withstand a mere 80% of my strength. Kuro approached Ryan, patting his bandaged armor. How dare you say that, you insolent wretch? Do you wish to bring about his demise? I have just examined Ryan, only to discover that his skull is fractured. If you had struck with all your might, he would have perished by now. Upon hearing Kuro's grievance about Ryan's inability to withstand punishment, Old Master Huasi roared in response. Ha! I wield my strength with restraint. Moreover, if he does not experience the disparity in strength, how will he ever be driven to strive for greater heights? Although Old Master Huasi acknowledged Kuro's words, he still felt that Kuro had been excessively harsh. Ryan, just as I mentioned to you before indulging in the fruit, I have laid the finest foundation for you that if you train according to the methods I have imparted, you shall undoubtedly make a name for yourself upon these seas within 3 years. However, the prerequisite is your own diligence. To speak candidly, I am not entirely satisfied with your performance in this battle. While you have indeed developed both your physical power and the abilities granted by the fruit, it remains insufficient. Given your potential, you could certainly advance further. Upon Kuro's conclusion, Ryan's eyes glistened with determination. Captain, rest assured, I shall devote myself to rigorous training from now on. Within 3 years, I will undoubtedly carve out a reputation on these seas. And I shall not disappoint your expectations. Indeed, I have faith in you. Once Kuro finished speaking, he sought out Kuro, leaving Old Master Huasi to tend to Ryan. Ryan, my boy, strive earnestly. After all, you are following a captain akin to a monstrous being. I shall, Old Master Huasi. Unbeknownst to Kuro, who had been searching for some time, he finally found Kuro in the storage shed at the back of the villa. Captain, what do you require of me? Kuro, I recall that aboard the naval vessel, we confiscated a batch of sea stone handcuffs. Indeed, there are a few. What of it, Captain? Bring me 2. I have need of them. Very well. Kuro departed the villa to retrieve the sea stone handcuffs from the black ship. He settled himself in the courtyard, closing his eyes in meditation, attuning himself to the enhancement of his conqueror's Haki bestowed by the crimson space. Soon, I can feel it. During my spar with Ryan today, I sensed my conqueror's Haki stirring with anticipation. At this rate, I believe I shall soon be able to wield it against adversaries. With this thought, Kuro began to contemplate the advancement of his armament Haki. Regarding flowing Sakura, he had previously inquired of his grandfather in his youth, yet his grandfather had no knowledge of its application. Thus, he could only fervently train in the wrapping and externalization of armament Haki, to the point where he had now enveloped his entire body in it, yet remained stuck at this juncture, unable to ascend further. Flowing Sakura, armament Haki, Kuro murmured to himself about these two powers. If we were to interpret armament Haki through the lens of my homeland, it could be likened to hard Qigong, achieving impenetrability against blades and spears in its final form. Thus, could one consider flowing Sakura to represent internal energy? Haha, that might be an exaggeration, yet there exists a similar concept. What was it called? Ah, yes, permeation. Permeation refers to the ability to penetrate the opponent's internal structure merely by lightly applying energy to the surface of their body, thereby damaging their internal tissues, such as bones, blood, tendons, and organs. If armament Haki is akin to a solid stone, then flowing Sakura represents flowing water. One is used for defense and striking, while the other is for penetration, much like water that carves through stone. As Kuro spoke, he picked up a stone and placed it on the ground, hardening his right hand with armament Haki before approaching the stone. Permeate, he commanded, urging the armament Haki to animate and flow into the stone. Kuro closed his eyes, relaxing his body and slowing his breath, pressing his fist against the stone to sense the release of armament Haki. It was evident that while Kuro's right hand remained still, the stone was gradually displaced. Still externalization, it fails to penetrate. Yet, the theory should be sound. To permeate the armament Haki into the enemy's interior for internal destruction. But how does one achieve that? Kuro sat cross-legged on the ground, deep in contemplation as he gazed at the stone before him. Youngster, what are you doing? You've been sitting there for ages. Old Master Huasi emerged from the house, inquiring with curiosity. By the way, Old Master, do you understand flowing Sakura? Upon hearing Huasi's voice, Kuro turned to face him, suddenly realizing that the old man might possess knowledge of it, and he eagerly pressed on. Flowing Sakura? What is that? Old Master Huasi pondered before posing his question. Flowing Sakura is an advanced technique of armament Haki, capable of causing internal destruction. It is particularly effective against those with tough hides and resilient flesh. Is it truly that formidable? Old Master Huasi exclaimed in astonishment at Kuro's description. Youngster, could you teach me this flowing Sakura? Old Master, if I knew it, do you think I would be here asking if you understand it? Ah, that is indeed a valid point. Very well. I shall leave you to your own research. I shan't intrude any longer. Observing Kuro's exasperated expression, Old Master Huasi awkwardly chuckled before retreating into the house. Take your time. I grasp the theory now, and next comes practical application. Over the next few days, I shall primarily focus on mastering the flowing Sakura of armament Haki, striving to learn and control it. With renewed resolve, Kuro stood and returned to the villa, just as Kuro reappeared with the sea stone handcuffs in hand. Captain, here are the sea stone handcuffs you requested. As Kuro spoke, he extended the handcuffs toward Kuro. Upon receiving them, Kuro immediately felt a wave of weakness wash over him. However, in light of his own resilience, it was a sensation he could easily dismiss. This shouldn't be. How can such a level of restraint be sufficient to capture a devil fruit user? Pondering the sea stone in his hand, a look of confusion crossed Kuro's face. Captain, is there a problem with these sea stone handcuffs? Kuro observed his captain, who appeared lost in thought while holding the handcuffs. Suspecting there might be an issue. Oh no, nothing's wrong. Haha. With a smile, Kuro drew his blade, Budo Yuhuan, and with a swift motion he cleaved the sea stone handcuffs in two, securing one half onto his wrist. Captain, what are you doing? Take that off quickly. You will lose your abilities, Kuro exclaimed, urging Kuro to remove the handcuff. I intend to use this to train myself, to acclimatize to the sensation of the sea stone, thus avoiding potential ambush injuries in the future. Kuro explained, lifting his left wrist adorned with the handcuff. Yet, I cannot fathom why I feel this object has minimal impact on me. The sensation of weakness is present, yet it is not overwhelming. I can even utilize my abilities. As Kuro activated his powers, dragon scales enveloped his entire arm. This is impossible. Captain, Kuro stammered in disbelief. How on earth did you manage this? Even the mightiest of individuals cannot wield their powers when restrained by sea stone handcuffs. Old Master Huasi, witnessing Kuro's display of abilities, wore an expression of incredulity. When a devil fruit user is confined by sea stone, they typically become utterly weak and powerless, while some stronger individuals may resist. Kuro's situation was wholly unprecedented. Not only did he appear relatively unscathed, but he could also directly wield his abilities, defying the very nature of sea stone suppression over devil fruit powers. I cannot say for certain. Initially, I merely wished to experience the effects of the sea stone, but upon grasping it, I realized it was not as severe as I had anticipated at first. I thought perhaps my physique was superior, my strength greater, which mitigated the effects, yet it seems that is not the case. Additionally, I have observed that my left hand, shackled by the handcuff, cannot utilize its abilities. Kuro attempted once more to activate his powers with his left hand, only to find it unresponsive, devoid of any reaction. Could it be that the sea stone's concentration within these handcuffs is low, thus only affecting your left hand, while leaving the rest of your body unscathed? Old Master Huasi suggested thoughtfully. While Kuro pondered the plausibility of this theory, let us conduct a little experiment to confirm. Ryan, come here. Huh? What for, Captain? Do not be afraid. Take a deep breath, and it shall be over soon. Haha, Kuro smiled wickedly as he picked up another pair of handcuffs, gently pulling Ryan's hand over and fastening it securely. Captain, my hands and feet feel weak. I have no strength left, Ryan exclaimed, his voice tinged with urgency. What about your abilities? Can you use them? I can't, Captain. It feels as if I have completely lost my powers. After struggling for a while, Ryan's face turned crimson, yet he could not summon his abilities. It seems the issue lies either with you, Captain, or perhaps with the fruit itself, Kuro stated calmly, adjusting his glasses. Upon hearing this, the group fell deep into contemplation if it is indeed one of these two scenarios. I personally lean towards the fruit being the problem, for it has been a deception from the very beginning. The true nature of its wonders is likely known only to Vegapunk. Nevertheless, it is ultimately a blessing. Without the ocean's constraints, a devil fruit user is invincible. Ha! Kuro laughed heartily, and Kuro, Ryan, and Old Master Huasi shared in his joy. Captain, if there's nothing else, could you please unlock these handcuffs? I feel they are hindering my wound's recovery. Once Kuro had finished laughing, Ryan weakly addressed him. My apologies. I almost forgot about you. I shall free you right away. With that, Kuro swiftly drew his sword, shattering the handcuffs, which clattered to the ground. All right, take your time to recover. I must head to the quarry to train my Busashoku, Kuro said, patting Ryan on the chest, inadvertently causing Ryan to spit blood. Infuriated, Old Master Huasi promptly expelled Kuro from the vicinity. Really? What an attitude. I was merely helping Ryan expel the stagnant blood. If you won't thank me, at least don't throw me out. Humph, you truly are a quack. Kuro, having been ousted, wore a defiant expression, muttering as he walked down the forest path. Determined to find the trail leading to the quarry, where he intended to train his Busashoku wide after exiting the villa, Kuro spotted a narrow path and ventured in, believing it to be the route to the quarry. Unaware it was another path altogether. Does the previous path require a turn? Upon entering the forest, Kuro soon realized something was amiss. A sharp right turn appeared on what should have been a straight path. Have I gone astray? Surely not. This must be the way. Kuro's first reaction to the abrupt turn was doubt, but he quickly dismissed it, convinced he had simply overlooked it before, and confidently turned to continue on his way. Thus, he became lost. This was ultimately his own folly. After barely walking a mere 1,000 meters post-turn, he found himself at a dead end. Can't I just turn back? No. I'm stubborn. I'll push through the trees. If I just charge forward, I will reach my destination. With a single-minded determination, Kuro began to weave through the thicket, only to find the trees growing denser and visibility decreasing with every step. In desperation, Kuro drew his Budo Yuhoin to clear a path. I refuse to believe this. Today, I shall either carve a path through or transform and fly out. I will not retreat, Kuro declared resolutely. Taking on the role of a lumberjack, after approximately half an hour of chopping, Kuro indeed managed to create an exit, emerging from the woods to behold a shimmering lake that a flock of white birds, drinking at the water's edge, took flight in fright upon his arrival. Kuro approached the lakeshore and splashed some water on his face. This is splendid, perfect for my solitary training in Re-Y. In truth, I sought this place all along, which is why I did not take the route to the quarry. Indeed, how could I possibly have gotten lost? How amusing. In an effort to alleviate his embarrassment, Kuro chuckled awkwardly to himself. While crouched by the lake, he suddenly noticed a pair of eyes watching him from the opposite thicket. The moment their gazes locked, the figure turned and fled. Kuro immediately gave chase. There's something suspicious. If you run upon seeing me, you must have ill intentions. Once I catch you, you shall suffer dearly. The shadow darted ahead, while Kuro pursued, but the figure proved to be exceedingly nimble. Even with Kuro clearing a path with his Budo Yuhuan, he could not catch up. What on earth? It's too agile. With just 2 leaps, it vanished from sight. Were it not for my concern about the inhabitants of the island, I would have cleared every tree in my path in a single stroke. After 10 minutes of relentless pursuit, a stone wall suddenly appeared ahead, and the shadow vanished into it. Upon reaching the wall, Kuro realized it was no mere wall, but rather a broken mountain. He was taken aback. What a powerful strike. Not only did it cleave the entire peak, but it also shattered the rock. Truly impressive. Despite the passage of time, the cut was remarkably clean. Kuro felt a deep admiration as he observed it. If it were me, I could demolish this mountain, but to achieve such a clean cut, only a master swordsman like Mihawk could possess such skill. While Kuro was contemplating the significance of this severed mountain, he noticed a cave nestled within the crevice. Good lad, I thought you could traverse mountains. But you merely burrowed into a cave. Just wait until I catch you. I will thoroughly investigate how you became so elusive. Kuro angrily entered the cave, but he overestimated its size and became stuck. What the heck? This cave is so small. Kuro found himself wedged, not because the cave was small, but because of his own height. Realizing he could not escape, he unleashed his Busashoku, shattering the surrounding rocks. Free at last, he blasted a passage through the cave, and as he followed it, he began to hear the thunderous sound of rushing water. Stepping outside, he was greeted by a magnificent waterfall, its roar echoing in the air. With sunlight streaming through a massive gap above, the sunlight sparkled off the water's surface, casting a dazzling array of reflections on the ground. Wow, how breathtaking! Kuro exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with wonder, when suddenly, the shadow below launched an attack. Trying to catch me off guard? You must be seeking death. Kuro swiftly raised his leg and kicked the shadow squarely in the face, sending it hurtling away and crashing into the cliffside, raising a cloud of dust. Damn it, that was a low blow. I haven't even had my first romance yet, and I almost ended up as fried rice. Kuro, still shaken, had instinctively activated his Busashoku, his heart racing at the near miss. Just moments ago, he had almost found himself among the ranks of the world's beautiful women. As the dust settled, Kuro finally discerned the shadow's true form. A white monkey. Serves you right for ambushing me. No sooner had Kuro spoken than the monkey tumbled down from the cliff. Approaching, Kuro checked to see if it was still alive. It was breathing, albeit unconscious. With a flick of his wrist, Kuro tossed the monkey aside, planning to bring it back to old Master Huasi to give him something to do, as Kuro had noticed him idling away each day, rising once more to gaze at the waterfall. He marveled at its grandeur, noting the rainbow formed above it. That tangle of vines looks like a ship. If it is a ship, it is enormous. He chuckled. The size is nearly comparable to Whitebeard's whale ship. This island, known for shipbuilding, has such fitting foliage. Yes, constructing a ship here is undoubtedly the right choice. Kuro suddenly felt that the investment in shipbuilding was indeed worthwhile, nodding with satisfaction. But why do I feel that this pile of vines resembles a ship? His curiosity piqued. Kuro leaned closer. He tilted his head, narrowing his eyes, and reached out to give it a push. My goodness, it truly is a ship, he exclaimed, astonished. How could such a large vessel exist here in this desolate cave? Kuro exerted considerable force to rub his eyes, then pinched the monkey beside him. Observing the monkey's cheeks twitching even in its unconscious state, he thought, it appears I am not dreaming. Once he confirmed that everything was indeed real, Kuro began to tug at the vines entangled around the ship. With sheer brute strength, he effortlessly cleared the bow of the vessel. Before him stood a figure of a weeping angel crafted entirely of pure gold, adorned with 2 wings and hands covering its face in sorrow. Kuro's eyes widened in astonishment. The weeping angel. How on earth did this come to be here? He fixated on the statue, daring not to blink. After all, he wasn't unfamiliar with the tale. A mere blink could bring it to life. Thus, Kuro maintained his gaze, staring at the weeping angel for an entire hour, until tears began streaming from his left eye. This simply would not do. His eyes were becoming excessively dry. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. If blinking simultaneously was not an option, he could alternate. With this thought, Kuro first blinked his left eye, then his right. After observing that the statue remained motionless, he initiated a rotation, ensuring one eye was always open. Fortunately, there was no one around. Had there been, they would have witnessed Kuro casting flirtatious glances at a mere statue. Alas, this was intolerable. His eyes had begun to cramp. After half an hour of alternating blinks, Kuro successfully induced a cramp in his eyes, causing him to quickly cover them with his hands while utilizing observation haki to guard against any potential trickery from the weeping angel. After several minutes, the pain subsided. Having learned his lesson, Kuro realized he had been deceived. This weeping angel was nothing more than a counterfeit. He had kept his eyes closed for so long, and it had not attacked him. "Why didn't you inform me sooner, you fraud? You've caused my eyes to cramp." Enraged, Kuro delivered a resounding slap to the angel's face. Clang. The weeping angel promptly covered its face and fled. "Humph, I have always detested deceivers." After uttering this, Kuro resumed clearing the vines aboard the vessel. Before long, a magnificent three-masted sailing ship appeared before his eyes. The ship's design bore a striking resemblance to the Yodomaria of Olympus. Save for the figurehead, the Yodomaria featured the goddess of victory, while this one was adorned with the weeping angel. The hull was black, yet due to years of neglect, the paint had chipped away, revealing the natural wood beneath. The entire vessel was colossal. Kuro estimated it to be at least 400 meters in length, capable of accommodating 20 giants comfortably. This was simply remarkable, though it remained uncertain whether it was still seaworthy. Gazing at the immense ship, Kuro's eyes sparkled with excitement as he approached the side, a subtle smile gracing his lips, but he raised his hand and unleashed a powerful punch infused with armament haki. Bang, 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 bang. Kuro circled the ship, relentlessly pounding it, and aside from a single shattered plank at the back, the rest remained intact. Impressive, indeed. It can withstand my heavy blows, suggesting the quality of materials used in its construction is exceptional. The more Kuro examined the ship, the more his satisfaction grew, and an audacious thought began to take root in his mind. I shall take it with me. Kuro glanced at the gap above the waterfall, comparing it to the size of the ship. I should be able to fit through here, though it might be troublesome. One sword style. Kuro declared, unsheathing his sword, the Butsuyuhuan, and with a swift motion, he directed the blade upwards towards the cliff above the gap that a crescent-shaped crimson soared into the sky, roaring like a fierce blood dragon as it surged towards the cliff. Boom! Thunderous explosions resonated as the blood dragon struck the cliff face, shattering it into fragments and sending clouds of dust and debris swirling. The slash then swept through the rubble, propelling it out of the cave. Inside the cave, Kuro surveyed the makeshift skylight he had created with satisfaction, then unceremoniously tossed the unconscious white monkey and the fleeing weeping angel onto the deck. All packed and ready for departure, with a swift slice, he shattered the sea stone handcuffs on his left wrist, then activated his abilities. Beginning at his hands, Kuro's limbs expanded and transformed into dragon claws, his body elongating until it morphed into a dragon's form. His head swelled and twisted before ultimately taking on the visage of a dragon's head. Roar! Kuro let out a dragon's roar, and with a powerful kick, his lower half transformed into a dragon's tail. The blood-red dragon released fiery clouds that coiled around the massive ship, enveloping it entirely. Lift off! Kuro commanded, grasping the fiery clouds tightly with his dragon claws. He levitated the entire ship and dragged it out of the cave. Once outside, Kuro hurled the massive vessel onto the ocean, glancing around to find no signs of life, before dispelling his transformation. If only I didn't have to put on a show before the five elders. I could have simply dragged this ship to Master Kurii in its dragon form. Those wretched five elders, standing on the deck, Kuro cursed the five elders before moving to the mast to unfurl the sails. The sea breeze filled the sails, and the mighty ship resumed its voyage across the waves. Kuro stood at the bow, gazing at Turtle Island, realizing that the cave he had just emerged from was likely situated at the center of the turtle's backside. My God, please bless this poor turtle hatchling and forgive it for the heavy blow I have dealt to Turtle Island. Kuro murmured a prayer, contemplating the awkward position he had created on Turtle Island. Despite its massive size, the ship sailed with remarkable speed, and the sight of its grand sails reminded Kuro of the saying, "Great strength yields miraculous results." After approximately 30 minutes of sailing, Kuro navigated the colossal vessel to the port where they had previously entered the island. Hey, what is that? It appears to be a ship. Quickly, summon Master Kurii. We've got an impressive newcomer. As Kuro piloted the massive ship closer, the islanders noticed this behemoth and Babor rushed to gather the shipwrights to fetch Master Kuro. He himself headed to the port. Eager to discover who had arrived, Kuro anchored the massive ship near the spot where the black ship had been docked. The tremendous force of the vessel shattered all the small boats moored at the port. "Hey, whose ship is this?" "It's mine, you scoundrel. Who did this? Show yourself." "Whoa, I just finished paying for the ship." The pirates on the shore witnessed their vessels being destroyed, some shouting threats of revenge, while others wept bitterly, reminiscing about their lost ships. "Regardless of who you are, your demise is imminent. Charge. Since my ship has been destroyed, I shall use this grand vessel as compensation." The pirates hastily drew their weapons and stormed toward the massive ship, shouting as they approached, "Oh, did I collide with a ship? How terribly unfortunate," Kuro remarked nonchalantly, stepping out of the cockpit to stand at the bow, looking down at the pirates on the shore. Although he feigned remorse, his expression remained indifferent, as if it were none of his concern. "Hey, that guy seems to be one of the new warlords of the sea. We should flee." "A new warlord of the sea? Ha! What a joke. This kid is far too young to be a new warlord. Even if he is a new warlord, so what? You destroyed my boat. You shall pay with your life." One pirate with braided hair seemed to recognize Kuro and warned others that he was a warlord not to be trifled with. Babor, standing at the back of the crowd, was equally astonished to learn that Mr. Kuro was one of the warlords of the sea. No wonder he could send Master Kuro flying with a single shout. Yet, there were always skeptics, especially upon seeing Kuro's youthful appearance, that a captain adorned with a pirate bandana boldly drew a sniper rifle from behind, aiming it at Kuro's head before pulling the trigger. Bang! A fiery tongue erupted from the gun's muzzle, and the bullet sped toward Kuro. With a loud bang, the bullet struck Kuro's head, causing him to lean back in surprise. "Ha! Is this the new warlord of the sea? The strength is rather lacking. Isn't it? Indeed, being shot in the head by the notorious Captain Hungaway. What a laugh. Ha! If he is a member of the 7 warlords, then by slaying him, I would become the new warlord myself." The pirates on the shore, upon witnessing Kuro being struck in the head by Hungaway's bullet, erupted into laughter, many mocking the brown-haired pirate. Claiming Kuro was one of the 7 warlords, they ridiculed his blindness, asserting he was merely a young man of no significant strength, yet he fancied himself a warlord. Even though the brown-haired pirate wished to explain, he found himself at a loss for words. Did he truly misjudge the situation? The crew of the Hungaway pirate group jeered from the sidelines, stating that even if he were a warlord, he could not withstand a single shot from the captain. Hungaway, buoyed by his perceived prowess, felt he had become someone capable of slaying a warlord with a single shot. Amidst the chatter of the crowd on the island, a voice rang out, "Hey, that hurts. I initially intended to accompany you for the ship fare, but now you shall pay with your lives." Kuro's voice resonated from the massive ship as he touched his forehead, gazing coldly at the pirates on the shore. With a thrum, Kuro leaped from the giant vessel, his fists hardened with Haki, a swirling ball of wind forming upon his fist, expanding rapidly as he descended. "Hey, what does this guy intend to do? Could he truly be the newly appointed warlord?" Bloodblade Kuro. "I told you he was the new warlord. You didn't believe me. Hurry and flee," cursed one among them. "Incredulous, I refuse to believe he possesses such strength. Witness my lethal shot." As they beheld Kuro unharmed and threatening their lives, the assembled pirates began to panic. The earlier brown-haired pirate furiously lambasted their ignorance. The bandana-clad captain, seeing Kuro unscathed, wore a face of rage, unable to accept that he was inferior to Kuro, and fired another shot at him. With a single punch, amid the tempest, Kuro descended rapidly, offering them no chance to escape. In midair, the wind ball approached, already the size of half a harbor. Boom! Whoosh! Kuro unleashed a punch, hurling the wind ball towards the harbor. "Not good." Babor, at the back of the crowd, recognized the impending danger and jumped into the water. The ferocious winds of the wind ball struck the harbor, instantly crushing a portion of the weaker pirates. Those who remained were swept into the wind ball, its razor-sharp wind blades slicing through everything, including the structures of the harbor. The wind ball detonated. Blades of wind shot outwards, shredding everything in their path. Babor, submerged in the water, observed the devastation on the shore, the aftermath of Kuro's punch leaving no trace of life. Kuro landed on the shore, his expression cold as he surveyed the scattered remnants of limbs, before shifting his gaze to Mr. Babor in the water. "Taking a bath, are we? Mr. Babor, You possess quite the refined taste. Ha ha. Kuro greeted him cheerfully, as if the gruesome scene bore no relevance to him. Hello, Mr. Kuro. Ha. I never anticipated you were the newly appointed warlord. My deepest apologies. Babwa hurriedly responded, fearful of another punch. It's merely a title. The 5 elders insisted upon my strength, demanding I assume the mantle of warlord. Otherwise, I would have declined. Clearly. Ha. Mr. Kuro, your prowess is unparalleled. Not really, haha. Just as Babwa lavished praise upon Kuro, Master Kule arrived with a group of shipwrights. What on earth has transpired here, Babwa? Upon arriving, Master Kule was met with the horrifying scene at the harbor, his mind momentarily failing to process the reality before him. Spotting Babwa in the water, he rushed over, pulling him out and demanding answers. Master Kule, please, remain calm. How can I remain calm? This harbor is utterly destroyed. Who is responsible for this? Master Kule's eyes blazed with fury, and Babwa felt the heat of his anger. Desperate to explain, suddenly, he noticed Kuro standing behind Master Kule, and his heart sank. If he revealed that Kuro was the culprit, would Master Kule lash out in rage? If a fight broke out, could the islanders withstand the force of Kuro's recent punch? Master Kule, you see, just now, there was a group of pirates who had a falling out. A falling out. Yes, indeed. They were at each other's throats when one brown-hatted pirate ignited a bomb, leading to their mutual demise. That is precisely what happened. After much deliberation, Babwa managed to concoct this explanation. Master Kule, upon hearing Babwa's words, was about to express his anger when Babwa quickly intervened, whispering for him to wait until they were back to discuss it. Seeing the urgency in Babwa's eyes, Master Kule nodded in understanding, recognizing that Babwa would not fabricate such a tale without reason. By the way, Master Kule, Mr. Kuro has brought back a massive ship. Take a look. As Babwa noticed Master Kule's nod, he quickly shifted the topic, directing his attention towards the enormous vessel. Isn't this the Crying Angel? Where on earth did you acquire it? That ship should have been hidden away. Master Kule approached the ship, inspecting it closely, when suddenly, a look of alarm crossed his face as he turned to Kuro and exclaimed, in a cave. What has happened to your ship? Kuro thought to himself. I paid for your ship. Why the fuss? Do you understand nothing? This vessel was originally named the Goddess Angel, crafted by a shipwright who poured his life savings into its creation over 50 years ago. Yet, within the first month of its completion, the island where he resided was overtaken by a band of pirates who seized the ship and captured the shipwright's family, demanding he serve as their carpenter. When he refused, the pirates cruelly executed his wife and children before his eyes. As Kule recounted the tale, his teeth clenched in fury. The surrounding shipwrights wore expressions of rage, as if they were the shipwright himself. Desperate, the shipwright fought against his bindings, striving to confront the pirates, but was overpowered and brutally kicked against the mast. Realizing revenge was futile, he chose to end his life by crashing into the mast, cursing the ship with his dying breath. Any pirate who boards shall be sent to the underworld. Afterward, a violent storm ensued, and even the figurehead of the smiling angel began to weep. Upon finishing his tale, Master Kule looked at Kuro, who appeared entirely unconcerned, or rather, utterly disbelieving. And then, go on, please, the story is captivating. I relish a good ghost story. Seeing that Master Kule had fallen silent, Kuro urged him to continue. Who doesn't he enjoy a ghost story? Humph. After the pirates pillaged the island, they set sail on the Goddess Angel, but shortly thereafter, they encountered a tempest, resulting in the demise of all aboard. Yet, the Goddess Angel remained unscathed, as if untouched by the storm. After Master Kule finished, the audience turned their gazes toward the massive ship in the harbor. Just a ship full of pirates perished. That is hardly sufficient. Is there more? Kuro expressed his disappointment at the meager count of fatalities, feeling it did not align with the expectations of a ghost story. Later, the ship was salvaged by another band of pirates, but within a month, they began to witness apparitions. Initially, the pirates dismissed it as mere hallucinations, until one fateful day when the captain went mad, slaying every member of his crew before ultimately taking his own life. Had it not been for a hostage aboard the ship, the truth may have remained hidden. Afterward, that hostage abandoned the vessel at a dock, and eventually someone revealed the shipwright's curse. From that point onward, the Goddess Angel was referred to as the Crying Angel. Upon hearing Kuro's mention of the infamous Captain Gouda, Master Kurii chose to remain silent, and proceeded to recount the demise of another pirate crew. At that time, a group of formidable pirates, skeptical of his words, seized the ship, uttering names that, as you might expect, would lead to later events. Sol Gauda, the Gauda pirate crew, that notorious bandit who wreaked havoc 50 years ago. After commandeering the vessel, abruptly resolved to plunder the treasures of the heavens. Subsequently, the entire ship met its doom. Hearing Master Kurii speak the name of the Gauda pirate crew left Kuro utterly astounded. Could this be true? What of the treasure map I previously acquired? Is it genuine? The name of the Gauda pirate crew resonates so familiarly, a formidable presence on the seas during my childhood. Indeed, it is said that eventually, the entire crew was slaughtered by the Navy. The shipwrights behind Kuro, upon hearing the name of the Gauda pirate crew, one elder recalled, while another hastily added, "Humph. Now you realize the magnitude of the trouble you've stirred up. This ship is not mine, but it was hidden by my master 20 years ago. Before he passed, my master entrusted me with this secret and repeatedly cautioned me never to allow anyone to discover this ship. Yet, I never imagined you would unearth it." Master Kurii, wielding a hefty hammer, approached Kuro, observing the shock on his face, and bellowed, "Boy, while the time since you unearthed it is still short, swiftly return this ship to the cave and bring along some explosives. Once you exit, blow up that cave. Bury this ship to prevent it from being discovered again. Consider it a good deed on your part. Do you understand?" Despite Master Kurii's loud admonitions, Kuro discerned the underlying concern. However, gazing at the gaping hole where the figurehead once stood, he mused, "I have already sent its guardian flying. Even if I bury it, will it spare me? Ah, I comprehend. Old man, you imply that this ship harbors deep-seated enmity and will seek vengeance upon every pirate who possesses it. Correct?" After contemplating the entire narrative, Kuro arrived at this conclusion. "Indeed. Thus, you are in grave danger. You must act quickly while you still can. Well, if, just hypothetically speaking, there were someone who inadvertently struck this ship and sent its figurehead flying, do you believe it would spare that individual, given what you just said about its propensity for vengeance upon its captors?" Kuro carefully articulated his query. Certainly not. If such a fool existed, he should consider himself fortunate to find a suitable grave." Laughter erupted. Indeed, that individual would be utterly oblivious to his fate, as a shipwright. I can only wish him well. Perhaps he should offer a couple of bows in apology. Laughter continued as Master Kurii responded to Kuro's inquiry. Believing that if such a person truly existed, it would be akin to courting death, as the mirthful atmosphere persisted. Master Kurii's expression abruptly soured as he turned with alarm. "What is happening? Where is the figurehead? Where has the weeping angel's figurehead gone?" Master Kurii's voice boomed, causing Kuro to hastily cover his ears, while others around him did the same in anguish. "Kuro, tell me, the person you just mentioned. It can't possibly be you." Master Kurii, recalling Kuro's earlier words, spun around with a loud inquiry. When I discovered the ship, it was ensnared in vines. Upon removing them, the weeping angel figurehead suddenly emerged, startling me. My instinctive reaction was to slap it. You shall await your demise. We are leaving." Upon hearing this, Master Kurii turned on his heel and beckoned those nearby to flee. Wait, Master Kurii, since I am now bound to this ship, could you assist me in repairing it? You still wish to repair it? Boy, are you truly out of your mind? Master Kurii felt that Kuro had lost his senses. Most individuals in such a predicament would wish for the ship to be as far away as possible. Yet Kuro not only remained but sought to repair it. "Indeed, I wish to restore it. I am not particularly concerned about the tale you shared. Be it a curse or a haunting, I believe I can handle it. Moreover, for a shipwright, it is a tragedy if a ship painstakingly crafted cannot sail the seas and must instead lie buried in the earth." That Kuro's words brought Master Kurii to a contemplative silence. In truth, before passing, his master had imparted another piece of wisdom. "Kurii, every ship possesses a soul. They harbor their own thoughts. They choose their bearers, and even ghost ships, when encountering the one they select, will protect their master. Regrettably, in my lifetime, I have yet to meet someone capable of commanding the weeping angel. Thus, I concealed it. If, in the future, someone can master it, you must tell me of its grand return to the seas and the remarkable individual who commands it." With this reflection, Master Kurii fixed his gaze upon Kuro's eyes. "Boy, tell me, have you truly made the decision to sail this ship? even if it demands your life? Indeed, I have resolved to sail this ship, and I shall not be slain by a mere vessel." Master Kuro perceived the grave determination and confidence radiating from Kuro, and he closed his eyes with a smile. "Very well, if that is the case. The restoration of this ship shall be entrusted to us. I shall ensure it is returned to its pristine condition. However, you must promise me to allow me aboard your ship. I wish to witness firsthand its voyage and every battle it encounters." Master Kuro spoke with fervor, eagerly awaiting Kuro's response that, "Of course, that poses no issue. Even if you do not board my ship, I will ensure your presence, for I trust no one understands this vessel better than you. Thus, your watchful eye is essential." Kuro replied with calm assurance, his expression resolute. "Ha! Then I accept this endeavor, Captain." Master Kuro laughed heartily, pondering. "Master, I will board this fellow's ship and witness how the Weeping Angel sails under his command." "Master Kuro, you cannot leave. What will become of the Fry shipyard if you go?" Babwa, fearful of offending Kuro, rushed over to intervene. "Ha! Babwa, rest assured. Zur, come here." "Coming, Master." At Master Kuro's call, a towering figure, a muscular man over 2 meters tall, approached. "Babwa, I have imparted everything I know to Zur. He is now fully qualified. You need not worry. As long as he is here, the Fry shipyard shall not falter. Moreover, he possesses greater talent than I. In the future, he may well represent Turtle Island and contend with Ispegu of Water 7 for the title of the foremost shipyard." Master Kuro enthusiastically patted Zur on the shoulder, his tone filled with admiration, revealing his satisfaction with this apprentice. "But, Master Kuro," as Babwa prepared to utter another plea, Kuro stepped forward and raised his fist. Babwa immediately fell silent. "Ha ha ha. Well then, Captain, repairing a ship is no quicker than building one. Given the size of this vessel, it will require at least half a month that I shall take care of it from here. I will procure the finest materials with your shipbuilding funds to restore it. You may go about your business." Master Kuro thumped his chest, his eyes gleaming with excitement, particularly at the prospect of acquiring funds for materials, his lips curling into a joyful smile. "Then I entrust this ship to you. Should you require anything, seek me out at the inn. We shall be working at the quarry." "Understood." Upon hearing Master Kuro's response, Kuro leaped back onto the ship, swiftly grasping the white monkey on the deck before jumping down. "Xiaobai, how did he end up on the ship?" The sight of the white monkey in Kuro's hands instantly thrilled Master Kuro. "Xiaobai, are you referring to this monkey?" "Yes. How could he be here?" "This was a pet raised by my master during his lifetime, but after his passing, he went missing. I thought I would never see him again." Master Kuro's words left Kuro feeling somewhat embarrassed, as he had almost caused the monkey's demise. The monkey was in a cave hidden in the ship. When I first entered, he suddenly sprang out to ambush me, mistaking him for an enemy. I kicked him, only to realize it was him. Fearing he might perish in that cave, I decided to bring him back for the ship's doctor to examine, hoping he could be saved. After contemplating, Kuro opted for honesty, recognizing that they would soon be sharing the same ship and should thus maintain transparency. Just as Kuro finished speaking, Master Kuro glared at him, prompting Kuro to raise his hands in a gesture of surrender. Repeatedly apologizing, "Perhaps Xiaobai believes this ship is a treasure concealed by my master. With his passing, he wishes to guard the treasure in his stead," Master Kuro remarked, his tone tinged with melancholy. As Zur comforted him nearby, "All right, Master Kuro, I leave the ship in your capable hands. I have other matters to attend to and shall take my leave." "Yes, go ahead. If anything arises, I will have them seek you out." Kuro nodded and made his way toward the villa. Upon entering the villa, Kuro found Klo reading a newspaper. Noticing the captain's entrance, he set the paper aside and greeted him. "Captain, you're back." "Indeed, I have something to discuss with you. From now on, Master Kuro will be our shipwright. Please inform the crew shortly." "Master Kuro? Captain, how did you persuade him to join the ship?" "It's a long story, but essentially, I acquired an exceptional vessel, and he agreed to come aboard for the sake of the ship." Klo nodded in understanding, and Kuro pushed open the backyard gate before departing. Standing in the backyard, he gazed at the narrow path he had previously traversed, then glanced at the quarry path a few meters away. "I can't be blamed for getting lost. They are situated too closely together," Kuro muttered as he headed toward the quarry. At the quarry, the crew members were engaged in combat training. "Paul, watch out. I'm coming in for the attack." "Bring it on." Air transformed into his beast form, wielding a peak mountain and launching an assault on Paul, who met him with an empty slash. Clang, clang, as Aer's peak mountain descended. Paul's empty slash rose to meet it, their blades clashing and sparking. Paul leveraged the force to pull back his blade, and then swung at Aer. Aer quickly leaped back, evading the strike, while simultaneously executing a horizontal slash. In response, Paul firmly gripped his sword and lifted it upward, their blades locked, and the two engaged in a contest of strength, each striving to overpower the other. Impressive. Aer, you're holding your own against Paul. You've made progress, Kuro remarked as he approached, praising Aer's growth. Of course, Captain, I haven't been idle all this time. After a fierce struggle, Aer ultimately emerged victorious, and the two halted their battle. Aer turned, pride radiating from his face as he spoke to Kuro. All right, I'll spar with you shortly. I want to see how much you've improved. I don't believe that's necessary, Captain. I think Paul and I are doing just fine battling each other. Right, Paul? Paul, catching Aer's eye and smiling, nodded in agreement. Haha, remember, you have 2 days. If you can't master the armament Haki with both hands, I will personally teach you the armament Haki for your abdomen. Understood, Captain. I will definitely practice, Aer promptly assured. You two carry on. I will seek out Cowhide. With that, Kuro made his way toward Cowhide. At that moment, Cowhide was with Zangao, observing the hardening of Zangao's hands with armament Haki. What's the matter, Zangao? Are you encountering any issues with your armament Haki? Kuro inquired as he approached. No, Captain. I just learned armament Haki and was asking Cowhide how to make it more resilient. Zangao responded, raising his hands for Kuro to see. This requires daily practice. You must continuously increase your Haki reserves, as the amount of Haki you possess directly influences your ability to use armament Haki. Indeed, the captain is correct. You have successfully mastered armament Haki hardening. Now, it's about honing your Haki daily, Cowhide added, echoing Kuro's words. By the way, Cowhide, how are the others on the ship faring in their training? Captain, the others are doing well. Most can sense the presence of Haki, and some have already attempted armament Haki hardening. However, only Zangao has successfully mastered armament Haki. I estimate the next to succeed will be either Ada or Swashi. Cowhide informed Kuro about the crew's progress, to which Kuro nodded approvingly. That's commendable. Thanks to you, Cowhide. Your guidance on Haki has enabled them to progress so swiftly. Haha, it's nothing, Captain. It's my duty to assist in the growth of my comrades. Cowhide humbly replied, his face a picture of modesty. Seeing the crew's diligent efforts, Kuro nodded in satisfaction. All right, everyone, keep up the hard work. Tonight, I will have Paul prepare a grand feast. Wonderful, Captain. Will we have roasted meat tonight? Absolutely, Paul. We shall have roasted meat this evening. Paul nodded eagerly at the announcement, and Kuro offered encouragement to the crew before making his way deeper into the quarry. As Kuro walked, he searched until he finally stopped in front of a stone wall, patting it with satisfaction. This is the one. With that, Kuro enveloped his fists in armament Haki and struck the wall, creating a large dent. No, that's not the correct release method. It needs to flow in, not hit hard. Dissatisfied with his technique, Kuro sat cross-legged, pressing his fist against the stone wall, gradually sensing the flow of armament Haki within him. Breathe in, breathe out. Gather armament Haki in my fist. It's not about attacking externally, but rather penetrating and dismantling from within. Flow, penetrate, explode. Kuro closed his eyes in contemplation, feeling the armament Haki on his fist suddenly shift, akin to ripples breaking the surface of a tranquil lake, only to vanish in an instant. Flow, come alive. With a burst, the armament Haki on Kuro's hands radiated a crimson glow, flowing like a watery membrane. Flowing Sakura. With a forceful punch, Kuro struck the stone wall. Boom, the wall cracked, fissures radiating outward from the point of impact before it erupted. Debris scattering and dust billowing into the air. Success. Almost there. Although a portion of his power still impacted the surface of the wall, he was now very close to mastering flowing Sakura. Kuro beamed at the flowing armament Haki enveloping his hands. After reveling in his success, Kuro resumed practicing flowing Sakura against the stone wall, striving to fully internalize the sensation of its release. With each punch he delivered, Kuro focused on ensuring the force did not dissipate. Diligently refining his use of flowing Sakura, after shattering 9 sections of the wall, Kuro felt that he had successfully prevented any dispersal of power, allowing it to fully permeate the stone. It could be said that Kuro had completely mastered the armament Haki flowing Sakura. Standing amidst the rubble, feeling the emptiness within him after depleting his Haki reserves, he halted his training. Phew, I finally grasped flowing Sakura. After an afternoon of training, I'm famished. I wonder if Paul has finished preparing dinner. With that, Kuro set off in search of Paul and the others. Captain, have you completed your training? Air held a gnarled, cracked tree in his arms, preparing to use it as firewood for the barbecue. Upon raising his gaze, he noticed Kuro had returned. Training completed and objectives achieved. How was your day? Have you mastered the armament Haki? Well, I'm almost there. Captain Paul is waiting for my firewood, so I must deliver it first. Upon hearing Kuro inquire about his mastery of armament Haki, Air hastily concocted an excuse and took off. Observing Air's retreat, Kuri thought to himself, it's evident he hasn't grasped the armament Haki and fears I might strike him. Kuro chuckled and shook his head, following Air towards Paul and the others. Air, have you been planting trees? Why are you only returning now? Suashi complained as Air finally reappeared. What do you know? Only high-quality wood is worthy of Paul's barbecue. Air presented the great tree before Paul, his face a mask of ingratiation. Oh dear. Air, you're exaggerating. It can't be that good. Paul responded with his usual indifference to Air's flattery. Paul, let us start grilling. I am hungry too. Just then, Kuro arrived and urged Paul to commence the barbecue. Captain, you're back. No problem. I'll prepare it right away. I'll need your help to light the fire later. A trivial matter, Paul replied, signaling Air to chop the wood and set up the grill. Kuro accepted the drink handed over by Huang Mao and took deep gulps, realizing he hadn't had any water all afternoon and was quite parched. All right, Captain, let us light the fire. With the hot wind swirling, Paul set everything in order, and Kuro spat out a thick flame, a flame, which ignited the wood with a resounding whoosh. A group of people gathered around the barbecue, sitting on the ground, discussing their gains from the day and the direction they needed to strive toward the next day. After feasting and drinking their fill, everyone dozed off by the campfire. The following day, the group resumed their training from the previous day, while Kuro sought a secluded spot to pursue his personal training regimen, under the care of old Master Huasi, Ryan, brimming with vitality, dashed over at noon to continue the training Kuro had planned for him. Occasionally, after completing his training schedule and taking a break, Kuro would offer pointers to Ryan. As afternoon approached, a crowd gathered around Air. Fixated on his hands, for today was pivotal. He had to master the armament Haki hardening technique. The captain is going to hit someone. Air strained, his hands alternating between black and gray, unable to achieve full hardening. Air, keep going. If you don't succeed, the captain will surely thrash you. Ada, standing nearby, anxiously encouraged his younger brother. Hearing his brother's words made Air sweat profusely, yet the armament Haki remained elusive. Air, do you remember what I told you? Haki is a form of energy within one's body. What you must do is let this energy envelop your hands. Stay calm. Steady yourself. Watching Air struggle, Kauhai offered guidance from the sidelines. Be calm. Be calm. Channel the energy, cover your hands, and hold on. Air took a deep breath to soothe his nerves, then focused on the Haki within him, attempting to envelop it around his hands. Buzz, 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 buzz. I finally did it. Thank you, Brother Kauhai. Without you, I would have faced the captain's wrath. Even if you hadn't succeeded, the captain wouldn't have hit you. He would have just taught you something else, after attempting hardening 3 or 4 times. Air finally succeeded, exhilarated as he embraced Kauhai in a fervent shake, momentarily forgetting his past grievances. The crowd around them danced and cheered, all rejoicing in Air's achievement. Well then, since Air has succeeded, let us have another barbecue tonight. Kuro, go fetch Master Kuro. Let everyone get acquainted, as we shall be shipmates going forward. Kuro, observing the scene with a slight smile, turned to Kuro and said, All right, Captain, I shall go at once. Kuro adjusted his glasses and departed to find Master Kuro. Kuro instructed Paul to prepare ingredients for the evening's introduction of their new companion, urging Paul to showcase his culinary skills. Upon hearing about a new companion, Paul, elated, took Suashi into the villa to retrieve food from the cold storage. Before long, Paul and Suashi returned with a pile of ingredients, laying them down and beginning to prepare. Hey, Captain, why did you call me? Don't you know I'm busy? Master Kure's booming voice echoed from a distance. Master Kuro, I called you here to meet everyone, as you will be our companion from now on. Kuro, hearing the voice, looked up to see Master Kuro approaching with Kuro and stated, Captain, is this our future shipwright? Air approached, filled with curiosity, having seen everyone else but never having met the fisherman craftsman himself. Indeed, this is Master Kuro, our shipwright from now on. Kuro stood and introduced Master Kuro to the crew. Hello, boys, I'm Misai Kuro. You can call me Master Kuro from now on. Master Kuro stood among the crowd, greeting the crew. All right, Master Kuro. Master Kuro, what will our new ship be like? Is the new ship large? Does it have multiple crew quarters? The crew, having been intrigued by the fisherman master, immediately surrounded him upon learning he would join them. All the crew members laughed and greeted Master Kuro, eagerly inquiring about the new ship. The new ship wasn't built by me. It was discovered by the captain here. The new ship is enormous. You few lads won't be able to fill it. Master Kuro laughed heartily, gesturing to illustrate the size of the crying angel as he engaged in cheerful conversation with everyone. Captain, the barbecue is ready. We can commence the feast. Paul, inspecting the meat on the grill, turned to inform Kuro. Well then, boys, let us begin the feast. Oh, Master Kuro, let us raise a glass together. Kuro joyfully lifted a barrel of fruit wine. While the crew laughed, and Ryan pulled Master Kuro to join in the drinking. The banquet continued until the early hours of the morning, with everyone gathered around the campfire, chatting merrily. Captain, after inspecting the crying angel these past 2 days, I found everything to be in good condition except for a wound at the rear of the ship. However, having been hidden for some time, the hull and deck have lost all their original paint. These areas will need to be repainted. Captain, do you have any preferences regarding the color? Upon hearing Master Kuro's question, Kuro fell into contemplation. As for the color, let us restore it to the original paint of the crying angel. That will suffice. After speaking, Kuro raised his glass to clink with Master Kuro's. I knew you would say that. Very well, I'll arrange it first thing tomorrow. Master Kuro laughed heartily as he drank. As the feast concluded, dawn was approaching, and the crew lay sprawled on the ground, sound asleep, leaving only Kuro and Kuro drinking. Kuro, has the Navy's ship for pickup not yet arrived? Not yet, Captain. This afternoon. Major Wussmouse contacted Cowhigh, stating it wouldn't arrive until the day after tomorrow. By that time, the crew should have nearly mastered the armament Haki. Upon hearing Kuro mention Major Wussmouse, Kuro raised an eyebrow. That fellow held a reasonable attitude toward pirates, so he wouldn't be looking for trouble upon arrival. Subsequently, he mentally assessed the current training levels of the crew, concluding that the timing of their arrival was just right. Indeed, Captain, Kuro adjusted his glasses and nodded in agreement. The two continued to discuss the development of the pirate crew and the matter previously mentioned by the Gorosei. Captain, regarding the Gorosei, after communicating with them, their response was not to rush, but they made it clear that compensation would be out of the question. So they want me to work for free. That's absurd. Even workers get paid. They did not regard me as a person at all. Kuro, you shall directly refuse the 5 elders tomorrow. I shall not go. There is no enmity, no grudge, and yet no reward. Why should I kill a mere pirate? Understood, Captain. Tomorrow, I shall respond to the 5 elders. Upon hearing Kuro mention that the 5 elders were demanding his service without compensation, he was immediately filled with indignation and declared he would not comply. Let whoever wishes to do so proceed. The treatment of the 7 warlords was already absent, and yet they demanded labor without recompense. Kuro, upon hearing Kuro's words, adjusted his glasses and nodded vigorously. The two continued their conversation until dawn broke. Kuro summoned the crew for breakfast, and after their meal, Master Kuro returned to the shipyard, while the crew began a new day of training. Time swiftly passed, and the day after tomorrow arrived. Cowhigh. As you return, you must exercise utmost caution. Remember, I do not wish for my brother to perish at the hands of the Navy. Should you be discovered, you may betray us without hesitation. Your safety must be guaranteed. Return safely. Captain, Cowhigh exclaimed, nearly brought to tears upon hearing Kuro's concern for his safety. The captain was at it again. Indeed, the performance was ongoing. Ryan and Kuro exchanged glances, shaking their heads in pity for Cowhigh. To bid farewell to Cowhigh, the entire Kuro pirate crew stood at the port, each uttering words of reluctance and sorrow. As for the group of captured Navy soldiers, they lay slumped on the ground, hypnotized by Zangao. After a while, a Navy warship appeared on the horizon. Captain, the Weasel has arrived. Yes, I see it. Cowhigh addressed Kuro as he spotted the figures aboard the warship. Soon enough, the Navy vessel docked at the port. Vice Admiral Weasel descended from the ship, accompanied by a contingent of Navy personnel. 7 Warlords. To Kuro, we have received orders from headquarters to retrieve an individual. Weasel approached Kuro and stated his purpose directly. I am aware. Cao Hai is here, along with Vice Admiral Shovel and Major Wan, as well as a multitude of Navy soldiers lying on the ground over there. Kuro gestured toward Cao Hai, who was being restrained by Ryan and the fallen Navy soldiers. Vice Admiral Weasel glanced over and nodded. If there are no further matters, I shall take the individual. Admiral Sengoku wishes to convey a message to you. Kuro, it would be wise for you to refrain from further misdeeds. Otherwise, he will personally come to apprehend you. Haha, if I could engage with Admiral Sengoku, it would not be an unpleasant affair. Very well. Take your person. Upon hearing Weasel's words, Kuro could easily imagine how furious Sengoku must be. Vice Admiral Weasel wore a serious expression and gestured to the Navy personnel, who began to transport the captured soldiers. You ought to release Vice Admiral Cao Hai. Weasel glared at Ryan, who promptly tossed Cao Hai toward him, and Weasel hurriedly caught him. Are you challenging the Navy? Calm down. We have released him. Once you retrieve your person, you may depart. Weasel glared angrily at Ryan as Kuro stepped forward, issuing an eviction order. Vice Admiral Weasel, we shall take our leave now. Humph. You would do well to exercise caution. Do not allow me to catch you making a misstep. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the thrilling content. Cao Hai, looking frail, urged Weasel, who, after delivering a harsh remark to Kuro, assisted Cao Hai onto the ship. The Navy soldiers likewise helped their captured comrades, following behind. Cao Hai's performance was truly commendable. Indeed, the theatrics come and go. Just moments ago, he was lively in conversation with us, yet now he appears utterly weakened. As the Navy personnel boarded the ship and the warship set sail, Ryan and Kuro quietly exchanged words in the crowd. Cao Hai, during your time with the Kuro pirate crew, they have not harmed you. Have they? On the warship, Vice Admiral Weasel supported Cao Hai as he lay in bed, inquiring with concern. At the beginning, we were beaten and scolded daily, even attacking the wound on my severed hand. However, we were defeated. There is little to say. Our strength was simply too feeble, Cao Hai replied, rolling up his sleeve to show Vice Admiral Weasel his injured hand. Those scoundrel pirates, rest assured, Cao Hai. Admiral Sengoku has declared that the Kuro pirate crew shall be under close scrutiny. Should any issues arise, the demon slaughter order will be enacted without hesitation, Vice Admiral Weasel stated, observing Cao Hai's wound. That is truly splendid. If the Admiral ever intends to employ the demon slaughter order against the Kuro pirate crew, please do inform me. I wish to take my revenge personally. Cao Hai sat up in bed, his face filled with animosity, his tone revealing his unwillingness to submit. No worries. Cao Hai, rest assured, we shall avenge this grievance. Vice Admiral Weasel reassured him, and Cao Hai nodded in silence, internally deliberating whether to disclose this news to the captain. After bidding farewell to Cao Hai, Kuro and his crew set out to find Master Kuro. Eager to see how the repairs on the Crying Angel were progressing. As they passed 2 shipyards, the Grand Vessel, the Crying Angel, came into view. Captain, is this magnificent ship our new vessel? The crew gazed upward in astonishment at the ship's hull. Indeed, this is our new ship, the Crying Angel. What do you think? Quite impressive, is it not? It is absolutely stunning, Captain. With a ship of this size, we can train aboard without any issues. Seeing the captain nod in approval, Ryan, the helmsman, could hardly contain his excitement, for there is nothing more gratifying for a helmsman than to command a fine ship. Do not even mention training. I dare say we could raise some animals on the deck. Raising animals is excessive. If we truly did, I suspect they would be devoured within days. That is also true. Upon hearing Air mention raising animals, Paolo chimed in with a jest. All right, let us go aboard and take a look. Master Kuro should be on the ship by now, Kuro declared, and the crew cheered in response. Master Kuro, is Master Kuro on board? Kuro shouted, and just then, Master Kuro and Zuer peeked out from the ship's side. You have arrived. Mr. Kuro, I shall lower the gangway for you. Please wait a moment. Thank you, Zuer. Master Kuro beamed with joy upon seeing Kuro and the crew, his eyes nearly disappearing with delight, while Zuer hurried to the control room and pressed the gangway button. Vroom boom boom boom. The side of the Crying Angel opened up, revealing a staircase before Kuro and the crew. Let us ascend. Are we really boarding? Just thinking about it is rather thrilling. Indeed, this is my first time seeing such a large ship. And it is ours. The thought alone is exhilarating. Kuro led the way while the crew followed closely behind as they ascended the stairs. As soon as Kuro stepped onto the deck, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Previously, the deck had been cluttered with fragments of vines and moss, obscuring its true size. Now, the deck had been meticulously cleaned by Master Kuro, spanning an expanse comparable to 5 or 6 basketball courts. Moreover, the moss had been scraped away and varnished, creating an impression of spaciousness and cleanliness upon arrival. Numerous dining tables adorned the deck, and a grand throne could be seen at the lookout point, indicating that Master Kuro had fulfilled all his requirements. Ha! What is it, Captain? Are you astonished? Ha! This is the true form of the crying angel. Master Kuro approached, chuckling heartily upon witnessing Kuro's astonishment. Indeed, Master Kuro, when I first brought it back, I did not perceive any qualities beyond its size. However, after the repairs by you and Zuer, I have come to understand the true allure of this vessel. Kuro surveyed the surroundings with satisfaction. Ha! Is that all it takes to satisfy you? There is even more remarkable to behold. More remarkable. Follow me. Master Kuro led Kuro into the cockpit, pointing at a button. Did you see that, kid? Yes. What does this button control? Ha! This button governs the propulsion system of this vessel. With sufficient energy, it could even soar into the skies. Soar into the skies. At the mention of flight, Kuro instantaneously envisioned a certain long-eared individual. Ha! But that's currently impossible due to insufficient energy that I can only modify it to serve as an acceleration device. With a smile, Master Kuro began explaining the acceleration propulsion to Kuro. Yet, Kuro absorbed none of it, as his mind was preoccupied with one thought. If there were enough energy, it could indeed fly. He recalled that long-eared fellow who had crafted a flying vessel using electrical energy, implying that he himself was a source of power. Therefore, he must possess the knowledge to convert lightning into energy. Kuro silently resolved to capture him. He intended to journey to Sky Island to acquire the schematics for energy transformation. If he could also capture the deity, it would be even better, as he could create an inexhaustible energy battery. After touring the crying angel, Kuro and his companions departed because Master Kuro mentioned that some areas of the ship required replacement. The materials would not arrive for a couple of days, but Kuro was not anxious. After all, good work takes time. The group returned to the villa, and after lunch, they arrived at the quarry, observing the crew members mastering the art of Haki. Kuro felt a swell of joy. Just as Kuro and Ryan were engaged in practical training, Kuro approached with a towel and a snail phone. Captain, the 5 elders are looking for you. Upon hearing Kuro's words, Kuro and Ryan halted, took the towel from Kuro to wipe their sweat, and then accepted the snail phone. Hello, what do you need? Bloodblade, do you wish to sever ties with the 7 warlords? Oh, why do you ask? Esteemed 5 elders, you actually rejected the mission we assigned to you. Are you unaware of your status? The tone of the 5 elders was laced with anger as they shouted at Kuro. Status? Ha! I certainly remember as a prospective warlord. I possess no privileges other than the amnesty of my crimes that I recall when I joined. Your only demand was that I must be present whenever the world government required my assistance. What kind of notorious pirate has prompted you to summon me, a mere candidate, instead of a full-fledged warlord? Kuro's voice was icy, laced with sarcasm. If you have business, seek out a proper warlord. What need do you have for me? Humph. The pirate we intend for you to deal with is primarily chosen to showcase your strength, considering your limited time at sea and insufficient reputation. Don't be ridiculous. 5 elders, I am already a warlord. What more reputation do you require? Do you believe the title of warlord is not prestigious enough? If you claim my reputation is lacking, then we must discuss the matter of reputation. Does the title of warlord not signify prestige? Moreover, I did not outright refuse. I have stated before that if you wish for me to take action, it will require compensation. After all, I have no plundering rights and am perpetually impoverished. After Kuro's remarks, there was a moment of silence from the 5 elders. What compensation do you desire? How about the right to plunder freely? Kuro's tone revealed a hint of cunning. That is out of the question. Established rules cannot be altered. Dismiss that absurd notion. Without a moment's thought, the 5 elders outright rejected Kuro's request that it was audacious to even suggest such a thing. Granting him the right to plunder would blur the lines between the candidates and the full-fledged warlords. Well, don't blame me. I am not one to lend assistance for free, Kuro replied nonchalantly, preparing to end the call that as compensation, we can offer you a devil fruit, but the bounty on that pirate will not be exchanged. The five elders suddenly interjected. Initially, the mention of a devil fruit brought Kuro joy, but the subsequent refusal to exchange the bounty left him feeling duped at a devil fruit. To my knowledge, that pirate's bounty is 21 million berries. Plus his crew's bounties, totaling over 200 million berries that a devil fruit typically costs around 100 million berries, meaning I would be spending double to acquire it. That truly the compensation you offer? Kuro found himself amused by the absurdity of it all. 100 million berries. That is merely the price of the most ordinary Zoan or Paramecia devil fruits. That as compensation, we can provide you with a devil fruit valued at around 400 million berries. The five elders stated flatly, causing Kuro's eyes to widen in surprise. This proposal sounded considerably more reasonable. However, he insisted on selecting the devil fruit himself, as one must choose abilities that resonate personally. I can agree to that condition, but we do not wish for any members of the Lion Pirates to survive. No problem. I am well aware of the necessity of eradicating the threat completely. It is settled then. Kuro concluded the conversation and hung up the snail phone. Casually tossing it to Kuro, he then stood and stretched, feeling fatigued after negotiating with the five elders. Ryan, Kuro, it seems that once Master Kurii has completed our ship, we shall indeed make a journey to Beast Island. After all, the price offered by the five elders is truly irresistible. Ha! Ryan and Kuro exchanged knowing smiles. Having listened to the captain's call, they understood that the captain's intentions had never been about seeking the right to plunder. Captain, I will now gather intelligence on the Lion Pirates and plan our route to Beast Island. Kuro adjusted his glasses and departed. And what should I do? You, continue training with me. Let us see your punches. With that, the two resumed their practical training. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days later, as Kuro and his crew were having dinner, Master Kurii approached. Captain, I have completed the repairs on the Crying Angel. We are ready to set sail at any moment. Master Kurii's opening words brought good tidings. That true, Master Kurii? Then we shall depart tomorrow. I can hardly wait to board the Crying Angel. Kuro exclaimed, excitement and impatience evident on his face. Were it not for the late hour, he would have wished to set sail immediately. Ha! Captain, you are truly a man of impatience. Master Kurii chuckled heartily at Kuro's words, hands on his hips. Listen up, everyone. Our ship is finished. Tomorrow marks our day of departure. So tonight, let us celebrate. We must celebrate. Captain, we shall not return until we are drunk. In honor of our voyage, Master Kurii joined in the revelry. Ryan, along with the crew, encircled Master Kurii and, in a show of gratitude, tossed him into the air, catching him again. Paul glanced at the dwindling food supplies and hurriedly took Soki to the kitchen to prepare more dishes. Kuro, sipping his drink, watched his comrades reveling in joy. And he too burst into laughter. The celebratory feast lasted until the early hours of the next morning, resulting in Kuro's crew nearly missing their departure. Hey, Captain, wake up! Aren't we setting sail today? Paul shook Kuro's body anxiously. The others, though still groggy, gradually roused, leaving only the captain in a deep slumber. No amount of calling could awaken him. He had already been warned to limit his drinking, yet he and Master Kurii had indulged until dawn. Ugh, stop shaking me. I'll vomit if you keep it up. After a moment, Kuro finally opened his eyes, only to feel the urge to vomit rising again, prompting him to sprint into the woods. Blah. Oh dear. Kuro leaned against a grand tree to fertilize it. After a while, he returned, rejuvenated. What time is it, Paolo? It's just past 1 in the afternoon, Captain. There's still time. You and Klo go procure some food and water for the ship. And also fetch some bedding and such. Kuro rubbed his face vigorously, mustering his spirits as he directed Paolo. Captain, the items you mentioned have already been arranged by Master Kurii. All that remains is for us to board the ship at the port. Is that so? Master Kurii is indeed dependable, ha. All right, lads, let us set forth. Aye, Captain. After praising Master Kurii, Kuro led the crew towards the dock of the Weeping Angel. Upon arriving at the port, they were greeted by the entire populace of Tortoise Island, all standing before the Weeping Angel, awaiting their arrival. Hello, everyone. Why are you all standing here? Kuro approached the crowd with a cheerful smile. Mr. Kuro, we have come to bid you farewell and wish you a smooth voyage ahead. Indeed, Mr. Kuro, you must take good care of our Master Be cautious, Mr. Kuro. Wishing you a safe journey, that Mr. Bebo stepped forward with the crowd, grasping Kulo's hand, offering blessings, and then muttering some phrases in a language Kulo did not comprehend. Later, upon inquiring with Master Kulei, Kulo learned that it was a unique blessing from Tortoise Island, wishing for every ship to safely deliver its crew to their destination. Thank you, Mr. Bebo, and thank you all. If it weren't for our voyage, I would wish to remain here. Ha ha ha. Overwhelmed by the heartfelt send-off from the island's shipwrights, Kulo felt an urge to stay as the islanders finished their blessings. They parted to create a pathway leading directly to the steps of the Weeping Angel. Ha ha! Captain, hurry aboard. The Weeping Angel awaits your command. Master Kulei called from the steps, holding a large bottle of champagne, urging Kulo onward. Ha! We are on our way, Master Kulei. I've heard from Paolo that you have prepared everything. Thank you for all your efforts. Ha ha ha. Preparing for one's ship is the duty of a shipwright. Master Kulei waved off Kulo's gratitude, indicating it was all part of the job, under Kulo's leadership. The entire crew boarded the ship, and Master Kulei approached with the champagne. Captain, this bottle of departure wine is entrusted to you. Kulo took the bottle, glancing at the eager faces of the crew. A smile spreading across his lips. Lads, a new voyage awaits us. Let us set sail? Oh. Bang! With Kulo's command, the crew sprang into action. Ryan stowed the anchor, while Air and De Huang Mao hoisted the sails. Kulo laughed heartily as he uncorked the departure wine, the liquid spraying into the sky, each droplet reflecting the crew's joyful faces, marking the beginning of a new journey. The following morning, Kulo awoke in the captain's quarters. Washed his face, brushed his teeth, and emerged onto the deck. Observing the crew engaged in training, he stretched his body before picking up a massive dumbbell for some warm-up exercises. Captain, at our current speed, we shall reach Beast Island by tomorrow. Klo approached, holding a notebook. I understand. Inform everyone that we shall rest this afternoon and launch a direct assault on Beast Island at dawn. Klo replied while practicing his sword techniques. Understood. Klo nodded and went to relay the message to the crew. After lunch, the crew gathered to listen to the intelligence Klo had gathered about the Lion Pirate crew. The Lion Pirate crew consists of approximately 150 members, with only 3 holding bounties from the Navy. The captain, Lion Boule, has a bounty of 120 million berries and possesses the powers of the animal-type lion fruit, transforming into a yellow lion, the first mate. Ron is a dual-wielding swordsman with a bounty of 50 million berries. Bomai, possessing the animal-type dog fruit, Samoyed form, has a bounty of 40 million berries, serving as both a combatant and a ship's cook. Klo concluded, closing his notebook and adjusting his glasses as he looked at the captain. Tomorrow, I will initiate the attack. The Lion Pirate crew will serve as the final test for our recent training. Ryan, I leave Ron to you. Klo will handle Bomai, while the rest of you will be under Air and Paolo. Captain, rest assured, none shall survive. Air exclaimed confidently, thumping his chest. Ha ha, I trust you all. I shall swiftly deal with Lion Boule, and then assist you to no need. Captain, we can manage. Indeed, Captain, do not underestimate us. Upon hearing Kulo's intent to assist, the crew protested. Who do you look down upon? Do you think we need help to take down some lackeys? Ha ha ha, I shall eagerly await your performance. With that, Kulo ascended to the lookout tower, seated upon the throne, gazing at the vast SEADAS. The crew dispersed. Paolo brought a cup of fruit tea to the lookout. Captain, have a drink. He set the beverage on the table. Thank you, Paolo. Kulo expressed his gratitude, taking a sip of the tea. No need to thank me. Captain, it's my duty, Paolo replied before exiting the lookout. While sipping on the fruit tea, Kulo's mind wandered. After vanquishing the Lion Pirate crew, I must delve into the mysteries of Sky Island. After all, there's a battery awaiting me there. Reflecting on Enel, Kulo lamented, what a waste for such a powerful fruit. Locked away without ever facing a significant battle, Kulo's thoughts drifted. Time flowed steadily onward. The next morning, Kulo sat on the deck, stretching and warming up. Captain, signs of an island ahead. Captain, Klo said that must be Beast Island. Upon hearing the crew's exclamation, Kulo approached the bow, gazing at the small island before them, which resembled a lion's head, with 5 pirate ships anchored at its edge. Each vessel proudly displayed a flag adorned with a lion's skull on its mast. This must be the place. Ryan, bring the ship closer. With the target confirmed, Kulo commanded, and Ryan deftly maneuvered the helm, Pressing the acceleration button, a small booster ignited behind the Weeping Angel, propelling the ship forward at an astonishing speed towards Beast Island. I shall go first. As they drew closer to the island, Kuro unsheathed his sword, Byukan, and charged ahead. Quick, tell the captain, we are under attack. Hurry. The sentinels of the Lion pirate crew stationed at the island's port suddenly spotted the massive ship approaching. Before they could react, it surged toward them, seeming to close in rapidly. Just as they intended to report the situation, Kuro landed directly before them. Apologies, but I believe there's no need for you to report this. Your journey ends here. With that, Kuro swung Byukan, and the two lackeys clutched their throats in agony, blood gushing between their fingers before they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Too weak. Let me see if there are any stronger foes. Kuro spoke as he executed his empty step, and with a few leaps, he vanished into thin air. The captain is as impatient as ever. Indeed, whenever a battle arises, the captain always rushes in first. Perhaps that is the burden of leadership. Nonsense. The captain is merely eager to claim more lives. After Kuro's disappearance, Ryan and the others arrived on the island, and upon spotting two corpses on the ground, they engaged in conversation. Enough chatter. Let us hasten into the island. If we tarry, the captain of the Lion pirate crew will eliminate them all single-handedly. Indeed, we must hurry, or this journey will be for naught. With that, Kuro and his companions dashed toward the island. Shortly after their departure, the man in white who had delivered the fruit to Kuro also set foot on the island. Meanwhile, the Lion pirate crew was reveling in a banquet within a castle at the island's center, where a group was merrily drinking in the hall. Baratie was lounging on a sofa, with a woman on each side, as they fed him fruit. Oh ho ho. Hey, Lorne, cheer up a bit. You always wear that grim expression. It dampens the mood. Ho ho ho. Baratie pushed away the woman on his left, sat up, and addressed a man with a ponytail at the table. Humph, happy, can your eye discern my joy? I was born with this face. What can I do? Lorne replied irately, grabbing a drink from the table and sauntering off to drink with the crew. Oh ho ho. Still as easy to tease as ever. Ho ho ho. Captain, you should refrain from provoking Lorne in the future. Have you forgotten the last time you made him angry? He chased you with a knife. Beaumais remarked sarcastically, balancing a platter of steamed meat on the table. I was merely humoring him. Otherwise, I would have knocked him down long ago. Care to test that again, Captain? All right. There's no need for infighting. Let us remain calm. Seeing Bai and Lorne about to bicker again, Beaumais quickly interjected, by the way. Captain, the slave ship we seized seems to be connected to the Celestial Dragons. Should we be concerned? Beaumais asked with a hint of worry. The Celestial Dragons? What a joke. A mere slave ship with 50 people. How could it possibly be connected to them? If it weren't for the mermaid aboard, I wouldn't have bothered to seize it. Baron Bai's disdain was evident as he spoke of the slave ship, showing no belief that such a small vessel could be associated with the powerful Celestial Dragons. I share your disbelief. The entire ship didn't even have a single expert aboard. How could it possibly belong to the Celestial Dragons? Lorne chimed in, echoing Beaumais' sentiments with a nod. Enough of this nonsensical speculation. Let us drink. Ho ho ho. Baron Bai pulled Beaumais over and shoved a bottle into his mouth, nearly choking him. The crowd erupted in laughter before continuing their revelry. Meanwhile, Kuro and his crew had reached the castle's exterior. Drip, drip. Kuro swung his sword, shaking off the blood, and gazed at the imposing castle before him. Hey, Kuro, is this their stronghold? Indeed, Captain, this is the castle on Beast Island. Kuro, with 10 blades on his hands, adjusted his glasses with a gentle push. Then let us proceed inside. Ryan, shatter it. At your command, Captain. Tiger strike. Ryan stepped forward, his wolf fang club shimmering with a platinum glow. And with a swift motion of his right hand, he unleashed a cleave that sent a platinum strike crashing through the castle's grand door. Boom! Crash. Inside the castle hall, Baron Bai had just tilted his head, intending to kiss the beauty in his arms, when a tremendous noise erupted as the castle door, aglow with platinum light, flew through the air. Boom! The door slammed into 2 unfortunate pirate minions, reducing them to a bloody pulp. Ah, run, what is happening? How did the door explode? The scene descended into chaos as the minions of the Lion pirate crew leaped to their feet, while the 2 women in Baron Bai's embrace struggled to rise. Shouting for everyone to flee, "Do not move." Baron Bai stood, unleashing a lion's roar that commanded silence in the hall. Quite imposing, Baron Bai. Hearing his name called, Baratie looked up to see the castle door transformed into a gaping hole. Smoke billowing forth as the haze cleared, Kuro and his crew emerged. "Who are you? How did you arrive here?" "We walked in. Unfamiliar with the paths. We even asked several individuals for directions. Impossible. My crew patrols every corner of the island." "You couldn't have simply walked in. Unless..." Baratie's pupils constricted as he realized something. "Indeed, just as you surmised. I have slain all your crew members on the island. Without their guidance, I truly would have struggled to find this place." Kuro grinned, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. "Bastard. I will kill you." Lion's iron fist. Enraged, Baratie unleashed his armament-hardened fists and charged at Kuro. Lion's iron fist. How fortuitous, for I too possess a fist. Iron fist, flowing Sakura. As Baratie's fists approached, Kuro retracted his Budo Yagami, enveloped his fist in armed color, and met the attack head-on. Boom! Ah! The two fists collided with a thunderous crash, causing Baratie's right arm to swell. With a resounding crack, the bones in his arm shattered under Kuro's flowing Sakura, eliciting a pained cry from him. "Captain! Captain!" Weavy arrived. As he was sent flying, Bome hurriedly rallied the minions to catch their captain. Bang! Just as Bome reached out to catch his captain, he too was sent flying, crashing into the castle's rear hall, leaving his comrades stunned. Taking advantage of the moment, Lorne charged at Kuro with twin blades. "You vile scoundrel!" Two-sword style, Swallow's dive. Lorne's twin swords unleashed a cross slash, resembling a blue swallow soaring towards Kuro. Clang! "Hey! Do you think you can harm our captain in front of us? Bastard!" Just as Lorne's swallow's dive was a mere meter away from Kuro, Ryan's Wolf Fang Club intervened, blocking the attack. Tiger strike. Ryan bent his legs, launching himself like a tiger leaping from its lair, simultaneously activating his ability, his tiger claws enveloped in armed color, striking down towards Lorne's head. Clanged. Easy. Seeing Ryan's tiger claws, Lorne gritted his teeth and met the strike with his twin blades, sparks flying as the two weapons collided. Just when Lorne thought he had successfully deflected Ryan's assault, Ryan flashed a cruel smile that a tiger has more than just one claw. "You know what?" Before Lorne could comprehend, Ryan's left hand pierced through his chest. "Ugh! You! Ugh!" Lorne's eyes widened in shock, unable to close them even in death. "Lorne, the first mate. Brothers, grab your weapons. Avenge our first mate. Kill." The minions, witnessing their first mate's demise, seized their weapons and charged at Kuro and his crew, shouting for vengeance. "Captain, the Black Tiger heart-piercing technique you taught me is indeed quite effective." "Ha ha!" Seeing them rush forward, Ryan carelessly flung Lorne's lifeless body toward them and turned back to Kuro, saying, "It's only effective against those weak in physical combat. If you encounter a true master, be wary." Kuro drew the Buto Yuhuan, conversing with Ryan as he walked. Upon reaching the center of the hall, he beheld the furious members of the Lion Pirate crew, brandishing their weapons and charging at him with rage. One sword style, King S/ Kuro, wielding the Buto Yuhuan, enveloped his blade in Haki. Suddenly, the blade ignited with a blood-red flame, and with both hands gripping the sword, he unleashed a vicious horizontal slash. A crescent-shaped arc of crimson flame surged forth, hurtling towards the pirates with astonishing speed. Whoosh swish, swish swish. The first of the pirate lackeys, upon contact with Kuro's strike, was cleaved in two, their lifeless body instantly engulfed in flames. "Run! This guy is beyond our means to resist." The remaining pirates, witnessing the horrific scene, attempted to flee, but it was too late. They were obliterated by Kuro's merciless strike. The hall resembled a hellish battlefield, littered with corpses and blood, consumed by the blazing crimson flames. Boom! Bang crash! The devastating slash collided with the wall of the hall, resulting in a massive explosion that obliterated the structure, scattering debris and clouds of dust everywhere. Ryan, Kuro, you two head to the back and take care of Burley and Bomai. "Aye, Captain." Upon hearing the captain's command, Ryan and Kuro dashed into the rear hall. As they entered, they found the floor soaked with blood, yet devoid of any living souls. They fled. "Pursue them." Ryan and Kuro burst through the back door, racing into the woods behind the villa. In the forest, Bomai activated his abilities, carrying a large white dog as it fled frantically with Lion Burley. Burley clutched Bomai's fur with his left hand, while an axe was strapped to his back. His right arm, swollen like a noodle, dangled over the dog's back. "Bomai, are you certain you didn't mistake him?" Was that man who injured me truly Kuro, the bloodblade of the 7 warlords? Lion Burley inquired, looking down at Bomai beneath him. Indeed, Captain, it was only while being flung away that I recalled. He is the one who recently defeated a Marine Vice Admiral and then self-recommended to become a warlord. The large white dog Bomai exclaimed as they ran. What in the world is happening? We were minding our own business at home when suddenly a warlord shows up at our doorstep, and we hadn't even provoked him. Lion Burley lamented in anger. Captain, Kuro's appearance is likely related to that slave ship from before. Are you suggesting that slave ship was indeed connected to the celestial dragons? That seems to be the only possibility, as only the world government could compel a warlord to act. What a predicament. The thought of having drawn the ire of the celestial dragons made Lion Burley's head spin. Bomai, what shall we do next? Captain, as long as we escape this forest and reach the cliffs at the back mountain. We can locate our hidden ship behind the small island at that point. We can set sail and flee the it appears we have no choice. The two conversed, analyzing the reasons for Kuro's attack. They suddenly heard a sound. Thud, thud, thud. What is that noise? Lion Burley turned to see a massive white tiger charging towards them. The tiger roared. A ball of platinum light gathered in its mouth. Then it unleashed a platinum beam directly at them. Bomai dodge, it's too late, Captain. Boom, bang boom. Amid their cries, the platinum beam pierced through Lion Burley's right arm, sending both of them flying into the air. Damn it, how are we not dead? Ryan, now transformed into his hybrid form, glared at Burley and Bomai, who had also shifted forms. Despite suffering from the explosion, they survived, thanks to their robust Zoan-type bodies. Damn it. Kuro's crew, do you intend to exterminate every pirate? Lion Burley grit his teeth. Glaring at Ryan, his right arm, previously shattered by Kuro, now obliterated by Ryan's attack. Bomai clutched his abdomen with his right hand, blood oozing from multiple metal fragments embedded in his body. What level of pirate do you think you are to be compared with us? You deserve to die, worthless scum. Ryan's right hand radiated a gleaming platinum light as a spiked club materialized in his grip. He charged towards Lion Burley with determination. How dare you underestimate me? Lion Burley, with a fierce resolve, drew his axe and clashed it against Ryan's spiked club. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal echoed, and Lion Burley was forced back. Ryan, not relenting, relentlessly pursued Lion Burley with a series of fierce attacks. Swish, clang. Ryan leaped forward, swinging his club, while Burley blocked with his axe. Clang. Burley pivoted, swinging his axe towards Ryan's armpit. But Ryan exerted force, pushing down with his club, repelling Burley's strike. Ha! Not bad at all. You, with just one arm, still have the audacity to counterattack. It seems I underestimated you. Humph, just losing one arm will suffice. Upon hearing Ryan's taunt, Lion Burley scoffed. Ha ha ha. If you can do it, then prove it. As Ryan spoke, his aura transformed into something primal and savage. His canines elongated and sharpened, claws became lethal, and his physique appeared to swell. The spiked club in his hands bristled with lethal spikes, radiating a menacing glow. Come and kill me, Lion Burley. Ha! With that, Ryan charged at Lion Burley. Die, you scum of the Kuro pirates. Burley swung his axe down with ferocity towards Ryan. Clang. Boom. Ryan swung his club, sending Burley flying, then pursued him, unleashing a torrential assault. Clang, 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 in the face of Ryan's relentless barrage. Burley struggled to withstand the onslaught. The more Ryan attacked, the more exhilarated he became, and his power surged. Eventually, Lion Burley found himself unable to hold on. Multiple strikes from Ryan landed, causing him to spit blood. Bomai, seeing his captain about to be defeated, struggled to rise and assist. However, as he took a step, a faint voice echoed in his ear. Ryan is enjoying himself too much. He cannot be disturbed. Who is it? Upon hearing the voice, Bomai turned to see Kuro, donning the 10 blades on his right hand, casually adjusting his glasses with a cold gaze as he approached. Kuro. Bomai furrowed his brow, his tone grim as he uttered Kuro's name. Cat step. Kuro performed the cat step, vanishing from sight. Where did he go? Bomai exclaimed in panic, scanning the surroundings for Kuro's figure. Looking for me? What? Just as Bomai uttered a sound, he felt a chill at his neck, followed by a surge of blood as it gushed forth. His eyes widened in shock, and he collapsed to the ground, his gaze fixated on his captain in his final moments. Rest well here. Kuro materialized behind him, hands adorned with the 10 blades, blood trickling down the blades in rhythmic drops. He then turned to observe the fierce battle between Ryan and Lion Burley. "You despicable fiends. You have slain Bomai." Lion Burley, upon witnessing the demise of Bomai, gritted his teeth and spoke to Ryan with palpable fury. "Not only that, but in the hall, I also dispatched a fellow who wielded dual blades. That fool dared to attack our captain. Such reckless audacity." Ryan, with a sneer plastered across his face, not only expressed disdain for Lorne's prowess, but also found amusement in his ignorant bravery. "How infuriating. Even in death, I shall ensure your downfall." Upon hearing Ryan's words, Lion Burley was consumed by rage, charging at Ryan with a bellow, determined to eliminate this adversary before him. "Come forth, tiger, might," as Lion Burley lunged at him. Axe in hand, Ryan's eyes flickered with a feral glint, activating a newly developed skill from his rigorous training. The armed color of Haki enveloped his wolf fawn club, instantly darkening and shining, while the club and the entwined dual-colored spirals grew more robust. "Allow me to escort you to reunion, Lion." "Ah!" With both hands raised high, Ryan leapt into the air, bringing the massive black wolf fawn club crashing down upon Lion Burley's head. "I shall not perish. I have yet to claim the title of Pirate King." Lion Burley managed to withstand for a mere 3 seconds before being pulverized into a shattered watermelon, its juices splattering across the ground. Lion Burley had fallen in battle. Thus, the Kuro pirate crew's onslaught against the Lion pirate crew was triumphantly concluded, with the entire Lion pirate crew annihilated. "Ah, Ryan, couldn't you spare a bit of your strength next time? Just look at the mess. It's utterly disgusting." As the battle came to a close and Lion Burley lay in ruins, Kuro approached Ryan and remarked, "Ha, don't take it to heart that I got a bit carried away. As you know, I've endured countless beatings from the captain of late. Finally, I had an opportunity to unleash, so I got a tad carried away. Ha. My apologies, Kuro." Acknowledging Kuro's complaints, Ryan glanced around, realizing he had indeed gone overboard, and offered a sheepish apology. "Let us proceed. Since the foes are vanquished, we can consider the task set by the elders accomplished. Let us return to find the captain."